Tracy Diane Nelson was found murdered on her 20th birthday in her apartment in Jamestown Square in Moore, Oklahoma, on January 5, 1981. She was found by her husband and high school sweetheart, Jeffrey Nelson, to whom she had been married for 5 months. It is believed that Tracy was killed around noon that day due to several witnesses seeing her arriving home just before noon. Also, several phone calls from family and friends to wish her a happy birthday around noon went unanswered. It was presumed she had already been murdered by that time. However, she wasn't found until her husband came home around 5 p.m. that evening. When he arrived home and walked into their bedroom, he was met by an unimaginable scene. Tracy was lying face up on their bed. She was wearing blue jeans and a plaid shirt. She had been stabbed to death in their bedroom, and her throat had been slashed. Sexual assault during the attack could not be determined. There was no sign of forced entry or a struggle, but the apartment door was unlocked. A single fingerprint was found, described as one of the best pieces of evidence, but it remains unidentified. Police found a cable repair ticket for work done at the apartment that day at 11:51 a.m. However, authorities have never been able to identify the owner of the ticket book. It had a scribbled signature or initials at the bottom and included an employee number for a repair worker with Southwestern Bell Telephone Company, now a subsidiary of AT&T. As it turned out, no cable repair company was scheduled to be at the apartment that day. Presumably, somebody had stolen the cable repair ticket book and used it to gain entry to the home or left it on purpose as a ruse to throw off the investigation. Investigators started to trace her every move to determine what had happened. Tracy had started her morning off by running errands. Neighbors said they saw her completing chores at her house around noon. Her husband was quickly ruled out as a suspect, as he had a rock-solid alibi. He had attended college classes all day and then went shopping for a birthday present for Tracy. Jeffrey had bought her a bottle of perfume and planned on cooking 2 lobster tails he had purchased for them. She and her husband were both students at the University of Oklahoma. Tracy focused on physical therapy and working with people who had disabilities, while Jeffrey was studying to become an orthopedic surgeon. Missing from the murder scene was a personalized keyring with her name on it. It has never been recovered, and it is believed that the keyring may have been taken as a trophy by the killer. At the beginning, it was believed that Tracy was a targeted victim, though her husband now believes the killing might have been a random act. Shortly after Tracy's murder, 2 neighbors provided different descriptions of a man who was seen entering the Nelson home around the time of her murder. One described him as being in his late 20s, about 5'9" and 155 pounds, with dark, curly brown hair and a very short beard. The second witness described the man she saw as being in his early 30s, about 5'10", 150 to 170 pounds, with short black hair, worn in a military style with short sideburns. Years after the murder, the Nelson family helped OSBI convince state legislators to fund the state's first automated fingerprint identification system, which allowed fingerprints to be scanned into a central database. Unfortunately, the fingerprint found in the apartment still hasn't matched any in the system. Nevertheless, the groundbreaking system has led to the apprehension of perpetrators of hundreds of violent crimes across Oklahoma. As for Tracy, her murder still remains a mystery, and the case is unsolved. 19-year-old Melody Ann Jones was last seen in Earlsboro, Oklahoma, on May 4, 1983. She had spent the day fishing with her parents and 4 younger siblings on the Shawnee Twin Lakes, not far from her home in Earlsboro. Her brother, Randall Garton, states that their family was very close and often went fishing together. After spending the day fishing, the parents took the younger siblings home while Randall drove Melody back to the house she shared with her husband, 20-year-old Paul Richard Jones, on Benson Park Road. Randall said that when he dropped his sister off around 10:30 p.m., he noticed the door was ajar and the lights were on inside the home as Melody went inside. She has never been heard from again. Randall often slept over at the couple's home, but that night he didn't. The following morning, Melody did not show up for her job at the Dairy Queen in Seminole, Oklahoma. The Dairy Queen called Melody's mother, Carol Garton, to try to locate her. Her mother then went to Melody's house to check on her. When Carol walked into the home, she discovered her son-in-law, Paul, had been stabbed to death in the bedroom. She couldn't find Melody anywhere. All of her belongings, including her purse and eyeglasses, which she always wore because she was legally blind, were still there. The contents of her purse were dumped on the floor, and the couple's car was parked in the driveway. There were no signs of forced entry. There was a 12-gauge shotgun at the foot of the bed that the couple normally kept in the corner of the bedroom. Carol then went searching for her daughter outside. When she couldn't find her, she called the Potawatomi Sheriff's Office. Undersheriff Travis Palmer stated that when the police arrived, they did not find any signs of a robbery or a domestic dispute. Family members say police reported that nothing was missing from the home. Carol pulled Melody's siblings out of school that afternoon to break the news. Melody's youngest sister, Rebecca Cox, was just 11 years old at the time. Rebecca said she and her siblings continue to keep the search going. Their mother and father passed away in 1992 and February 2014, respectively. She says she wants closure for her siblings and wants to be able to bury Melody next to their mother. Melody's family is convinced that whoever murdered Paul also kidnapped Melody. Her family reported no strange behavior from Melody and stated that her marriage with Paul was healthy and strong. Authorities have stated they have no reason to believe that Melody was involved in Paul's murder. No suspects have been named in either Paul's murder or Melody's disappearance, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 23-year-old Darien Michelle Hudson went missing from Stillwater, Oklahoma, on October 22, 2017. She was previously a college student at Langston University, where she played softball and had worked as a server at Chili's restaurant for 2 years. Stephanie Hudson, Darien's mother, said she last contacted her family on October 21, 2017, when she said she wanted to move back home to Wichita, Kansas. For days later, Darien's friends contacted her mother, saying they couldn't find her. Darien's parents drove to Stillwater the next day, on October 28, 2017, and went straight to the police department. However, they couldn't file a police report because it hadn't been 48 hours yet since they knew of her disappearance. So they began canvassing her neighborhood and her home in the 500 block of West 5th Street. They found her door open, the light on, and dishes in the sink, but there were no obvious signs of foul play. Darien's cell phone and other belongings were left behind at the home. About a month after Darien was last seen, a man tried to use her credit card at a hotel in Oklahoma City, and the police were alerted. They traced the man, who said he found the card in a purse he stole from a construction site in Stillwater. At the time, St. Francis Xavier Catholic Church was under construction at McElroy Road and Country Club Road, northwest of Stillwater. The man said he had seen Darien's purse hanging from a drainage pipe and took it. The police visited the construction site and spoke to numerous workers there, 2 of whom said they had seen a woman matching Darien's description in October, after her initial disappearance. The woman was sitting on the ground in a wooded area south of the church. When the 2 workers went to check on her, she just looked at them blankly. They told their boss, and a group of workers went to talk to the woman again, but she still would not engage with them. A man who lived near the church told police he saw her later that day talking with his grandchildren as she came out of the woods. Another nearby resident saw her sitting on construction equipment on the evening of October 26th, acting as if she was waiting for someone to give her a ride. Police interviewed as many workers at the construction site as they could, but reaching all of them was nearly impossible due to the numerous contractors and subcontractors and poor records of who was there. In early December 2017, after the credit card tip led them to the wooded area, police brought in dogs and drones to search for Darien, but they only found her sweatshirt and wallet. Darien's family believes that she may have been going through a mental health crisis at the time of her disappearance. She had recently suffered a miscarriage, broken up with her boyfriend, and lost her cherished dog, Zig. She also didn't have a vehicle at the time of her disappearance. She was typically very active on social media, but there has been no activity since she went missing. Her mother, Stephanie Hudson, said she hopes anyone who knows of Darien's whereabouts will do the right thing and come forward. As of today, her case remains unsolved. Amber Renee Barker was born on October 14, 1987, and was nicknamed Ambi. She was last seen on December 18, 1997, at approximately 6 p.m. in her hometown of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, at the age of 10. She was a fourth-grade student at James Monroe Elementary School at the time of her disappearance. Her mom spoke to her on the phone while she was at a friend's home and told her to come home. She left her friend's home and was last seen riding her blue 10-speed bicycle in the 3000 block of Northwest 40th Street at the time. She never arrived home and has never been heard from again. The day after her disappearance, her bicycle was found near Northwest 20th Street and Drexel Boulevard, undamaged, leaning against a tree in Denniston Park, 1 mile from her home. Amber's sweater, shoes, 1 sock, and a ring were found along Drexel Boulevard and Northwest 12th Street the next day, December 20th. One of her shoes was a block away from the other one. Investigators stated that blood, hair, and fiber evidence was discovered near Amber's possessions. There were blue fibers and vomit on her sweater. There was also a small amount of blood on her shoe, but the blood spot was so small that authorities could not link it to any specific person. Authorities were able to form a partial DNA profile for an unknown man from the evidence on her sweater. The fibers were blue and are believed to be from the interior of the suspect's vehicle. Amber's brother-in-law, Daniel John Smith, was previously convicted of attempted kidnapping in 1995. He admitted that he had assaulted a woman in Oklahoma City while he was intoxicated and tried to steal her car keys. The woman said he also tried to rape her. Daniel pleaded guilty and was sentenced to a 5-year deferred prison sentence and 4 months at a boot camp. Police had been summoned to another of Amber's sister's homes in November 1997, approximately 1 month before Amber disappeared. Her sister claimed that Daniel hit her after she refused to have sexual relations with him. He was given a citation by authorities but was not arrested. He was allegedly at Amber's residence when she called her mother to say she was returning home. He left the residence immediately afterward and headed west, the same direction Amber was coming from. Daniel was questioned about Amber's disappearance the day after she went missing, and police and FBI agents wanted to interview him further, but he committed suicide. He was found hanged from a tree in Ray Trent Park in Dale City, Oklahoma, at 11:30 p.m. on December 22, 1997, 4 days after Amber was last seen. He was also wanted for a probation violation in connection with a kidnapping conviction in November 1996 in Oklahoma City. Daniel was not labeled as a suspect at the time, and authorities simply said they wanted to question him regarding Amber's case. Sadly, one of Amber's sisters died in 2013, and her mother died in February 2014. Both went to their graves never knowing what happened to Amber. Foul play is suspected due to the circumstances involved in her case, and as of today, her case remains unsolved. The case of the Kyoto Animation Studio Massacre. On the morning of July 18, 2019, thousands of Japanese people in the city of Kyoto were surprised in the middle of their usual morning activities by a very unusual event. That morning, out of nowhere, the entire city could hear the sound of multiple ambulances and fire trucks racing through Kyoto with their sirens blaring, startling the entire population. Most Japanese who witnessed the massive mobilization of ambulances and patrols couldn't help but wonder what could be the cause of this, while simultaneously thinking that whatever it was, it had to be something serious because all these vehicles seemed to be heading to the same location, disregarding the usual heavy traffic in Kyoto mid-morning, causing all cars and bicycles on the road to give way to the authorities. By 11 a.m. on this summer morning, it became apparent to the population that indeed all this professional equipment was heading to the same building. Emergency services had received multiple calls reporting an explosion heard around 10:30 in the morning, and the worst part was that the building was reported to be engulfed in flames. As the fire quickly spread throughout the first floor, most of the people inside couldn't escape the flames. This place was an office complex belonging to the company Kyoto Animation, an animation studio founded in 1981 that had produced various anime and manga novels of all kinds. Throughout its history, it has released great works that have captivated both Japanese and international audiences due to its high production standards. Alerted by the calls they had received, which evidenced the severity of the situation, the emergency services instructed all available personnel to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. When they arrived at the building, the situation looked much worse than expected. Several neighbors who lived nearby were observing the scene from what they thought was a safe distance while they waited for the firefighters and paramedics. The scene of the fire was, to put it mildly, disheartening. The flames enveloped the entire building and leaked out of the windows, creating long tongues of fire that immediately hindered the efforts of the firefighters trying to contain the fire and rescue those who were still trapped inside what had become a deadly concrete trap. The police officers began to instruct the neighbors to move further away from the scene. As in many cases of fires and explosions, there was a significant possibility that the building could collapse. According to reports at the time, there were 73 company employees working there at the moment of the fire. From the moment they set foot on the street, the paramedics knew they had a lot of work to do because even the employees who had managed to escape the offices were now at the foot of the burning building, seriously injured, some unable to move or unconscious. Most of them had suffered terrible injuries and cuts while trying to exit the building. The most terrible part was that most of them had severe third-degree burns. These are classified as such because they affect the deepest layers of the skin and require immediate medical attention as they have a high risk of infection. Additionally, when a person has these burns in multiple parts of their body or almost entirely, as was the case with some of these studio workers, the chances of losing their life are very high. For this reason, it was crucial that the workers receive timely treatment, so emergency doctors began to separate the injured according to the severity of their injuries in order to assist those who needed urgent medical help. This way, the most affected individuals began to be stabilized before being transported to the hospital by ambulance. At this point, the number of severely injured people was so high that more than 30 ambulances had to be mobilized in total to transport the victims of the supposed accident. It's important to clarify that the authorities believed before arriving at the scene that this was an accidental fire. However, what was happening just a block away from the scene would give a very drastic twist to this story. Just 100 meters from the burning building, some police officers from a nearby train station were detaining a man who had been chased there by Kyoto Animation employees. The man had serious burns on his face and various parts of his body. This raised several questions because why would the authorities subdue a man who appeared to be a victim of the fire? In addition to all this, multiple witnesses were reporting to the police officers present at the scene that they had seen a man enter the animation studio around 10:30 that morning with what appeared to be bottles of gasoline. So with this and the testimonies of the survivors of the tragedy who were conscious, the authorities understood that this was an arson attack and, therefore, a mass murder. When the firefighters were able to control the fire enough to enter the building and analyze the scene, they observed that the death toll of this tragedy had risen to 34 people. Shortly after, it would increase to 36, as 2 of the injured suffering from the effects of their burns could not endure any longer and lost their lives. The man was arrested, as the same employees who had pursued him claimed that he was responsible, and the same police officers who had arrested him during his transfer to the hospital testified that this man began shouting that yes, he was the one who had caused the fire at Kyoto Animation, justifying it by saying that everyone inside deserved to die because they had stolen his work without giving him any recognition. Once at the hospital, the first thing known was that the suspect's name was Shinji Aoba, and he was 41 years old. He had many injuries covering his entire body from the fire he allegedly caused. Once his wounds had healed enough for him to be kept in a cell without dying from an infection, a lengthy interrogation awaited him so that the entire country and the world would have an idea of what motivated him to commit such a horrible crime. Not much is known about this man's childhood, as his parents were born in a small village. Shinji's maternal grandfather was an honorable man who had taken on 2 jobs simultaneously to support his family. He mainly worked transporting goods by cart to Tokyo. He was considered a very kind and hardworking man until one day he was diagnosed with advanced cancer and, unable to afford the treatment that would save him, he made the decision to take his own life to avoid burdening his family with the responsibility of helping him. Shinji's mother would meet the man who would become the father of her children during her adolescence. The problem arose because this man was almost 17 years older than her when they met, and it was known that he was married at the time. As a result, the woman's family strongly disapproved of their relationship, which is a very serious matter in Japan, as Japanese society places a significant emphasis on appearances. However, against all odds, she escaped from her parents' home, never to return. After running away, she started working in a factory near Kyoto, and eventually, she got married to the older man. The couple had 3 children, of whom there is only information available about Shinji and his sister. After leading what seemed to be a relatively normal life, it appears that Shinji's mother wanted some excitement and began an affair with a much younger man than her husband. When she was caught, she left home, leaving her husband, who earned a living as a taxi driver, completely alone and responsible for their 3 children. This continued to be the family's normal life until 1999, when a car accident left the father paralyzed. He was subsequently fired from the taxi company where he worked, leaving the man, who was already struggling to make ends meet, without the possibility of working to pay rent and provide food for his 3 children. Faced with this overwhelming pressure and distress, the man made the tragic decision to end it all. Despite all this, up to a certain point, Shinji had led a relatively normal life in his youth. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during his high school years, and he even worked part-time as a document clerk for the government. After graduating, Shinji continued to work part-time at a supermarket, and when he reached his 20s, he decided to move to another city. Everything seemed to be going relatively well until his mother's disappearance and his father's death, which slowly caused his life to crumble. The young man increasingly lacked motivation to move forward, and just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, life dealt him another blow. Shinji's sister, about whom little information is available, was almost at the point of losing hope. On that day, this woman visited a temple in the city, where she started talking to a priest about all the pain she had suffered in recent years. She then prayed for the repose of her father's soul before leaving the temple without saying a word. The next day after this visit, her lifeless body was found in a hostel near the temple she had visited, and she was determined to be the cause of her own tragic ending. After his sister's death, Shinji's life began to spiral downhill. His mental and economic problems led him to commit a robbery in 2012, where he managed to escape with around 20,000 yen in his pocket. However, he was arrested shortly afterward and subsequently sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. Upon his release, Shinji became a complete social outcast. Nobody wanted anything to do with him. He had no family or friends, and he struggled to maintain any relationships due to his violent temper. This isolation led him to withdraw completely into his apartment. Like a significant portion of the Japanese population, Shinji loved manga and anime. Since childhood, he had dreamed of becoming a manga writer. Faced with a bleak future and difficulties finding employment, Shinji decided to pursue his dream. He began writing light novels and drawing manga panels. At this point, Shinji's story intersects with that of Kyoto Animation, a company with an excellent reputation not only in Japan but also internationally. Kyoto Animation's specialty is depicting the wonders and dilemmas of everyday life. In other words, they create works with characters that look childlike or relatable, making it easy for viewers to connect with them quickly. However, they often incorporate plot twists that can leave you in tears. Every year, this animation company holds a manga and novel writing contest, where enthusiasts submit their works in the hopes of getting them published or adapted by the studio or even turned into a big screen production. In 2018, Shinji submitted one of his novels for the contest, following all the specified steps. However, despite constantly checking his email for responses, he received no reply from the animation studio. As the days passed, 40-year-old Shinji felt that his hope of becoming a successful manga writer was slipping through his fingers. Several months later, on one of those afternoons when all Shinji did was watch anime and play video games, he started watching an anime produced by Kyoto Animation. The show told the story of high school students who were involved in long-distance shooting sports. That very afternoon, Shinji felt humiliated because he realized that his idea had been stolen. Yes, you heard it right. A giant studio worth millions of dollars had allegedly stolen his story, without giving him the slightest credit. Maybe they didn't steal his entire manga idea, but they had apparently lifted a scene directly from his work. Shinji was outraged because he believed that in the submission he had sent to Kyoto Animation, there was a rather inconsequential scene in which the anime's protagonists were in a supermarket buying discounted meat. According to him, this scene was identical to one in an episode of the show that had aired that week. The scene was quite generic and nothing out of the ordinary. However, likely due to his unstable mental state and isolation, Shinji couldn't stop obsessing over the idea that his idea had been stolen. He was filled with anger, wondering how they could have not even bothered to respond to his contest submission and had apparently taken advantage of his creativity without giving him the slightest credit. In reality, according to the studio, Shinji's novel submission had not passed the first elimination round conducted by the contest's judges, which was why they hadn't bothered to contact him. Nevertheless, from the very beginning, Shinji demonstrated that he wasn't mentally well and acted on the belief that he had been personally attacked and blatantly robbed. All of this brings us to July 14, 2019, 4 days before the fire. 9 months earlier, Shinji had sent anonymous threats to Kyoto Animation, threatening them with death. Over 200 emails had been sent, and although employees had reported this to the police, nothing could be done because the emails were encrypted and Shinji had waited for them to let their guard down. On that Sunday, a neighbor heard Shinji starting to hit the shared wall between their apartments. These two lived in apartments where every sound from the other side could be heard. Shinji, among them, used to be the noisiest, and they would occasionally bang on the walls to request silence from one another. However, this time, it turned out that the neighbor from the apartment above was moving, and consequently, they were the cause of the noise. The neighbor went to knock on Shinji's door, intending to explain that he wasn't the one making the noise and to please stop banging on the wall. Before he had a chance to speak, Shinji angrily opened the door, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and yelled at him, "You're making too much noise. Shut up or I'll kill you." Faced with this aggression, all of the neighbor's feelings turned to horror. From Shinji's demeanor, it was evident that he was perfectly capable of carrying out his threat. Without hesitation, he left the scene and called the police to report the assault. However, when the officers arrived at Shinji's apartment, he was already gone. It seems that this incident was the spark that would lead Shinji to commit his final act. The next day, Shinji took a bullet train to travel to Tokyo. He stayed in a hotel and then, on Tuesday, headed to Kyoto, his final destination, where he stayed in another hotel. Several security cameras captured him in the areas near the animation studio. Several neighbors also remembered him clearly after the incident because Shinji wore the same red t-shirt and light jeans for all 4 days. Shinji spent several hours walking until he stopped at a store and bought a shopping cart. He then proceeded to a gas station where he bought 10 gallons of gasoline. With these supplies, Shinji stashed the cart and went to sleep, ready to carry out his evil plan early the next morning. On July 18, 2019, Shinji returned to the animation studio building around 10:30 in the morning, carrying his containers filled with gasoline. Upon entering, he blocked the 12 emergency exits and began to douse the studio with gasoline, taking advantage of the building's limited security, as such incidents are quite rare in Japan. Once everything was ready, Shinji struck a match and everything started to burn. When the first people realized there was a fire, they attempted to escape through the emergency exits, but they were blocked. They ran towards the central exit where Shinji was present, still holding a gasoline container, and he began to douse the employees trying to escape while saying the word, "Die." This caused many people to run out into the street engulfed in flames. In just a moment, smoke had already reached the second floor of the building, and for those inside, it was too late to evacuate without suffering injuries. The building was completely engulfed in smoke in less than 2 minutes, making it difficult to breathe, and gradually, the animation studio workers began to lose consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. Most of the company's employees were on the top floor because the attack occurred during a meeting with executives from another company. It's unclear if Shinji planned this to claim more victims, but unfortunately, that day there were more people in the building than usual. To make matters worse, shortly after, an explosion rocked the building, causing the flames to burst through the windows and doors of the studio. The police believe that the combination of air and flames led to the explosion. As the fire grew, people inside the building tried to escape the flames. The majority of the victims, specifically 19 of them, were found on the third floor near the stairs leading to the emergency exit on the roof. These individuals unknowingly ended up on the staircase, which acted like an oven. After causing this hellish scene, Shinji accidentally set himself on fire with the same gasoline he had used to try to burn his victims. This led him to flee the scene, but an employee of Kyoto Animation did not accept this and started to chase him. Eventually, they all ended up at a train station located 100 meters from where Shinji was finally apprehended by 2 police officers from the same station. The fire was completely extinguished after 5 hours of immense efforts by the police and firefighters. It was at this point that the authorities were able to accurately count the victims of the incident. In this attack, 36 people lost their lives, while another 34 were left with serious injuries. Of the deceased, 28 died from carbon monoxide poisoning, 6 succumbed to their burns, and 2 passed away while receiving medical treatment at the hospital. It was reported that 2/3 of the fatal victims who worked at the studio were women, as Kyoto Animation was known for hiring women in almost all of its animation positions. After spending 10 months in the hospital, Shinji was officially arrested and processed. There were concerns about his physical health, and questions arose as to whether he would be physically capable of enduring the lengthy trial schedule ahead of him. His hospital treatment had taken so long because he had suffered burns on 90% of his body. In such cases, skin donors are crucial, but the Japanese authorities correctly prioritized obtaining donors for the victims. As for Shinji, he had no other option but to accept artificial skin, becoming the first person to undergo such a significant surgery of this kind without using real skin transplants. The judicial processes in Japan are known to be slow, as they usually involve multiple stages before a clear conviction is obtained. Since the trials for Shinji began, he underwent numerous psychiatric and psychological evaluations to determine if he was mentally healthy at the time of the crime. The results were somewhat mixed because, on one hand, it was clear that Shinji's brain did not function normally, but on the other hand, he was aware of what he was doing, making it difficult to predict what sentence he would receive. The decision had to be something between the death penalty and life imprisonment. The world was deeply affected by this crime, especially the animation industry. After the fire, an American anime licensor launched a successful GoFundMe campaign with a goal of $750,000 to assist the studio and the victims' families. In less than 24 hours, they raised over $1 million for this purpose. Even the then Prime Minister of Japan expressed condolences to the families, a figure many may recognize as he was assassinated a couple of years later. The president of Kyoto Animation mentioned that he did not plan to rebuild the studio in the same location as it would be traumatic and bring bad memories for the employees. Instead, he considered demolishing the remains of the studio to create a park with a monument dedicated to the staff and the local community. Today, most of Kyoto Animation's employees have returned to work, this time in the company's second studio. One of these employees is a veteran manga artist who has been working at Kyoto Animation since the 1980s. He returned to work after the incident, having recovered from the injuries he sustained. He mentioned that he feels better when he is working than resting. He also expressed his intention to make his future work a tribute to those who perished. Another significant detail worth mentioning is that, as a result of this tragedy, Japan decided to implement a new law. It requires citizens to present identification and provide reasons for their gasoline purchases when buying it in lighters or containers. Jesse Warren Ross was born on February 18, 1987 in Kansas and nicknamed Opie. He was 19 years old and a sophomore communications major at the University of Missouri at Kansas City at the time of his disappearance. On November 18, 2006, he had traveled to Chicago, Illinois to participate in a 4-day college mock United Nations convention with 13 other students. On the last night of the conference on November 21, 2006, Jesse attended a dance hosted by conference organizers and a party in a room where alcohol was served at the Sheraton Tower Hotel. Shortly before 12:30 a.m., he would join a meeting with the mock UN Security Council. He was last seen on surveillance camera leaving the meeting and walking out of the building at the Sheraton Towers Hotel in the 300 block of East North Water Street in Chicago at 2:30 a.m. He never made it back to his hotel room and hasn't been seen or heard from since. He did not appear to be intoxicated when he left. The walk from that hotel to the one he was staying in was only a half a mile apart, well lit and monitored by cameras, but none of the cameras recorded Ross. Investigators initially speculated that Jesse, who had been reportedly drinking, might have fallen into the Chicago River, which runs next to the hotel, although a friend of his who was at the meeting stated Jesse didn't appear too intoxicated. The Chicago River was in the opposite direction of the hotel where he was staying, so that would explain why surveillance cameras didn't record Jesse walking to his hotel. Authorities conducted an extensive search in both hotels and its neighborhood, collected videos, interviewed the hotel staff, and sent divers into the Chicago River, but none brought up any clues. The pedestrian esplanade along the river also had a 4-foot-tall iron security barrier. Ross was well-liked at college and was known as a driven, enthusiastic young man. He did an unpaid internship at a Kansas City radio station 95.7 The Vibe prior to his disappearance and was so successful that he was promoted to a paid position. He was a popular personality on the station's Shorty and the Boys Morning Show, where he was known by his radio name, Opie Cunningham. He was not having any personal problems at the time he went missing, and his loved ones are puzzled by his disappearance. There has been no activity on his cell phone or credit card since he was last seen, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Kiara Michelle Coles was born on September 24, 1992. In February 2018, she lived in Chicago, Illinois, and worked as a letter carrier for the Charles Hayes Post Office, and she was also a part-time Lyft driver. That year, she got her own apartment and purchased a new car. She was also about 3 months pregnant with her first child and was very excited about becoming a mother. Kiara and her boyfriend had been together for 5 years. However, he had another partner at the time who he had previously had 3 children with, and she is said to have been pregnant again at the same time as Kiara. He also had another child with a third woman. Kiara had requested off from work on October for personal reasons. She was last seen near 81st and Vernon in the Chatham neighborhood of Chicago on October 2, 2018. A local resident's surveillance video showed her leaving her home, but instead of getting into her car, she walked past it across the street and out of frame. She was dressed in her postal uniform, but she never arrived at the post office and she had actually caught in sick that day. She has never been heard from again. Throughout that day and the next, her mother, Karen Phillips, kept calling Kiara but received no answer. As all her calls were going directly to voicemail, she at first thought that her daughter's phone had run out of battery. Her mother became concerned and called Kiara's sister to ask if she'd heard from her. Kiara had not been active on Snapchat or social media, which was unusual. Her sister contacted Kiara's boyfriend and her mother called the Chicago Police Department and asked them to perform a welfare check. She was not at home, but her car was found parked on the block where she lived, with her purse, cell phone, prenatal vitamins, and lunch bags still inside. There is a lot of speculation regarding the exact day that Kiara disappeared. This is because most news outlets have reported she was last seen on October 2nd, while her mother says she went missing 1 day later on October 3rd. The miscommunication comes from the fact that she was last seen in person on the 2nd, while the surveillance footage found would potentially show her last movements the following day. According to reports, Kiara's boyfriend, his girlfriend, and their children left Illinois shortly after her disappearance. Investigators have not revealed if he's been questioned in connection to the case, and the family has shared that he has not attended any vigils nor kept in contact with them. There is much debate on whether the woman seen in their surveillance video is actually Kiara. Some people believe the clothing she's wearing is a postal service uniform, while others feel it doesn't match what is typically worn by postal workers. There's also a question regarding why Kiara would be wearing her work uniform if she had called in sick that day. A representative with the USPS Inspection Service has publicly shared that the organization does not believe the woman in the footage to be Kiara, as there are other postal workers who live on the same block. In the meantime, her mother Karen Phillips and her father Joseph Cole have been very active in the search for answers. Police stated they had a pretty good idea of what transpired and that they believed Kiara met with foul play. They have multiple persons of interest in her case, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Mark Allen Miller was born on September 6, 1960 and lived and worked in Rockford, Illinois. He graduated from North High School in 1979 and was a native of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. He was one of 5 brothers and is described as a very social person and a dedicated worker. He worked as a catering captain at the Clock Tower Resort and Conference Center. He was 48 years old when he was last seen on March 12, 2009 when he clocked out at work at 1:21 p.m. Mark had become increasingly uncomfortable with the living situation he had with his roommate at the Windsor Apartments on the corner of Whitman Street and North Main Street. The day of his disappearance, Mark told a friend he was going to ask his roommate of 2 years to move out. Later, he called his friend and said he had gone through with it and it had gone better than expected. Mark's roommate, Manuel Vasquez Rivera, was the last person known to have seen him. Authorities are interested in locating him so that they can find out what, if anything, he knows about Mark's disappearance. A few days after his disappearance, his silver Chrysler New Yorker was found abandoned in the 1900 block of Harlem Boulevard, about a mile from his home. They found no evidence of a struggle at his home or vehicle. A small briefcase containing his important personal documents that Mark kept with him at all times in his vehicle was missing and has not been located. It is said that he kept it away from his roommate Manuel to keep him from accessing his personal information. He enjoyed walking by the Rock River and his car was found near there, but a search of the river turned up no signs of him. As of today, the case remains unsolved. Dalton Alexander Mazerchic was born on April 29, 1995 and lived in Streator, Illinois. On March 26, 2003, 7-year-old Dalton was waiting outside his home for a church van to take him to Bible school at the Church of the Nazarene sometime between 6:15 and 6:45 p.m. His sister saw him on the porch about 6:45 p.m. when she left to go to a friend's house to wait for the same church van. He came back inside the house between 7 and 7:15 p.m. to say that he was still waiting on the van. The church van never arrived because the driver was out of town and unfortunately the family was not notified. At 7:45 p.m., his sister returned home and asked where he was. Dalton was missing and the police were notified. K-9s tracked him from his home to the middle of the street and stopped. The next day, his body was found by a fisherman in the Vermilion River 3 miles from his home. Police also found a hammer that was used in his death. Agents from the Streator Police Department, Livingston County Sheriff's Department, and Illinois State Police interviewed dozens of people and followed up on hundreds of leads to identify the person responsible for Dalton's murder. It was reported that there were 31 registered sex offenders in the immediate area at the time of his abduction. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Sarah Elizabeth Avon was born on January 6, 1975. On July 21, 1981, at 6 years old, she was with her younger sister and other neighborhood friends at the end of Richard Street in Joliet, Illinois. Sarah had an argument with another child and then walked across the street away from the group. This was the last time she was seen. She was reported missing by her family at approximately 9 p.m. that evening. Searches for her produced no trace of her whereabouts. Many volunteers searched the area surrounding the Avon home and the street she disappeared from. A quarry was also dragged in search of Sarah, but nothing was found. A former neighbor of the Avon family, Ernest Wilson Sr., died in Arkansas in January 1993. After he died, his nephew, Robert Today, went to the police and said Wilson had made a deathbed revelation about Sarah's disappearance. Wilson was unable to speak at this point, but he drew a distinctive triangular shape on a piece of paper and put a circle inside the triangle. This drawing stuck out to the family because it resembled the triangular-shaped lot where Wilson had lived in 19, according to Robert. Wilson's son had allegedly implicated himself and another boy in Sarah's death. In 1981, his son was 15 years old and was known to be mentally disturbed. Robert said that when he had a conversation with the nephew, he admitted to sexually molesting Sarah on the night she disappeared, but stated that he was upstairs when Sarah was killed. Investigators and Robert believed that Wilson found Sarah deceased and that he buried Sarah's body on his property so that he could protect his son. A witness has backed up the story, saying that in 1981, when he was a teenager, he went outside during the night and saw Wilson dig in a deep hole in the yard with a shovel. The hole was chest deep. When the teen asked Wilson why he was digging, Wilson said he was digging a hole to transplant his sunflower plants. However, that made no sense because his plants were flourishing where they were. The teen knew nothing of the disappearance of Sarah at the time, so he didn't suspect anything. On another night, the same witness saw Wilson operating his bulldozer, pushing mounds of dirt near Hickory Creek and knocking down trees at the junction of Hickory Creek and Spring Creek. Later, the Wilson family moved their above-ground swimming pool near the location where Wilson had used his bulldozer to pile up dirt. After getting the tip from Robert, police dug up the vacant lot on Miller Avenue where Wilson's house once stood. The search turned up nothing and was called off after a couple days. However, one government official involved with the excavation believed that the area that was being excavated was too small and too shallow for them to be sure Sarah's body wasn't buried on the lot. The man who saw Wilson digging was quoted as saying the hole was chest deep and thought authorities were not excavating deep enough during the search. The man even brought this to their attention, but they paid no attention to his statements. Sarah's body has never been found. The witness said he now wonders whether Wilson may have moved Sarah Avon's body from the initial spot where he saw Wilson digging with a hand shovel in the middle of the night. The witness emphasized that too much time has elapsed for him to say that the digging occurred on the night that Sarah Avon went missing. A woman who grew up in the neighborhood believes the authorities back in 1993 misinterpreted a drawing of a triangle provided by Wilson during his apparent deathbed confession. She insists the triangle wasn't a drawing of Wilson's yard. She said the triangle symbolized the island behind the Wilson property where Hickory Creek and Spring Creek come together. In her opinion, Sarah Avon's body is likely located in this area of woods. In February 2004, police dug underneath an old garage on Noel Road, south of Joliet, hoping to find Sarah's remains. They did find some clothing, but they could not find any evidence relating to Sarah's case. Sarah's sister, Marie, who was 5 years old when her sister disappeared, states that the case remains open and her family is still hopeful. As of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of Marian Bachmeier. Marian Bachmeier was born on June 3, 1950, in Saarstedt, West Germany. Her family ended up there following the public persecution and scrutiny her father faced for being a former official of the German National Socialist Party. During World War II, he was a member of the notorious SS. As a result, Marianne was raised in a very conservative home by deeply religious tutors. It's said that she never had a happy childhood due to a lack of close relationship with her parents. Her father was authoritarian, abusive, and an alcoholic, often spending more time at a bar near their home than with his family. Marianne's mother was also distant, rarely speaking or spending time with her daughter. The situation worsened due to her father's drinking, which increased his aggression towards the family. This ended with the parents' divorce and the father leaving the house. Marianne thought she could finally be free and happy, but soon her mother remarried another abusive man. Unfortunately, instead of Marianne and her mother uniting against the man, they both turned against Marianne, blaming her for the family's problems. This broke their relationship, and Marianne, seen as a troublesome teenager, was eventually kicked out of the house. During her adolescence, Marianne faced multiple assaults from different men, leading to the birth of her first child at just 16. She was forced to give the baby up for adoption due to lack of resources and because the baby's father abandoned her. 2 years later, Marianne got pregnant again by her then abusive boyfriend. Despite the circumstances, she wanted to keep the baby, but before the child's birth, she experienced another traumatic assault at a nightclub. Her boyfriend left her and she gave up this second child for adoption as well. Later, Marianne dropped out of school and sought work to support herself. She started working at a bar named Tipesa, where she met the manager, and after some time they became a couple. At 22, she became pregnant with her third child and felt ready to raise the baby with some resources and a home. However, her then boyfriend disagreed with her decision, ending their relationship. Marianne, firm in her choice, decided to raise her daughter Anna alone, despite her parents' demands to give her up for adoption like her previous children. After Anna's birth, Marian vowed to be a good mother and underwent a tubal ligation, a common practice at the time to prevent overpopulation. Mary and Anna lived together in Lübeck, Germany, and despite challenges, they made it through. Indeed, Marian was happy because her daughter was the only person in her life who did not intend to harm her, unlike her parents or ex-partners. However, raising Anna alone meant Marian had to take her to work at the bar, so she could only attend to her daughter during her few breaks. Years later, people close to Marian would say that she treated Anna like a little adult and expected her to take care of many things on her own from a young age. Anna often slept in the bar while Marian was working, and a friend described Anna as a very vibrant and creative child who unfortunately never had a pleasant family life, as she only occasionally saw her father at the bar. Some stories also mention that Marian worked late into the night and then slept all day, leaving her 7-year-old daughter alone for much of the day. Anna used this time to play around the neighborhood alone, greeting people and playing with their pets. It was even mentioned that Marian was aware of her problematic lifestyle and sometimes contemplated the idea of giving Anna up for adoption. This leads us to May 5, 1980, where it is unclear exactly what happened that morning between Anna and Marian. Some say they argue because Anna woke up in a bad mood and stubbornly did not want to go to school but wanted to play in the park, which Marian did not allow. There's another version where Anna asked permission from her mother to skip school to play in the park with friends, and Marian eventually let her go, not suspecting her daughter's real intentions to play elsewhere. Regardless, Anna was playing outside when the ensuing events turned into a tragedy in Marian's life. When Marian returned home later that day, she found it strange not to find her daughter anywhere, but decided to wait a few more hours for her return. As time passed and Anna did not return, Marian started searching the neighborhood. She asked Anna's friends and locals if they knew anything about her daughter, but nobody knew anything. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. So, Marian reported this anomaly to the police. The next day, a very upset and nervous woman arrived at the police. It seemed that this man, Klaus Grabowski, 35 years old, was overcome with guilt after the act and couldn't find peace. He ended up confessing in detail what happened to his girlfriend. This caused a great argument, after which he left, confused, to go to a bar for a beer. His girlfriend took this opportunity to go to the police station to report him. The truth was that Anna had been abducted by Klaus, who owned a butcher shop near Marian's house. Anna had gone there intending to play because the man had promised her that she could play with his cats whenever she wanted to visit. Innocently, Anna went and rang the doorbell. Klaus received her and kept her in his house for several hours, assaulting her multiple times until finally, to prevent the child from confessing the facts, he ended her life by suffocation with a pair of his girlfriend's stockings. Klaus Grabowski had a history of criminal activities and had previously been convicted for the assault of 2 young girls. He was known to have a troubled past. In 1973, he attacked a 6-year-old girl and was charged with attempted murder. 2 years later, he faced charges for these crimes, leading to a psychological evaluation. The results indicated he had an abnormal sexual instinct and significantly limited capacity to control it. Consequently, he was sent to a psychological treatment center instead of prison. A few years later, Klaus was offered the option of undergoing a controversial chemical castration procedure in exchange for early release, which he readily accepted. This procedure involved administering drugs to reduce libido and testosterone levels, reducing the likelihood of reoffending. Klaus preferred this option over returning to a mental health facility. It was a common practice for offenders of such crimes, often resulting in reduced sentences under the assumption that they no longer posed a societal threat. Despite the reversibility of this procedure, Klaus was released soon after undergoing it, without subsequent psychological evaluations. 2 years later, he underwent hormonal treatment to reverse the chemical castration, increasing his testosterone levels. This treatment was approved by the court under the pretext that he wanted to start a family with his girlfriend and lead a normal life, thus misleading everyone about his true nature. On the day of the incident, authorities quickly headed to Klaus's residence, but couldn't find him. He had taken Anna's body and left a note for his girlfriend, asking her to meet him at a bar that night to discuss the situation. The police took this opportunity to wait for Klaus at the bar and arrested him upon his arrival. After his arrest, Klaus claimed he had no intention of inappropriately touching Anna. He despicably defended himself by alleging that the child tried to seduce and extort him, and fear of returning to jail drove him to end her life. He claimed Anna had threatened to tell her mother he had inappropriately touched her, a claim he insisted was false and made with the intent to extort money from him. Klaus revealed he had hidden the body in a cardboard box near a canal. When the police informed Mary and about her daughter's whereabouts and tragic demise, she was devastated. However, the trial brought further anguish. Mary was forced to hear testimonies and descriptions about her life and Anna's, suggesting that Anna was practically raised on the streets and that such an incident was inevitable due to Marian's negligence as a bar waitress who worked late nights and neglected her daughter. This left Mary heartbroken and furious, particularly tormented by the possibility that Anna's killer might not receive the maximum penalty due to potential claims of mental health issues, which could allow him to avoid prison. Consequently, Mary silently began to devise a plan to avenge her daughter's death, regardless of the consequences. During the trial, Klaus Grabowski repeatedly claimed that Anna had seduced and extorted him for money, insisting that his actions were driven by the fear of returning to jail. His defense also centered around the idea that the hormonal treatment he was undergoing significantly affected him and led to violent outbursts. Frustrated and angered by these lies, Mary decided to buy a gun and secretly practice shooting. Every time Mary attended the trial, her displeasure was evident, especially when she heard statements that defamed her 7-year-old daughter. At one point, she expressed clear anger, unable to bear listening to Klaus and his lawyer's fabrications. However, the trial took a dramatic turn on its third day, March 6, 1981. Mary arrived at the courtroom later than usual, entering with an expressionless face. She walked with an upright posture, her hands in the pockets of her white coat. Unbeknownst to others, she had managed to bypass the strict security measures of the judicial establishment with a pistol in her pocket. As the judge and others in the courtroom carried on with the proceedings, Klaus, with his back to Marianne, faced the judge. At this moment, Marianne stood still, her nerves palpable. She seized the opportunity to act when Klaus stood up to give his statement. Marianne pulled out the pistol and fired 7 shots, 6 of which struck Klaus, causing him to collapse. The precision of her shots was noted by many. Marianne remained expressionless throughout, slightly moving her lips as she fired. She made no attempt to flee and did not resist when the courtroom security detained her. Marianne was heard saying, "That pig killed my daughter. He shot her in the face, but I shot him in the back. I hope he's dead." Her wish was confirmed when an officer checked Klaus and declared him dead. Upon hearing this, a look of relief crossed Marianne's face, contrasting her previous expressions. However, Marianne now faced her own trial, which would not be easy to escape. Those who witnessed the incident noted that Marianne seemed to be in a trance, struggling to comprehend her actions. The forensic psychiatrist examined her, asking her to write something to analyze her handwriting and mental state. Marianne wrote, "I did it for Anna," surrounding the sentence with 7 hearts, possibly representing each year of Anna's life. The next day, German newspapers displayed Marianne's photo, dubbing her the avenging mother. The case became the most well-known instance of vigilant justice in West Germany, garnering extensive media coverage. Television crews from across Europe rushed to report on the case, highlighting its extraordinary and tragic nature. Marianne was quickly brought to trial for murder. During her trial, she testified that she was not fully aware of her actions, claiming she was in a trance and even had a dream where she saw Anna walking through the courtrooms. She also mentioned her mental health had deteriorated significantly following the events. Marianne then told a lie that likely worsened her standing with the judge. She claimed she had bought the gun to end her own life, but no one believed she hadn't premeditated her actions and practiced with the weapon before using it in court. Many people in Germany and around the world supported Marianne for taking matters into her own hands, as they felt the system had failed by previously freeing Klaus and authorizing his hormonal treatment without proper evaluation. They saw it as fair to set her free. However, There were also those who viewed Mary and as a criminal who had taken justice into her own hands in the worst possible way, labeling her a murderer. Others judged her for being an irresponsible mother who had given up her other 2 children for adoption and committed a cold-blooded crime that could have harmed others in the process. With all this controversy and mixed feelings, Marianne was charged with murder in a judicial process for the death of Klaus Grabowski on November 2, 1982. The prosecution later withdrew the charge, and after 28 days of negotiations, the jury reached a verdict. In March 1983, Marianne was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and illegal possession of a firearm, sentenced to 6 years in prison. 3 years later, the authorities reconsidered, believing she didn't deserve any sentence. Soon after, Marianne sold her life story for about 250,000 German marks in an exclusive to a news magazine, stating she did it to pay off the debts caused by the judicial process. Following the fall of the Berlin Wall, she returned to a now unified Germany after being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. During this time, Marianne was interviewed by various media outlets, often placed in tense situations with questions comparing her to Klaus, as both were murderers. Despite this, she maintained her composure, stating she did what she did to ensure Klaus faced justice for his actions against the 7-year-old girl, even as he continued to spread lies about her in his final moments. Knowing her illness was terminal, Marianne asked a reporter to accompany her with a movie camera until her last moments. Marianne passed away at the age of 46 on September 17, 1996, from pancreatic cancer. She was buried next to her daughter Anna's grave in the Lübeck Cemetery. Dawn Marlene Allen was 50 years old when she went missing from Carroll, Iowa in 2011. That same year, she started going through a civil divorce with her husband, Tom Allen, after 26 years of marriage. Her 25-year-old son, Michael, had also recently passed away from suicide. Due to all the stress and tragedy in her life, she had become lonely and decided to check out an online dating site. She would meet 54-year-old James Snowvale of Rolfe, Iowa, who claimed to be separated from his wife. The two would start dating, but the relationship was not great. It was described that Dawn and James had a very tumultuous relationship. Dawn's co-workers even described James as overbearing and claimed he had once hunted her down at Walmart after she failed to answer his text messages. It was eventually discovered that James was not who he said he was. He was not actually separated from his wife, but was leading a double life and had even been deceiving several women at once. On May 5, 2011, Dawn was set to report to her job at Subway where she worked for 21 years. Her boss knew that in those 21 years, she had never been late or missed work before. So when she didn't show up, the boss knew that something was wrong immediately. Her boss would report her missing at 9:30 a.m. on May 5, 2011. Turns out, she had not been seen since May 4, 2011 about 8:30 p.m. at her home. After being reported missing, she has never been heard from again. The morning after her disappearance, her white February 2001 Chevrolet Blazer was found locked and abandoned in the parking lot of the Piranha Club in the 1200 block of Plaza Drive. It hadn't been there when the club closed at 10:30 p.m. the previous day. There were no signs of a struggle in her vehicle or at her home. Cell phone records indicate her phone was used for the last time at 3:30 a.m. on May 5th, then turned off a few hours later. On the afternoon of May 4th, 2011, one of Dawn's neighbors said he looked out the window and saw James walking down the alley next to Dawn's home. Authorities thought James might know her whereabouts and sought him for questioning. This is when they would discover James had been lying to Dawn and was unemployed even though he had told Dawn his job involved agricultural industry deliveries. On May 9th, police would track down James to a rural property in Coffee County, Kansas, where something unexpected occurred. He had no known history of violence, but about a month before he died, he indicated to his brother that something bad was going to happen. James' wife cooperated with police following his death. They said she couldn't provide many details to them about the case. Investigators believe he was involved in her case, and they also believe she may be somewhere between Coffee County and Carroll. Authorities stated that Dawn had no history of mental illness and wasn't having any problems in her life that would have led her to walk away. Police have thoroughly searched for Dawn, including the use of cadaver dogs, but have turned up nothing. Her cell phone is also missing a Samsung Acclaim from US Cellular, as well as a bright orange purse and keys to a Chevy Blazer with a key fob. Foul play is suspected in her case and as of today remains unsolved. Crystal Ann Ahrensdorf was born February 1st, 1981. She was last seen around 2 a.m. on July 4th, 2001 in Dubuque, Iowa at the age of 20. She and friends had celebrated the 4th of July holiday by watching the annual fireworks displayed by the river. They then decided to go to the Knicker Saloon at 2186 Central Avenue in Dubuque, is where she was last seen. For unknown reasons, the friends left without her and she began trying to find a ride to East Dubuque. However, no one saw her leave the bar and she left her car, her keys, and her money behind. She did not show up for work Thursday morning and was then reported missing by family. Robert F. Moots was employed as a bartender at Knicker Saloon in 2001. He pleaded guilty to serving alcohol to a minor in May 2002. Crystal was underage at the time of her visit to the bar. He told authorities that he and Crystal planned to share a cab to East Dubuque after her friends left her. The plans apparently changed during the evening and Crystal did not leave with him. He has not been charged in connection with her disappearance. Officials announced that Stephen and David Peacock were at the bar on July 4th. The brothers were former Dubuque residents, but at the time they lived in Mount Horeb, Wisconsin. They were questioned about Crystal several times and agreed to take polygraph exams in April 2002. Authorities also seized and searched one of the Peacock's vehicles. The brothers have never been charged in connection to Crystal's case. In June 2015, Iowa Cold Cases received a tip saying David Peacock hadn't used his own vehicle the night Crystal went missing, but had instead borrowed his sister's pickup truck. In 2005, David was charged with 1 count of false imprisonment and 3 charges of battery for the attack on his girlfriend of 6 weeks. He allegedly viciously beat his girlfriend and threatened to kill her and a man he saw her talking to in her car. He was also allegedly arrested in 1993 for possession of a date rape drug. Crystal's family members said that it is uncharacteristic of her to leave without warning. Authorities searched Leisure Lake in Jackson County, Iowa after a witness reported seeing a body floating in the water on July 16th, 12 days after Crystal vanished. The sighting turned out to be a false alarm and no evidence was discovered at the scene. In October 2001, 3 months after she went missing, investigators eliminated her boyfriend, Tim Gerlieb, as a possible suspect in her disappearance. Dubuque police followed up on more than 500 leads, but have made no arrest in what they still consider a missing person case with a high suspicion of being criminal in nature. Authorities said that they do not believe she left of her own accord. As of today, Crystal's case remains unsolved. Martavius Tavaros Tate Johnson was born on July 6, 1994. He attended Expo High School and was a former football and basketball player for East High School in Waterloo, Iowa. He had 11 sisters and 3 brothers and was a dedicated employee of a local dry cleaner. On January 5, 2012, he was murdered at the young age of 17. Martavius and his sister went to the 500 block of Sumner Street in Waterloo at about 8 p.m. to drop off the sister's boyfriend. That is where he was involved in a verbal confrontation with some gang members. When a group walking down the street approached him and asked about his gang affiliation, he apparently laughed and cracked a joke before turning to get back inside the vehicle. He was then shot in the back and died a short time later at the Allen Hospital. Martavius's family members said they were given some details by people who were present when the shooting occurred. His family state that he was not involved in any gang activity and was far more interested in sports. They believe he was shot because of his response to the question. Waterloo police brought in a 15-year-old for questioning, but wouldn't say whether the teen was a suspect in Johnson's murder. On the 5-year anniversary of his death, police said they had possible suspects but were waiting on the right piece of information that could lead to an arrest. Martavius was sadly buried on his mother, Tanya Johnson's birthday. Years after his death, his family and friends still cannot understand how his promising life could have been taken for nothing but having made a joke. Police are still investigating his murder, But as of today, this case remains unsolved. Harry Dennis Milligan was born October 4, 1962. At the age of 21, he was a college student and a Marine Corps reservist and lived in Avery, Iowa. On Saturday, June 30, 1984, he went out with friends to the Waterworks bar in nearby Albia. People that were at the bar reported that Harry seemed in good spirits and had won some money playing cards while drinking beers. At closing time, he and some friends decided to park their cars at a library and go riding around Main Street in one vehicle. The friends reported that they all parted ways about 4:30 that morning. Harry was last seen traveling north on Main Street in Albia in his 1977 maroon Pontiac Grand Prix with Iowa license plate EIJ 244. At that time, it was believed he was heading home, but he never arrived. Harry had plans to go to a softball game later that morning, as he usually did on Sundays, and always brought the balls and bats for his team to play. When he did not show up that morning on July 1st, everyone became concerned, including his college roommate. He called Harry's home and notified his family that he wasn't there. His mother then called Harry's brother, Mark, who was also a Marine, but was stationed in California at the time, and asked if he had talked to him. He said that he hadn't and told her not to worry, that he would make it home soon. But sadly, that was not the case. Harry was reported missing that evening of July 1st. A search by authorities, family, and friends began, but there were no signs of Harry or his vehicle. An area of local water was searched with a boat using sonar equipment, but nothing was found. His family reported that he would have never left on his own. Sadly, a month after Harry's disappearance, his sister passed away. Also, his parents have since passed away, not knowing what happened to him. His brother Mark continues to seek answers in the disappearance, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Kenneth William Harker, or Kenny, was born on November 18, 1961. He was last seen in Sioux City, Iowa on October 5, 1996. He lived in the 500 block of Colin Street at the time and enjoyed working on motorcycles and playing the guitar. He was supposed to meet his mother, Marie Harker, that day, but he never showed up and she assumed he had forgotten. Kenny had suffered a brain injury a few years prior from an auto accident, leaving him disabled. He had to learn to walk and talk again and had just recently regained his independence and moved out on his own. That same day, his white 1977 Chevrolet Suburban was found abandoned on a gravel road near Sioux City by the Plymouth County Police. Its doors were open, the fuel tank was empty, and the tires were flat. His mother was unaware of the vehicle being found, continued to try and contact Kenny. On October 9th, after several days of failed attempts to contact Kenny, his mother went to his house and found it deserted. His Australian Shepherd Kilo was there and had not been fed in several days, and Kenny's medication was left behind. His mother then decided that it was time to go to the police to report him missing. She stated that Kenny was very close to his dog and took him with him most places, and it would be uncharacteristic of him to abandon the dog without making sure it would be cared for. A local mechanic and friend of Kenny's disappeared at about the same time he did. He returned home several days later after Kenny was reported missing, but suspiciously moved away from the area shortly afterwards. He had been building a Harley-Davidson motor for Kenny at the time he disappeared, but the motor disappeared as well. Friends of Kenny say that whatever happened most likely went down in the shop because they doubt Kenny would have went off very far without his dog. Kenny's mother also suspected her son's disappearance had something to do with the missing motor. The mechanic claimed that Kenny picked up the engine, but his mother Marie stated that isn't possible because he would have been over the moon and wanting her to see it. She stated that he had worked on it too long and put too much money into it to not let her know or anyone else know. The mechanic had a reputation for swindling people, and he had many enemies as a result and was considered a dangerous man. Authorities searched the man's sister's property for Kenny's remains but found nothing. The mechanic has never been charged with Kenny's disappearance. 1 week had lapsed between the time Kenny had last visited a friend and the missing person report was filed, which gave any perpetrator ample time to destroy evidence. Foul play is suspected in Kinney's disappearance, and investigators believe he may have been murdered, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of the Chavez Lopez family. On the morning of December 2, 1991, in Ecatepec, Mexico, a mariachi returning from his nightly work was walking home as usual. On his way, he encountered a young boy wandering the street alone. The child was dirty, as if covered in mud, and the mariachi wondered why a child in such a state was alone on the street. He recognized the boy as the youngest son of the Chavez Lopez family, known for having one of the biggest and most spectacular houses in the Jardines de Morelos neighborhood. The mariachi's first question to the boy was why he was dirty and where his mother was. The boy, 3 years old, could walk and talk but not clearly, making it difficult to understand him. The child seemed calm, likely not understanding what had actually happened, and told the mariachi that a doctor had operated his mother at home. And then she didn't wake up again. This sounded strange to the mariachi, who realized that the boy was not covered in mud, but in blood. What had really happened was beyond the boy's limited understanding of the world, and he couldn't explain what he had witnessed. Confused, the mariachi decided to take the boy to his own home, where his wife was waiting. She knew more about the Chavez Lopez family and knew the boy's name was Alejandro. Shocked by Alejandro's appearance, she and her husband decided to go to Alejandro's house to find out why his parents had left him in such a state. Upon arriving, they noted that the house looked strange. The front door and a patio door were open, suggesting someone was inside, but the curtains were drawn and the lights were off, giving the impression that the family wasn't home or was sleeping. The couple debated entering, but felt uneasy about the vibe of the house. They decided to seek help from another neighbor who lived across from the Chavez Lopez family. By then, the situation had become a scandal among the neighbors, all of whom were wondering what was happening. Yet, none dared to enter the house until the officials arrived. In the meantime, they could only help by cleaning the boy, noticing he had a recent wound under his armpit that had stopped bleeding. Given the dried, darkened blood on the boy, initially mistaken for mud, it was inferred that whatever had happened occurred several hours earlier. Shortly after, a police patrol arrived, and the testimony of the two officers about what they saw inside conveyed the terror they felt each time they thought about it. Upon entering the house, they immediately sensed a heavy atmosphere. The main living area was dark, and no one was visible, so they decided to go upstairs where the bedrooms were located. Hearing the sound of a television in the distance, they headed towards the room it was coming from. They found the door to the room was jammed, not by the lock, but because something was blocking it from the inside. With some effort, they managed to open the door and were horrified to discover the bodies of a man and a woman blocking it. Both were on the floor, one on top of the other, in a blood-soaked room. The officers, unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes and without bullets in their guns, were left speechless and hastily exited the house. Visibly shaken, they stood for a few seconds leaning against their patrol car, and one of the officers called for backup, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. About 20 minutes later, several police patrols arrived, and the officers, equipped with flashlights, began to examine the house. They knew about the two bodies in the upstairs room, but first wanted to check the ground floor for a better understanding of what had happened. To their surprise, the rest of the house appeared orderly, contrary to their expectations of a burglary gone wrong in a high-class family's home. There were no signs of a break-in or a thief searching for valuables. Not finding any abnormalities on the ground floor and under orders not to disturb the scene before the forensic experts arrived, the officers first examined the room with the TV and the lifeless bodies. The victims were quickly identified as Alejandro and Phip Chavez Lopez, the homeowners. The crime scene was indescribable. The knife, the apparent weapon, was used multiple times on the victims, resulting in blood covering the floor, walls, and bed. A shoot print on the bed and the deseret in the room suggested that the Chavez Lopez couple had fought for their lives. Surprisingly, in the room was a bag containing credit cards, checkbooks, and jewelry, indicating that robbery was not the motive. It seemed the crime was driven by hatred towards the specific family, raising the question of who could have done this to such hardworking people, both of whom were school teachers. Everyone spoke highly of the Chavez Lopez family. Alejandro, the father, was an entrepreneurial man, though a teacher by profession. His passion was business. He was well known in the impoverished neighborhood for his large house, which stood out. He understood the importance of networking for business success, often attending meetings and parties where he made connections with influential people, helping him rise to the top of the community. 33, he already owned 2 large schools, which provided him with a good income, and he had no intention of stopping. Besides teaching, Alejandro's other passion was cars. With his experience in restoring automobiles, he aspired to establish a garage and had already acquired the land for it. Unfortunately, Alejandro could never realize this dream. His wife, Phoebe, was known for her beauty and assisted Alejandro in the administrative aspects of his businesses. She had a daughter, Lorena, from a previous relationship. Lorena, 13 years old and distinct in appearance from her siblings, was treated as Alejandro's own daughter, even taking his surname. The other children, Jasmine, 10 years old, Erica, 8 years old, and Alejandro Jr., 3 years old, were from Phoebe and Alejandro's marriage. Despite the Chavez Lopez house's spectacular exterior, it was poorly designed with an unfinished kitchen and only 1 bathroom. This was a result of prioritizing the house's facade and luxury cars over practicality. Alejandro liked to maintain a sense of superiority, differentiating himself from others. This trait led people to speculate that envy might have motivated the crime. Family's day began at 4:30 a.m. to accommodate everyone using the single bathroom. Alejandro, not satisfied with the local school standards, sent his children to a school 2 hours away, resulting in much of their day spent in the car. He also avoided mingling with neighbors due to economic disparities, leading to his children being isolated and not playing with other kids in the neighborhood. Alejandro was particularly protective of Lorena, noticing that some older men were trying to woo her, despite her being only 13. Sadly, their end was truly tragic. The crime scene in the main bedroom was shocking, leading the officers to examine the other bedrooms with heavy hearts. The first room they entered, adorned in pastel colors, appeared to belong to Lorena, with clothes and various items scattered around. They noticed a sports shoe without laces and cigarette ashes on the bed, along with a bear-shaped lamp missing its cable. There were no signs of blood or the girls. In the next room, they found a body under the sheets, surrounded by blood. Underneath was Lorena's lifeless body with multiple wounds and hands tied with the shoelaces from the sports shoe in the previous room. The last room, more of a storage area without windows, held the lifeless bodies of Erica and Jasmine, their hands bound with the cable from Lorena's bear-shaped lamp. Alejandro Jr., the 3-year-old, was the sole survivor of this massacre. Due to his young age, he couldn't provide reliable testimony, only repeating that a doctor had operated on his mother. Pressuring him for more information would only cause further psychological harm. At that time in Ecatepec, 9 out of 10 crimes went unpunished, leaving residents frustrated with frequent home invasions, robberies, and threats. However, a crime as horrific as this had never occurred before in the area. Causing public outreach, people took to the streets in protest in front of police stations and the courthouse, injured by the lack of progress made by the authorities. The situation was further inflamed by negative newspaper headlines criticizing the police. Adding to the pressure, one of Phoebe's sisters was dating the son of the governor at the time, compelling the police to resolve this crime at any cost. The officers in charge were even threatened with job loss if they failed to solve the case. The police surmised that there were likely multiple assailants involved, as Alejandro was athletically built and his body indicated he had been overpowered. Since no doors or windows were forced open, it was assumed the murderer might have entered through the balcony. The murders occurred between 1 and 3 a.m. Another disturbing detail was that Lorena had been assaulted. The police needed to investigate further the fact that the entire family had attended a party for the daughter of a swimming instructor at one of Alejandro's schools. They left the party around 10 p.m., and a family friend drove Phoebe and the children home since Alejandro continued drinking with a friend at another location. At 11 p.m., Alejandro and his friend entered a bar where they drank large amounts of whiskey and rum. Alejandro attempted to leave with a dancer nicknamed Vicky, but she declined and instead left with his friend. Around 1:30 a.m., the friend and Vicky decided to go to a hotel, but first dropped Alejandro at his home. Given the timing, the police began to suspect Vicky and the friend, Salvador Galarza, whose statements were inconsistent. Initially, he claimed he saw Alejandro enter his house, but an investigation revealed that Alejandro, having forgotten his keys and being drunk, decided to enter through the balcony. This explained why one of his shoes was found there. Salvador failed to mention that Alejandro had a mistress who was investigated but seemed unrelated to the crime. After thoroughly investigating Salvador's actions that night, he also appeared not to be the culprit, with his inconsistent testimonies likely due to being extremely drunk. The investigation was exhaustive, with even Phoebe's brother, Doctor, being interrogated, since the child mentioned a doctor operated on his mother. The police explored this lead, along with any other slight clue. They also questioned individuals Alejandro had affected, which were not few in number. For Alejandro, money was paramount, and he didn't hesitate to step on others to achieve his goals. He had recently dismissed several employees from his school without proper severance pay. This issue even reached the courts, but Alejandro won, which many attributed to corruption, as he was acquainted with the judge. Additionally, when constructing the school's swimming pool, he hired an architect but refused to pay after receiving the plans, secretly making copies and having the pool built by other workers. He was also known for stealing business ideas from others in his circle and was infamous for various scams, often not paying when he could get away with it. Lorena's diary revealed that the children were unhappy with the strict lifestyle imposed by their parents. She felt out of place, unable to play with neighborhood kids due to her father's disdain for lower economic classes. She also didn't fit in at her upscale school, where she was mocked for wearing old, outdated clothes and not indulging in luxuries like her classmates. Teachers at the school confirmed Lorena and her sisters were isolated, not mingling with others. This diary entry painted a different picture of Alejandro, contrasting the hardworking image he had cultivated. Despite having the means, he preferred spending on mistresses, alcohol, cars, and maintaining a high-class image, neglecting his children's needs for better clothing and entertainment. Weeks passed without any leads, as there were no security cameras, DNA evidence, or witnesses. Then, on March 17, 1992, the police received an anonymous call from a woman claiming to know the identity of the Chavez Lopez family's murderer, Jose Julio Cipriano Luna, a local metal worker who knew Alejandro. She alleged that the day after the murders, Cipriano stayed near her house, and his clothes, when washed, were covered in blood. In the following days, he was visibly ill, often vomiting. When asked why she delayed reporting this, the woman said she saw Cipriano returning to his old ways and felt it was time. Someone stopped him. She refused further contact, only providing the suspect's supposed address before hanging up. Jose Julio Cipriano Luna, 28 years old, lived in Ecatepec, close to Alejandro's residence. Alejandro, for his automobile restoration projects, required metalworking services, which led him to do business with Cipriano. This connection made Cipriano a person of interest to the police, but they faced a significant hurdle. The anonymous call was not strong enough evidence to incriminate Cipriano, and it was discovered that he lived in another municipality. This posed a jurisdictional issue for the Ecatepec police. At that time, there were no cooperation agreements between police forces, or they required judicial intervention, which could delay the process and risk the suspect fleeing or harming another victim. The only option was to steal the suspect, meaning to detain him in a location outside their jurisdiction for interrogation, hoping for a confession. If they couldn't prove the suspect's culpability immediately, they had to release him. If found guilty, he could then be taken to the appropriate jurisdiction. However, if the local police caught them in the act, their careers could be jeopardized. Despite the risks, on March 20th, 1992, 3 officers, Andres Garcia Bonilla, Arturo Martinez, and Ernesto Camarena, decided to carry out this operation in his municipality. They went undercover, avoiding bathing, wearing dirty clothes, and keeping their hair long to blend into the impoverished area. They only had the suspect's name from an anonymous call. Their plan was to inquire about a metal worker near the provided address. However, they soon realized that many in the area were metal workers. As time was against them, the officers came up with the idea of checking the transparent boxes displaying business permits, which were publicly visible and contained the owners' surnames. In one of these boxes, they found the name Cipriano Luma, when Camarina, who was alone and unarmed at that moment, asked nearby individuals about the metalworkers' whereabouts. He received curt and hostile responses, being told that Cipriano no longer worked there and to ask elsewhere. Guided by intuition and the information from the anonymous call that Cipriano lived in his parents' house, the officers eventually found the house and inquired about the metalworker. The officers approached a man who, with suspicion, asked why they were looking for his son. Fortunately, the car the officers were using was damaged, and they managed to convince the man that they needed metalworking services. Believing their story, he informed them that his son, the metalworker, no longer lived there, but was now residing with his mother-in-law. He gave them directions to the new address. After about an hour, the officers located the place. With fewer metal workers around, they inquired about one and were approached by a man in his mid-20s. Fitting the suspect's description, the challenge now was to get him into the car willingly. Officer Camarina, pretending ignorance about the suspect's identity, fabricated a story about an issue with an engineer to which the suspect, Cipriano, surprisingly admitted he owed money to an engineer and agreed to discuss it in the car. Once in the vehicle, the officers drove to a secluded area to confront him, hoping for a confession. They avoided mentioning the murders initially, engaging in small talk to ease into the conversation. When they reached the isolated spot, Camarina asked the other officers to step away, intending to speak to Cipriano one-on-one without intimidating him. Unsure how to get Cipriano to talk about the case, Camarina showed him a photo of the Chavez Lopez family. Cipriano's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes widened dramatically, betraying his shock. He tried to maintain composure, denying knowing the family. Officer Camarina confronted him directly about his involvement in the crime, leading Cipriano to break down and offer 10 million pesos for his release, claiming the money was at his father's house. Camarina cleverly did not immediately accept or reject the offer, but asked for the location of his father's house, confirming it was the same house they had visited earlier. Pressing further about why Cipriano was so eager to bribe him, Cipriano became visibly nervous. Realizing he had trapped Cipriano, Camarina finally got him to confess to committing the crime. The details Cipriano provided about the house, the timing, and the condition of the bodies deeply disturbed Officer Camarina. He had become obsessed with the case, meticulously investigating every aspect and learning the gruesome specifics from Cipriano turned his stomach. Cipriano also revealed he had 2 accomplices, one of whom had assaulted Lorena. This new information meant that the police now needed more physical evidence to track down the other 2 culprits. During the investigation, Phoebe's sister was asked to check the Chavez Lopez house for missing items. Among the few things stolen were a video cassette recorder and a gold pendant that she had given to Phoebe. These items were later found at Cipriano's house, confirming his involvement. Cipriano confessed the motive behind orchestrating the murders was rooted in his resentment towards Alejandro. Alejandro had hired Cipriano, a humble metalworker, to restore one of his cars. At one point, Alejandro felt that Cipriano was taking too long to finish the job and decided to retrieve his car from the garage without paying Cipriano the owed 600,000 pesos, equivalent roughly $100. Cipriano harbored deep resentment and anger towards Alejandro, who flaunted his wealth yet refused to pay for services rendered. This resentment grew into fantasies of revenge, which materialized when Cipriano met others who also despised Alejandro. One accomplice, Alejandro Cruz, 18, was a street vendor, while the other was Adam Robledo, 20 years old. On December 1st, 1991, the day before the murders, the 3 suspects attended the same party as the Chavez Lopez family. Alejandro was the center of attention at the event, laughing and drinking with his friend. During the night, Cipriano approached Alejandro to ask for the money he was owed, only to be dismissed and told he wouldn't be paid as the job was incomplete. Later that night, Adam, who was infatuated with 13-year-old Lorena, began talking to her. Upon discovering this, Alejandro confronted Adam, berating him and asserting that he had no right to consider himself Lorena's equal or to be near her. Alejandro, tired of the tensions at the party, decided to leave around 10 p.m. Shortly after his departure, a commotion erupted at the party. Adam, who had been pursuing Lorena, was caught with his pants down, assaulting another girl. This scandal quickly spread through the party, resulting in Cipriano, Cruz, and Adam fleeing after stealing kitchen knives for self-defense. Later, as they wandered the neighborhood drunk, they came across Alejandro's house around 2:30 a.m. Cipriano, filled with rage at the sight of Alejandro's wealth and remembering his unpaid debt, decided to take action. Still angry about how Alejandro had treated him earlier, agreed. The third accomplice, Cruz, skilled in picking locks, enabled them to enter the house, leading to the tragic events that unfolded. Adam, exhibiting psychopathic tendencies, even took the time to smoke a cigarette in Lorena's bed after committing the heinous acts. Alejandro, too intoxicated to fight back, was defenseless against the attackers armed with knives. The confessions of the criminals, along with the testimonies of Adam and Cruz, who were quickly apprehended, corroborated the entire story. Each of the three men was sentenced to 250 years in a maximum security prison. The gold pendant found in Cipriano's possession was a critical piece of evidence in the trial. They were confirmed as monstrous individuals, with their confession revealing they hadn't seen any children in the house as they committed the crimes in the dark. This likely spared the life of 3-year-old Alejandro Jr., who was sleeping in his crib at the time. The child later told his grandfather that he had climbed out of his crib, which explained his injury, and unsuccessfully tried to wake his parents before leaving the house. He was eventually found by the mariachi. While Alejandro had made several enemies, the extent of the crime committed by these criminals was far beyond any reasonable retribution for his actions. To end on a positive note, Officer Camarino was recognized and promoted for his work in solving the case, a deserving accolade given the gravity and complexity of the investigation. Chance Leslie Engelbert was born December 3, 1993, and raised on a ranch near Edgemont, South Dakota. Later in life, he moved to Moorcroft, Wyoming. In 2019, he and his wife made last-minute plans to spend the July 4th weekend with his wife's family and their 3-month-old son in Gering, Nebraska, 200 miles from their home. According to his wife, on Saturday, July 6, 2019, Chance spent the afternoon golfing and drinking with his wife's relatives at the Chimney Rock Golf Course in Bayard, Nebraska. He had recently been one of hundreds laid off from work at a mine, but was supposed to start a new job that upcoming Monday. Apparently, his wife's family made a remark regarding his job or income, and he became angry and then called his wife and demanded to go back home to Moorcroft. She picked Chance up from the golf course and returned to her grandmother's home where they were supposed to be staying the weekend. They arrived around 7:20 p.m. to gather their things for the return trip to Moorcroft. It is reported that a family feud occurred at this time. According to his wife, while she was in her grandmother's home gathering their things with the baby, Chance got out of the car and walked away from the home located on O Street. 25-year-old Chance reportedly had a history of walking away to cool off when he was angry. A coworker and close friend of Chance's in Wyoming got a phone call from him after he left asking if he could pick him up and take him home. But he was unable to do so because he had friends over and had been drinking and was several hours away. He told his friend that he couldn't see any landmarks or marker posts to get his exact location. Chance also sent a text message to his aunt around the same time, but the message was hard to decipher and was unlike anything Chance had ever sent before. Online reports state that the message was unreadable and there were emojis in the message, which Chance never used. Many speculate that Chance was attempting to text his aunt, but at the same time something went wrong and the message was not intentional, but some speculate that the message was sent by someone else. His wife, Lai, spoke to him at 7:46 p.m. on his cell phone. She said he told her he was walking south, but he had also spoken to friends who said he was walking north toward Torrington, Wyoming. Chance was wearing a short-sleeved Wrangler shirt, Wrangler jeans, Roper boots, and a black and white trucker cap. He was seen on a business's surveillance video about 7:51 p.m. at the intersection of 10th Street and Martha Drive in Gering. The last time anyone heard from him was at 8:46 p.m. This was just minutes before a thunderstorm entered the area around 9 p.m. The phone was strangely turned off shortly after his last contact, although he had told his friend that he had full battery when they had recently spoken. His wife said that she thought he had probably gone into a nearby building to shelter from the weather. Her grandfather went out looking for him, but stated that he couldn't find him. He was seen on surveillance video walking along, sometime between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., at the intersection of Terry Boulevard and Stable Club Road in the Terrytown subdivision. His cell phone pinged in the vicinity of Owl Road, south of the Western Travel Terminal convenience store around 10 p.m. He basically vanishes after this. The next day, his wife reported him missing and his parents joined the search for him. Strangely, his wife said she was worried that he would come home in a body bag. Even stranger, she allegedly asked law enforcement during the immediate search about getting a death certificate. Some people argue that this could have been due to her being young and naive, but some people speculate that there is more to this story than what she has shared. Her family also hired a lawyer following his disappearance and have been accused of possibly harming Chance. There have been a lot of threats against many people regarding this case. Sadly, this case also has a lot of rumors and finger-pointing, but the fact remains that Chance has not been found and his parents, friends, and loved ones are beyond devastated and frustrated. It's uncharacteristic of Chance to leave without warning, and his wife doesn't believe he would have abandoned their baby that he adored. The Gering Police Department has searched using rescue and cadaver dogs, but have come up empty. While the initial searches centered around the area of southwest Scottsbluff, a greater area has been searched using drones, along with volunteers on the ground. Unfortunately, no evidence or traces of Chance have ever been discovered, or at least nothing has ever been shared with the public. His family continues to search for him, and as of today, this case remains open and unsolved. Regina Marie Balls, who went by Gina, went missing from Duggan's Pub in downtown Lincoln, Nebraska on October 16, 2000. She would first go to the pub early in the day for a friend's baby shower and then made plans to come back that night to participate in open mic night. Gina came from a family full of musical talent, and she herself was a singer and guitarist and was looking forward to playing that night. She had also just been hired as a manager of a FedEx Kinko's and was looking forward to celebrating. After the baby shower, she went home to spend time with her 3 children before putting them to bed. She and her boyfriend, Michael, would get ready and leave with the intentions of heading back to Duggan's Pub. However, on the way, they would get into an argument and Michael decided he would rather go home. So Regina dropped him off at his apartment and continued with her plans. Even though they had gotten into an argument, they still made plans for Regina to pick Michael up later so they could go spend the night at her house. Later that night, patrons of the pub would say that Regina was in a good mood and enjoying the evening. She sat with her ex-husband Dave, who was also there, and they chatted for a little while. This might seem unusual, but it is reported that they had a very amicable divorce. She would then leave the club around 1 a.m. and tell friends she was headed to pick up Michael. They stated she was carrying her guitar and music with her, but they were unsure if she had her purse. When Michael woke up around midnight and Regina wasn't there, he thought she had gone on to her house, so he tried to go back to sleep. A few hours later, he couldn't sleep and tried to page Regina to talk. However, she had left her pager at home and the sound of Michael paging her woke up her 3 children. They then would also notice Regina wasn't there and called their father and grandparents. Michael would call the children at 6:30 a.m. and when he realized she wasn't there, he immediately called the police to report her missing. Later that day, investigators would find her Saturn parked across the street from the pub. Her guitar and music were inside the slightly open trunk, but no purse was found at the scene. Investigators have had no luck tracking down Regina, and her family has even gone as far as to hire a private investigator to help. However, she remains missing and the case unsolved. Jason Anthony Jalkowski was born on June 24, 1981 in Grand Island, Nebraska. At the age of 19, he worked at Fazoli's restaurant on 80th and Cass Street in his hometown of Omaha, Nebraska, and was attending community college part-time. On June 13, 2001, his boss called and asked him to come into work on his day off. His car was in the shop for repairs, and at first he said that he would just walk there, but then called back and planned for a coworker to pick him up at Benson High School, 7 blocks from his home. Jason was wearing a Chicago Cubs t-shirt, black dress pants, and black dress shoes. He grabbed his red work t-shirt, and on his way out the door, he decided to help his younger brother Michael bring trash cans from the curb to the garage. At 10:45 a.m., a neighbor saw him carry the cans into the garage at his house, and this was the last time he was seen. Between 11:15 and 11:30 a.m., Jason's coworker called the house to find out why he hadn't met her at the high school. This is when his disappearance was discovered. A later check of security cameras at Benson High School show he never arrived on campus. He has not cashed any of his paychecks, used his cell phone or ATM card, or picked up his car from the auto repair shop since his disappearance. Jason was supposed to start a new job a week after he vanished, and was excited about it, but he never showed up to begin work there. He had no more than $60 on him the day he disappeared, and no personal items were missing from his room. His parents called police the next morning. Like so many people, the Joukowskis mistakenly believed there was a 24-hour wait before police would accept a missing persons report. His mother stated that it took at least another 10 days before police took Jason's disappearance seriously because he was an adult. According to the family, Jason did not have a history of running away, was not a troubled teen, had no reason to run off. From the beginning, his family feared an accident or abduction. Despite mounted and ground searches, a helicopter, and the use of infrared technology, there was no sign of Jason or any clues to his whereabouts. His loved ones suspect foul play may have been involved in his disappearance. They say he is too responsible to leave without warning, and he was not having any problems when he went missing. He is described as a shy person who was not involved with drugs or alcohol and was close to his family. In the aftermath of his disappearance, Jason's parents, Kelly and Jim Joukowski, successfully campaigned for Jason's Law, a statewide database for missing people. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Leah Rollins was a divorced mother of 2 sons in Dawson County, Nebraska in 1997. She worked at the Cosette Amoco gas station on Highway 80, where she was promoted to manager on March 9, 1997. The next morning at 10:30 a.m., a 1993 red Pontiac Grand AM pulled into the gas station parking lot, and the driver filled up with gas and then entered the store. Even though the weather was cold, the man was barefoot and had his pants rolled up. When he initially entered the store, Leah was ringing up a mother and daughter. So the man walked to the back of the store, apparently waiting on them to leave. He grabbed a soda and proceeded to drink it, and at one point stared right into the surveillance camera. He then walked up to the counter and appeared to be demanding cash. On the video, Leah opened the cash register, handed him the money, and was then instructed to lie on the floor. The man then leaned over the counter and shot Leah 3 times. He then left and drove away with a lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a full tank of gas, and $150 in cash. The car did not have a front license plate, and the surveillance footage of the rear of the vehicle was too grainy to make out, but it is reported to have been a California license plate. The ballistics did not match any other crime on record. He also left fingerprints on the gas pump and the counter. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to find a fingerprint match in any of their databases. Despite the CCTV footage airing on America's Most Wanted twice over the years and the news, no one has identified the suspect. Was he a random man passing through and had no connection to the area? Was he a transient with no family, and that is why no one has identified him? Or was he hired by her ex-husband? Police believe that this wasn't the first crime like this that he had committed due to appearing self-assured and cold in his actions. The case has been compared with other similar acts on gas station workers over the years, but apparently no links have been made. Many people speculate that her ex-husband Barry had hired someone to do it. The suspect looked like someone from a beach area, the way his pants were rolled up and with him being barefoot. Barry and Leah had gone through an ugly divorce. Barry had owned and ran a restaurant on the U.S. Virgin Islands before Leah had left him and taken their 2 sons and a sum of money. Several years prior to the tragedy, she had written a 16-page letter to her sons explaining why she had left their father the way she did. She wrote about years of abuse and how she feared him. The fingerprints, ballistics evidence, and video footage remain on file in Nebraska. Leah's ex-husband passed away in 2015 and was never officially named as a suspect. Sadly, no matches have been made after all these years, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Cornelius Hajes was born June 2, 1986. When he was 2 years old, he became sick and suffered from kidney failure and had 1 kidney removed. This led to him having developmental disabilities, but despite all this, he grew up to be 6 feet and 3 inches tall and graduated high school. He then moved into his own apartment in downtown Omaha, Nebraska. He had his own car, but he preferred to walk or ride his bike. His parents, Diane and Kenny, described him as quiet, kind, and said that he often kept to himself. On October 24, 2016, 30-year-old Cornelius had spent the weekend at his parents' home around 41st and Ohio Streets in Omaha. He and his mother had gone to the movies and then went home. At around 1 a.m., he decided to walk back to his apartment, which his mother stated was not unusual for him to do late at night. His apartment was 3 miles away from her home. The next morning, his mother called him to make sure he got home okay, but did not get an answer. She repeatedly called him, and by that evening, she decided to go to his apartment to look for him. When she arrived, she said it was clear that he had not made it home the night before. She then filed a missing persons report that evening, and his family began searching for him. Nearly a week later, on October 30th, a body was found behind a house underneath a vehicle near 30th and Hamilton Street, just blocks from his mother's home. The body was badly decomposed, and the residents who called the police initially thought it was a Halloween prank. The body was sadly identified as Cornelius, and it was determined that he had been shot. His parents believed that he was killed by someone on Hamilton Street who knew that he frequently walked in the neighborhood. There was a big Halloween party on Hamilton Street the night that he went missing. Police stated that the residents of the house where his body was found were questioned, but said there were no reasons to believe they were involved. Sadly, his brother Samuel was also gunned down in 2013, 13 years earlier at the age of 19. Cornelius's parents are desperate for answers, but investigators have made no arrests and still don't have any persons of interest. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Sumpter County in South Carolina has one of the highest crime rates in America compared to all communities of all sizes. From the smallest towns to the very largest cities, Sumpter County is also where today's case takes place. We will be looking at a Sumpter County dose. At 6:20 a.m. on August 9, 1976, a trucker by the name of Martin Durham found the bodies of a young man and a young woman. Martin contacted Charles Graham, who is an employee at a nearby store. Charles had called the police. Both of the victims had been shot in her upper chest area. The male victim was at first believed to be between 18 and 22 years old. The forensic dentist who examined his teeth said a man was older than 27, but looked younger because of his clothing and build. The man was white with an olive complexion. He had brown shoulder-length hair, brown eyes, and very distinctive bushy eyebrows. He was over 6 feet tall and weighed about 150 pounds. The man had scars on his shoulders and back had indicated he had played contact sports. He was wearing faded Levi brand jeans and a red t-shirt. He had on a yellow gold Bulova Accutron wristwatch. He also had a 14-karat gold ring with a gray sapphire stone. The initials JPF were engraved inside a ring. It made investigators believe his name started with the letter J. The ring and the watch were expensive and dental work on his teeth were elaborate. This all suggested that he had come from an affluent family. The female victim seemed to be younger than the man. She was initially believed to be between 18 and 20 years old. She was 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighed 100 pounds, and had a slim build and an olive complexion just like the male victim. Some people then believed that the two victims were possibly siblings. She had brown shoulder-length hair and bluish-gray eyes. On her left side of her face were two distinctive moles close to her mouth. These rings were worn by her. The rings appeared to be handmade, Native American or Mexican costume jewelry. The male victim was referred to as Jock Doe and a female victim was referred to as Jane Doe. Jock Doe was named that because someone told investigators he met the two victims a few months before they were found, and then the male victim said his name was Jock. A year after the two victims were found, in 1977, a man was arrested in Latta, South Carolina for driving while intoxicated. In his car, investigators found a revolver. It was the same kind as the one used on a Sumpter County does. After some more investigating, it was proven that exact revolver was used in a Sumpter County does case. The man who owned it was never arrested because of insufficient evidence against him. Investigators also traveled to Brunswick, Georgia. There they met with her husband and wife, who believed they were the parents of the Jane Doe. Their daughter was missing. However, after investigators showed them pictures of the Jane Doe, they realized it was not their daughter. Dental comparisons confirmed it was not her. People speculated that Henry Lee Lucas committed a crime. He himself told investigators had he had been in South Carolina the day the victims passed away. Henry Lee Lucas, however, is known for making false confessions. No evidence has ever been found and linked him to the crime. The two victims' bodies were held at a local funeral home, hoping someone could identify them. People from all over the U.S. and even Canada called to inquire about them. This included several parents of young runaways. No one was able to identify the bodies. On August 14, 1977, they were buried in a cemetery in Oswego, South Carolina. Hundreds of people attended the service. Law enforcement was able to raise a few $100s to the funeral home. Their headstones read, "Male unknown and female unknown." The Sumpter County Doe's case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries Season 7, Episode 14 in 1995. In February 2007, their bodies were exhumed to obtain DNA information. It was then realized that the victims were not genetically related. In July 2019, the DNA Doe Project was asked to help identify the couple. Over $2,000 was donated to fund the extraction of usable DNA profiles from bone marrow for genetic genealogy research. In October 2020, family trees of the victims were created. Then, on January 21, 2021, a press conference was held to announce the identities of the two victims. They were identified as Pamela Buckley and James Freund. Pamela was born on December 16, 1951 in Redwood County, Minnesota. She was last seen in December 1975 in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Pamela was 24 years old when she passed away. James Paul Freund was born on September 16, 1946 in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. He grew up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. After he graduated from J.P. McCaskey High School, he got married in 1965. He and his wife had a daughter together. Thereafter, he joined the U.S. Army. Also in 1965, he was dispatched to an army base in Germany. The next year, James's father passed away. His father-in-law had worked at a Bulova watch company. It is believed he gave James the watch as a present with the initials, JPF, engraved. James returned to his family in the United States. His marriage broke down and James disappeared on Christmas Day 1975. He was just 29 years old when he passed away. Sadly, his mother would never find out what happened to her son, as she passed away in February 2004 in Mason, Ohio at the age of 77. Investigators believe James and Pamela became acquainted as they hitchhiked. It is not known who took their lives. Sheriff Anthony Dennis said, "It is great to be able to bring the family some closure after starting this investigation so many years ago. We also plan to reopen the investigation and follow up with a person of interest." Peggy Ann Maguire was a 28-year-old loving mother and nurse who went missing from the small town of Stedham, Oklahoma, about 15 minutes northwest of Eufaula. She was last seen dropping her son off at Canadian Elementary School on November 16, 2015, after working a double shift at the Wellington Hills Nursing Center. On her way home, she had spoken to her stepfather, Donnie Davis, on the phone about building a deck and stated that she would call him back. However, that phone call never came. Peggy always picked up Ethan from school, but on this day, his father, Thomas McIntosh, picked him up. She and Thomas had started dating as sophomores in high school and had a tumultuous relationship. It is reported that he had been physically abusive toward her for years, including breaking her nose with a pistol, smashing her car windows, and even strangling her in front of their son. Peggy had gotten a protective order against him in February 2013 and later pressed charges against him for battery, but both were eventually dismissed. She reconciled with him because she wanted a secure family life for their son. Peggy was very close to her son, and he was always with her. When she didn't pick up Ethan from school and many calls and texts went unanswered, her mother, Betty Davis, reported her missing to the McIntosh County Sheriff's Department. At 5:20 a.m. the next day, during a storm, a very grainy surveillance video showed Peggy's 2012 Toyota Tundra driving into the parking lot of TNJ's Ice House, a rural roadside bar off Highway 9, 10 miles from her home. It showed a person getting out of the truck and walking away. It is reported that someone who lived near the bar was driving to work around the same time the truck was parked and spotted a man in the parking lot who then ducked into the woods. The truck was found later that day by Peggy's brother in the bar parking lot. Her family stated she didn't drink and didn't frequent the bar. When her truck was found at TNJ's Ice House, her boyfriend, Thomas, went to the bar. Police interviewed him there, and he suggested that Peggy had simply run away. However, their 8-year-old son later stated that even before her truck was found by Peggy's brother and police, his father drove him past the truck and told him his mother had run away with another man and left him. After her disappearance, police found traces of blood on the couch, on some rubber gloves, on a utility pail, and on the back porch of the home she shared with her son's father. But the samples were so degraded that investigators were unable to determine if it was human blood, much less Peggy's. There were also red stains on a leather glove in her truck and reddish-colored stains, either blood or rust, in the bucket of a front-loader tractor. It was several weeks before the couple's home and land were searched by police, and it isn't believed that any luminol testing was done. By the time of her disappearance, she had planned to leave Thomas for good. She had requested the upcoming weekend off from work so that she could move her things out of the house. Although they were still living together, their relationship was only platonic, and they were apparently in agreement about dating other people. Peggy had been talking to a man named Richard in Texas. He had planned to drive from Texas the day after she went missing to meet her. After her disappearance, Peggy's friend got in touch with Richard, who said that he had canceled his plans to meet her because he had to stay in Texas. Had Thomas pretended to be Richard and, in a jealous rage, murdered Peggy for wanting to date other men and leave him? Was Thomas involved at all? In addition, both Peggy's and Thomas's phones pinged in the area where she disappeared. Her family describes her as a dedicated mother who wouldn't have abandoned her son. Peggy's mother subsequently sued for visitation of her grandson, saying in court documents that she hadn't seen him since her daughter disappeared. She believed her daughter was deceased and thought her grandson was at risk for physical and/or emotional abuse at Thomas's hands. The county in which they lived was McIntosh County, the same as Thomas's last name, and his family was very well known. It is also reported that Thomas's neighbor saw someone driving a tractor around the time she disappeared, with the bucket raised high in the air, speeding on the road. He believed it to be Thomas's tractor. Tractor buckets are usually not raised while driving on the road, as it is safest to have them down. It is also reported that Thomas had recently purchased a barn around the time of her disappearance and that he placed cement on the floor of the barn. Thomas is considered a person of interest and is most likely the primary suspect by law enforcement. Even though no evidence has shown probable cause to arrest him, no evidence has been shown to rule him out either. As of today, her case remains unsolved. The case of Roxanne Wood. The only evidence found at the crime scene was a drop of semen. It took 35 years for the victim's relatives to discover who brutally took the life of their loved one. Roxanne Wood was born on April 15, 1956, in the small town of Nels, Michigan. She was the first child in the family, followed by a younger sister, Janet. When Roxanne was 16, her younger brother Brad was born. Then, their parents' marriage began to deteriorate. When Brad was 2 years old, her parents separated and filed for divorce. The children had to split their time between their mother's and father's homes. So, Roxanne took on the role of caring for and comforting her younger siblings, Janet and Brad. Roxanne had a challenging life, but she was cheerful, friendly, and sociable as she grew up. After completing her studies at the age of 17, she started working as a manager at a small company that manufactured steel tanks, specifically in the customer service department. One day, a handsome young man came to the office. When she first saw him, Roxanne complimented him. Then they had a conversation. The young man's name was Terry Wood, and he was the boss's son. When Roxanne got home after work, she excitedly told her younger sister that it was the happiest day of her life because she had met a wonderful boy and had fallen in love with him at first sight. Roxanne and Terry began dating, and 8 years later, in 1982, they got married. The couple settled into a home in their hometown of Nels, Michigan. Both worked as managers in the customer service department of Terry's father's company. Their daily routine consisted of waking up, having breakfast, and going to work together in the same office. They would return home for lunch, take a break, go back to work, and then come home together in the evening. Roxanne told Terry that she felt suffocated by their constant togetherness. She believed that it was damaging their relationship, leading to boring arguments. Roxanne left her father-in-law's company and found a job as a manager at a plastic parts manufacturer in South Bend, Indiana. The brief separation during the day helped her and her husband maintain their relationship, and everything was going well. They began to live a normal life together. In her free time, Roxanne enjoyed cooking and often baked a variety of sweet pastries. She also loved growing roses in their yard, as she appreciated creating beauty around her. 5 years passed, and during this time, the Wood family remained childless. The couple continued to live together, work, and manage the household, unaware of the tragic fate that awaited them. On Thursday, February 19, 1987, Roxanne and Terry went to work as usual. In the evening, they each drove separately to a restaurant in downtown Niles to meet for dinner. After dinner, they decided to relax at a local bowling club with some friends. When Roxanne entered the club with Terry, she quickly attracted the attention of everyone around her because of her attractiveness and elegance. The couple enjoyed a night of bowling at the club, which was mostly filled with men. After 11 o'clock, Roxanne told her husband that it was time to go home because she had to get up early for work the next day. Terry wanted to stay and play one last round. Roxanne hugged him, kissed him, and said she was going home. Terry said goodbye and reminded her to drive carefully. Roxanne left alone while Terry stayed at the club to play one more round before driving home. He returned home about 45 minutes after Roxanne and assumed she was asleep. Terry parked his car in the garage and went into the kitchen. There, Terry witnessed a horrifying scene. His wife, Roxanne, lying on the floor in a pool of blood, her panties down to her ankles. Terry rushed to her side, hoping she was still alive. He lifted her head and tried to check her pulse, but quickly realized she was dead. In a panic, he rushed to the phone. He slipped on the bloody floor but managed to stay on his feet. He called the local police station and shouted into the phone, saying that his wife was dead in the house. Terry screamed and asked the police to come quickly, right now. The police asked Terry to calm down because they did not understand what he was saying. Terry's aggressive behavior on the phone was alarming, and when the police arrived at the Wood family home, Roxanne's death caused him to explode in rage, screaming uncontrollably. The police were forced to put him in the back of a patrol car and take him to the station for questioning. When they arrived, Terry immediately requested a lawyer, which raised further suspicions among the police. The autopsy revealed that 30-year-old Roxanne Wood had died from a stab wound to the neck. Forensic experts found only one piece of evidence at the crime scene: a drop of semen in January 1987. DNA testing had not been conducted, so the evidence was stored in the archives. During their search of the house, police found no signs of forced entry. Terry told police that they had a problem with the back door of their home, saying it was not working properly. Roxanne was found on the floor next to the kitchen cabinets, and the cutlery drawer was open. A fillet knife was missing, leading police to believe that it was the weapon used in the crime. Police found it strange that an intruder could enter the home without a weapon. When police looked into Roxanne's case, all information pointed to her husband, Terry, as the suspect. The investigation into the couple revealed that both Terry and Roxanne had been unfaithful to each other. When the police discovered this, they considered jealousy as a possible motive for the crime, especially on Terry's part. However, Roxanne's relatives did not believe Terry was capable of such violence. Although they acknowledged that he could be rude, yell, and insult others, they did not think he would commit such a brutal act. They believed that someone else was responsible for the crime. Despite their suspicions, the prosecutor's office determined that there was insufficient evidence to charge Terry with Roxanne's death. After the investigation, there were still no new clues, so the case was stalled. For many years, the case remained unsolved. Many Nels residents blamed Terry for Roxanne's death. He was often cursed in public, with people calling him a beast and a monster. Despite this, Terry continued to live in Nels, working for his father's company, keeping his personal life private, and avoiding contact with journalists. A year after the tragedy, in 1988, Roxanne's younger sister Janet married Terry's brother, Robert Wood, who also worked at their father's steel tank manufacturing company. Janet and Robert were the only ones still actively searching for the criminal, even though the police had given up and believed the case would never be solved. In January 1999, there was a significant development in DNA research related to the Roxanne Wood case, which had stagnated for 12 years. A DNA sample from the crime scene was added to the National DNA Database, but no matches were found. Terry, Roxanne's husband, agreed to provide his DNA for comparison, but it also did not match the sample from the crime scene. 20 years went by, during which a significant amount of information was gathered regarding the case. In February 2020, police brought in a professor and a group of students from Western Michigan University to digitize the case materials and enter them into an electronic database. The students worked on roughly 3,500 pages of handwritten reports, notes, and other relevant information. The professor noted that after 30 years of collecting data, police may have overlooked important details during the investigation. Around the same time the students started digitizing the data, the police investigating Roxanne's case reached out to a company that specializes in genetic genealogy. However, a new issue arose. The semen samples from the crime scene were poorly preserved. The usable portion was only about 3% of the amount normally needed for research. They had never worked with such a small amount before. However, the researchers still tried to identify the criminal's DNA. The experts spent about 10 months on the project but were ultimately unable to produce any results. Their efforts were in vain. The president of the genealogy company was very upset about the failure of the project. One day, the president of the genealogy company discussed this issue with his employee, Gabriela Vargas, and asked her to take over the project, promising to support its progress. In April 2021, Gabriela began her work. Colleagues considered Gabriela to be one of the most talented researchers in genetics. A few months later, Gabriela created a genetic profile using DNA analysis. She quickly discovered that the man was of Balkan Caucasian origin. Using the online service GED Match, Gabriela was able to build the criminal's family tree. Police identified the killer's parents, a couple born around 1920 who had 3 sons. This meant their sons were likely born in the 1940s and 1950s. With information from Gabriela, police quickly identified 3 brothers, eliminating 2 as suspects. That left only one brother who had a significant criminal record. Michigan State Police believe they have finally identified Roxanne Wood's killer after 34 years, Patrick Gillum. In February 2021, Patrick Gillum, 60, lived just a few miles from Roxanne Wood in South Bend, Indiana, where she also worked. Patrick was an alcoholic and a drug addict. When police looked into his criminal record, they discovered that 8 years before Roxanne was murdered, he had been charged with assaulting another woman. Back in January 1979, a young mother named Marian Bachmeier lived in Gary, Indiana, with her husband Robert and their 2 daughters, ages 3 and 2. Marian was an art teacher at a local high school. Robert described his wife as beautiful, kind, and social, always ready to help others. In September 1979, as Robert's business trip was coming to an end, he planned to return home late that evening. He called his wife, informing her that he didn't have the house keys, and asked her to leave the side door unlocked for him. After 11 p.m., as Robert was walking home, he noticed several police cars parked near his house. Marian had run out and told him that a stranger had attacked her that night. She was sleeping on the second floor with her daughters when she heard noises coming from downstairs. Concerned, she decided to investigate and went downstairs to see what was going on. She noticed a man going through her purse. When he saw her, he pushed her to the ground near the stairs and tried to attack her, but he was unsuccessful. He eventually stole her purse and escaped. Marian remained silent throughout the incident, fearing that her daughters, who were sleeping on the second floor, would wake up. After the attacker left, she called the police and provided a description of him. About a week later, Patrick, 24, was stopped by police for a traffic violation. An officer noticed credit cards next to him that belonged to Marian Bachmeier. Patrick was arrested and taken to the police station. During questioning, he explained that he had entered Marian's house through an open side door and that he had stolen her purse. In January 1979, Patrick Gillum was charged with burglary and unlawful deviant behavior. He pleaded guilty at his trial and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. However, he served only 7 years in an Indiana prison before being released on parole for good behavior. In February 2021, police began searching for Patrick Gillum to collect a DNA sample to compare with the profile of the criminal in Roxanne's case. In May 2021, they found Patrick Gillum, 66, in South Bend, Indiana. While driving his pickup truck, he threw a cigarette butt out the window. Police took the cigarette butt, which contained his saliva, and sent it for analysis. A few days later, the test results did not match, surprising the police. They were certain that Patrick was involved in Roxanne Wood's case. They then decided to take another DNA sample from Patrick, suspecting that they might have accidentally taken the wrong cigarette butt. In July 2021, Patrick was under continuous observation. One day, he visited a laundromat, and a police officer watching him decided to wait nearby, believing Patrick would eventually come out. The officer positioned himself on the sidewalk next to the laundromat. His prediction came true when Patrick stepped outside, lit a cigarette, and sat just a meter away from him, unaware that he was being watched. The officer greeted Patrick, and they exchanged a few words. After about 2 minutes, Patrick returned to the laundromat, leaving behind a cigarette butt. The officer collected the cigarette butt with gloves, bagged it, and sent it for forensic analysis. The analysis showed a near 100% match, but the police decided not to immediately arrest Patrick. Instead, they planned to bring him in for questioning. Patrick was told that the police needed to discuss an old case with him. During Patrick's questioning, the police asked him if he knew anyone named Roxanne. He replied that he knew 2 people by that name. One was a stripper, and the other was an alcoholic. They then showed him a picture of Roxanne and asked if he recognized her. He said he had never met her. They showed him both old and new pictures, but he continued to deny ever seeing her. When the police informed Patrick of what had happened to Roxanne, he became anxious. His body tensed, his hands shook, and he slammed his hands on the table, seemingly hoping that the interrogation would end. Throughout the interrogation, Patrick maintained his innocence, often answering questions with phrases like, "I don't remember," or "I don't know." The interrogation lasted for 5.5 hours. Eventually, Patrick stated that he needed a lawyer, and he was allowed to go home. 7 months later, in February 2022, Patrick was arrested at his home in South Bend, Indiana. Around the same time, nearly all local media reported on the reopening of this high-profile case. Following this, a woman contacted the police to share a story she had kept to herself for nearly 35 years. In January, just a few months after Roxanne Wood's death, Patrick attempted to attack another victim in South Bend. It was an evening when Rose Perrell decided to water her garden. While she was outside with a hose, she heard a car drive by. A Chevrolet El Camino stopped near her house. Rose initially ignored it, but when she finished watering and turned to go inside, she noticed a man wearing a black baseball cap and a black beard getting out of the car and walking toward her. Rose sensed that the stranger intended to harm her, so instead of returning to her house, she ran to her neighbors for safety. Thankfully, they quickly opened the door and allowed her in. Trembling with fear, Rose called the police. But by that time, the unknown man had already disappeared. A few days later, while driving around town with her husband, Rose spotted the same Chevrolet El Camino parked at a gas station. There was nobody inside the vehicle. Rose's husband decided to keep watch over the empty car while she went to find a phone to call the police. When Rose returned, she found her husband confronting the stranger. Her husband held a gun and told him to stay put. The man was 32 years old, with dark hair and a thick beard. Rose asked him to show her his driver's license. She read out his name, Patrick Gillum. Rose and her husband then allowed Patrick to leave but warned him that they would use force if he came near their home again. Rose then went to the local police station and reported her situation, also naming Patrick Gillum. She never saw him again and believes the police took no action. It wasn't until 35 years later that Rose recognized Patrick on the news and decided to share her story. She believes that if the police had taken her testimony seriously in 1987, the Roxanne Wood case could have been solved much sooner. In April 2022, Patrick's trial finally occurred. He did not confess to the crime and claimed he had no memory of the events. When Janet Wood spoke during the trial, Patrick appeared horrified as he looked at her. Janet and Roxanne resembled each other closely, leading some to believe that Patrick thought he was face to face with Roxanne, which frightened him. Ultimately, Patrick Gillum was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 19 years. All suspicion was cleared against Roxanne's husband, Terry Wood. Terry was emotional and confused, crying in the courtroom. For 35 years, he had been the prime suspect in his wife's murder, and now justice had been served. He continued to avoid the press and kept his private life private. Roxanne's family finally found peace. Her siblings Janet and Brad were relieved to learn the truth. Janet shared that after the trial, she had a dream in which she and Roxanne were walking near the cemetery gates. They were laughing and talking. As Roxanne told Janet that it was time for her to leave, she reassured her loved ones not to worry or cry, saying that she was fine. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, in Kansas. She was the oldest of 5 children, with 3 younger sisters and a brother. Zoe was always there to help her parents look after her siblings, ready to cancel any plans if her parents needed a hand. Her mom and dad were deeply religious, so the family spent a lot of time at church. At some point, they moved to Dallas, where Zoe enrolled in a high school with a focus on creativity and arts. She had a passion for drawing and also enjoyed participating in school theatrical performances. In her spare time, Zoe worked at an art studio in Dallas. She also worked as a lifeguard at a local pool during a summer break. After graduating from high school, Zoe had the opportunity to attend some of the top universities in the country. However, she chose to postpone her education and dedicate some time to her church. In October 2015, when Zoe was 18, she was getting ready to go on a mission trip for her church and was eagerly anticipating the journey. On Sunday, October 11th, she planned to attend the Sunday service, where they would discuss some details of their upcoming trip. Zoe took the family minivan, promised her parents she'd be back for dinner, and left her house around 4:40 p.m. The church was only a few miles away, and her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. However, as time passed, Zoe didn't come back for dinner, which was quite unusual. They sent her several messages, but there was no response. They also tried calling her again with no luck. After some time, They started calling her friends and family members, thinking Zoe might have visited someone after the service. But none of them had seen her that evening. Finally, her parents decided to call the church. And here they encountered a rather unexpected turn of events. Zoe never showed up there. Her parents became even more worried and decided to contact the police. Such behavior was extremely unusual for their daughter. She always told them where she was going and never disappeared without any explanation. They called 911, but for some reason, the officers didn't come to their house to take a missing person report. So the parents drove to the police station themselves, filed a report, and began searching for their daughter. They retraced the entire route from home to the church several times but couldn't find any trace of Zoe. This went on almost all night, and as morning approached, her mother suddenly had an idea. She recalled that her daughter had an iPhone tracking app, which gave them access to her location. They discovered that her phone was just a few hundred yards from the church, near a small creek across the road from it. The parents immediately went to that spot. To their horror, they saw a lot of police cars, as well as an ambulance and emergency services. Approaching one of the officers, they explained they were searching for their daughter, and the officer informed them that there had been a car accident. A few hours earlier, the police received a call from a person who was walking his dog. At one point, a man approached him, said that there had been a car accident near the creek, and a woman was injured. They both ran to the scene, where the witness found this woman in a pool of blood and called 911. The police quickly identified the deceased. It was Zoe Hastings, but they immediately realized that she hadn't died as a result of the accident. It was obvious from the first look that she had been a victim of murder. Zoe lay on the ground a few hundred yards from the minivan, which was partially submerged in the creek. There was a lot of blood near her body, and police officers noticed multiple cuts on her neck. Zoe's dress was pulled up, and her underwear was rolled down, leading detectives to assume that the killer likely assaulted her. Zoe's parents tried to approach their daughter, but the officers stopped them, saying they shouldn't witness such a gruesome scene. While investigating the crime scene, officers found several clues. All the minivan doors, except the driver's, were locked. This could indicate that the perpetrator either drove the vehicle themselves or approached Zoe directly at the scene. A few yards from the creek, near an embankment under the bridge, police found a blood-covered knife, which was likely used as the murder weapon. Zoe's smartphone helped investigators establish the timeline of events. GPS data revealed that she arrived at the creek at 5:01 p.m., just 20 minutes after leaving home. And apparently, she was killed within minutes of that moment. Police also found out that after leaving home, Zoe made one stop. She went to a DVD rental service near her local Walgreens to return a movie. While experts examined the victim's body and all the available evidence, detectives decided to look for potential witnesses who were at the store or nearby at the same time as Zoe. After speaking with dozens of people, they managed to find two potential witnesses. The first was Lester Clark, who worked at a tattoo parlor next to the store. On that day, around 4:45 p.m., he went to buy cigarettes and saw a woman near the DVD rental service. Shortly after, Lester saw her returning to the parking lot and approaching a white minivan. She tried to open the door, but at that moment, a man got into the driver's seat, and they drove away. Detectives showed Lester a photo of Zoe, and he said that the woman did indeed resemble her. Despite finding the scene quite tense, he didn't think much of it as nothing obviously bad seemed to happen. The witness also provided a description of the man. He was short, heavily built, and African American. Lester was standing at a considerable distance from the parking lot, so he couldn't make out any other features. Later, as it was getting dark, he noticed the same man again walking toward the store alone. The second witness was a homeless man named Gary Whitman, who shared a similar story. Around 4:45 p.m., when he was across the street from the parking lot, he saw a woman heading toward the white minivan. Suddenly, a man approached her from behind, preventing her from getting into the car. He then took something out of his pocket and showed it to the woman. After that, she got into the car, moved to the passenger seat, while the man got into the driver's seat and drove away. Gary provided a similar description of the suspect and added that the situation struck him as highly suspicious. He went into the store and asked the clerk to call 911. However, it's unclear if the clerk complied with his request, as police found no records of this call. While investigators interviewed witnesses, experts made several discoveries. The forensic pathologist examined the victim's body and found traces of male semen, but the amount was so small that conducting a full DNA analysis was simply impossible. This only confirmed that the perpetrator had sexually assaulted the victim before the murder. Investigators also examined the victim's car and couldn't find any foreign fingerprints on either the doors or the steering wheel. Based on witness statements, the suspect could have driven Zoe away from the store parking lot in her minivan, which caught the detectives off guard. However, they didn't rule out the possibility that the killer may have simply wiped down the steering wheel and door handle after the murder. Several hairs were also found on Zoe's body, but experts couldn't extract a full DNA sample from them as they were too small. But when they examined the knife found near the crime scene, they finally had a breakthrough. A DNA sample was discovered on it, which was immediately uploaded to the FBI database, and police got a match. The sample belonged to 34-year-old Antonio Cochran. The man had a lengthy criminal history dating back to his teenage years. He had been arrested for thefts, assaults, home invasions, and was also suspected of numerous other crimes. The year before these events, in 2014, a 17-year-old daughter of his girlfriend accused Antonio of sexual assault. According to her, he offered her a ride, but once she was in the car, Antonio took her to a wooded area, threatening to kill her if she tried to escape. There, he assaulted her and the man was arrested. He claimed they had consensual sex, and the case went to court. However, during the trial, the prosecution couldn't provide enough evidence to prove his guilt, so Antonio was found not guilty. With his DNA found on the knife, police identified Antonio as the prime suspect, and he was arrested. During the interrogation, he repeatedly denied any involvement in the murder, so the detectives focused their efforts on finding more evidence. The experts took a DNA sample from Antonio and tried to compare it with the hairs and semen found on the victim's body. Since both pieces of evidence were too small to extract a full sample, experts decided to try a different type of analysis. They were able to generate an approximate profile and determine if it definitely did not match the chosen DNA. In other words, this method operates on the principle of exclusion, but it does not yield any precise results and cannot be used as proof of guilt. They compared these partial profiles from the hair and semen with the suspect's DNA and concluded that their similarity couldn't be excluded. Meanwhile, detectives examined Antonio's smartphone and found several interesting text messages. Putting them together, it became clear that on the day of the murder, he was in a very troubled state of mind. At 1:48 a.m., the day before Zoe's death, he texted a friend he lived with, saying he was moving out and he would never see him again. On the next day, at 2:07 p.m., he texted his ex-girlfriend, telling her that his stepmother had died. He mentioned she died right in front of him, and he was finding it difficult to cope with the loss. Over the next hour, Antonio texted another woman twice, stating he had been drinking all night, driving around the city, and crying. These were his final messages before Zoe's death. Later that evening, at 9:30 p.m., he texted his friend again, expressing confusion about what to do with his life and how things had recently taken a turn for the worse. The next day, he sent another message to his ex-girlfriend, saying his life was over and she would soon find out why. Examining his browser search history, detectives found that Antonio had visited local news websites over 30 times before his arrest, specifically checking the crime sections. 5 of those visits were directly related to articles about Zoe's murder. They also noticed that prior to her death, he hardly ever visited news sites. Police only found one page in his history related to gang activity. Antonio's smartphone gave the detectives another lead. Experts obtained GPS data from his cell phone provider and discovered that at 4:34 p.m., his phone connected to a tower covering the area where the store was located. This coincided with the time Zoe was there, but this data wasn't considered strong evidence. It only indicated that his phone was within a few miles of the tower. Nevertheless, it suggested that Antonio arrived in the area just minutes before Zoe left the parking lot. His home was quite far, and throughout the day, His phone had been connected to a different nearby tower. Detectives also learned that Antonio had started a new job at a grocery store just 3 days before the incident. On Monday, the day after the murder, he didn't show up for his shift without giving any explanation. Despite the extensive list of circumstantial evidence against Antonio, the only strong evidence remained the suspect's DNA on the handle of the knife. However, this could have posed a problem, as such evidence alone is often insufficient for a conviction because merely holding a knife doesn't prove the act of murder. For instance, he could have used the knife under different circumstances, and someone else might have used it to commit the crime. But detectives couldn't find any other evidence, so they decided to proceed with the case and take it to court. The prosecution presented its version of what happened that day. When Zoe returned to the parking lot to her car, Antonio approached her, pulled out a knife from his pocket, and threatened her to get in the car. He then took the driver's seat himself and drove away. Based on messages sent by the suspect before the murder, he was in a distressed emotional state due to the death of a relative and had consumed a significant amount of alcohol. According to the investigator's version, he decided to abduct the victim with the intention of assaulting her. He chose Zoe randomly because she happened to be in the parking lot at that moment, and Antonio simply saw an opportunity to commit the crime. The man drove her to a nearby creek nestled in a low-lying area surrounded by trees, making it difficult to see from any direction. There, he forced the victim out of the car, assaulted her, and inflicted 6 stab wounds to her neck area. He then got back into the car and attempted to drive it into the creek, possibly to conceal any remaining evidence in the vehicle. However, the car only partially submerged in the water, so Antonio could have wiped the steering wheel and door handle clean of his fingerprints and fled the scene. According to the testimony of the first witness, he saw a similar-looking man returning to the store's parking lot on foot that evening. The defense argued that the majority of the evidence could hardly be considered even circumstantial. For instance, the partial analysis of hair and semen only indicated that Antonio couldn't be excluded as the source of these samples but didn't conclusively prove his involvement. Regarding the DNA on the knife, the defense seized upon the fact that this evidence alone didn't establish the fact of the murder. According to their version, Antonio could have come into contact with the knife under different circumstances. Before working at the store, he had a job at a movie theater where he sometimes had to collect various items left behind by visitors, including knives. But no evidence was found to support this version. Moreover, if someone else had taken the knife from the theater and used it to commit the murder, they would have had to somehow avoid erasing Antonio's DNA from the handle, which would have been quite a challenging task. The defense also attempted to challenge the credibility of the second witness, the homeless man Gary. It turned out that he had an active arrest warrant in his name for violating the conditions of his parole. The defense tried to use this fact to exclude his testimony from the case files, but the prosecution objected. In their view, the fact that a person with an active arrest warrant voluntarily came into contact with the police indicated that he genuinely wanted to help. Gary himself stated that he was just trying to do the right thing, knowing that he would be arrested because of it. Antonio's lawyers also tried to convince the jury that at the time of Zoe's murder, their client was elsewhere helping a friend, but no substantial evidence supporting this version was presented. Initially, the prosecution sought the death penalty for Antonio, but during the trial, it became clear that with the available evidence, this would be highly problematic. Therefore, they abandoned these plans. After prolonged deliberation, the jurors eventually found Antonio guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Zoe's parents thanked the investigators and all the participants in the trial for achieving justice for their daughter. Her father also shared that from a young age, he had warned all his children about the dangers the world might pose to them. He had exerted all his efforts to protect them, but his eldest daughter was abducted just a few hundred yards from their home, and he couldn't do anything to prevent it. The case of Angie Dodge. Angie Dodge, who worked as a sales clerk at a cosmetics store in the summer of 1996, had just bought her first apartment in Idaho Falls and moved out of her mother Carol's house. In her neighborhood, everyone knew each other, and doors were rarely locked. The area was quiet and prosperous. However, Angie had only lived in her new apartment for 3 weeks, and she could not have foreseen what was about to happen. Angie and her mother had a strained relationship, often arguing. Carol believed that her daughter had grown up and wanted to be independent and that she did not need to control Angie. On Thursday, June 13, 1996, Angie was supposed to go to work at the cosmetic store, but she never showed up. Worried, a friend went to check on her at her apartment. When he arrived around 11 a.m., he found the door unlocked. When he entered, he discovered Angie lying on the floor with multiple injuries and immediately called 911 for help. Police quickly arrived at the crime scene and found no signs of forced entry into the apartment. They also discovered that Angie had fought for her life. She had been abused and stabbed multiple times. Her mother Carol was devastated by the tragedy that had befallen her family. Police were able to collect a semen sample from the attacker, providing DNA evidence. They then began collecting DNA samples from local men and interviewed Angie's friends and acquaintances, including 20-year-old Chris Tap. Chris initially denied any involvement, but under pressure from the police, he admitted that he, Angie, and 2 other friends had been in her apartment on the night of the incident. A fight broke out, and one of the men attacked Angie with a knife. During this time, Chris held her down to prevent her from escaping. Chris Tap was arrested, but throughout the trial he maintained his innocence. He alleged that another man named Mike was responsible for Angie's death. Chris's DNA did not match that of the real attacker. However, on May 28, 1998, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Although Chris Tap was in custody, Angie Dodge's case remained unsolved because the DNA found at the crime scene did not match Chris Tap. Police spent time trying to identify the source of the DNA, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The case died down. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, was determined to find justice for her daughter. She believed that the real culprit was still at large. In February 2009, DNA evidence collected from Angie's apartment was sent to the National Crime Database, but no matches were found. Carol then consulted a DNA expert who advised her on a new technique called familial DNA searching. This method allows police to search databases of convicted criminals to identify relatives who may have similar DNA. Carol went to the Idaho Falls Police Department and the district attorney's office reporting her plan and asking for police help. The police were interested in Carol's suggestion. In the summer of 2014, police officer Patrick McKenna searched a public DNA database from a major genealogy company called Genealogy. He discovered that a DNA sample in the database matched 97% of the DNA found at the crime scene. Patrick believed he had identified a relative of the suspect. The police then obtained a search warrant to discover the identity of this relative, later identifying him as Michael Ussery Jr. In December 2014, more than 18 years after Angie Dodge's death, police went to Michael's home in New Orleans. They asked him if he had ever been to Idaho Falls. Michael replied that when he was 19, he had gone to Idaho Falls to visit friends. The police then obtained a warrant and collected a DNA sample from Michael. He felt uncomfortable with the situation and asked for a lawyer. Michael searched online for information about the Angie Dodge case, and what he found scared him. He became concerned about what the police might do next and began staying home instead of going out. He believed that his phone calls and online activities were being monitored. Although he knew he was innocent and had nothing to do with the case, he began to suspect that his father might be the one who committed the crime. Michael participated in a genealogy project at their local church, and his DNA appeared in a public database. A genealogy company called Genealogy later purchased the database, leading to the police finding a match. On January 1335, Michael Ussery Jr. received an email with the results of his DNA test confirming that his DNA did not match that of the criminal, clearing him of all suspicion. The genealogy company, which had lost the trust of its customers due to security issues, then made its database private, which was no longer available to the public. Michael later created a documentary about his experience. Angie's mother, Carol Dodge, then contacted Michael to discuss an important matter. When they met, Carol asked Michael to write down the names of all of his relatives on his father's side. Carol and Michael grew closer when he decided to help her find the criminal who had caused her grief. He created a family tree on a piece of paper, revealing that Michael's grandfather had 6 brothers. However, it was also possible that some of the relatives were illegitimate. By this time, Chris Tap had been in prison for nearly 20 years when the Angie Dodge case again attracted media attention. Reporters contacted him, and upon viewing a 20-year-old interrogation video, Chris claimed that his confession was false, stating that the police had forced him to confess on camera. Carol, Angie's mother, does not believe that Chris Tap was responsible for her daughter's death. More than 20 years later, Carol is still working to find the real killer. Mike Heavey, a retired Supreme Court judge, believed that Chris was innocent and spent 4 years trying to prove it. After watching the interrogation videos, he realized that Chris seemed to be unaware of important details. Mike Heavey concluded that Chris was forced to change his story 6 times during 9 interrogations. Although the police recorded all 7 polygraph tests, no one took the time to review the recordings. Mike Heavey, along with a polygraph expert, believes that the polygraph tests were used to coerce Chris into lying. The police broke protocol during the polygraph test by threatening Chris with a gas chamber, believing it would not be detected. Mike Heavey reviewed the evidence and determined that Chris had been manipulated and coerced into confessing to a crime he did not commit. Mike Heavey hoped that the polygraph recordings he found would be enough to grant Chris Tap a new trial. In March 2017, Chris Tap was 1 hearing away from a decision that his attorney believed could lead to his release. However, the sheriff argued that Chris's testimony, coupled with the absence of his DNA at the crime scene, did not prove his innocence. The district attorney's office proposed a plea deal. Chris would maintain the charges related to Angie's death, but the conviction for Angie's abuse would be dismissed. His sentence would be reduced by 10 years, allowing him to be released immediately since he had already served 20 years and could be eligible for parole. Chris Tap accepted the deal and was released in 2017 after serving 2 decades in prison. After his release, Chris Tap found a job, got married, and began living a normal life. Meanwhile, Carol continued to search for the real criminal. She believed that modern technology would help her solve Angie's case. On May 1639, the sheriff announced that they had arrested a man whose DNA matched the DNA found at the crime scene. Genetic genealogist C.C. Moore and her lab have made significant progress in solving cases through genealogy and public databases. Angie's case was the 56th they solved, and they successfully traced a family tree that identified the real criminal who was connected to the Usry family. The police secretly collected DNA from the men by following them for days and searching for discarded items such as cigarette butts, soda cans, or plastic straws. They took DNA samples from all 6 men, but the results were surprising. None of the samples matched the DNA from the crime scene. Police began investigating the family's children who were not listed in the family tree. They later identified a man named Brian Drips. The police discovered that they had interviewed Brian at the beginning of the investigation into the Angie Dodge case. He lived just across the street from Angie's house. When Carol Dodge heard this, she exclaimed that it took her 23 years to find him, and he lived right across the street. The first 25 pages of the investigation detail the interrogation process, but the criminal report indicates that on the day of the tragedy, a young officer conducted a brief interview with Brian. He claimed he knew nothing about the incident and did not hear anything from his neighbor. The police did not ask him to undergo a DNA test. About 7 weeks after the tragedy, Brian moved from Idaho Falls to a new apartment. Later, the police located him and discreetly collected a cigarette filter that he discarded near his residence. His DNA matched the DNA found at the scene of the tragedy with 100% accuracy. Brian was brought in for questioning and appeared very nervous, with shaking hands. For hours, he denied any involvement in Angie's death. However, when the police informed him that his DNA was found at the crime scene, his demeanor changed significantly. Ultimately, Brian admitted that he was involved in the case and acted alone, which meant that Chris Tap could not have been present. 2 months after Brian's arrest, Chris faced a retrial and was completely exonerated. In October 2020, Chris Tap filed a lawsuit against the city of Idaho Falls and the Idaho Falls Police Department. The The city agreed to pay Chris $12 million in compensation for the 20 years he spent in prison before being exonerated. Chris acknowledged that no amount of money could compensate for the more than 20 years he spent in prison for a crime he did not commit. But life goes on, and he continues to move forward. In 2021, during the trial, 56-year-old Brian Dripps pleaded guilty to the abuse and murder of Angie Dodge. He confessed that he was drunk and using illegal drugs that night. Brian Dripps was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years, meaning he could be released at the age of 76. Tanya McKinley was born on January 25, 1961, in the small American town of Milton, Florida. Growing up in a loving family, she shared a close bond with her older sister. They enjoyed playing outside together, skateboarding, and bowling. After finishing high school, Tanya decided to move to Pensacola, about 25 miles away from her hometown. She wanted to explore the medical field and focused on one of the quickest professions to enter, a medical transcriptionist. No medical degree was required to become one. All Tanya needed was to attend special courses. Her cousin, Vanetta, chose to relocate with her, and the two women shared an apartment to save on rent. Soon after moving, Tanya met a guy named Tim, and they began dating. Eventually, they moved in together, and in 1983, their son, Timothy, was born. While Tanya was thrilled to become a mother, her relationship with Tim wasn't perfect. They argued quite often. 84, Tanya temporarily moved in with her cousin, who by that time had a husband and 2 children. Tanya planned to find a place of her own and move out as soon as she gets the opportunity. On December 30th, and move out as soon as she gets the opportunity. On December 31st, Tanya, along with Vanita and her husband, decided to celebrate New Year's Eve at a local bar. They left their kids at a late-night daycare and set off to ring in the new year. They had a lively evening, filled with laughter and dancing. Tanya also saw a lot of familiar faces at the bar. When midnight struck, they welcomed the new year of 1985, and Vanetta, with her husband, prepared to head home. The daycare where they had left their children was closing at 1 a.m., giving them just 1 hour to pick them up. But Tanya wanted to stay at the bar a little longer. Given that her sole focus had been on work and caring for her son for the past 2 years, this was her only opportunity to unwind and relax, so she didn't want to miss it. Tanya asked her sister to pick up her son from the daycare, and Vanita agreed. Since they lived together and Vanita had to collect her own kids, it wasn't a problem. Before parting ways, Vanita asked Tanya how she planned to get home since they had arrived at the bar in their car. But Tanya assured her that she would easily find someone to give her a ride, considering the fact that there were many familiar faces at the bar. On the morning of January 1st, Vanita woke up and, to her surprise, realized that Tanya had not returned yet. It seemed odd since she should have been back long ago. Vanita thought that Tanya might have gone to stay with one of her friends, so she wasn't overly concerned initially. But everything changed soon after. Vanetta's worried mother-in-law knocked on their door, delivering the shocking news: Tanya had been found dead. That night, around 3 a.m., a Pensacola resident and her daughter headed to a vet clinic due to some urgent health issues with their dog. However, as the woman left home, her daughter noticed something strange on the roadside. She thought it was a mannequin and mentioned it to her mother. The woman decided to take a closer look and was horrified to realize it was a human body. She immediately returned home and called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and found the body of a young woman lying in an empty lot near the road. Her tights were pulled down, the dress was lifted, and her shoes were missing. Next to the victim, they discovered a blue towel with red stains resembling blood. Police identified the deceased as 23-year-old Tanya McKinley. A few streets away, they discovered her shoes, along with a purse containing an ID in her name. The body was handed over to medical experts while investigators continued to examine the crime scene. It was quickly established that the victim was likely killed elsewhere. There was no blood near her body except for the towel stains, and there were traces on the ground indicating that the body had been dragged from the road towards the roadside. On the towel and the victim's body, police found their first potential leads. There were several human hairs as well as pubic hairs and dog fur. They assumed that the first 2 samples belonged to the killer, possibly someone with a dog. Medical experts determined that Tanya suffered a blow to the head with a heavy object, but the cause of death was strangulation. They also confirmed that the victim had been sexually assaulted. The experts collected a semen sample from her body, but in those years, DNA analysis had not yet become widely used in forensics. All they could establish was that the suspect had type B blood. Considering that these clues didn't lead about the issues in their relationship and constant arguments, both before and after the birth of their son. It turned out that when Tanya decided to end the relationship, Tim was against it. He didn't want to part ways with Tanya and continued trying to persuade her. Tim consistently called Tanya, visited her, and behaved as if he couldn't accept the breakup. Investigators considered that on New Year's Eve, Tim might have followed Tanya to the bar, leading to a confrontation that ended in murder. They brought the man in for questioning, but he denied any involvement. Tim also agreed to provide hair samples. Although experts couldn't extract DNA from them, they were able to compare the hairs under a microscope, which would have been sufficient enough to establish similarity. However, Tim's hair significantly differed from those found on the victim's body and the towel. Based on this fact, he was temporarily ruled out as a suspect. After that, detectives turned their attention to everyone who was present at the bar on New Year's Eve. They questioned Vanita about any individuals who might have behaved strangely or aggressively towards Tanya, but she insisted that the evening had passed without any incidents and proceeded very well. The police also discovered that after breaking up with her boyfriend, Tanya briefly dated a man named Kurt. He happened to be the bartender at the same bar where she celebrated the New Year, and it was his shift that night. They spoke with Kurt, but he claimed no involvement in the murder. According to him, after finishing his shift, he went to a New Year's party with friends. Investigators interviewed his friends, leading to an intriguing discovery. They confirmed Kurt's presence at the party, but said that he didn't arrive immediately after ending his shift at the bar. Gathering all the testimonies, police concluded that theoretically, Kurt had enough time to commit the crime. Through multiple interviews with individuals from the bar, detectives determined that Tanya was last seen alive at 1:15 a.m. However, no one witnessed her leaving the bar. The police also interviewed residents in the area where the body was found. One family recalled driving by that spot around 2 a.m. and stated they were certain there was no body. Investigators established that Tanya was killed within a little over an hour and a half from the last time she was seen alive, and Kurt didn't have a solid alibi during this specific time frame. He agreed to a polygraph test, and the results were inconclusive, showing deceptive answers to some questions. But the lab experts determined that Kurt's blood type did not match the blood type of the killer as identified from the semen sample, so the man was eliminated from the list of suspects. Police continued their search for other potential suspects, but their efforts led to dead ends. The analysis of the killer's semen wasn't possible, and they lacked any substantial evidence or witnesses, quickly hitting a dead end in this case. The only thing investigators were nearly certain of was that the perpetrator must have lived in the area where the body was found. This location was secluded from main roads, situated at the edge of an extensive residential area. Police doubted that an unfamiliar perpetrator would go there with the victim's body in a car without any knowledge of the area. Since then, the case remained unsolved for many years. Timothy, who was only 18 old when his mother died, was raised by his father and Tanya's family. They all decided to shield the child from the truth about what happened to his mother. As he grew older, relatives told him that Tanya had died in a car accident. This continued until he turned 14. With Christmas approaching, the boy grew curious about the gift his father had prepared for him. Timothy decided to search through his father's closet only to stumble upon something far more chilling than a mere present. He found a letter written by his father addressed to the popular TV host, Montel Williams. In the letter, the man asked him to mention the unsolved murder of Tanya, hoping that the publicity would help move the case forward. Timothy read detailed accounts of the murder in the letter, and that's how he learned the true fate of his mother. In the early 2000s, the local police department reopened Tanya's case, hoping that advancements in DNA analysis would help identify the killer, so they sent all available evidence to the laboratory. Upon examination, experts concluded that the blood on the blue towel found near the body did not belong to Tanya, but to an unknown man. They obtained his DNA profile and uploaded it to the FBI database, but there are no matches. The case went cold again until it was reopened in 2015, exactly 30 years after the murder. The killer's DNA still had not appeared in the FBI database, prompting detectives to try a different approach. Modern tools allowed them to search not only for exact matches, but also for partial ones. They considered the possibility that the database might contain relatives of the killer, which could lead them to the suspect. They began to search and eventually narrowed their focus to a specific individual from the FBI database. His DNA shared some patterns with a sample from Tanya's killer, but the resemblance was relatively weak. Police delved into his family background, even reaching out to his relatives. They agreed to assist and even provided their DNA samples for comparison. After examining the samples, experts reached a disheartening conclusion. They found that this family had no connection to the suspect, leading the detectives once again with no substantial leads. In 2018, journalist Tony Adam took an interest in this case. Despite not specializing in crime, his personal interest in this subject drew him to the unsolved murder of Tanya. He wanted to help and reached out to the investigators handling the case. Detectives approached his willingness to help with a degree of skepticism. While an experienced journalist, Tony had no background in criminal investigations. However, given the lack of progress in the case, police figured he couldn't make things worse. The journalist joined the investigation and established connections with Tanya's family. They could see his genuine interest in resolving the case and the significant effort he was putting into it. For instance, he worked to garner media coverage for the case, bringing additional attention to it. He also brought a fresh perspective to an investigation that had lingered for over 3 decades. A year later, in 2019, detectives decided to make another attempt to find the killer's relatives. This time, they sought assistance from Parabon, a company specializing in genetic genealogy. In their previous attempt, investigators had only looked for potential relatives through the FBI database, which contained samples from various criminals. However, Parabon examined public genetic databases significantly broader in scope. Anyone could upload their DNA sample to these databases for purposes such as finding relatives or exploring their ancestry. Experts diligently worked through potential relatives of the killer, methodically examining their family trees to identify someone fitting the criteria of their suspect. They sought a man who, in 1985, was old enough to commit the crime and lived in the area. This process took almost a year, presenting an incredibly challenging task for the experts. However, in February 2020, they finally identified a man who theoretically could be the killer. It was 57-year-old Daniel Wells, who lived in the same city at the time of the murder. Detectives delved into his background and found that Wells had come to the attention of the police several times. In the late 80s, he was arrested for assault and later for indecent exposure. As of 2020, Daniel continued to live in Pensacola working as a carpenter with a wife and children. But detectives needed a sample of his DNA for a direct comparison with the killer's profile to establish his potential connection to this murder. Due to the absence of any solid evidence, police proceeded cautiously with Daniel, fearing he might flee once he realized he had been identified. They put him under surveillance and soon, the police got an opportunity to obtain his DNA. Daniel threw a cigarette butt out of his car window near his workplace. Investigators seized it and immediately sent it to the lab. Experts extracted DNA from the saliva on the filter and compared it with the killer's DNA from Tanya's case. The result showed a perfect match. 35 later, the police finally identified the perpetrator, and on the same day, he was arrested. Despite having the results of his DNA analysis, investigators wanted to obtain a confession from Daniel, so they chose to proceed cautiously and refrain from revealing all their evidence at once. They asked patrol officers to pull over the suspect's car under the pretext of a standard ID check. Detectives then approached Daniel and told him that he needed to go to the station with them. They deliberately withheld any additional information, keeping him in suspense. During questioning, Investigators slowly directed the conversation towards Tanya's murder, asking about Daniel's whereabouts that night. Initially, he denied ever knowing the woman, and that's when detectives revealed that his DNA was found at the crime scene. Daniel continued to deny everything but grew increasingly nervous with each question. Detectives emphasized the undebatable nature of the DNA results, leaving him no chance of avoiding consequences. They made it clear that the only way to ease his situation was to confess. And it worked. At some point, Daniel began to speak. Initially, he tried to justify the presence of his DNA by suggesting that he might have had sex with Tanya on that night. But detectives didn't believe this version and continued to demand the truth. And eventually, Daniel confessed to killing Tanya on that New Year's Eve. However, his story raised some serious questions. He admitted to being at the bar where he met Tanya, who mentioned she was looking for a ride home, so Daniel offered to help. According to his story, they went to his house where they drank and engaged in consensual intimate intercourse. But then, an argument erupted between the two, and Daniel claimed he can't remember the cause of it. The situation escalated to the point where Daniel, in a fit of rage, grabbed a heavy wooden cutting board and struck Tanya on the head. Realizing she had died, he panicked. Daniel took her body to the location where it would later be discovered and left it there. On his way back, he disposed of her belongings and returned home. When asked about the dog hairs found on the victim's clothes and towel, he explained that his roommate had a black Labrador, and those hairs were indeed black. Daniel's story sounded like an attempt to minimize his own responsibility. It was hard to believe that Tanya willingly engaged in consensual sex with him, only to have such a severe argument minutes later that led to her death. He also claimed that she died after the blow to the head. However, medical experts had undeniable evidence that the cause of death was strangulation. A more plausible scenario would be that Daniel attempted to assault Tanya and she resisted. He then struck her on the head but quickly realized she was still alive, leading him to strangle her. Despite the fact that the suspect's confession probably didn't align with the actual events, the detectives had everything they needed. Daniel was arrested on charges of murder and placed in custody. Right after that, investigators contacted Tanya's relatives, including her son, to deliver the long-awaited news. Timothy couldn't hold back his tears and thanked the police for finally finding his mother's killer. However, Daniel wasn't destined to face a judge and serve time for his actions. Just 2 weeks after his arrest, his lifeless body was discovered in his cell. The examination indicated that he had taken his own life. Tanya's relatives were disappointed by the fact that the murderer had escaped the prospect of spending decades behind bars. Nevertheless, in the end, they found some closure in knowing that after 35 long years, the case was finally solved. The case of Emily Murray. Emily Murray is a college student. She was born on February 19, 1980 in Sleepy Hollow, New York. Emily lives with her parents and 3 siblings, 2 sisters and a brother. They are very close and are in constant contact with each other. Emily's father works as the director of a science center. Thanks to his job, her family lives comfortably and can afford everything they need. Emily is a gifted student with a great passion for science, especially medicine and philosophy. In addition, she is a devout Christian, like her family. Since she was a child, she has helped her parents and found ways to earn money, but she often donates what she earns to charity, leaving very little for herself. After graduating from high school, Emily enrolled in Kenyon College to continue her studies. She focuses on philosophy and hopes to work for the church and participate in various missionary activities. During this time, she also traveled to Italy, New Zealand, and Japan, with each trip related to her church charity work. In February, Emily entered her 3rd year of college, where she studied hard and got closer to her dream. She was actively involved in church activities and participated in youth ministry. She also envisioned a large family, imagining herself with her future husband and their children. Tragically, no one expected her life to end so suddenly. On November 3, 2000, at the college Emily attended, her roommates woke up to find that she had disappeared. The girls remembered that Emily could sometimes get caught up in her work, as there were times when she stayed late to finish an important project with a friend. Emily had worked a shift at a restaurant the night before, leading to speculation that she might have stayed late and then gone straight to college to study. Her roommates, therefore, continued their normal routine, going to work and continuing their studies, expecting to see Emily later. However, she did not return that night, and they became increasingly concerned when she failed to show up at the planned party. A few days earlier, Emily had gone to the local supermarket and bought all the necessary items, indicating that she intended to attend. Emily's friends were worried and contacted Emily's sister to check if Emily had returned to her family. However, Emily's sister said that she had not returned home either. Her sister called her parents to report that Emily was missing. It had been nearly 24 hours since Emily had gone missing, and her parents were distraught when they learned of the situation. Despite their efforts, Emily's friends were unable to find any useful information. Just a few hours after her sister's call, Emily's parents got in their car and drove to her school. At that time, a group of volunteers, including dozens of students, had searched the area for Emily, but found no trace. It was also confirmed that Emily's car was missing along with her. Emily's parents went to the university security office to report their daughter's disappearance. However, they were disappointed to find that the staff did not care. The staff assumed she was just out for the night and said that their daughter would be back soon. The family believed that this was not Emily's normal behavior, as she always informed them of her plans. Not a day went by without her contacting family and friends. Now, she was unusually quiet and ignored all attempts to reach her. Emily's roommates accompanied the family to the security office, and all three emphasized that this behavior was unusual for Emily. All of Emily's belongings were still in her room, including her bank checks and a wallet full of documents and cards. This suggested that she had no intention of leaving for a long time. All of her textbooks were also left behind. Finally, the security staff agreed that a search was necessary. They decided to start by thoroughly searching Emily's room. However, they found nothing suspicious. As a result, they created a missing persons notice and began distributing flyers to students on campus. Meanwhile, Emily's family contacted the sheriff's office to report their daughter missing. The police carefully reviewed all the details surrounding Emily's disappearance and checked her room. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they began tracking her down from the evening she went missing. Emily worked at a restaurant near her school. Its proximity to the school and diverse menu made it a popular hangout for students. The restaurant was open until 2 a.m. every night, attracting a large crowd of young people. However, the police quickly realized that the late-night schedule could attract potentially dangerous individuals. Local girls knew that it was unsafe to go to the restaurant alone at night because of the many drunk and rowdy. On November 1st, Emily was working her last shift at the establishment. She was well liked by everyone for her positive attitude and friendly demeanor. The police compiled a list of everyone present, as these people were likely the last witnesses to see Emily. They could provide information for the search or report any suspicious activity that night. The restaurant closed at 2 a.m. as usual. Most of the customers had left, but Emily and a few other employees stayed behind to finish their work and clean up. Among the employees was Emily's friend, a waitress, who worked with her at the restaurant. Emily's time card showed that she finished her shift at 3:07 a.m. and left the restaurant. This was confirmed by Gregory Mcnite, a chef who had left earlier that night as scheduled by the staff. The staff working in the store said that at around 3 a.m., they all finished their work and started to go home. Emily's parents were frustrated by the slow pace of the investigation. Despite the collection of valuable evidence suggesting many leads to follow, some believed that Emily might have left on her own. When the police inquired about her mental health, they discovered that although she had been depressed in recent years, she did not have any serious mental health issues. This depression may have been related to her heavy responsibilities at school and work, as well as her recent breakup with her boyfriend, which further affected Emily's emotional state. After gathering all the information, the police searched Emily's dorm room. They found notes from her that contained some contradictory statements, leading them to question whether she might have taken her own life due to her depression. Emily could have made such a decision because of her mental condition. However, her family and friends dismissed this idea. They explained that during her bouts of depression, she behaved quite differently. Specifically, during those difficult times, she would cut off contact with her family and become very withdrawn, and this withdrawal increased over time. But now, things were different. Before her disappearance, she showed no signs of distress. She was still sociable, full of energy, and maintained relationships with others. In fact, she seemed fine and felt inspired by her work. The police spoke to Emily's friends who confirmed that she had been doing well recently. She was no longer troubled by her breakup with her ex-boyfriend and had even stopped taking the antidepressants prescribed by her doctor. Her life had improved, and she felt no need to continue the medication. During the investigation, the police found no useful information or leads. They decided to contact the FBI for assistance. The police suspected that if Emily had been kidnapped, she might have been taken across state lines. But this investigation also yielded no results. The police then spoke with Emily's ex-boyfriend. Friends described their relationship as loving, but often filled with conflict. Eventually, the couple realized they were not compatible and decided to break up. The police discovered that her ex had attended a party on the night of her disappearance. Multiple witnesses confirmed that he and Emily had been seen together. He was one of the last people to leave the restaurant in the early morning, along with other partygoers. While he may have watched over Emily's friend, there was no evidence that he intended to harm her. Throughout the evening, he spent time with Emily as a friend. During police questioning, her ex provided a verified alibi. He had left with friends and traveled to another city, quickly eliminating him from the suspect list. The police then focused on Emily's co-workers at the restaurant. Several employees noted that one co-worker had feelings for Emily and wanted to pursue a relationship with her, but she had rejected him. He was summoned to the police station for questioning, where he denied any wrongdoing, insisting that he was only friends with Emily. He mentioned that they had talked a lot the night before she went missing, as he rarely saw her compared to the other employees. Before leaving the restaurant at 11 p.m., he wished Emily well and rushed to a concert for which he had tickets. His alibi was confirmed, and he was no longer considered a suspect. The next suspect was Dave. Several girls reported that he had difficulty communicating with women. He often tried to pursue a relationship with a co-worker but was rude, making many people feel uncomfortable. Dave was eventually fired from the restaurant because of his aggressive behavior. The restaurant manager, Gregory Mcnite, mentioned that he had heard about Dave making inappropriate comments to other employees. Gregory found Dave's behavior suspicious and reported it to the police, thinking it might be related to Emily's disappearance. However, witnesses stated that no one had seen Dave at the restaurant the night Emily went missing. Due to his suspicious behavior, the police decided to continue investigating him. They suspected that he may have been following Emily, possibly waiting for her after her shift while hiding on the street. He was taken to the police station for questioning, where he provided an alibi that was corroborated by several witnesses, leading to his removal from the suspect list. The investigation was then suspended due to a lack of solid evidence, as all avenues of investigation had proven fruitless. Each suspect had a credible alibi. Police believe that Emily may have either escaped or taken her own life. However, they require more evidence to support this theory. In the meantime, some of Emily's close friends disagree with these possibilities. As time went on, days passed without any sign of Emily. The university campus was covered with missing person flyers featuring her picture. While everyone believed she was missing, the police realized that the crucial 48-hour window to find her alive had passed. However, the investigation was still ongoing. The family did not receive any demands from the kidnappers. There were no calls or ransom demands, so the possibility of her being kidnapped was dismissed. Due to the uncertain safety conditions at the school, students were asked to walk in pairs. To address the dangerous situation, security forces were assigned to accompany students on campus. For Emily's family, this was the most difficult period filled with constant fear and anxiety. Her parents could not eat or sleep. They desperately searched for information about their daughter's whereabouts, but all their efforts were unsuccessful. An important discovery redirected the investigation. A month before Emily went missing, Ronald had a minor traffic accident. After the accident, the other driver got out of the car to check the damage and assist Ronald. During this time, Ronald discovered that the driver who caused the accident had several guns in the trunk of his car, which had been opened by the collision. Concerned, Ronald decided to call the police and report the incident. 2 months passed, and on December 9, 2000, officers from the sheriff's office were dispatched to a trailer park. They were supposed to inform the driver of the accident from October that he was being charged with complicity in a burglary. Thanks to Ronald's testimony, they were able to solve a series of crimes. The officers went to the address where the car's owner was registered, but found no one there. The trailer appeared to be abandoned, and next to it they found several cars in poor condition. However, before leaving, the officers noticed another car behind the man's house that stood out from the others because it was new. The car was checked against the database, and the police discovered that it was a green car that belonged to another vehicle that was also listed as missing. Officers passed this information on to the police investigating Emily's disappearance. The most surprising aspect for the police was the identity of the owner of the trailer where Emily's car was discovered. The trailer belonged to Gregory Mcnite, a chef at the restaurant where Emily worked, who had previously tried to blame his co-workers for her disappearance. The police then obtained a search warrant for the trailer. An officer entered through a window and immediately noticed a terrible smell of decay. Inside, they found bloodstains, and upon further investigation, discovered Emily Murray's body wrapped in a rug. An autopsy confirmed that she had died from a gunshot wound to the right side of her head. More than a month had passed since Emily's disappearance, and now the investigation had to inform her family of the tragic outcome. Gregory Mcnite, the prime suspect, was quickly arrested and questioned. He answered briefly and vaguely and appeared very guarded, as if he were closely monitoring what he said. When the police informed Gregory that they had discovered a body in a missing car, he stopped cooperating and requested a lawyer. The situation was made easier by the fact that Gregory was already wanted for burglary, which meant he could not evade arrest and could be held while the details of Emily's death were investigated. The trailer was thoroughly examined, revealing bloodstains and a bullet hole in the bodywork, which a forensic scientist identified as the scene of the murder. By this point, there was enough evidence to conclude that Emily had been murdered in Gregory's trailer. The forensic expert would need to provide a detailed report after the autopsy. The investigation continued, and after 2 days, a major discovery was made. Forensic scientists searched the area around the trailer for a murder weapon and decided to examine a nearby well. Instead of finding a murder weapon, they discovered a human skeleton. This skeleton appeared to belong to an older person, probably a male. The identity of this second victim remains unknown. Prior to these events, a young man named Gregory Julius had gone missing in the area. A forensic expert verified this connection. The details of his disappearance matched those of Emily's case. He had been reported missing about 6 months earlier in a nearby town. According to his girlfriend, Gregory Julius had left home to attend a college party with a friend named Gregory Mcnite. He was the last person known to have seen Gregory Julius alive, and Gregory Mcnite was called to the station for questioning. During questioning, Gregory Mcnite stated that he did not know where his friend was. At this point, a search was underway for the missing man. He said that he had attended a party with his friend, Gregory Julius. However, he claimed that they had parted ways after the party and that he had not seen Gregory Julius since then. The police found no evidence that Gregory Mcnite was involved in his friend's disappearance, so he was released. Gregory Julius's girlfriend recognized the clothing found on the body as belonging to him, and the medical examiner confirmed the identity of the body as indeed being Gregory Julius. Due to these new developments, Gregory Mcnite was questioned again. He gave brief answers, carefully choosing his words, and avoided providing any substantial information. The police suspected that he was lying and hiding something, apparently trying to buy time. However, the police had strong evidence against him, as they discovered not only a body but also several bags of Gregory Julius's belongings in his trailer. Gregory Mcnite was born into a dysfunctional family and grew up in Quincy, New York. At the age of 15, He was convicted of murdering a resident during a robbery and was sent to a juvenile detention facility. After his release, he married his wife, a former employee of the correctional facility where he had been held. The couple initially lived in his wife's mother's house before purchasing a trailer in Ray, Ohio. His wife said she suspected he was involved in Emily's kidnapping because he had become anxious and exhibited unusual behavior after Emily's disappearance. Despite her concerns, she tried to hold on to hope that her husband was not involved in the case. With this information, the police began to suspect that they were dealing with a dangerous killer. The prosecution collected all the items taken from Gregory Mcnite's home, specifically a shovel, pruning shears, an axe, and a hunting knife. These items were sent for testing and found to have traces of Gregory Julius's DNA on them. The prosecutor sought the death penalty for Emily's murder. However, the judge ruled that the county, being the poorest and least populous in the state, could not afford a death penalty trial and could not guarantee that Gregory Mcnite would receive a fair trial. As a result, the case was moved to another county, causing administrative delays. The trial did not begin until February 2002. During the trial, multiple witnesses testified that Gregory Mcnite had secret romantic feelings for Emily, suggesting that he may have been obsessed with her. Although he appeared to have suppressed those feelings, Gregory Mcnite often defended Emily when other boys bothered her. Generally, he seemed to be a friendly person. The restaurant's bartender mentioned that after Emily went missing, Gregory Mcnite told him that he felt she was dead. Other co-workers noted that Gregory Mcnite was seen leaving with Emily that night. The prosecution argued that Gregory Mcnite knew it was Emily's last shift at the restaurant, which prompted his actions. They believed he met her after work and may have given her a ride home. During that ride, he confessed his feelings for Emily, but when she rejected him, he kidnapped her and then murdered her. Unlike the Emily Murray case, there were fewer witnesses in the Gregory Julius case. Evidence was also limited, but new information emerged during the investigation. It was discovered that the car driven by Gregory Julius had been sold shortly after his disappearance. Gregory Mcnite's car was identified, and blood found in the back seat matched Gregory Julius's DNA, implicating Gregory Mcnite in Gregory Julius's death. However, the motive for killing Gregory Julius remained unclear. With the evidence being so strong, the attorneys did not attempt to argue that Gregory Mcnite was innocent and instead chose a different strategy. The defense argued that Gregory Mcnite was struggling with mental health issues, claiming that he was unable to control his actions. Additionally, they argued that the victim, Emily, was mentally unstable and was contemplating ending her life, asserting that Gregory Mcnite had helped her do so. This notion angered Emily's parents, who were deeply offended by the attorney's argument, as Emily was deeply religious and would never choose to end her life voluntarily. Despite the defense's various tactics, the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution. Gregory Mcnite was convicted of first-degree murder for Emily's death, as well as kidnapping and burglary. He faces the death penalty. Emily's family is religious and opposed to the death penalty. However, Gregory Mcnite was sentenced to death by lethal injection for the murder of Emily, along with a life sentence for the murder of Gregory Julius, 10 years for kidnapping, and 1.5 years for burglary. After his conviction, he filed several appeals, all of which were unsuccessful. More than 20 years have passed, but Gregory Mcnite is still alive. He expressed his desire to be executed, stating that he wanted to die for his crimes, but later changed his mind. In 2020, Gregory Mcnite began arguing that his sentence was unjust due to racial bias in his trial. He alleged that the all-white jury treated him unfairly and insulted him. Emily's parents remain confused about why Gregory Mcnite killed their daughter and do not believe his assertions of his obsession with her. They felt that Gregory Mcnite harbored resentment towards the college students he worked with at the restaurant, many of whom came from wealthy families, including Emily, whom he chose to take revenge on. However, because of their religious beliefs, Emily's parents believed that her death was not in vain, as it led to the arrest of Gregory Mcnite and held him accountable for all the sins he committed, ultimately saving the lives of others. In honor of Emily, they planted a tree near the university. Every year on November 2nd and on her birthday, they release a red balloon into the sky in her memory. The family also plans to scatter the rest of Emily's ashes, which are currently kept in an urn at home. The first half of her ashes was buried in the church cemetery. Kayle Poulton was born on September 20th, 1989 in Rochester, New York. She was the only child in the family, and her parents gave her all their attention and love. When she turned 3, they decided to get divorced, and Kayle stayed with her mom. Her father maintained a good relationship with his ex-wife and visited his daughter all the time. Kayle's mom, Judy, moved to an apartment complex located in a quiet suburban area of Rochester. Despite her ex-husband helping to take care of their daughter, Judy had some financial difficulties. When Kayle was 4, her mom took on a part-time job to save up enough money for a trip to Disney World with her daughter the following summer. Judy's job was delivering magazines to customers in her neighborhood. On the evening of May 23, 1994, she was getting ready for her shift. She was sitting at home, placing leaflets into the magazines before heading out to deliver them. Around 6:45 p.m., Kayle asked to go out for a walk. It was a beautiful, sunny evening outside, and she wanted to ride her tricycle. Judy looked outside and saw that there were plenty of other kids playing in the yard, so she agreed to let her daughter go out for a few minutes. She told her to stay within the yard, and Kayle ran out onto the street with her tricycle. Judy had only a few minutes left to finish with the leaflets. After that, she planned to deliver the magazines and take Kayle to McDonald's. Once she was done, she grabbed the magazines and took them to the car, planning to call Kayle back home. But when Judy stepped outside, her daughter wasn't there. She looked around, called out her name, and there was no response. Judy walked around the yard, then began to roam the complex grounds, but Kayle was nowhere to be seen. The mother also didn't hear the sounds of her tricycle. When Kayle rode it on the street, its wheels made quite a noticeable creaking noise, but it was silent outside. With each passing second, Judy's panic grew, and her cries quickly gathered the neighbors' attention. She asked them if anyone had seen her daughter, but only a few people had seen her in the yard with other children and didn't know where she had gone. Upon learning that Kayle had disappeared, the neighbors joined the search, but they couldn't find her or her bicycle. Most of the complex territory was covered with trees, and around it was a fence separating the houses from the nearby highway. Judy was sure that her daughter couldn't have gone anywhere on her own. Kayle knew she was only allowed to ride in their yard, and she had never disobeyed her mother before. She also couldn't have gone far on her small bike, and she would have been found right away. Fearing the worst, Judy decided to call the police. Officers arrived on the scene within minutes and immediately began searching. Soon, they were joined by firefighters and canine units. While searching the complex and its surroundings, officers went door to door. The police strongly believed that Kayle was still somewhere at the complex. If this was a case of abduction, the most logical suspects were its residents. An outsider would hardly have been able to enter the premises, snatch Kayle from the yard, and drive away without anyone noticing. The complex had 300 units, and the residents willingly let the police in, sincerely wanting to help find the girl. In cases where no one was home, the complex manager used spare keys to let the officers inside. Unfortunately, all of this yielded no results. Kayle and her bicycle were not found in any apartment. The search continued throughout the night, and around 4 a.m., the case was reclassified as a kidnapping. A special unit took over, and detectives asked Judy if there was anyone in their lives who might wish them harm. They asked about Kayle's father, but Judy denied his possible involvement because he had absolutely no reason to kidnap his daughter. The detectives asked if there was anyone among the complex residents who behaved strangely or suspiciously, and Judy shared one observation. She mentioned a 22-year-old man named Mark who had recently moved into the complex with his wife and 1.5-year-old son. According to Judy, Mark's behavior seemed very unusual and even alarming. They had met a few times in the yard and engaged in small conversations. Once, he said her daughter was very beautiful. Judy had often heard similar compliments from others, but the tone in which Mark said it seemed weird to her. After that, he added something even more unsettling. He said he had been watching all the little girls in the complex, and Kayle was the prettiest. Obviously, these words seemed highly suspicious to the mother, and after that, she tried to avoid any contacts with Mark. Although, they continued to occasionally see each other in the yard, and once he asked Judy a very alarming question. He inquired if Kayle would tell her if someone tried to touch her. Judy answered yes and immediately left the yard, considering such questions extremely suspicious. Prior to these conversations with Mark, Kayle liked to play with his son on the playground. But since then, Judy didn't let her daughter near him, even in her presence. During the conversation with detectives, Judy remembered something else. About a few minutes after she went outside to look for her daughter, she saw Mark in the yard, coming out with his son to the playground. She asked him if he had seen Kayle, and the man said no. Judy also noticed something strange, but at that moment, she didn't pay much attention to it as her mind was preoccupied with fear for her daughter. She saw that his sneakers were missing shoelaces. The detectives decided to talk to Mark and brought him in for questioning. The man denied any involvement in Kayle's disappearance and even agreed to take a polygraph test. The operator didn't detect any false answers, so Mark had to be released. Also, Judy herself basically provided him with an alibi as she saw the man on the playground with his son at the exact time when she was looking for her daughter. The police also searched his apartment in the early hours of the investigation, but they didn't find Kayle's bicycle or the girl herself. Thus, Mark stopped being considered a suspect, and the detectives continued their investigation. With no leads in hand, they began to check Judy for possible involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Judy understood that this was a standard procedure and repeatedly answered all their questions. However, the fact that the police, lacking other suspects, were spending so much time on her only added to her suffering. Information about Kayle's disappearance soon appeared in local news, as well as on billboards and flyers throughout the city. The police received numerous calls with tips, the total number of which quickly exceeded 1,000, and investigators quickly checked on each one. Unfortunately, they all led to dead ends, and eventually the case went cold for months. Despite the lack of progress, Judy never stopped hoping to find her daughter alive. She left her job and dedicated all her time to search. She's been printing and posting flyers, contacting various media outlets, and overall doing everything to keep the case in the public eye. She was also joined by some compassionate people who not only helped distribute flyers, but also managed to raise $100,000, which was offered as a reward for any useful information about Kayle's disappearance. Judy even mentioned to get this case covered on national television. She was invited to the Oprah Winfrey Show, and information about her daughter's disappearance appeared twice on a popular TV show dedicated to unsolved crimes. Judy also collaborated with local businesses to have flyers with information about Kayle's disappearance constantly present in their offices, establishments, and on commercial vehicles. She even persuaded 2 airlines to include these flyers in envelopes with tickets. All of this helped to gather new leads, and the police diligently investigated each one, but they never managed to come close to solving the case. This went on for 2 years until something unexpected happened. On August 9, 1996, a woman called the police and told them about a serious argument she had with her husband. According to her, she was tired of her husband's strange behavior and stated that she wanted to divorce him. In response, the man began to persuade her not to do that and tried to evoke her sympathy. While telling her how difficult things were for him, the man suddenly confessed to his wife that he had killed Kayle Poulton, plunging his wife into deep shock. The woman immediately took their child, went to her father's house, and called 911. Finally, she revealed her husband's name to the police. It was Mark Christie, Judy's neighbor. Detectives were surprised by his wife's story, but they immediately encountered a serious problem. Under the state law, any information shared between spouses was protected and could not be used in court. In other words, even if Mark wasn't lying, the police were not allowed to arrest or question him. Also, as we remember, the man's apartment was searched in the early hours of the investigation, and he's been in the yard with his child shortly after Kayle's disappearance, so the police doubted he had the time to kidnap and kill her. Despite this, Detective Crow, who listened to Mark's wife's story, decided to talk to him. He found out that the man and his family moved out of Kayle's complex just a few weeks after her disappearance due to some very serious accusations. It turned out Mark had been reported by the parents of 2 girls for standing naked in his doorway in plain sight. No investigation was conducted on this matter because technically he was in his own home, but the fact itself seemed extremely suspicious to the detective. Mark had moved to another city located 50 miles from Rochester, and Crow headed there. But he was met with an unpleasant surprise. Instead of Mark, his mother opened the door and said that her son wouldn't talk to the police without a lawyer present, whom they had already called. It seemed that Mark had learned about his wife's call to the police, and Detective Crow realized there wasn't much for him to do in this situation. Since a confession made to his spouse couldn't be used in court, Mark's lawyer could easily prohibit the police from speaking to his client, allowing Mark to continue living freely without fear of prosecution. But Crow wasn't ready to give up yet. While he was talking to Mark's mother, the man himself eventually came out, and the detective managed to convince him that he just wanted to ask a few questions about Kaylee's case. Crow suggested they drive to the nearest restaurant and chat over a cup of coffee. To his surprise, Mark agreed, but on the condition that the detective would take him to his lawyer afterward. They stopped at an Italian restaurant nearby, and during the whole time, the detective engaged in casual conversation with Mark, trying not to push things or pressure him. And this tactic paid off. While they were waiting for their order, Mark suddenly started talking. He expressed regret for what he had done to Kaylee, saying that his actions had haunted him for the past 2 years. According to him, he constantly saw Kaylee in the news and on flyers, and her face haunted him everywhere. Crow continued to proceed cautiously, not wanting to spook Mark with excessive pressure. He had known him since the early days of the investigation, but this wasn't their first conversation. Crow believed that Mark was proud of himself because he outsmarted police and avoided punishment. So the detective decided to play on his ego. He told Mark that he had indeed managed to deceive the entire team of investigators working on the case, and this tactic proved effective. Mark replied that he didn't want to sound like he was proud of himself, but the way he got rid of the bicycle was truly ingenious. Mark asked the detective if he wanted to know the details. However, he warned him he would only talk about the bicycle and nothing more. Crow continued to maintain a soft, even friendly tone to avoid scaring Mark and to gather as much information as possible, reassuring him that he didn't have to talk about anything he didn't want to. Then Mark stated that Kaylee's tricycle had been in his apartment for 3 days since her disappearance. He knew that police would search every apartment because when a child is in danger, they don't need a warrant. But there was some sort of loophole in the law. It allowed police to search for a missing child, but not for evidence. It means they could only search places where a child could fit. Mark quickly decided to cut the bike into pieces and hide them in different parts of the apartment that were obviously too small to fit a child. For example, he wrapped some parts in clothes and fit them in closets, while others he placed in small bags and took them out to his car. He then gradually disposed of them, taking the pieces far away from home. Police officers were stationed at the exit of the complex, inspecting each car. But like with the apartment, they were only looking for the missing girl, so the small bags didn't detract their attention. Listening to this, Detective Crow realized he had a strong chance of obtaining a full confession from Mark. He began to tell him that perhaps Kaylee's death wasn't his fault and it was a tragic accident. In response, Mark asked what present sentence he could face, and Crow replied that most likely it would be around 25 years. Mark said that it would be unfair to him to make him spend half his life behind bars away from his wife and son. He also added that for the past 2 years, he had been living in his personal hell, and that should count for something in sentencing. Despite the obvious lack of sense in these words, Crow continued with his tactic and told Mark that perhaps he should ease his suffering and tell what really happened. Mark replied that he is ready to confess everything, but only after talking to a lawyer. Of course, the detective understood that no lawyer would allow his client to confess to a crime, even if he really committed it, if there was no evidence against him. So he decided to be honest with Mark about this and added that in that case, Kaylee's parents would never know what happened to their daughter or if she suffered before her death. And then Mark replied, "She didn't suffer." The detective sensed that the man was ready to confess everything, so he said it was time to do the right thing for himself, his family, and God. Upon hearing this, Mark looked at the detective and finally admitted to what he had done. He repeated that the girl didn't suffer, and he said he had strangled her. He immediately added that he hadn't done anything else to her. According to Mark, that evening, Kayle came to his apartment and asked to play with his 1.5-year-old son. He let her in and took her bike to the kitchen. He knew Kayle's mother wouldn't allow her to come to this place, so he decided not to attract attention. Kayle went upstairs to the second floor of the apartment to the children's room, where she started playing with the child. About 10 minutes later, Mark heard Judy in the yard, calling her daughter's name, and he panicked. He realized that her mother would be furious that he had let the girl into his house without her permission. So Mark went up to the children's room and strangled Kayle with his bare hands. Detective Crow immediately had doubts about some parts of this story. It seemed much more likely that Mark himself lured Kayle into his apartment under the pretext of playing with his son, taking advantage of the fact that his wife was at work. There, he could have tried to molest her, and when he heard Judy calling her name, he might have become frightened that Kayle would tell her everything. The detective also remembered that Judy saw him outside wearing sneakers without laces, suggesting that he had used them to strangle the victim. This would mean that the crime was not as spontaneous, as he would have had time to think it over while taking the laces out of his shoes. Apparently, Mark tried to minimize the severity of his crime by changing some details in this story. But Crow understood that if he voiced his doubts, Mark might change his mind and refuse to say what he did with the body, and the detective needed to obtain this information. So he continued to play along and listen to the story. Mark claimed that after committing the murder, he took Kayle's body to the kitchen and left her on the floor. Then, he took his son and went outside to create an alibi for himself. He kept hearing Judy call her daughter in the yard, so he deliberately wanted to be seen by her and dispel any suspicions. After the woman saw him in the playground and went to search the complex territory, Mark returned home and placed Kayle's body in a laundry basket. Covering it with clothes. A few minutes later, he took the basket outside and placed it in the trunk of his car. By that time, there were already many people in the yard helping Judy look for her daughter. According to Mark, there was such chaos that nobody even noticed him. Mark also took his son with him and drove to the company where he worked as a security guard. He parked near the back of the huge building and left the basket with Kayle's body by the door, then drove around and entered through the main entrance. Given that Mark had the day off, he lied to his co-workers about forgetting something at work. The story didn't raise any suspicions, so Mark walked through the building and opened the back door from the inside. He took the basket with the victim's body and climbed onto a huge 30,000-gallon tank filled with liquid coolant. He opened the top lid and dropped Kayle in, first tying a heavy metal object to her. Afterwards, he disposed of all the victim's clothes, but specified that he didn't remove the victim's earrings. Once done disposing of the body, he returned home and immediately joined the search for Kayle with the other neighbors. Basically, he managed to remove the body from the complex even before the police got involved, and no one noticed anything. At the end of his confession, he stated that killing Kayle was a big mistake and he shouldn't have done it. Having obtained all the necessary information, Crow paid for their food and Mark left a $2 tip. Then, he willingly went with a detective to the station where he was arrested on a charge of murder. As soon as Mark's lawyer learned about his confession, he tried to withdraw it, but it didn't work out. Mark provided all the information voluntarily, and Detective Crow didn't break any laws. The police immediately went to Mark's workplace and opened the tank. 2 years later, the victim's body was still inside, although the degree of decomposition didn't allow experts to determine the cause of death or any other details. They could only confirm her identity, and Judy finally got to bury her daughter. Mark admitted his guilt to the judge and was sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison, just as Detective Crow had told him. The man's lawyer managed to negotiate a deal where his client had the kidnapping charges dropped and only faced punishment for the murder. But Mark's story didn't end there. In 2010, the police reopened an old case from 1988. A 74-year-old woman named Viola Manville was brutally murdered while taking a walk in a suburb of Rochester. Detectives had several suspects, including Mark, who was only 16 at the time, but he had passed a polygraph test during interrogation showing no signs of deception. Eventually, a man named Frank Sterling was arrested for the crime. At first, he denied his guilt, but after a relentless overnight interrogation, he confessed to the murder. After being in prison, Frank tried to appeal his sentence, claiming that the police coerced his confession and that by the end of the interrogation, he could barely comprehend what was happening. However, all of Frank's attempts to prove his innocence failed until 2010 when the case was reopened and all existing evidence was sent to the lab. Experts found a DNA sample from the suspect, which did not match Frank's but perfectly matched another inmate from the FBI database, Mark Christie. In 2011, at the age of 39, Mark confessed to Viola's murder and received an additional 28 years in prison. However, he did not disclose the motives for his actions and showed no remorse. As for Frank, he was released from prison after 19 years of wrongful imprisonment. He sued the authorities and received nearly $10 million in 2014. But just 3 years later, he died of a heart attack at the age of 54. Mark continues to serve his sentence in prison, but he may be eligible for parole in a few years. However, there are no guarantees of his release. It is worth noting that if investigators in Viola Manville's case had not fixated on another suspect and coerced him into confessing to a crime he didn't commit, Mark might have been incarcerated earlier and he wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill Kaylee. Unfortunately, things turned out differently. The case of Andreas Mendoza. On May 14, 2021, 34-year-old Reina Amador went missing. She was last seen north of Atizapán de Zaragoza in the state of Mexico. Before her disappearance, she had informed her husband Bruno that she was going to Zocalo Square in the historic center to buy mobile phone parts. She was accompanied by family friend Andres Mendoza, a 74-year-old man, whom she had known for many years. When Bruno returned home at 8 p.m., Reina had not yet come back, and only 2 of their daughters were at home. He tried calling but she didn't answer. At 11 p.m., Bruno went to Andres' house to inquire about her, but Andres said he had no information about Reina and had not seen her all day. As a former police chief, Bruno immediately decided to report his wife missing and went to the police station to file a report. No one expected this case would become one of the most notorious and tragic in Mexico. On Saturday, May 15th, Bruno asked to see the security camera footage. The recording showed his wife, Reina, walking down the street where Andres lived, but she never left Andres' house. This was the last time she was seen at 8:40 p.m. Bruno went back to Andres' house, accompanied by his brother-in-law. They knocked on the door, but Andres insisted he knew nothing about Reina. Bruno asked him to open the door to ask a few questions. He opened the door slightly, and then Bruno forced his way inside. He said that Bruno wouldn't find anything there, but Bruno sensed that something was off. The lights were off, and everything in the house seemed normal at first. However, Bruno discovered cardboard boxes in Andres' room. His intuition told him to move the boxes, and underneath was an entrance to the basement. There, he was shocked to find body parts in several buckets. On the dining table, there were also remains, including a face and scalp that had been separated from the skull. Upon closer inspection, Bruno finds Reina's belongings and realizes that the remains are hers. As all this was happening, Andres attempted to escape. He rushed out of the house, but was quickly apprehended, prompting Bruno to call the police. 2 police squads located nearby quickly arrived at the scene. Confused neighbors, not understanding why Andres was being handcuffed, tried to assist him. The officers brought him back inside and seated him on a chair. Bruno questioned Andres about his actions. One police officer contacted the prosecutor's office as a search warrant was necessary. During the investigation, a dismembered body was discovered, and authorities suspected there might be more victims. This incident quickly became a hot topic nationwide. Friends and acquaintances of Andres were shocked. They insisted he was a calm and peaceful individual, even serving as the president of his neighborhood's civil council. When police executed a search warrant at Andres' home, they involved specialists from various fields, including criminologists, anthropologists, doctors, and forensic experts. They focused on the room with access to the basement. In addition to the bed, there were other items in the room such as clothes, a wardrobe, and a few photographs. When police went down to the basement, they discovered the dismembered body of a woman with her feet resting on a chair. Nearby, they found knives, a saw, and a machete. On a table, there were severed limbs in a pool of blood. Additionally, plastic containers held body parts and organs with some preserved in salt. The remains of the face and scalp, with the hair removed, were also located in the basement. Initially, investigators think there is only one victim, but they uncovered more evidence, including 12 cell phones, 12 SIM cards, cosmetics, women's clothing, wallets, shoes, necklaces, and various women's accessories. Several videotapes and several notebooks with gruesome notes were found, including list of women. In addition, the police also recovered 9 sets of keys, 2 scales, election documents, and more than a dozen photos of the victims. The most alarming discovery was the well-preserved faces and scalps, with hair removed. This evidence led police to suspect they were dealing with a serial killer. Andres was then taken to Barrientos prison, where he was held before his trial. He expressed a desire to tell the truth and confess to killing Reina. She worked at a cell phone store just a short distance from Andres's house. He often visited her at work and helped her out, leading many neighbors to believe they were related, with some even spreading rumors that he was her uncle. On the day she disappeared, they had arranged to meet and buy supplies for Reina's business, as they had done previously, which made her trust him. At 5 o'clock in the morning, she told her husband Bruno that she was going shopping with Andres. According to Andres's testimony, Reina came to his house and they began to argue. He said he loved she and asked her to have sex with him, which led to an argument. When she refused, he took a knife and cut her neck. After she fell to the floor, he began to beat her. Although she was still alive, he stabbed her in the chest multiple times. After killing her, he dismembered her body and put it in boxes to take to the basement. In the basement, he removed the face from the skull, stating it was so beautiful that he wanted to keep it forever. He soaked the remains in salt to prevent flies from appearing. This is something he admitted to. He also said that he buried 4 other women in the basement. However, notes in his notebook and photos show something else. One of Andres's handwritten notes, dated December 17, 1974, described one of his victims who lived on Colonia Hank Gonzalez Street in Ecatepec. According to the note, she went to another world at 5 a.m. The note detailed the weights of various body parts. The head weighed 4.5, the chest 1.5 kilograms, each rib and the right arm 14 kilograms, and the pancreas, liver, and heart weighed 4 kilograms. This victim was 28 years old. The gruesome details left a deep impression on investigators who had no idea how significant this case would become. In addition, at the crime scene, the police discovered a videotape that Andres had filmed, recording each murder. Many people could not understand his thinking. For numerous investigators, this case was the most horrifying they had ever encountered. The developments of the incident were unbelievable, like a horror movie. A few days later, the police began dismantling the foundation of the building to check if there were really graves in the basement. Civilian experts joined the police to assist in the excavation, continuing to search for remains and related evidence. Initially, excavation began in the backyard near the kitchen where numerous bones were discovered. Diggings then continued in the main room measuring 30 square meters, believed to be the entrance to the basement. During this process, several skulls and bones were found. A report indicated the discovery of 1,137 bone fragments belonging to at least 4 individuals. The investigation is still ongoing every day, and experts are surprised by the new findings. During this time, Andres confessed to occasionally consuming parts of his victims' bodies. This has led to rumors that he was involved in cannibalism, which has alarmed neighbors. They recalled that Andres had previously sold meat, which explains how he was able to meticulously cut up the bodies of his victims. Neighbors said that after the butcher shop closed, Andres would occasionally go from house to house in the area selling meat, allegedly sourced from Iztapalapa. They began to suspect that he was lying and was actually selling the victims' meat. They noted that he sold this meat at unusually low prices and often gave them more meat than they asked for. Andres was born in Oaxaca on November 29, 1947. Neighbors recalled that he moved to Atizapán in the 1980s. He lived in the same house as his sister, who asked him to collect rent from the tenants. He was known for being calm and reserved. 9 years before the investigation began, he opened a butcher shop, which allowed him to meet many people, including politicians. He served as the president of the Civil Council of Atizapán and was a member of a political party. He was generous and caring to the residents of the area. He often visited people's homes to understand their needs. Neighbors viewed him as a role model, and no one suspected him. There was another perspective to consider. Some people described Andres as depraved and having an unpleasant appearance. He frequently visited women's homes saying he wanted to help them, but often had more intimate intentions. He was known as an older man who spent time in bars drinking and socializing with women. In the building where he lived, one room was rented to a couple with a small child and another to a doctor. None of them noticed anything suspicious about him. Among the documents found in the building was a file for Norma Jimenez, who had been missing since August 6, 2011. She has light brown skin, a healthy figure, wide hips, a bruise on her right cheek, and a vertical scar on her abdomen from surgery. She was 39 years old when she went missing. On the day Norma disappeared, she went to work as usual in Barragán from 2:00 p.m. to 10:00 p.m. At around 10:15 p.m., she called her family to say she was on her way home. Unfortunately, she never came home. The reason was that Andres invited her to his house, promising a good payment. Instead, he stabbed her in the heart, dismembered her body, and buried the remains in his backyard. Another of his victims was a 20-year-old woman who worked at the Marina bar. She was similar in appearance to Norma and was also short. She was last seen leaving her home on April 7, 2012. Andres stated that in the same year, he met two girls named Adrenaline and Gardenia, who also worked at the Barragán bar. He confessed that he took them to his home, and when they refused to have sex with him, he killed them and buried their bodies in the basement. In February 2016, Flora Vizcaino, a 38-year-old woman, left her home and never came back. She disappeared on October 16th, and since then, there has been no information about her. It was only when police searched Andres's home that they found her papers. Flora was a mother of 2 teenage daughters and worked as a waitress. She was divorced and her daughters were staying with their father that weekend. She left home at 11 a.m. and sent messages to her daughters on Facebook that same day. As hours went by without her return, her family reported her missing. Flora's portraits were posted on social media, but nothing came of it. At work, she met Andre, who often invited her to lunch and gave her gifts. However, she refused to start a relationship with him, and this is believed to be the reason he killed her. At Andres's home, documents belonging to Rubicelli Georgios, 32, were found. She went missing on July 2039 and was last seen at a restaurant, a moment that was captured on a security camera. She had a 5-year-old son and she working at a bank. In her free time, she works as a delivery person for the Uber food delivery service. That day, despite having the day off, she decided to make deliveries to earn extra money. Her family became concerned when she did not meet her older sister at the airport as planned. When her sister went to her apartment, her sister found only her son, who had been left alone for 5 days in a locked apartment. The missing report of Rubashli was filed on July 27th. Her motorcycle was later found in the Shang Avier area, but there were no signs that she had been there. Andres chose attractive women as his targets. If they rejected him, he would lure them to his home, claiming he wanted to help them. When they arrived, he would gain their trust first, then secretly pull out a knife and stab them in the heart and neck. Once they stopped moving, he would dismember them. Because the women were beautiful, he removed their faces and scalps to keep them. He also cut up parts of their bodies to eat later using his skills as a butcher. The remaining parts were soaked in salt and buried in various locations around his house, such as the kitchen, backyard, or basement. He covered the graves with a thick layer of cement to mask the smell. After weeks of investigation, the police discovered 3,787 skeletons. The skeletons that were found underwent a thorough cleaning process. After which it was possible to determine which parts of the body they belonged to, allowing an approximate number of victims to be established. While the investigation was ongoing, Andres was transferred from Barrientos prison to Gutilbaja prison due to threats from other inmates who wanted to kill him for his crimes. Several days later, relatives of one of the missing women approached police to provide their DNA samples to compare with the DNA from the remains found. On December 2, 2017, March Duranta, 33, left her home, a few blocks away from Andres's home, at 80 am. She went to a bank branch to make some transfers and took public transportation that went to the El Campanario area. That day, her eldest son, who was 15, called her twice and she answered him, also giving her location. However, she then stopped answering his calls. A few hours later, when she did not return home, her husband and 3 children visited the police to report her disappearance. Since that day, they have not known anything. Marta had met Andres a few months earlier. He had offered her a job as a cleaner at the Civic Council office. When her family learned of her disappearance, they feared the worst, believing she had fallen victim to Andres. Among Andres's victims were Maria Maris and her 7-year-old son Edgar. They went missing on December 24, 2014. Since that day, neighbors had not seen them. Her sister Matilda explained that she was a single mother who sold candy from a cart with her son. Andres had offered to let her keep the cart at his house. The day Maria and her son went missing, they left home and told their family that they would not be going far. Hours later, the family started searching for them in the streets. The family gathered information from people living in the area, and only one person had seen them on the day of their disappearance. That person was Andres. He even offered to go with Matilda to the police so report Maria and Edgar missing. One of the neighbors who ran a grocery store recalled that a few years ago Andres had offered her tickets to a local festival and convinced her to go. Another neighbor remembered that Andres promised to buy her a cell phone if she visited him, but she declined. In total, 4,300 skeletons were found, including 18 women and 1 child. This figure was released after the completion of excavations at the crime scene. These skeletons allowed investigators to identify 19 victims. Experts conducted extraction, purification, quantitative assessments, and typing to create genetic profiles for the victims. This genetic material was then compared with DNA samples from at least 11 families. The analysis resulted in matches for 6 cases, identifying at least 6 victims, while 13 other victims still await identification. Investigations continue and the police are searching another house owned by Andres for additional victims. On March 18, 2022, Andres Mendoza was sentenced to life in prison. In Reina Amador's case, he also had to pay more than $50,000 in compensation to her family. Although 19 victims' remains have been found, it is believed there may be more as Andres claimed to have killed at least 30 women. It is important to remember that serial killers often act normally so as not to arouse suspicion. They can easily gain people's trust, are often well-liked, and hide their true nature behind a friendly facade. Stay vigilant. The 37-year-old Erica Lloyd lived in Walnut Ridge, California. 2020 was a difficult year for her. She had lost her job due to the pandemic. Erica was struggling with the stress of losing her job and trying to homeschool her son. In February, Erica decided to get away for a bit by taking a trip to Joshua Tree National Park. She left her home on June 14th. Erica stayed in contact with her family, but then abruptly all contact stopped on June 16th. Erica would never be seen or heard from again. That same day, a California Highway Patrol officer found Erica's black Honda sedan abandoned on Highway 62, about 20 miles from Joshua Tree National Park. Investigators noted that the front and back windshields of the car were broken. The radio was also shattered, and the airbag had been deployed. Erica's items were still inside the vehicle, but Erica herself was nowhere to be found. It seemed to investigators that the damage to the car was consistent with an accident, and it did not seem like anyone had broken into the car. They were unable to find any evidence that the collision happened anywhere in the area, however. Investigators did not believe Erica had camped in any of the nearby campgrounds, as her items were still inside her car. No evidence that any campers had been in the area could be found. Erica's family members worried that she may have become disoriented after the possible car accident. Investigators tried to find any signs of Erica in the surrounding areas, and they enlisted the help of a man named Doug Billings. Billings is an expert when it comes to the area's caves and mines. In February 2014, he assisted when Erin Corwin disappeared from Joshua Tree National Park. Her body would later be found in an abandoned mine. In February 202X, year missing, hikers in Wonder Valley found human remains near Danby Road and Amboy Road, just a few miles from where Erica's car had been found. Investigators were able to confirm that the remains had been identified as those of Erica Lloyd. What exactly happened to her is still unknown, but the investigation is still ongoing. Erica's brother, Colin Lloyd, shared this on the Bring Erica Home Facebook page after hearing that the remains were identified as those of Erica. It is with a heavy heart that I announce that these remains have been identified by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department as my sister, Erica. There is no easy way for me to tell you all this, and there's no easy way for any of us to receive it. My wish is that we can all lean in a little closer, hold each other up, and remind each other more often that we are here for one another with open arms and endless love. It is what she would have wanted. It is the spirit of who she was. It is frustrating that these two cases are not fully solved, but there is reason to be grateful that the Lloyd family and the Corwin family can now at least have some sense of closure. 50-year-old Marie Heiser lived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in 1977. She had a husband named William and 2 children. Marie was a homemaker and a part-time employee at the former Ashbourne Country Club in Cheltenham, Pennsylvania. Her husband William was a member of the Philadelphia Police Department's Highway Patrol from the 1950s until the 1960s, when he suffered a serious injury. One day in 1977, Marie's son William Jr. came home from boarding school to find out his mom was gone. William Sr. then told his 2 children that their mom had walked out on them. William Jr. found it strange that Marie's belongings were still in their home, but did not ask many questions, as he was very young. In June of 1977, a teenager who was biking home in a wooded area in Townsend, Delaware, discovered human remains. Townsend is about 65 miles south of where Marie lived in Philadelphia. The remains could not be identified. The case went cold as fingerprints and dental records failed to turn up any matches. In February 2008, investigators extracted a DNA profile from the remains. It was entered into a national DNA database, but no matches could be made. In February 2017, investigators sent the sample to a Virginia company called Parabon Nanolabs. A forensic artist working for them used the DNA sample to create a sketch of the victim. Using genetic genealogy, Parabon Nanolabs was also able to create a family tree of the victim. In February 2019, a police officer in Montgomery County, Maryland, Stephen Smogoreski, took over the research and worked tirelessly to develop new leads on the identity of the remains. In February, investigators were finally able to confirm that the remains belonged to Marie Heiser. Investigators called William Jr. to tell him that they had found his mom's remains. This is what he had to say. "It was a shock to us. You are never expecting a phone call like that. You think to yourself, well, as horrible as the story is, there is some closure. Before, we wondered where our mom was. Now, we are wondering what happened to her." So one door closes, another opens. William Jr. does not believe that his father had anything to do with his mother's disappearance. "He would be the last person I would ever think could hurt anybody. He was a saint, took care of his family, never raised his voice or hands, or argued or anything." William Sr. worked as a truck driver after he could no longer be a police officer. He moved to Daytona Beach, Florida, in the late 1970s. He passed away in February 2006. Michael Eckert of the New Castle County Police Department in Delaware said William Sr.'s explanation that Marie had left the family was one of the many questions they were investigating. 3.5-month-old April Nicole Williams was last seen in Washington, D.C. on December 3, 1983. She and her mother, Eleanor Williams, were traveling by bus from Suffolk, Virginia, to see Eleanor's boyfriend in Kansas when they got stuck in Washington, D.C., at the old Trailways station with a 3-hour layover. According to Eleanor, a very friendly woman who called herself Latoya approached them while they were waiting in the terminal and struck up a conversation. She was cooing over the infant and asking Eleanor lots of questions, such as, "Where are you going? How old is your baby?" And then she politely asked Eleanor, "Do you mind if I hold her?" And Eleanor agreed. She began fawning over the baby, telling Eleanor how pretty she was. While the two talked, Eleanor told Latoya that she had originally considered naming April Latoya Renee, which the stranger found to be an amazing coincidence. Latoya told Eleanor that she was headed west, but oddly, she didn't have any luggage with her. It turns out that most of these details about Latoya were most likely untrue. Originally, Eleanor said that while the stranger was holding the baby, she left to go get a soda and walked in the nearby direction of a Hardee's restaurant, then suddenly took off running. Years later, she would say that after holding the infant for a few minutes, the stranger told her the baby needed to be changed and Eleanor agreed to let the stranger take her to do just that. However, after 10 minutes had passed and they hadn't returned, Eleanor became very concerned and went looking for them, only to realize they were gone. No matter which story is true, April definitely went missing, but it is unknown why Eleanor told two different stories. However, Eleanor was given a polygraph test and passed and is not considered a suspect. April's abductor is described as a slender black female in her 20s, 5'3", with red braided hair. Investigators believe the stranger who kidnapped April probably wanted to raise her as her own child. This would lead to one of Washington, D.C.'s largest missing child searches ever in the history of the city, but sadly, they were unable to find April. Eleanor will never forget the day her daughter was abducted, and with her being only 18 at the time, it is a nightmare she has relived all these years. She had grown up on a 9-acre farm in southeast Virginia and had never ventured out more than 30 miles before leaving home on that day. Eleanor continues to search for her daughter, but as of today, the case remains unsolved. Relisha Rudd was born on October 29, 2005. On March 1, 2014, at the age of 8, she went missing in Washington, D.C. Relisha had been living with her mother and 3 brothers in the D.C. General Shelter, which used to be a hospital, when she was befriended by 51-year-old janitor Khalil Malik Tatum, a former felon who had spent many years in prison. Relisha and Tatum were very close, and her family even described him as her godfather. Relisha was often provided clean clothes by the school staff, and she often talked about the horrible living conditions she endured. She stopped attending school, but it was a month before her absence was reported to police. Officials explained the absences had been excused because Relisha was sick and in the care of Dr. Tatum. After police launched a missing person investigation, they learned Tatum wasn't a doctor at all but was actually the 51-year-old janitor from the D.C. General Family Shelter. Relisha's mother, Shamika, claims that it was her mother, Melissa, who wrote the letters to the school stating she was under the care of Dr. Tatum. Her family all point the finger at one another for the disappearance of Relisha. Tatum spent a lot of time with children at the homeless shelter, especially Relisha, and was often seen with her, taking her to various places such as the movies and buying her gifts. An investigation revealed that the last sighting of her had been weeks prior when she was caught on camera with Tatum at a hotel. In March 2014, the FBI released surveillance footage showing Relisha and Tatum going into a hotel room at a Holiday Inn Express in D.C. on February 26, 2014. The next day, Tatum suspiciously purchased 22-gallon trash bags. Almost a month later, on March 20, 2014, Tatum's wife, Andrea Tatum, was found deceased from a gunshot wound to the head in a hotel in Prince George's County, Maryland. The couple is seen on video entering the hotel room together the night before. The FBI would then issue an arrest warrant for Tatum for the murder of his wife. In March, searchers found Tatum's body in a shed in the Kenilworth Park and Aquatic Gardens, shot in an apparent suicide. The handgun used in the suicide is the same handgun that was used in his wife's murder. Relisha's stepfather, Antonio Wheeler, her mother, Shamika, and her grandmother, Melissa, went on the Steve Wilkos talk show. At that point, Antonio and Shamika were no longer together. Shamika told Wilkos that she and her relatives believed Relisha was going to a pool party with Tatum's granddaughter, despite the fact the hotel had no indoor pool. Police would say that the family often let Relisha spend time with the janitor, but Shamika has denied handing her daughter over to Tatum. Instead, Shamika said she was under the impression that her daughter was at her sister's house under the care of her grandmother, Melissa Young. That's why, she claimed, it took so long for the young girl to be reported as missing. Shamika also told Wilkos she had no phone and no means to communicate with her mother and Relisha. When asked by Wilkos what he believed occurred with Relisha's mother, Antonio responded, "I believe she has something to do with it, and also her mother too." Relisha's mother defended Tatum, claiming he was a good man, and said the police told her Tatum was never a suspect. The stepfather, Antonio, and grandmother, Melissa, both took lie detector tests on the show and passed, but Shamika refused to take the test. Antonio has also had fingers pointed at him because he posted pictures with wads of cash in his mouth alongside images of new sneakers and a new cell phone around the time Relisha went missing. The images prompted rumors that the couple sold Relisha to a sex trafficking organization, rumors that Antonio denies and that remain unconfirmed. Investigators believe Relisha is possibly a victim of sex trafficking. A 14-year-old girl from the same homeless shelter had been sex trafficked to Los Angeles. In 2017, the DC police named July 11th as National Relisha Rudd Remembrance Day. Natalie Wilson, co-founder of the Black and Missing Foundation, would say, "We believe that someone has information as to the whereabouts of Relisha. All we need is one person to come forward." Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the United States, with hubs in Georgia, Illinois, Texas, and Maryland. According to the National Center for Victims of Crime, most of those kidnapped for the sex trade are U.S. citizens, despite public perception that it typically involves immigrants. As of today, Relisha still remains missing, and the case is unsolved. 58-year-old George Longshore was a healthcare executive who lived in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania, when he was murdered in Washington, D.C., on November 13, 2004. He had attended the wedding of his daughter's best friend and then a wedding reception with his wife, Joanne, their daughter Janelle, and her husband, Joe Kolinsky. They were celebrating with a night of dancing at the wedding reception. The four were returning to their vehicle outside St. Francis Hall at 14th and Quincy Streets at around 10:49 p.m. when 2 or 3 men came out from the bushes and attacked the family. They pistol-whipped Janelle, Joe, and Joanne and then shot George in the chest. George's other daughter, Alicia Longshore Flannery, said that they believed her father was reaching for his wallet when he was shot by one of the men, who may have thought he was trying to reach for a gun. One of the first things he said was, "I was shot. Take care of your mother. Make sure she's okay," Alicia said. He kept saying he didn't understand why they shot him because he had given them his wallet. The men took about $100 cash from George's wallet and then tossed it onto the ground. Gail Murdoch, a nearby resident, was getting ready for bed when she heard gunshots and then heart-wrenching screams. George's wife ran to the hall for help while Janelle crouched beside her bleeding father. George died a few hours later at a nearby hospital. The streets had been calm that night, and the only eyewitnesses were the family members, who had a hard time identifying the suspects using mugshots. Sadly, 2 of George's brothers and his daughter Alicia have since passed away. His family members describe how George took care of his siblings as a teenager after their parents had both passed away. George was one of 198 people murdered in Washington, D.C. in 2004 alone. And as of today, this case remains unsolved. Aileen Logan was only 36 years old when she went missing on September 15, 1999, from Washington, D.C. She was last seen at around 1:30 a.m. in the morning. Family members had been trying to reach her for hours but were unable to and became very worried. They then reached out to the apartment manager to conduct a wellness check at her home on South Capitol Street. They found the apartment in complete disarray and also signs of a struggle. They also found her baby son, Jerome, still in his infant seat. Thankfully, he was fine but had been there alone for a few hours. This is where the case went cold, with Aileen missing and no answers as to where she might be. Eileen's nephew, Henderson Long, became so passionate about finding out what had happened to his aunt that he created the DC's Missing Voice platform to help find other missing people in the DC area. He never stopped searching for answers, but 18 years passed before a break in the case. Family members of Aileen provided their DNA to detectives, hoping to maybe get some answers. Everyone was shocked when a match was discovered. The match turned out to be a Jane Doe that was discovered 1 year after Aileen went missing, only about 1.5 miles from where she was last seen. Unfortunately, the body they found was all bones, and the cause of death could not be determined. However, detectives confirmed they are now investigating her death as a homicide. So what could have led to her death? Turns out, hours before she went missing, she witnessed the murder of a man across the hallway from where she lived. When detectives showed up on the scene, she reportedly discussed with them what she saw. It is believed the suspect or suspects came back later and either followed Aileen inside her apartment or were able to get her to open her apartment door. Either way, there were definitely signs of a struggle inside the apartment. There are still no answers as to who did this to Aileen, but the DC Metropolitan Police are still looking for information that may lead to an arrest and conviction. As of today, this case remains unsolved. On December 11, 1985, firefighters were called to a reported fire at a townhouse in Georgetown, Washington, D.C. They found the only thing on fire was 38-year-old Lynn Amos, who had third-degree burns over 80% of her body and was lying unconscious in her bed. She was taken to a nearby hospital, where she sadly passed away 10 days later on December 21st. Investigators originally thought she had died after accidentally setting herself on fire from smoking in bed. However, according to her family, she was not a smoker, and investigators found no traces in her home that she ever had been. After a toxicology report was performed, they found her blood alcohol level was at 0.25%, which is almost impossible. Lynn would have had to consume 9 to 14 drinks in the span of 1 hour to reach that blood alcohol level. When insurance investigators examined the room where Lynn was found, they discovered the mattress, pillow, and floor had been doused in some kind of accelerant. Further testing revealed the accelerant used was a mixture of kerosene, gasoline, and turpentine. Now that investigators knew the fire was set intentionally, her death was officially ruled a homicide. When investigators began looking into who might have killed Lynn, they discovered she worked as a financial consultant for a management consulting firm, where she was involved in investigating Mexican banks. During her investigations, she had discovered seriously flawed lending practices that would reflect poorly on the Mexican banks. While she never discussed specifics with anyone about her investigations, she had mentioned to some friends over brunch that she had seen some dangerous things during her work in Mexico. Lynn was last heard from at 10 p.m. that night when she called her office, claiming that she would be late for work the next day. Her friends and family believed that sometime after midnight, her killer broke into her home and killed her. Because there were no signs of forced entry, the killer may have had a key. They speculate that the killer forced her to drink enough alcohol to render her unconscious. The killer then spread the flammable substances on her bed and body and set her on fire. Lynn's friends speculated that she may have found something related to drug money or fraudulent loans. Her family's attorney believes that her death was a professional hit. Interestingly, her reports on the banks were never finished, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. 30-year-old Diane Lojas lived in Camden County, Missouri, in 1984. She worked as a dental assistant in the area. On December 15, 1984, Diane was driving home from a party when her vehicle was run off a dark lake road in Camelot Estates in Camdenton, Missouri. An unknown man then severely beat Diane. Diane was found next to her car. She was still alive. Sadly, she would pass away 2 days later because of her injuries. It would be difficult for investigators to find the person who committed the crime, as there were no witnesses and DNA testing was not advanced enough to analyze the DNA left behind at the crime scene. It would only be in 1989, 5 years after the crime was committed, that investigators had a person of interest. They believed Larry Gene Hicks took Diane's life. He lived in Camelot Estates at the time of the crime but relocated to Franklin, Louisiana. His family members said that Larry came home that night late, between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., which would have been right after the attack. He had a scratch on his cheek. He also had blood on his pants. When he entered the home, he went to wash his hands and his face, something he didn't do on previous evenings. The next few days, Larry was drinking more and became more violent. Investigators interviewed him, but he denied any involvement. He said the scratch happened during a car accident. Despite investigators believing he was very much involved, they did not have enough evidence to arrest him. On May 12, 2021, Camden County detectives traveled to Larry's home in Franklin, Louisiana, to question him. He admitted that he saw Diane the day she passed away. He claimed he was drinking for around 10 hours that day and was very intoxicated. He remembers seeing Diane at one of the bars he had been drinking in. Larry remembered very well what happened that evening, a little too well. When asked if he took the life of Diane, he said that he could not remember but hoped that he did not. A DNA sample was then taken from him. 78-year-old Larry Gene Hicks was then arrested. If convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. Camden County Sheriff Tony Helms said that he has been with the department since 1991, and he has seen how many thousands of hours have gone into solving the case. He was also able to tell Diane's family in person that an arrest had been made. Prosecutor J. Caleb Cunningham said, "This case has never left this community and has always been in the back of the minds of every person who has ever worked in law enforcement, including me and my office. We were not going to rest because no matter what you do here, if you commit a crime, we will find you and we will charge you, and spare no expense in doing that." 9-year-old Angie Houseman lived in St. and a quiet suburb of St. Louis, Missouri. On November 18, 1993, Angie was on her way home from school. She was last seen leaving the school bus at her normal bus stop, just 8 houses from her home. Angie never made it home. Her parents called the police to report her missing. 9 days later, Angie's body was found tied to a tree by a deer hunter in a bush wildlife conservation area in St. Charles, Missouri. Investigators concluded that she was alive when she was tied to the tree and passed away due to exposure. She had also been assaulted. Investigators were able to collect DNA from duct tape found at the crime scene and from Angie's body, which had belonged to an unknown man. Investigators believed that the crime could be linked to similar crimes that had happened in the area, but were unable to prove it. Thousands of detectives were assigned to the case. A tip line dedicated to the investigation received more than 5,000 calls in just one day from people offering information. Unfortunately, the case would go cold for many years. That was until 2019 when the case was reopened. In March of 2019, a crime lab created a DNA profile for the suspect. The DNA profile was placed in Cody's and was matched to 61-year-old Earl Webster Cox. At the time of the crime, he had family and lived just a few blocks from Angie's school. Earl had joined the Air Force in 1975 but was dishonorably discharged after it was discovered that he had assaulted 4 children in Germany. He served 8 years in prison before being paroled for some stupid reason. In August of 2020, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Members of Angie's family appeared for the plea and sentencing. The sentencing came too late, however, for Angie's mom, who passed away in 2016 at the age of 52. Angie's brother Ron had to say, "I was 2 when she was taken. She was a big part of my life, so to have her taken away like that was taking away my best friend." In March of 2021, Earl admitted to even more crimes, for which he was sentenced to 10 years. He will serve this sentence simultaneously with his life sentence. The case of Martin Durham. Martin Durham was born in 1969 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He was an ordinary child and lived in good conditions, surrounded by natural beauty. In addition, he loved fishing and hiking, capturing photos along the way. He usually took a tent and a hiking backpack to enjoy a few days in the fresh air, often accompanied by an older cousin. At 17, Martin met his first love, Glenna Johnson, who was a year older. They lived in the same area and attended the same school. Their romance was brief, leading to a quick breakup, but they got back together and broke up many times. They shared many interests and could not stay apart for long. Despite their similarities, they ultimately decided to end the relationship and go their separate ways. For a long time, they neither saw nor communicated with each other. During this period, Martin met another woman, Christine Keller, and he quickly fell in love with her. The two of them got along very well, and they soon moved in together. After a short time of dating, he realized that she would be an ideal life partner, and they should build a stronger relationship. In the following years, Christine and Martin married and moved into a house given to them by their parents, located in a quiet residential area of the city. Over the next few years, they had 2 sons and a daughter. Christine focused on managing the home and caring for the children, while Martin worked to support the family. In addition to his main job repairing cars, he also worked at a restaurant in the city of Lamb. Despite this, the early years of their marriage were challenging, especially because their children were born close in age. They had many difficulties in taking care of their young children. They slept little and were often exhausted, leading to frequent arguments. However, they were determined to overcome these difficulties. Martin was a devoted father and made every effort to support his family. Many people saw him as a role model. In March 1995, Martin's family faced a tragedy when a truck ran a red light and collided with his car. The truck dragged his car along the road, crushing both Martin and the driver. Martin suffered severe injuries, including broken ribs, a broken jaw, broken legs, and a traumatic brain injury that severely damaged a large part of his brain. Doctors tried their best to save him, but he was in a coma for months. He underwent multiple surgeries and slowly began to recover. However, Martin's difficulties were not over. It took a long time for him to return to his normal life. He had to relearn basic movements like sitting up and holding his head before progressing to more complex ones. The accident left his face disfigured, and he lost some brain functions. Despite the difficulties, he tried to overcome them and return to a normal life with his family. He spent a long time moving around in a wheelchair before transitioning to crutches. Although he gradually overcame the physical effects of the accident, he remained psychologically affected. Martin could no longer work as an auto mechanic to support his family, and he encountered many physical limitations that turned his life upside down. The hardest thing for him was not being able to maintain the active lifestyle he had before. He loved camping, fishing, and traveling, but now he was better off just hanging around the house. Every movement caused him severe pain, which only the strongest painkillers could help manage. According to doctors, these effects would persist throughout his life. This challenging time affected not only Martin, who survived the accident, but also his family. His wife, Christine, previously managed only the children and household chores, but now she had to handle the family's finances. She was compelled to enroll the children in daycare and find a job to support them, in addition to caring for her sick husband. Fortunately, her close relatives pitched in to help. With their support, Christine was able to manage all the difficulties. However, Martin also became aggressive and hostile toward his wife. In addition, he lost his memory. He could not remember much about his past, including family events, and sometimes forgot his children's names. Longtime friends and acquaintances became strangers to him. He was isolated because he did not communicate well with people due to severe memory loss and difficulty concentrating. This made him cold and looked down upon. Martin often retreated into his own thoughts, which he kept to himself. Meanwhile, he was recovering from his injuries and regularly attended physiotherapy, sometimes staying in the hospital for treatment. He switched doctors several times, but fortunately, his physical condition gradually improved. However, he was still tormented by the psychological aftermath of his trauma. At the same time, Martin constantly controlled the family spending and criticized his wife's financial management. This made their relationship more and more strained. This was a very difficult time for the young family. Martin went through a difficult process of dealing with trauma and psychological problems but was unable to overcome them. Some issues made him angry, and he often lost his temper with his wife without justification. Christine did her best to accept the changes in her husband's behavior, but eventually, she felt she couldn't take it anymore. Years after the accident, Christine filed for divorce. Later, she admitted that she didn't want to do it, but she couldn't stand Martin any longer. The divorce was a major blow to Martin. He felt resentment and disappointment for a long time. After some time passed, he was able to regain his spirits. He received a large insurance payout for the accident, which he used to buy real estate and purchase another house. In addition, Martin was also paid a monthly sum by his insurance company as compensation for the accident during his recovery. Thanks to this, he was able to continue his life and take care of himself without financial hardship. After that, Martin moved to his new house with the parrot that Christine loved so much. She had left the bird with him to keep him company and prevent loneliness. The bird, a 15-year-old African gray parrot named Bat, was quite old. This new house was located in Sand Lake, not far from his previous house. He had big plans to recover as soon as possible so he could return to normal life for the sake of his children. Martin quickly settled into his new place. He kept in regular contact with his children, and even his relationship with his ex-wife Christine improved. She noticed that he finally had an interest in life and enjoyed spending time in the backyard. He discovered his talent for design on his own, and this was soon recognized by others. Neighbors frequently sought his help for designing private gardens and lawn care. This job helped him earn more income, gain confidence in dealing with life's difficulties, and improve his health. Doctors observed a steady improvement in his condition, moving in a positive direction. Although Martin's health and mood had improved significantly, Christine still hesitated to return to him. She was afraid that old problems might return. She kept her distance, maintained contact, and brought the children to visit. By chance, Martin reconnected with his first love, Glenna Johnson, who had also recently divorced. They rekindled old feelings and began a romantic relationship. Glenna eventually moved in with Martin. Glenna's children remained with her ex-husband, but she still visited them regularly. Martin's children also visited him from time to time. Glenna and Martin enjoyed activities such as fishing, hunting, and hiking. She assisted with his physical limitations during these times. However, it was challenging, so they often opted for walks in the area or visits to the casino, which they had loved in their youth. These casino visits became a monthly routine for them, where they tested their luck. They became well known in the local community, often inviting friends and acquaintances over to play poker, hosting backyard barbecues, and generally forming a harmonious partnership. It seemed they had found each other again and were happy together. In the summer of 2005, Glenna and Martin decided to get married. Everything appeared fine, but their closest friends knew there were underlying issues in the seemingly perfect relationship. After the accident, Martin changed, becoming more short-tempered and demanding. He tried to control Glenna and disliked when she did things without him or left him alone for errands. He tried to manage all their finances, which caused problems. She tried to manage family problems by herself, but he was suspicious that she was not entirely honest, spending excessively on unnecessary items. During this time, he continued to receive disability benefits, and his wife took on guardianship, but she had one weakness. Glenna was a gambler and spent a lot of money on it. She visited the casino much more often than her husband, without him knowing, and lost a lot of money. Additionally, there were issues between Glenna and his ex-wife, Christine. Apparently, Martin frequently complained about Christine, accusing her of leaving him during a tough time after the accident. But he didn't talk about how he had made Christine's life unbearable. Christine tolerated him for 2 years before leaving, but she continued to support him as much as she could. Christine kept in touch with Martin and brought the children to visit him. However, he spoke negatively about Christine to his new wife, Glenna. Plus, Glenna also expressed that she absolutely did not like the children of Martin and Christine. This made Christine and her children feel uncomfortable to the point where they didn't want to visit Martin when Glenna was there. They disliked hearing unpleasant things about their mother, Christine, and she supported their decision by not bringing them to their father. Martin became angry with his ex-wife and constantly quarreled with her. This led to tension with the children and Glenna. Overall, the relationships deteriorated, and everyone's behavior only worsened the situation. A clear testament to Glenna's deep love for Martin was the tattoo of his name on the back of her hand, which she got 18 years ago when they were dating. She never removed it, likely because she had strong emotions for him all these years. She had still loved him for the past 15 years and waited for the moment they would be together again. However, within the family, the relationship was far from romantic, with frequent disputes over money. Martin suspected Glenna was overspending, and debt piled up. She often took money from him without his knowledge. Over time, she took complete control of the family's finances, further straining their relationship. Glenna began using the check from the insurance company that Martin received every month as an allowance. In addition, she also illegally traded in some strong drugs. At the time of the accident, Martin did not take these medications regularly, resulting in a large amount of medication being left unused. Glenna sold these medications secretly. However, his involvement in this activity remains unclear. Some believe he was complicit in the sale, helping him earn extra income while he was recovering from the traffic accident and struggling financially. But there are also those who oppose this theory, believing that Glenna sold the remaining amount of medicine without telling him. Even though Glenna and Martin's relationship was having problems, they persisted in a toxic relationship for over 11 years. By 2015, they still acted friendly and were always seen together, but they no longer concealed their failing marriage. Occasionally, the discontent between them led to increasingly frequent scandals. One of Glenna's friends later claimed to have witnessed their breakup, during which Glenna threatened to kill Martin. Despite this, they mostly maintained the appearance of an ideal couple, walking hand in hand as they did at the start of their relationship in their youth. By May 2015, the issue of divorce had become serious. One morning that May, Christine, Martin's ex-wife, discovered that Martin was selling his house. She found an advertisement on an auction site and was very surprised. She immediately called Martin to ask why he suddenly wanted to sell a house he loved so much, where he had devoted his love to creating his garden. However, he was unaware of this sale, so he asked his current wife, Glenna, about it. Glenna claimed it was a mistake and said she would resolve it, but the fact is she didn't solve it. Previously, their car had been repossessed due to debts, and Glenna had similarly assured Martin it was a mistake and she would fix it, but nothing changed. The auction for the house was scheduled for 3 weeks later, by the end of the month. Perhaps due to the debt accumulated during their marriage, Glenna wanted to sell the house to pay off the debt, but she did not want to tell Martin about this. On May 13, 2015, one of Martin's neighbors visited him early in the morning to discuss some routine matters. The neighbor was surprised when no one responded to his knock, as Martin usually kept his door open at that time. Concerned, the neighbor entered the house and called out to Martin and Glenna, but no one replied. Venturing further inside, he discovered the reason for the silence. In their bedroom, he found Martin lying on the floor in a pool of blood, and next to him was Glenna, who was bleeding heavily from the head. Terrified that the perpetrator might still be around, the neighbor fled from the scene and immediately called 911. When the ambulance arrived, they realized that Martin was lifeless. Martin was lying on his side, wearing only his underwear, his body already cold, and the doctors confirmed that the 46-year-old had died several hours earlier. However, Glenna was still alive and even conscious. She tried to say something. She managed to utter a fragmented sentence that was not understood. Glenna was found lying next to Martin, fully clothed. However, she could not provide any useful information about the incident. She was rushed to the hospital for medical treatment. A bullet had grazed her skull without damaging the brain, so her injuries were not severe. She recovered quickly after surgery at the clinic. Detectives were able to question her soon after, but she was still undergoing treatment, and they had other cases to handle. The investigators tried to piece together the sequence of the incident by examining the crime scene thoroughly. It did not appear to be a robbery because valuables or personal items in the house were not missing. Even the money left in a visible spot was untouched. Additionally, there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting Glenna and Martin might have known the attacker and let him in. During this time, police discovered that Martin was taking strong painkillers and that Glenna was involved in selling them. There was then an assumption that the illegal trade may have triggered the attack. The entire scheme of selling medicines was uncovered, and detectives believed there may have been a conflict with the buyer during the transfer process. However, by that time, forensic experts had already examined and analyzed the crime scene, including the bullets and weapons found in the house. The pistol was later tested and confirmed to be the murder weapon. In fact, this pistol had belonged to Martin for many years, yet both of them were shot with it. At first, the attacker must have entered the house, known exactly where the weapon was, and retrieved it. Then he would have found the magazine, loaded the gun, and started shooting. This plan seemed too complicated and therefore unlikely. Moreover, during a more thorough search of the bathroom, Martin's painkillers were found and had not been stolen, which ruled out the possibility of selling them and ruled out the motive for the crime being an attack by the buyer. The weapon used to kill Martin was found under the sofa in the living room. There was a lot of blood there, which did not match the location where the body was found. Apparently, an attack also took place in the living room, a shooting, and then the shooting continued in the bedroom. Martin might have been shot in the living room and then the body was moved, but why was this done? It seemed this was done intentionally, perhaps to stage the crime and mislead the investigation. This assumption was confirmed when a spent cartridge case was found in the living room, indicating that the shooting occurred there. As the investigation progressed, more questions surfaced. Blood samples from different rooms were analyzed, revealing unexpected results. The analysis showed that all shots fired at Martin happened in the bedroom. His blood was not present in the living room, and there were no signs of his body being moved. The blood found in the living room belonged solely to Glenna, who was discovered in the bedroom. The bullet casing found in the living room corresponded to the shot that hit her head, supporting this theory. But how did she manage to reach the bedroom after this injury? Medical experts informed the police that this scenario was possible because Glenna's injury was less severe than initially thought. She could have reached the bedroom by herself, especially since she was conscious when found. Nonetheless, the situation appeared unusual. From then on, police began to suspect that Glenna fired at her husband and then injured herself to divert suspicion. However, these theories still needed solid evidence. At this time, the police were unable to interview Glenna as she was still in the hospital undergoing treatment and recovery. They took her mobile phone for investigation. Through this, detectives discovered that their family was experiencing a severe financial crisis. Just the day before Martin's death, she had searched online for how to use the Uyghur 6 pistol, the same gun involved in Martin's death and her own head wound. Police found 2 farewell letters, in which Glenna apologized to her children for what she was about to do. She also said goodbye to everyone, indicating her plan to end her life. The Supreme Court identified Glenna as the perpetrator of the crime based on all the collected evidence. The investigation was reopened, but something compelled her to shoot her husband first. Martin was killed in the bedroom and Glenna shot herself in the head in the living room. However, unlike Martin, she did not die instantly and managed to reach the marital bedroom. This could be clarified by talking to her, so the police waited until they could interview her. They continued gathering evidence in the meantime. Martin's family was already convinced that they were not attacked by a stranger. The shooter was his wife, Glenna. Christine Keller, the ex-wife of Martin, was shocked by the events. Although she never thought highly of Glenna, especially because of Glenna's aggressive behavior, she did not expect this to happen. Then, Christine took her old parrot home to the children. Meanwhile, detectives were finally able to speak with Glenna, who was feeling well. Doctors confirmed that she understood what was happening around her and was ready to talk to the detectives. Despite the doctor's positive assessment, she told the investigators that, in her view, she never wrote farewell letters and did not plan to end her life, let alone kill her husband. Police officers were concerned because Glenna completely denied being involved in the attack on her husband, yet she also claimed she couldn't remember what happened on that tragic day. This inconsistency seemed suspicious and hinted that she might be a suspect, but at that time they had no solid evidence against her. Glenna was released from the hospital several months later. Meanwhile, the investigation had not uncovered any new evidence. Police were concerned that Glenna's denials and the trauma she had suffered might convince a jury that she was innocent. One day, Christine was awakened by the parrot's voice and went to see it. She was amazed by what it was saying. She decided to use her phone to record the monologue. The parrot kept repeating, "Beg Glenna, don't shoot him." This caused Christine great shock and fear. For a while afterwards, she was even haunted by nightmares. She immediately informed the police and later showed them the video recording. Although the use of a parrot as a witness in court was unprecedented, from that moment on, all of the detectives' suspicions about Glenna's involvement in the case were confirmed. New details of the case attracted widespread public and media attention. Meanwhile, the investigation continued. The incident was again in the news at the end of June 2016 when police arrested Glenna. They had been collecting evidence to piece together a full case that would clearly show the jury who the killer was and help the Martin family get justice. It was initially thought that the footage of the parrot accusing Glenna would not be used, as it might seem too provocative, and it was uncertain how the jury would react to it. The prosecutor argued that Glenna was in severe financial trouble and could not admit her gambling failures to her spouse. For a long time before the murder, she neglected to pay bills because all her money went to cover debts from her gambling addiction. Eventually, she decided to end her life writing 2 letters, one to her husband and one to the children. This suggested that Glenna did not initially plan to harm her husband, but something went awry. The final straw was the failed sale of the family home, which was put up for auction without her husband's knowledge. When Martin found out about this from Christine, he likely confronted Glenna. A fierce argument may have ensued, leading her to kill him in a fit of rage before deciding to end her life. Glenna and her lawyer claimed that she had no memory of the shooting or the letter and insisted that she loved her husband too much to hurt him. They presented a list of medications she was taking to improve cognitive function as evidence of her mental condition. She also denied searching online for how to use a gun, stating that she only used her phone for games and calls. The trial lasted 10 days. The prosecution believed it had a strong case to persuade the jury. However, the jury seemed uncertain due to the largely circumstantial evidence. Then, a video of the parrot's words was introduced as a crucial piece of evidence. Experts said the parrot had formed a close relationship with its owner, Martin, and had learned to imitate Martin's voice. Most experts agreed that those words left a strong and deep impression on the parrot's memory, so it repeated them over and over again. In the end, this evidence was effective. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found 49-year-old Glenna guilty. In this case, the parrot played an important role as a witness, contributing to finding justice. Tiffany Daniels was born on March 11, 1988 in Dallas, Texas. She had a big interest in art and had an outgoing personality. Tiffany enjoyed painting and eventually took a job at a Pensacola State College theater in Florida where she painted sets. In 2013, 25-year-old Tiffany had some financial problems. She had to get a new roommate. Carrie Nichols responded to the advertisement she made on Craigslist. He was the father of one of her friends. Carrie was separating from his wife and wanted to live closer to his job. Tiffany's parents were uneasy about her sharing the apartment with a man more than twice her age, but she accepted him as her new roommate. On August 11th, Tiffany started the day by having a goodbye breakfast with her boyfriend. He had been accepted into the graduate robotics program at the University of Texas in Austin. That evening, Tiffany and Gary were watching movies. Both of them went to bed early as they had work in the morning. At 5 a.m. in the morning, Gary heard the front door open and close a few times, but he did not want to check if it was Tiffany or not. At 7 a.m. when he left for work, he saw that her car was gone and assumed that she had also gone to work. Tiffany did make it to her work that day. She asked her supervisor if she could leave early and if she could take some time off, possibly the whole week. She did not give a reason why. Just before 5 p.m., she left work. Tiffany has not been seen or heard from since. The next day, Gary told his daughter to message Tiffany's family as she did not come home. By the end of the week, her family realized it was time to call the police and reported her missing. Investigators found nothing strange at her home. They also found that her boyfriend was in Austin the whole day and had not secretly come back to Pensacola. Tiffany was really sad after her boyfriend left for Austin, so investigators had to look at the possibility as she ran away or decided to take her own life. 8 days after Tiffany was last seen, a jogger found her vehicle in a parking lot at Park West in Pensacola Beach. Inside of the car was her bicycle, cell phone, wallet, and some of her paintings. Investigators found a fingerprint on the steering wheel and a door handle at a knot belonged to Tiffany. Security camera footage showed how the vehicle was being driven on the evening of the day she disappeared, but it was not possible to see who was driving. 2 residents of the area told investigators that they saw a man climbing out of the car. A large part of the beach and the neighboring Santa Rosa Island was searched, but no one found Tiffany. In January of 2014, a woman who worked as a waitress at a restaurant in Midway, Louisiana said that shortly after the disappearance, she had seen a woman matching Tiffany's description come in with 2 other women. The woman who might have been Tiffany had long sleeves and had her cuffs over her hands despite it being hot outside. She also made sure out of this fish she was eating and not chicken. The waitress remembers telling the woman that she looked like the missing Tiffany Daniels. The woman then left the restaurant in a hurry. Tiffany's family believes this was her. She would always put her sleeves over her hands if she was feeling cold. Tiffany was also a pescatarian and always made sure she was not eating chicken. This now made her family believe that she might have been abducted. Investigators are still working the case, but it is not known what happened to Tiffany Daniels. Ben McDaniel was born on April 15, 1980, in Memphis, Tennessee. In 2010, Ben found himself down on his luck. His brother passed away in 2008 in his arms. He had also recently got divorced. Ben's construction business also failed and left him owing $50,000 to the Internal Revenue Service. His parents suggested that he take a sabbatical. They offered to support him financially, and they said that he can stay at a family's beach home at Santa Rosa Beach on the Emerald Coast in Florida. He accepted their offer and went to stay there with his Labrador. This allowed Ben to indulge in his favorite hobby, which was scuba diving. He could frequently be seen at a vortex spring. It is a popular place to do cave diving. On August 18, 2010, Ben was at a vortex spring. In the middle of the day, he did one dive. Other divers saw him looking closely at an area around the cave entrance. It looked as if he was planning something. When he was done diving, he went to fill his tanks at a dive shop. The rest of the afternoon he spent by himself testing his equipment and making notes. Just after 7 p.m., he called his mother. It would be the last contact he had with his family. After the call, he went in the water again. Witnesses saw him as he started to descend. He had a helmet with lights on, indicating he was going into the caves. 2 days later, Ben's truck was stolen in the parking lot of Vortex Spring. People had gotten to know Ben, noticed, and the police were called to report him missing. His wallet and cell phone were found in a cab of his truck. At the beach house, officers found his dog, who was hungry from going unfit for 2 days. It seemed to investigators that Ben never resurfaced and he most likely drowned. Other divers then came forward to help in a recovery operation. They scoured the cave looking in every small crevice that Ben might have crawled in. Many of the divers risked their own lives to help find Ben. They found his equipment at the entrance of the cave, but was not able to find Ben. On August 22nd, Ed Sorensen, a veteran cave diver and recovery specialist, decided to help, and he went to Vortex Spring the next day. He went close to 2,000 feet into the cave. Ed was not able to find Ben. Plenty of other divers helped as well, and a remotely operated underwater vehicle was also used. Some people started questioning if Ben was there at all. Cadaver dogs searched the woods around Vortex Spring without success. In 2011, Ben's family started to believe had Ben passed away as a result of foul play. They hired a private investigator who found that a lot of people associated with Vortex Spring had a criminal history. A lot of people also believe had Ben simply ran away. His parents do not believe that is what happened. Feel free to let me know in the comments section what do you think happened to Ben McDaniel. The case of Jennifer Schuett. Jennifer Schuett was an 8-year-old girl who had just finished school for the day. She lived with her single mother, Elaine, who worked hard to ensure that her daughter was happy and well taken care of. Elaine juggled multiple jobs to support their family and give Jennifer a joyful childhood. With all the love and attention she received, Jennifer grew into a bright and cheerful child, showing a strong enthusiasm for learning and a natural curiosity at such a young age. Jennifer mentioned that children often fear the dark, and she was no different. She admitted that she was afraid of the dark and often slept in the same room as her mother. She recalled that from what she could remember about her childhood, she just didn't like the dark or sleeping alone, and so she felt comforted by going to bed with her mom. She stated that it was just the two of them, and they relied on each other. That night, on August 9, 2009, Jennifer and her mother, Elaine, shared a room. Jennifer was restless, tossing and turning and occasionally kicking her mom, which made it hard for Elaine to fall asleep. At 2:30 a.m., Elaine woke up and asked Jennifer to return to her own room since she had to get up early for work. In response, Jennifer said, "Mom, I love you, so I'm going to sleep in my own room tonight," and went back to her room. Elaine would later deeply regret this decision, but at that moment, she had no way of knowing what would happen next. The next morning, Elaine found that Jennifer was missing when she went to wake her up. She saw that the window facing the parking lot was wide open. Elaine quickly called 911. When the police arrived, she explained that she hadn't heard any sounds or screams after Jennifer went to her room. It's important to note that their apartment was on the first floor, and Jennifer's windows overlooked the parking lot. This made Elaine worry that someone might have seen Jennifer and entered her room through the window. Elaine understood that their apartment wasn't the best place for her and her young daughter, but it was all they could afford at that time. However, Elaine's parents stepped in to assist her and their granddaughter by buying a small house nearby and renovating it. Jennifer and her mother were set to move into the new house in a few months. The day before Jennifer went missing, they had been working in the garden there, where Jennifer had been bitten by mosquitoes, making it difficult for her to sleep peacefully that night. After her daughter went missing, Elaine was heartbroken. She expressed that Jennifer was her only child and begged for her safe return. The police dedicated themselves to finding her. Fortunately, Elaine received news sooner than expected. Later that day, around 6:30 p.m., the police got a call from parents whose children were playing in a field and discovered something alarming. To their shock, they realized it was a young girl. When the police arrived at the scene, they found 8-year-old Jennifer Schuett's body in the middle of the field, 5 kilometers from her home. Jennifer was in a serious condition, but she was still breathing. She had a deep cut across her throat. The most life-threatening injury was this wound, which led to significant blood loss and left her very pale and weak. She was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, where doctors worked hard to save her life. One doctor recalled that when he first saw Jennifer in the emergency room, she was a fairly small 8-year-old, very pale, and covered with ant bites and scratches on her back. He mentioned that she couldn't make any sounds because of the injury to her neck. Fortunately, he added that after the operation, Jennifer's condition stabilized and the bleeding stopped. He stated that they had completed her surgery, her airway was stable, and she wasn't bleeding, so they were very hopeful about her survival. When she regained consciousness after the surgery, her behavior underwent a sudden change. It turned out that she was afraid of all men. She later recounted that she had been kind of a hard patient to deal with because she had a lot of male doctors and she was scared of males. Additionally, the Dickinson Police Department deployed a whole team to guard her hospital room. Throughout this time, Jennifer was in a constant state of panic. She even hit a doctor in the stomach when he tried to approach her. Elaine tried to comfort her daughter by explaining that everyone present was there to help her. Despite this, Jennifer remained distrustful of those around her. Her behavior became clearer when she disclosed what had happened to her that night. An investigator noted that they knew they had a survivor who couldn't speak and that the challenge was getting information from her. After all, she was only 8 years old, so it was tough. Because Jennifer was too scared to speak directly to the investigator, the detectives provided her with a notebook and pens. They asked her to write down her answers to their questions. Jennifer communicated through notes to her mother, who then relayed the note to the officer. Surprisingly, her written responses were very detailed and accurately described the events. Despite her young age, Jennifer demonstrated impressive intelligence. According to the note, that night Jennifer entered her room, turned on the light, and picked up a book to read, hoping it would make her sleepy. It worked, and she soon fell asleep. Suddenly, she woke up to find the stranger carrying her out of the house. She said that he was running with her down the sidewalk and that she tried to scream, but he covered her nose and mouth. Afterward, he put her in a car and identified himself as an undercover police officer. Immediately, Jennifer felt that something was off, as she noticed her mother's car in the parking lot, which left her puzzled about their destination. While she understood that police are generally trusted, her mother had always warned her not to trust strangers. Jennifer recalled that as a child, she had wanted to believe the stranger, but the lessons she had learned about strangers in school, along with her fear of the dark, told her that something was seriously wrong. When they passed her grandparents' house, Jennifer suggested that he could drop her off there, but he replied that he couldn't because they were not home. At that moment, she realized that he was lying since their car was parked in the driveway. The man had stopped near Jennifer's school, which was about 3 kilometers from her house. He had told her to watch the moon closely and said that when it changed color, her mother would arrive to pick her up. Jennifer recalled waiting anxiously for her mother's headlights, but they never appeared. At that moment, she sensed that the man was mentally preparing himself for his true intentions. After 5 minutes, the stranger remarked that her mom wasn't coming, so they needed to go farther. He then drove a few more blocks to a dead-end street and stopped the car. Jennifer once again sought confirmation that he was a genuine policeman. She mentioned that she was questioning him and needed him to prove he was an officer. She asked him where his gun and badge were. He responded that his gun was in the back seat of the car. As Jennifer turned to look for it, the suspicious officer removed her underwear. Jennifer lost track of time while in the stranger's grip because she passed out. She only became aware of her surroundings again when he was pulling her by her ankles through the field. Despite the intense pain caused by twigs and stones pressing into her back, she acted as if she were dead and remained silent, knowing that this was her opportunity to survive. He eventually released her feet and left her alone in the field. Jennifer heard him walking away, followed by the sound of his car door slamming in the engine starting as he drove off. She realized that she couldn't scream and didn't understand why. She managed to place her right hand on her neck and felt a deep wound. Looking at her hand, she saw it covered in blood. Since the exact time of her disappearance was unknown, it was thought that she lay in the field for 12 to 14 hours. As the sun set, she noticed the lights of passing cars nearby. She heard children's voices in a dog that approached her several times, seemingly trying to get its owner's attention, but the owner never came. During this time, she was bitten by fire ants, which helped her stay awake. Jennifer stated that every time she regained consciousness, she was shocked that she was still alive. She said she wasn't afraid and had accepted that she might not survive. Suddenly, she heard children's voices nearby, and then something hit her leg. When Jennifer next regained consciousness, she heard a police officer saying, "You've been found. You're going to be okay. Just please stay with me." She remembered being loaded into the life flight helicopter. This experience was very difficult for young Jennifer because she couldn't speak and had to communicate by writing everything down. Her fear of men added to the tension, so her mother asked the questions. And Jennifer's responses were passed on to the officers outside the door. Remarkably, 8-year-old Jennifer was able to get the stranger's name. "I just remember recalling his name, so I wrote that he said his name was Dennis. I remember thinking he looked greasy and that he might have had a scar or something on his face." For days after Jennifer went missing, the police enlisted the help of forensic expert Lois Gibson. She communicated with Jennifer using gestures and notes. Despite these difficulties, they created a detailed composite sketch of a man, which was released to the public in hopes of receiving information. While this was happening, police searched the crime scene and discovered Jennifer's clothing about half a mile away, along with a man's shirt and underwear. Unfortunately, DNA testing on the clothing did not yield any matches to a suspect. Jennifer's recovery took time, but she demonstrated incredible strength for someone her age. There was a particularly tough moment when she became upset over a chocolate bar she couldn't eat, screamed in frustration, and made a faint sound. Doctors were surprised because her vocal cords had been nearly severed and they didn't expect them to heal, yet they started to recover. Soon after, Jennifer was released from the hospital. She returned home and resumed her studies. After finishing school and college, she chose to become a children's librarian. However, she never forgot the traumatic events of that night. Every day felt like a search for her attacker. She wondered if he could be anyone around her. Could it be our new neighbor? Someone at the post office or the grocery store? Is he watching us? Will he come back to finish what he started? Fortunately, Jennifer met a man named Jonathan, and for the first time in years, she felt she could trust someone. They fell in love. Meanwhile, the investigation into her attacker stalled. The chances of finding him diminished as time passed, and the case remained unresolved, moving from one investigator to another without progress. 18 years after that dreadful night, Jennifer received a phone call. She learned that Detective Tim Cromie would be taking over her case and that he wanted to meet with her. Tim Cromie promised to do everything possible to catch the criminal, and Jennifer believed him. He told her that he would do whatever he could in his power until the end of his career to get her the answers she needed for the case. Tim decided to involve FBI Special Agent Richard Renison in the case. Richard had previously worked for the Dickinson, Texas Police Department before joining the FBI. Together, Tim and Richard uncovered a significant amount of evidence collected on the day Jennifer went missing shortly after she was found. Key pieces of evidence included Jennifer's underwear, as well as the perpetrator's shirt and underwear. They sent a DNA sample found on these items to the lab in Quantico, Virginia. While detectives recognized that DNA analysis technology had improved significantly over the past 19 years, they also knew that the age of the case would make it less of a priority in the lab. Investigating cold cases often comes with the challenge of time. As witnesses forget, people move away, and some may even pass away. However, one advantage of this case's age was the advancements in DNA technology that could aid their investigation. A year later, their efforts were finally recognized. The man whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene was Dennis Earl Bradford, the same name that Jennifer had identified years earlier. Remarkably, the 8-year-old girl had been extremely precise in her descriptions. Despite being on pain medication, unable to speak, and only 8 years old, she wrote down the name Dennis. This was a significant indication of her accuracy. In fact, it later became clear just how precise she was about many details. Dennis Bradford, now 39, lived in North Little Rock, Arkansas, and his DNA had been entered into the national database after he assaulted a woman in a bar in 1996. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison but only served 4. On February 4, 2000, he was conditionally released and less than a year later was arrested for driving under the influence just half a mile from his home. He remarried and worked as a welder until his arrest in 2009. Tim Cromie and Richard Renison looked into the connection between a suspect from North Little Rock, Arkansas, and Dickinson, Texas, a small town. They discovered that the man had been arrested in Dickinson in 1987, 3 years before Jennifer's attack. At that time, he had 2 addresses located within 2 miles of Jennifer and Elaine's apartment. To verify that he was the kidnapper, detectives requested a 19-year-old photo from his driver's license. When they saw the photo, they were shocked because it resembled the composite sketch made with input from 8-year-old Jennifer. One detective asked if Dennis had ever heard the name Jennifer Schuett, to which he replied affirmatively. The detective then inquired if Dennis had ever had the occasion to come into contact with her, and the suspect again confirmed this. When asked to elaborate, Dennis hesitated, stating that it was a lot to explain, but he believed that if the detective were to see her, he would be extremely proud of her. Finally, and the suspect stated that Jennifer was alive, repeating that she was alive. The detective reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh God!" The suspect responded by saying that the detective had no idea how hard he had prayed for that, mentioning that he was a believer in Christ but had no idea about her status. He added that it was just about 2 days later when he ran away and took off. Dennis Earl Bradford was arrested on October 19, 2009. He claimed he didn't know Jennifer, couldn't remember why he had stopped near her apartment, and didn't understand why he had acted so cruelly towards her. Bradford also shared a significant detail that investigators were unaware of. After the attack, he felt intense guilt. He wanted to pull the trigger, but ultimately changed his mind. Following this, he was admitted to a psychiatric ward, which was the same hospital where Jennifer was still receiving treatment at that time. He had been very close to her at that time. Immediately after the interrogation, detectives informed Jennifer that the criminal they had been searching for 19 years had been arrested. Jennifer expressed that when they called her that morning and told her that they had really arrested Dennis Bradford, it was the most moment of her life and meant everything to her. She conveyed her gratitude to the detectives for fulfilling their promise and, above all, wanted to thank Detective Tim Cromie from the Dickinson Police Department and Special Agent Richard Renison from the FBI for all their hard work and dedication over the last year and a half. She emphasized that their promise from day one, never giving up on her case and hearing her voice while seeing her determination, meant a lot to her. Jennifer also admitted her anticipation of facing Dennis Bradford in the courtroom since he was willing to plead guilty and not drag out the trial. Jennifer was given the opportunity to select the court date and chose August 10th, the 20th anniversary of the attack. She mentioned that she remembered staying up late, endless nights, trying to perfect her victim impact statement, writing, erasing, and writing again, just trying to perfect what she wanted to say. She said that she had 19 years worth of things to say to that person. However, it was not meant to happen. On May 10th, in 2010, a few months before the trial, hung in his jail cell, which made her feel that her right to see the case through to the end had been taken away. Jennifer went to Dennis' grave and read aloud what she wanted to say in court, stating that Dennis Bradford had chosen the wrong little 8-year-old girl to try and murder because for 19 years, she had thought of him every single day and had helped in searching for him. She expressed that in her heart, she knew he was out there, and now she realized that by listening to her heart all those years and never giving up on finding him, she had been right. After finishing her speech, Jennifer turned to her husband and wondered if Dennis had hurt her. At that moment, a fiery ant bit her leg, and she took it as a sign from God that he had heard her loud and clear. Jennifer reflected on her experiences, mentioning that despite the horrific events caused by Dennis' actions, she faced yet another challenge in her life. She explained that as a result of the trauma, she almost lost the ability to conceive a child. However, she noted that amidst the darkness, there were shining examples of kindness, particularly from Dr. Craig Witz, who, after hearing her story, generously offered his services to her twice, free of charge. She shared that at the end of 2012, she and her partner welcomed their daughter Jenna and later their son Jonah, expressing her disbelief by saying that it felt like a dream and questioning who would have thought that they would really be her happy ending. The criminal tried to silence her and take away her right to be a mother, but he failed. Jennifer desires for her story to be shared, not for her own sake, but for others who have endured similar ordeals and must cope with them every day. She mentioned that they have gone through something in life that they can talk about, and she believes it is worth sharing it with others to instill hope. She expressed her hope that this would inspire others to use their voice to help someone else. Jennifer also added that, in the end, she is not a victim but instead victorious. In February 1982, an older man and young woman walked into a drug stop in Ash Fork, Arizona. The two of them just wanted some aspirin, as the young woman had some toothache. On February 14th, about 2 weeks later, investigators entered the drug stop. They showed pictures of clothing that had been found on a body of a teenage girl. One of the workers, Patty Wilkins, realized that a young woman who entered the truck stop about 2 weeks earlier with the older man had been wearing the same clothes. The young woman had been found under a cedar tree off Interstate 40. An autopsy revealed that she most likely passed away due to strangulation or asphyxiation. Patty Wilkins felt extremely guilty after realizing she knew the girl. It was determined that a young woman's life was taken just a few hours after leaving the truck stop. Wilkins remembered that she asked the young woman at one point if she was okay leaving with the older man, and she said yes. A composite was made of both the girl and the older man, who was now a prominent suspect. I really don't know what to say about a composite sketch of the man. No one came forward with any more information, and the two of them went unidentified. The young woman was called Valentine Sally, as she was found on Valentine's Day. After investigators exhausted all possible leads and could still not identify them, the case went cold. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children decided to try and help identify Valentine Sally. They obtained a DNA sample belonging to her. Recently, with advances in DNA technology, they made use of genetic genealogy to identify her. They used multiple public DNA databases to try and find relatives of Valentine Sally. In 2021, investigators were finally able to confirm her to be Carolyn Celeste Eaton. 17-year-old Carolyn lived in St. Louis, Missouri. On Christmas Day 1981, she ran away after a fight with one of her 6 siblings. Investigators are still trying to find out who took her life, but hope that Carolyn's family can have a sense of closure knowing what happened to their loved one. On July 5, 1966, a young man and woman checked into a motel in Pecos, Texas. The two checked in using the name Mr. and Mrs. Russell Bethune. A few hours after checking in, the woman went swimming in a pool while the man slept in their room. Just after that, screams could be heard coming from the swimming pool area. A maid found a woman's body in a swimming pool of the motel. As the woman was being taken away in an ambulance, her companion checked out of the motel and was never seen again. An autopsy was done and it was found that she passed away due to drowning, so no foul play was suspected, and it is believed the man lived out of fear. No Mr. and Mrs. Bethune matching their description was found. It is not known why they used false names. Investigators tried to identify the man and the woman to no avail. She was called the Pecos Jane Doe. She was estimated to be between 17 and 20 years old. No one had matched her description whilst reported missing in the area. The citizens of Pecos helped raise money so the woman could be buried and have a service. She was laid to rest in a Fairview cemetery. Her gravestone simply read, "Unknown girl drowned, July 5, 1966. Every year investigators would take flowers to her resting place, but they were unable to solve the case, and it went cold. In 2019, the case was reopened, and her body was exhumed so her DNA could be collected. Recently, the Pecos Police Department worked with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and genealogy technology companies. A composite sketch was then made, hoping that someone would come forward and knew her, but no one did. With the help of DNA, however, it was then discovered that the biggest gender is 17-year-old Jolene Hemme. Police Chief Lisa Tarango had us to say about how DNA helped. It absolutely played a huge role, at least in identity of who she is. I think if more people in this type of situation with lost family members or unidentified persons get involved in cases like this and cooperate and submit DNA, I think there would be a huge resolution of missing and unidentified people. Investigators still see it as an open and active investigation, and they want anyone with more information to come forward. 17-year-old Jolene was one of 15 children and lived in Salina, Kansas. For her family, it is a bittersweet moment, as they always had some hope as she was still alive, even if it had been over 50 years had I last saw her. On August 15, 1978, a logging crew came across human remains in Jackson County, Wisconsin. It could be determined that the remains belonged to a male, but not much else was known. Investigators had no idea who the man was, how he got there, or how lost his life. A composite sketch was made, hoping that someone could identify him. But no one did, and the case soon went cold. A DNA sample from the man was entered into a national database for missing and unidentified persons, but no matches could be made. It was only recently that a DNA DOH project got involved and the case could move forward. In April of 2021, Jackson County Sheriff Dwayne Valdera announced that the remains were that of Dennis Reagan McCunn. He was a 29-year-old man who went missing from Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was born in DeKalb, Illinois, where he attended DeKalb High School. Dwayne Walthera hopes that identification would lead them to finding out what exactly happened to Dennis Reagan McCone. The case of Rebecca Payne. Rebecca Payne was born on April 19, 1986, in New Milford, Connecticut, to Virginia and Nicholas Payne. She was their only child. Rebecca attended New Milford High School, graduating in 2004. During her high school years, she was an active athlete. After high school, Rebecca enrolled in Northeastern University in Boston, where she pursued a degree in athletic training. This 5-year program focused on the care and prevention of athletic injuries. In her 4th year, Rebecca held leadership positions, including a spot on the Dean's Council and serving as president of the athletic training club. She played a key role in organizing the university's vision for the Future Athletic Training Leadership Forum and was also involved with the Episcopal Lutheran Center. Rebecca was known for her friendly and approachable nature. She had a large circle of friends and was always willing to lend a helping hand. At 6:30 a.m. on May 20, 2008, Boston police received a call from the manager of the Parker Hill apartment complex. The man was in a panic. He told the police that he had seen a door ajar in a 3rd-floor apartment. A 22-year-old student, Rebecca Payne, lived in the apartment. When he knocked on the door and called her name, no one answered him, and he decided to go inside. There, he immediately saw dark red spots and stripes on the floor that led him to one of the rooms. He found Rebecca lying on the floor, with no signs of life and her belongings scattered. When police arrived at the crime scene, they observed that the front door showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Rebecca may have known her attacker and may have let herself in willingly. Her 3rd-floor apartment had 2 bedrooms, and Rebecca's body was found face down on the floor in the bedroom. A trail of blood led from the living room to the bedroom, suggesting that the attack occurred in the living room, as there were traces of shell casings in that room. Forensic examinations showed that Rebecca had been shot 5 times. Blood stains in the apartment suggested that she had been conscious for some time, attempting to crawl to the bedroom before losing strength. Her valuables were still there. The state of disarray in her apartment was suspicious, leading police to believe that the perpetrator may have deliberately created the mess to distract them. Additionally, the mess may have been caused by Rebecca's struggle for life. When they searched the apartment, police observed that both the balcony door and the front door were open. Signs in the 2nd bedroom suggested that someone else had been living there. Identifying this person became a top priority for the police, as they were likely Rebecca's killer. After speaking with the apartment manager, police discovered that Rebecca lived with another student in her apartment, prompting police to begin searching for the student. At the same time, police interviewed residents of Parker Hill Apartments, some of whom reported hearing a woman scream and gunshots between 3 and 4 a.m. Unfortunately, no one reported the incident to the police. Rebecca Payne's tragic death left her parents reeling not only from the loss of their daughter, but also from the appalling indifference of their neighbors. Despite hearing Rebecca's screams and gunshots, no one called for help. Rebecca's parents described her as a vibrant and compassionate young woman. She had a big heart and was known for putting others before herself, always looking to help those in need. In the aftermath of her death, police interviewed residents of the apartment complex where Rebecca lived. One man, who lived on the 1st floor, reported seeing a black SUV approach the building at night. However, due to the darkness, he was unable to see the car's license plates or identify who got out of the vehicle. The apartment building where the crime took place had both internal and external surveillance cameras. However, when police asked the building manager for the footage, they discovered that the cameras only allowed for real-time viewing. The outdated equipment required a video cassette to be inserted into a VCR and manually recorded, but no one had done so. Given this information, along with the fact that the manager was the one who found Rebecca's body, police began to suspect him of the crime. As a resident of the building, he had constant access to Rebecca's apartment and was aware that the surveillance cameras were not being monitored. The suspicion against the manager grew when a background check revealed his past run-ins with the law, specifically related to prohibited substances. Furthermore, an officer noticed dark red stains on the front door of the manager's apartment, which were swabbed and sent for examination. The manager was taken to the police station for questioning, where he denied any involvement in Rebecca's death, claiming he spent the entire night in his apartment with his wife. The police also spoke with his wife to verify his alibi. The woman's husband was initially a suspect, but his wife provided an alibi for his whereabouts during the night of the crime. Laboratory results showed that the dark red stains on his apartment door were just paint, leading the police to release him due to lack of evidence. Police investigating the case reviewed video and photo materials from the scene and focused on a public transportation card found near the crime scene. This card, used to pay for public transport in the Boston area, stores data on its usage, including the location and time of each use. Traffic police provided police with surveillance camera footage of the card being used. After reviewing the recordings, police determined that the card belonged to Rebecca and was used by her on the night she went missing. The footage showed Rebecca walking home, appearing calm and alone, with no signs of anyone following her. Unfortunately, this discovery did not lead to any new leads on the identity of the offender. The police obtained another video from a surveillance camera located outside the hospital building, near the Parker Hill apartments. This video captured a black SUV driving by at the time of Rebecca's attack. Although the video was poor quality, preventing the officers from seeing the license plates, it did appear to match the description given by the witness. And the detectives police it was a Ford vehicle. Meanwhile, detectives interviewed Rebecca's roommate at the police station. The roommate expressed shock at Rebecca's death and stated that she had been living with her parents while studying for an exam. This alibi was verified by her parents, clearing her of suspicion. However, the conversation was still fruitful as she provided potentially valuable information that could aid the investigation. According to Rebecca's roommate, Matt, Rebecca's boyfriend, had access to their apartment. To determine if Matt had a motive to harm Rebecca, police reached out to him by phone. Matt explained that he had moved to New York State to live with his parents around the time of the attack. He claimed to be depressed over Rebecca's death. Matt stated that he had been staying with his parents and they confirmed his alibi. Police obtained a record of Matt's cell phone activity, revealing a conversation with Rebecca on the night of the attack, around midnight, a few hours before her death. However, the cell tower that received the signal from Matt's phone was located near his parents' house in New York State. To verify Matt's alibi, police conducted an experiment and concluded that it would have been impossible for him to drive from his parents' house to Boston in 3 or 4 hours, making it unlikely that he committed the crime. As a result, Matt was ruled out as a suspect. Rebecca's family and friends traveled to her home state of Connecticut to say goodbye, but the police investigation into Rebecca's death stalled. Despite their efforts, no new evidence was found, no witnesses came forward, and no DNA samples were collected. The case appeared to have reached a dead end. Years went by. In 2012, a breakthrough occurred. Anthony White was arrested by the Boston police for trafficking illegal substances and faced a lengthy prison sentence. In an attempt to reduce his sentence, Anthony offered to provide police with information about the night Rebecca Payne died. Recognizing this as a potential opportunity to solve the long-standing case, the police accepted Anthony's offer. Anthony declared that on May 20th, Anthony received a call from Cornell Smith, an acquaintance involved in the same illicit activities as him. Cornell requested a meeting and Anthony agreed. Cornell arrived with their mutual friend Michael Balba, who drove a black SUV. The three of them went to the Parker Hill apartments, where Michael parked in a spot with a clear view of the building. When Cornell spotted Rebecca in a third-floor window, he identified her. They waited until the lights in her apartment went out, assuming she had fallen asleep. Cornell then climbed from the first-floor balcony to the third-floor balcony, where he found the door to the apartment open. However, upon entering, he found Rebecca awake and lying on the couch in the living room. She began screaming when she saw him, and a brief struggle ensued. Cornell shot her 5 times before fleeing the apartment through the front door and escaping with Anthony and Michael in the SUV. Police questioned the credibility of Anthony's testimony, suspecting that he had fabricated the story based on news reports in order to get a reduced sentence. Police did not understand Cornell's motives, as Rebecca had no connection to him. However, according to Anthony, Rebecca's death was a case of mistaken identity. Two sisters who lived on the first floor of Parker Hill Apartments looked very similar to Rebecca. The sisters were Cornell's rivals in the illegal drug trade. In retaliation, Cornell targeted Parker Hill Apartments, but he was not sure which floor or apartment the sisters lived in. When he saw Rebecca at the window, Cornell mistook her for one of his enemy sisters. Police looked into Cornell Smith's past and found that in February 2008, he was arrested for dealing illegal substances. Shortly before Rebecca's death, Cornell was released on bail. According to Anthony White's statement in 2012, Cornell wanted revenge against the sisters. However, when Anthony White came forward, Cornell Smith was already serving a 12-year sentence in prison for another conviction. With Anthony's new testimony, Cornell was then also charged in Rebecca's murder. Cornell denied his involvement, though. Before the case could go to trial, the key witness, Anthony White, died in prison. There was no longer any evidence to prove Cornell's involvement in the murder of Rebecca Payne. Since Anthony White was dead, the police needed new testimony from Michael Balba, who was with Anthony and Cornell on the night of the murder, in order to convict Cornell Smith. Michael was arrested and taken to the police station, but without evidence. He denied involvement and requested a lawyer. As a result, hopes of solving the case seemed lost. In a final attempt to find the connection between Cornell and Rebecca's death, the police looked into Cornell's case files in connection with a separate case of drug trafficking. During the search, the police came across letters written by Cornell Smith to the judge. These letters revealed Cornell's arrogant attitude towards others, some of which seemed meaningless. However, one letter contained a crucial piece of evidence that linked Cornell to Rebecca's death. It remains unclear why these letters had not been scrutinized earlier, despite being addressed to the judge. The discovery of this key evidence ultimately helped police build a case against Cornell. In a letter written out of anger, Cornell referenced an altercation that had taken place in downtown Boston, leading to the unfortunate death of Rebecca Payne at the hands of Cornell. This letter confirmed that I, Cornell, was in Rebecca's apartment at the time of the incident. The trial took place in 2015. Jeffrey Karp, a defense attorney with more than 20 years of experience, was the first attorney to represent Cornell. However, Jeffrey withdrew from the case after an incident. Cornell suddenly stood up and struck Jeffrey Karp in the head with his handcuffed hand, causing chaos in the Suffolk County Superior Court in Massachusetts. Jeffrey Karp then opted not to prosecute, instead allowing the judge to appoint a new attorney for Cornell. Cornell Smith took a plea deal and pleaded guilty to taking the life of Rebecca Payne as part of the deal. He received a prison sentence of 18 to 20 years from the judge. To honor Rebecca's memory, her hometown renamed the local tennis court after her. A garden and a National Athletic Trainers Association scholarship fund have also been established in her name. According to Rebecca's father, Nicholas Payne, these tributes were created with one main goal in mind. We don't want her to be forgotten. On September 9, 1985, a bear hunter found human bones near Crystal Creek, Montana. It was determined that the bones belonged to a woman. It was believed as she was most likely Asian and of Japanese ethnicity, yet she may have had Caucasian heritage. She had dental work unique to Asia, which was extensive and of good quality. The woman also had thin, wavy and treated black to light brown hair. Teeth on the right side of her mouth indicated as she was a smoker. She had prominent cheekbones and was most likely right-handed. Investigators tried hard to identify the woman, but was unable to, and she was given the name Christy Crystal Creek. The Missoula Sheriff's Office Gold Case Unit partnered with Offrim, a private lab that conducts advanced DNA analysis. Investigators used DNA profiles from commercial sites like JetMatch and Family Tree DNA to crowdsource genetic and ancestry data. After weeks of genealogy research, investigators identified relatives of the victim. Finally, in May of 2021, they identified the victim as Janet Lee Lucas. Janet was born in October 1960. She grew up in California before moving to Spokane, Washington with her parents and her 7 siblings. Janet disappeared at the age of 23, leaving behind her 5-year-old son. She was last seen in Sandpoint, Idaho. No records show how Janet lived or spent any time in Montana before her body was found there. Missoula Detective Captain Dave Conway said, "We cannot rest on our success of having identified Janet. We must now seek justice for Janet." The sheriff's office released a photo of Janet, taken shortly before she passed away, in hopes someone may recognize her and come forward with more information. Janet's family had this to say in a statement: "After decades of missing Janet, our family is heartbroken to learn as she was tragically taken, unidentified, and spent a large amount of years alone. However, she never spent one moment without being loved. Janet had a contagious smile, warm personality, and wore her heart on her sleeve. Janet had been missed dearly, searched for, but most importantly, never forgotten. Janet was loved by everyone. Not only was she a mother, she was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend, and now a grandmother. The 4 beautiful children. We are grateful to finally be able to bring her home to us, as well as bring Janet the peace and rest she so deserves." Investigators believe that Wayne Nance might be responsible for taking her life. He has been linked to many similar crimes in the area, but he was never found guilty as he passed away in 1986. 22-year-old Caitlin Kelly lived in Shawano County, Wisconsin in 2020. Shawano is home to the Menominee tribe, which is a nation of Native Americans. She also had a baby son. On June 18, 2020, Caitlin was reported missing from the reservation by her family. Caitlin's mom, Michelle, said that her daughter was last seen near Silver Canoe Road, walking towards Kashina, Wisconsin. On the night of June 16th, a black SUV was seen parked outside of her home in Chano, a little after 2 a.m. on June 17th. Tribal police and other police departments conducted extensive searches for Caitlin in the area where she last been seen in the days following her disappearance. Family members posted flyers around Wisconsin and pleaded with the public for help in finding Caitlin. On July 22, 2020, Menominee Nation chairperson Joan DeLabreu announced a $5,000 reward for any information leading to Caitlin being found. Despite the investigators and the family's efforts, the case would go cold for a while. Then, in March 2021, Menominee Tribal Police made an announcement regarding Caitlin's disappearance. They said that human remains were discovered on a reservation on March 17th. On March 22nd, after an autopsy was done, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to Caitlin Kelly. Investigators have not yet announced the manner in which Caitlin passed away, or where her remains on a reservation was located. 22-year-old Taisha Bell lived in Chicago, Illinois with her sister and her 2 daughters. On the evening of May 10, 2003, Taisha left her home moments after receiving a mysterious call. She was never seen again. Investigators believe that she intended to go back home, as she left her 2 daughters behind with the television on, and had also left her handbag and candles lit in her room. Foul play was suspected. Investigators tried to find Taisha and also hoped that someone could come forward with more information. Following her disappearance, investigators interviewed an unidentified person of interest in the case, but after searching the person's home and car, the lead fizzled out. Taisha's mom, Lorna, said, "Until I get a knock on my door and police tell me they have found my daughter's remains, I will continue to think of her as alive." 18 years later, in 2021, she got that knock on the door. In December 2020, Taisha's remains, clothes, and personal items were found in a wooded area of Kane County, Illinois. In 2021, using dental records and DNA, investigators were able to identify the remains as belonging to Taisha Bell. It remains unclear how she passed away, but investigators did say that someone took her life. Taisha's case is considered an open investigation, and investigators are asking for the public's help in finding justice for the beloved mother and daughter. Case of Catherine Wellsbur. Catherine Wellsbur was born in 1989 in the United Kingdom to parents Phil and Jane Wellsbur. She has an older sister named Lynn. In the summer of 2010, Catherine met Rafael Nowak, a 31-year-old coworker, on a university break while working on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Rafał was an immigrant from Poland with a previous marriage and a son, had moved to England 4 years earlier seeking a better life. Rafał and Catherine started dating, initially meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but soon progressing to romantic dinners. Rafał showered Catherine with gifts, took Catherine to movies, and went on walks with Catherine. As their relationship deepened, Rafał shared his past and reasons for moving to the UK with Catherine. Rafał's trustworthy nature allows her to open up completely to him. Within a few months, introduced Rafał to her parents, who welcomed him into their family and hoped for Rafał and Catherine's future happiness. Soon, Rafał and Catherine began planning their wedding. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University in 2011 and secured a promising job as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. Her career progressed quickly, helping her have good job opportunities. Catherine is smart, highly educated, and has good interaction skills with others. She shows genuine interest in her coworkers' problems and cares for those around her. Her kind demeanor and radiant smile have earned her the admiration of her colleagues, who view her as a young leader. Catherine's career was advancing swiftly, and her substantial earnings combined with those of her partner Rafał allowed them to purchase a spacious home with a terrace in Willow Way. Although they were financially secure, they opted to take out a mortgage, securing insurance coverage as per their agreement with the bank. With their youth, successful careers, and love for each other, it seemed they had all the ingredients for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, changing everything forever. On September 12, 2012, Orlando, a local resident, was driving home after a night shift at the gas station. He is in a hurry to take his daughter Maria to kindergarten as he promised his wife. While driving, he noticed black smoke coming from a nearby parking lot after turning a sharp corner. Smoke billowed from a car engulfed in flames. Orlando stopped and tried to get a closer look but couldn't due to the intense fire. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car was completely burned out. The police cordoned off the area to keep onlookers away. The location was relatively deserted due to the early hour and there were no witnesses to the incident. Upon investigation, a charred body was found. The police needed to identify the victim and determine the cause of death. There were no signs of a car accident or any evidence of another vehicle being involved. The police initially suspected that the car may have caught fire due to a malfunction or self-ignition. A thorough investigation was conducted involving multiple expert analyses. The remains were sent to a forensic laboratory to determine the identity and cause of death. The police also examined fragments of the burned vehicle to identify any malfunctions and established the cause of the fire. The police began by checking the missing persons database and recent reports of disappearances. They quickly identified the deceased as 23-year-old Catherine Wells Barr. On the same day, Rafał Nowak filed a missing persons report for his girlfriend, Catherine. According to Rafał, he left for work at 5:30 a.m. while Catherine was still asleep. When she failed to show up for work and Rafał couldn't find her at any of her relatives' homes, he contacted the police. The investigation involved interviewing the victim's family, including her parents and sister, as well as Rafał, her colleagues, and friends. By gathering information about the last days and years of Catherine's life, the police were able to reconstruct the events leading up to her tragic death. The investigation into Catherine's disappearance continued to uncover shocking details about her life with Rafał. As the truth began to emerge, it became clear that their relationship had been built on lies from the start. Rafał, a 29-year-old man from Poland, had left his wife and child behind to escape his deaths. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lovick, with whom he had a long-term relationship starting in 2008. When Rafał met Catherine, he initially maintained relationships with both women. However, he eventually chose Catherine, believing she offered more stability and financial security. Catherine, unaware of Rafał's true intentions, genuinely desired a happy marriage and family with him. Meanwhile, Rafał was secretly planning to kill Catherine, intending to use the life insurance payout and the large house they shared to fund a new life with his mistress, Anna. The murder was carefully planned and executed with exceptional cruelty. On the day Catherine went missing, Raffel waited a few hours before reporting her disappearance to her boss, pretending to be frantically worried about her whereabouts. He feigned panic and despair in front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, claiming she had been receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer. When Catherine's car was found missing and she was not at her parents' home or her own, Raffel's fake concern led Catherine's family to contact the police. Raffel recounted that the evening before her disappearance had been normal evening. Raffel and Catherine went for a walk, bought groceries, had dinner, watched TV, and went to bed together. Catherine seemed calm. However, a thorough investigation revealed that her death occurred earlier. She was strangled around 2 a.m., likely in her own bed while asleep. Her body was placed in the car, driven a short distance, and set on fire to destroy evidence. Raffel Novak had a solid alibi, as he was at work from 5:30 a.m. He claimed Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was discovered between 6 and 7 a.m. However, Raffel was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly altered the case's direction. As a result, Raffel Novak became the prime suspect in Catherine Wells Burr's murder. The evidence allowed for Raffel to be detained pending further investigation. Raffel claimed that Catherine was being stalked, which had caused her significant distress. However, during the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine had a secret online life. She had accounts on several adult websites where she shared intimate photos and engaged in flirtatious conversations with men. A letter from a secret admirer was also found. Despite attempts to mislead the investigation, evidence was uncovered that proved Raffel's direct involvement in Catherine's demise. Notably, Raffel had a motive to kill Catherine. Investigators found that he had been in continuous communication with Anna Luginowicz and they had met regularly over the past few months. Furthermore, it was discovered that Raffel had a financial motive. Shortly before Catherine's death, they had both taken out life insurance policies worth £123,000. Raffel and Catherine were the sole beneficiaries of each other's policies, meaning they would receive the payouts in the event of the other's death. The main motive behind Catherine's death and the burning of her car to mislead the investigation was found to be a large life insurance payout. On the day she went missing, Catherine sent a message to Anna's phone. Additionally, security cameras showed Anna and her uncle filling a gas can at a gas station a few days before the crime. This new information brought a third person into the investigation. Anna Ladvinovic, 32, and her uncle, Tadeusz Demetresin, 38, along with Raffel Nowak, are suspected of being accomplices in a premeditated crime and arson to cover up evidence. The crime was carefully planned by them over several months. They created accounts on adult websites, uploaded doctored images of Catherine-created chats with various men to mislead the investigation. When faced with undeniable evidence, Raffel and Anna couldn't deny their involvement any longer and began blaming each other. Raffel claimed that Anna, driven by jealousy, planned and carried out the crime to eliminate Catherine. In contrast, Anna accused Raffel of committing the crime out of greed, seeking to secure the insurance payout for the house. To avoid detection, the conspirators forged much evidence related to Catherine. They created fake profiles about Catherine on dating websites, portraying her as a promiscuous and highly sexual woman. Also, to cover their tracks, the conspirators burned Catherine's body and created a fake story about her. They invented a fictitious lover, and they believed that he might be responsible for Catherine's death. One of the conspirators even sent a text message from Catherine's phone to this fictitious person, suggesting that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts discovered that when the fire broke out, Catherine was only wearing her favorite nightgown, not an appropriate outfit to meet someone. Despite the evidence, Raffel refused to acknowledge his involvement in Catherine's death. Instead, he told Jane, Catherine's mother, that her daughter was receiving threatening emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said if he couldn't have her, no one could. Raffel also claimed that Catherine had spoken of taking her own life. In a shocking display of deceit, Raffel allowed Catherine's parents to comfort him, believing he was also mourning the loss of Catherine he loved. Raffel's acting was incredibly convincing. After Catherine's death, her mother, Jane, was so taken in by his performance that she hugged him and allowed him to call her mom. Jane explained that in the early stages of the investigation, the police viewed Raffle more as a witness than a suspect, so she decided to offer him her full support. Her reasoning was that if Catherine had loved him that much and he was considered part of their family, then he deserved their support. The trial, chaired by Justice Sharp, began. The jury heard that Raffle and his two co-defendants stood to gain a significant amount from Catherine's death. They hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, valued at £137,000. During the trial, it was revealed that when police found Catherine's body in her burned car on the morning of September 12th, Raffle showed no emotion. Anna Leginowicz frequently shook her head and laughed in court when it was suggested she was responsible for the crime, but refused to testify. Tadevs also chose not to testify in his defense. The judge, Justice Sharp, told the defendants the murder was a horrific and merciless crime. The defendants showed no emotion during sentencing. The judge described Anna Leginowicz's behavior as deceitful, manipulative, and cruel, and stated she played a significant role in the crime. He also told Tadevs that the murder was committed for gain, with many aggravating circumstances and no mitigating ones. The judge expressed deep sympathy for Catherine's parents, who had no idea that Raffle Novak's charming facade hid a monster. Raffle's actions were driven by financial gain, as he had no emotional ties to Catherine. Catherine's mother stated that the brutal and calculated manner of her daughter's death would haunt them forever. She regretted not having the chance to say goodbye or express her love, and now considers Raffle an evil person who deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added that they had welcomed Raffle into their home, treating him like a son only to be betrayed by him. During the trial, Raffle Novak became emotional in the witness box. He denied any involvement in the death of his girlfriend, Catherine Wells Burr. Raffle claimed everyone was blaming him for a crime he did not commit. However, the court heard that Raffle showed no emotion when the police discovered Catherine's body in her burned-out car on September 12th last year. Catherine's mother, Jane Wells Burr, testified that after his initial release from police custody, Raffle asked for a steak dinner and didn't even mention Catherine. Jane Wells Burr stated that her daughter's fate was sealed when she and Raffle bought a house together and took out a life insurance policy. She believes that in signing the contract, Catherine also signed her own death warrant. Ultimately, the court found Raffle Novak guilty of suffocating Catherine with a pillow while she slept. He had conspired with his secret lover, Anna Leginowicz, and her uncle, Tadevs, to claim a £123,000 life insurance payout and a share of the house. Anna and Tadevs had transported Catherine's body in her car to a remote location and set it on fire. Raffle and Anna were sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 32 years, while Tadevs received a 27-year sentence. After the verdict, Catherine's parents, Philip and Jane Wells Burr, advocated for stricter immigration laws. They believed that if the UK had more stringent immigration rules like the US, Raffle Novak would not have been allowed entry. Raffle had previously been convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland. Philip and Jane, who divorced after Catherine's death, blamed the European Union for the UK's lenient immigration policies. Jane stated that the UK does not thoroughly check people entering the country. She was unaware of Raffle's previous assault charge in Poland and believes the government needs to prevent individuals like Raffle from freely entering the country. Following the verdict, Catherine's mother paid tribute to her daughter, describing her as a beautiful, determined, and hardworking individual who earned a first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. Catherine's family expressed their devastation and loss, stating they were proud of her accomplishments and had no idea how to move forward without her. They believed she had great potential and a promising life ahead, but it was cruelly taken away from her and her loved ones. 40-year-old Virginia Freeman lived in Brazos County, Texas in 1981. She had a husband and two children, 11-year-old Brad and 14-year-old Betsy. Virginia worked as a real estate agent. She had a strong presence in the local community and was a volunteer for the American Red Cross, as well as a local Girl Scouts. Virginia was also part of the First Baptist Church Discovery Program. At a Texas A&M university, On December 1st, 1981, Virginia received a phone call from a man who wanted to buy a house from her. The man claimed he had the cash to buy the house. Virginia was eager to make the sale, so she confirmed the appointment, even though she had dinner planned with her family and friends. Before heading to the appointment, she drove to her house first. Virginia wanted to tell her children she would be a little late for dinner that evening. She told them that they should get dressed and that she would see them a little later than planned. Virginia then drove to the appointment in her white 1981 Chevrolet station wagon. At 6 p.m., Virginia's husband Charles began to grow concerned. She had not made it home yet. He called the real estate office. He then learned that Virginia went to the appointment at 2 p.m. and had not come back yet. Charles and a friend of his decided to go look for Virginia at the house as she was showing that day. In front of the house, they made a gruesome discovery. Virginia's body was found in a driveway off the house. She had been stabbed in the neck 11 times. Virginia was also choked so hard that her neck was actually broken. She had also been struck across the head multiple times. Investigators believed it was a slab of concrete that was used. It was estimated that she passed away just before 4 p.m. that day. Investigators also concluded Virginia and the client never made it inside house. The ground around her body indicated had a struggle to place. Virginia also had a lot of defensive injuries on her hands. DNA belonging to her attacker was found under her fingernails. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy clipped their fingernails during the examination. It was then carefully sealed in a plastic evidence bag. Investigators knew that it could be used later when DNA was more advanced. The local area was canvassed extensively by investigators. They were looking for any possible leads. Brazos County Crime Stoppers offered a reward of $1,000 for any information. That would lead to an arrest. Investigators also asked anyone living in the local area if they maybe saw Virginia driving her white station wagon, or maybe saw a suspicious man. Even though the house was located in a very secluded area, some witnesses did come forward. Thanks to this, investigators were able to create a composite sketch of the man they were looking for. The image was circulated, but no one recognized the man. One of the co-workers of Virginia said that the man had a country accent, but as this took place in Texas, it did not really help investigators. The co-worker also said that the man did not specifically ask for Virginia. He just said that he wanted to see the house. Virginia was on a rotation list, which meant that any new clients who were not yet on the books would be assigned to her. No one was arrested for the crime, and a case eventually went cold, and it would stay that way for a very long time. In 2018, the case was looked into again as DNA was more advanced by then. A company by the name of Parabon Nanolabs were asked by investigators to help solve the case. Parabon has a service called Snapshot DNA Analysis. This means that they can take DNA of a suspect that cannot be traced using DNA databases and create an image of what it might have looked like at the time of the crime, and also what it might look like in the present day. It is not a cheap service. It can cost up to $4,000 for the images. National Geographic decided to pay so the snapshot image could be made of the person who took Virginia's life. In turn, National Geographic would get permission to make an episode about it as part of the Nat Geo Explorer series. Using the DNA found under Virginia's fingernails that belonged to the suspect, Parabon then created these images. The first image showed how the suspect would have looked like at the age of 25, as it was believed that it was roughly how old he was at the time the crime was committed. Parabon can also make use of genetic genealogy. It is a process where they take the DNA of the suspect and in a look at public DNA databases such as JetMatch. Using this technique, it led investigators to female relatives of the suspect, 2 second cousins. After some more investigating, investigators believe James Ottoyerd took the life of Virginia. James lived in Brazos County at the time of the crime in 1981. He was convicted in May 1987 of abducting and taking the life of 9-year-old Candy Janelle Goodland. On August 11, 1999, was executed in Huntsville, Texas. Fortunately, investigators found his son of ease and were still alive. His son then provided a DNA sample that could be tested against that of the DNA found on Virginia. On June 25, 2018, investigators held a press conference. It was then announced they were able to confirm had James did indeed take the life of Virginia Freeman. Sheriff Chris Kirk had us to say, "The solving of this cold case after so many years of investigating brings relief and closure for the Freeman family, Virginia's friends, the local real estate industry, and our community. It is an incredible example of the tenacity and perseverance of the investigators involved in this case. Also, we were blessed with opportunities to take advantage of emerging technologies in forensic sciences that led to a breakthrough. We are elated to finally close this case. Our one regret is that we cannot put handcuffs on James and prosecute him for what he did." The case of Pam Hupp. Pam Hupp was born on October 20th, 1958, in Delwood, Missouri, as the second child of the Newman family. She married Mark Hupp, and they had 2 children together. In February 2001, the family moved to Fallon, Missouri. Pam had a varied work history, including a job as a life administrator at State Farm until 2010, when she stopped working due to disability claims related to leg and back pain. Despite some past legal issues, including 2 charges of forgery, Pam's acquaintances would never have suspected her of being capable of murder. However, on August 16, 2016, Pam shot and killed Louis Gumpenberger, a mentally challenged man who had been struggling with physical and mental disabilities since a 2005 car accident. Pam claimed that Louis had attacked her with a knife after jumping out of a passing vehicle and that she had defended herself by slapping the knife away and then shooting him 5 times with her Ruger LCR, which she retrieved from her nightstand. However, this account of events seems suspicious, and it is uncertain what really happened that day. Pam accused Louis of instructing her to drive him to the bank to withdraw money belonging to Russ Faria, a man wrongly convicted of murdering his wife Betsy in 2011. According to Pam, Louis became agitated and excited, saying, "We're going to the bank. We're getting Russ's money." However, evidence later revealed that Louis's true intention was to have Louis Gumpenberger attack and kill Pam. A handwritten note found at the crime scene contained instructions for Gumpenberger. First, he was to obtain Russ's money from Pam's apartment. Next, he was to kill Pam and make it look like Russ's wife was responsible. The note included gruesome details, such as ensuring the knife was left sticking out of Pam's neck. The perpetrator was willing to pay Gumpenberger a large sum of money for carrying out this heinous act. Pam Hupp was arrested for the murder of Lou Gumpenberger. However, a question arose. Was Gumpenberger a hired assassin, or did Pam manipulate him using a mentally disabled man as a scapegoat? The truth began to unravel when Pam went to the O'Fallon Police Department voluntarily. During her interview, Pam asked if it would be recorded, mentioning that she normally appeared with Chris Hayes, a KTVI news reporter. She even blamed Hayes for attracting criminals through his reporting. Pam had a history of pretending to be Kathy, a producer of an NBC TV show. According to the O'Fallon police chief and the St. Charles County prosecutor, Pam used this persona to lure Gumpenberger into her home, where she tricked him into recreating a 911 call, providing a cover for the brutal crime she was about to commit. After killing Gumpenberger, Pam Hupp planted evidence to incriminate herself, including writing a note found on his body. The police had a strong case against her due to the overwhelming evidence they uncovered. They found 9 $100 bills on Gumpenberger's body, which Pam had placed there. The 10th $100 bill was later discovered in her dresser, and its serial number matched 3 of the $100 bills also found on Gumpenberger. Pam Hupp was arrested on August 23, 2016 and charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action. When she requested to use the restroom on the day of her arrest, she attempted to commit suicide by stabbing her wrist and neck with a ballpoint pen. Fortunately, she did not succeed. On January 30, 2017, Pam appeared in court for the first time. The prosecutor, Phil Groen, argued that her actions demonstrated a consciousness of guilt. A grand jury convicted her of all charges. In December 2016, her bail was set at $2 million. Pam's trial began in 2017, during which she pleaded not guilty, prompting the prosecutor to pursue the death penalty. The prosecutor's reasoning was that Pam had seemingly chosen her victim, Gumpenberger, at random. In June 2019, Pam entered an Alford plea, which allowed her to plead guilty while maintaining her innocence. This move nullified the death penalty charge and led to a jury trial being canceled. As a result, Pam was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole in August 2019. Following her sentencing, she called her then-husband Mark Hupp and explained that she had confessed to killing Louis Gumpenberger to avoid putting their family through a lengthy and distressing trial. During the trial, disturbing facts about Pam's past came to light, shocking the police, judges, and the public. In June 2016, Judge Cunningham ruled that evidence related to the brutal murder of Betsy Faria could be presented in court. This ruling led to the reopening of the Betsy Faria case. Betsy, born Elizabeth Faria, worked with Pam at State Farm as a life insurance administrator and lived in Troy, Missouri, with her husband Russ Faria and 2 daughters from a previous marriage. Betsy was diagnosed with cancer in 2010. In October 2011, she discovered that the cancer had spread to her liver, and she only had a few months left to live. Sadly, she passed away on December 22, 2011. Before her death, Betsy changed the beneficiary of her $150,000 life insurance policy from her husband to Pam Hupp, without informing her husband or daughters. Pam claimed that Betsy had instructed her to set up a trust fund for her daughters, but later alleged that Betsy wanted her to keep the money because they had a romantic relationship. Betsy's daughters took Pam to court in 2014, trying to reclaim their mother's life insurance fund. However, their case was dismissed in 2016. In the same year, Russ, Betsy's husband, sued State Farm. On December 27, 2011, just 5 days after making Pam the beneficiary of her life insurance policy, Betsy attended a chemotherapy session at the Alvin J. Sitman Cancer Center. Weakened from the treatment, she went to her mother's house, where it was agreed that Russ would pick her up or she would stay overnight. However, Pam unexpectedly showed up and insisted on driving Betsy home, claiming to have dropped her off around 7 p.m. Betsy's daughter reported that her mother didn't answer her call at around 7:21 p.m. Later, at 9:40 p.m., Russ, Betsy's husband, desperately called 911 to report that his wife had taken her own life. However, Russ had been at his friend Michael Corbin's house, watching movies from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Afterward, he drove to Arby's Lake in St. Louis before returning home. When the emergency responders arrived, about 10 minutes after Russ's call, they quickly realized that Betsy's death was not a suicide. Her body was found lying on her right side, with 55 stab wounds and a deep cut on her wrist. A kitchen knife was lodged in her neck, and another knife was discovered under her pillow. Notably, there were no bloodstains or footprints around the entrance of the house. The investigation determined that Betsy died between 7:20 p.m. and 9:41 p.m. Suspicion immediately fell on Russ Faria, who became the prime suspect. The authorities believed he had a motive, as his wife had refused to give him access to $150,000. Russ was arrested and charged with his wife's murder, while the real killer remained at large. Russ Faria was arrested the day after Betsy's death. He became the prime suspect due to his 911 call, in which he claimed her death was a suicide. However, a glance at the body immediately ruled out this possibility. Additionally, a pair of blood-stained slippers were discovered in his closet, incriminating evidence against him. Russ was subsequently charged with first-degree murder and armed criminal action in court in January 2012, just a day after his wife's funeral. The investigation revealed more damning evidence against Russ. He performed poorly on a polygraph test, leading police to regard his behavior as suspicious and erratic. Furthermore, at Pam's request, the police searched Betsy's laptop and found a disturbing Word document in which she expressed her fear of losing her life at the hands of her husband. Russ was held on a $250,000 bail, which he couldn't afford, so he was kept in county jail until his trial on November 18, 2013. During police questioning, Pam revealed that Russ had a history of violence, heavy drinking, and had previously threatened Betsy, making it easy to suspect him of the murder. The prosecution argued that Russ had a strong motive to kill his wife. She had received a large sum of $150,000 for her friend, bypassing him in the process. According to Judge Christina Menem, This motive was enough to implicate Russ. At the trial, Russ's lawyer, Joel Schwartz, defended his client's innocence. Schwartz claimed that Russ had spent most of the night with friends, who corroborated his alibi. Additionally, Russ had purchased food at a store that evening, which made it physically impossible for him to stab his wife 55 times within the given time frame. Furthermore, there were no bloodstains on his clothes or body. The prosecutor countered that Russ's friends might have been involved in the crime and had lied about his whereabouts that night. The prosecutor suggested that Russ's friends had accompanied him to buy food at Arby's and stage an alibi. The presiding judge, Christina Menem, refused to allow Joel Schwartz to present crucial evidence that implicated Pam as an alternative suspect. This evidence included phone records showing Pam was still near Betsy's apartment 30 minutes after she claimed to have left, as well as the fact that Betsy had made Pam the beneficiary of a $150,000 life insurance policy just 5 days before her death. Despite Pam having a clear motive, the judge chose to ignore it. In a closed hearing, Pam claimed to have put $100,000 of the insurance money into a trust fund for Betsy's daughters. However, in a later civil deposition, she admitted to keeping the money for herself, stating that she didn't want her daughters, mother, or sisters to have it. Meanwhile, Detective Mike Merkel of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office reported that a crime scene camera had malfunctioned, resulting in important photographs being unable to be developed. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Russ was convicted of first-degree murder and armed criminal action in November 2013. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole for 30 years. Before Faria's second trial, Attorney Schwartz finally obtained the photos that showed no blood trail. To this day, I've tried to identify who in the prosecutor's office sent me those photos, but I've been unsuccessful. Fox 2 News was present in the courtroom when Schwartz dramatically revealed that he had uncovered evidence that police and prosecutors had been hiding. After this, Russ was transferred to the Jefferson City Correctional Center, a welcome development for Pam's sister Betsy. During the trial, Russ's wife testified that he had once pressed a pillow against her face, whispering, "This is what it feels like to die," because she had removed him from her insurance policy. Schwartz pointed out that this story originally came from Pam, but the judge ignored this. Throughout the trial, Russ's friends were falsely accused of being accessories to murder, thanks to the prosecutor's closing speech. Fortunately, no charges were brought against them, even though Russ spent nearly 4 years in prison. In February 2015, attorney Joel Schwartz appealed Russ's conviction. However, back in 2013, Judge Christina Menem had already rejected Schwartz's request to review the case. In 2014, KTVI and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch revisited the case, uncovering some suspicious facts about Betsy's death and her true killer. Their investigation found that Pam Hupp had given contradictory statements to the police, including a false claim that she had left the Faria residence immediately after dropping Betsy off. The Faria murder case was marred by controversy and deceit. A police officer recalled being shocked that nobody suspected Pam, with everyone focusing on Russ instead. A 911 operator testified that Russ seemed genuinely shocked and agitated during their call. However, 2 jurors revealed that crucial information had been withheld from them, raising questions about why the sheriff's department would deliberately hide evidence that favored Russ. The media uncovered a disturbing web of relationships between the prosecuting attorney, ASI, and key figures in the case, including the captain of investigations and a lead investigator. This information led to Russ's retrial in February 2015. The Missouri Court of Appeal transferred the case back to the 45th Circuit Court, where a new judge, Stephen R., took over. He granted a new bench trial due to new evidence and released Russ on bond pending the trial. During the retrial, Russ was allowed to present incriminating evidence against Pam. Some police officers admitted that Pam had told them she saw Russ with another man in a car while she was dropping off Betsy. The CSI agent who handled the crime scene believed that Russ's bloodstained slippers were a setup and that the bloodstain was not from stepping in blood. Russ was acquitted of all charges and released on November 7, 2015. He later filed a lawsuit against ASI and 3 deputy sheriffs for ignoring exonerating evidence and fabricating evidence. In 2020, he was awarded a $2 million settlement. The case also led to repercussions for the officials involved. ASI faced a bar complaint, although it was rejected. She later announced that she was willing to cooperate with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Lincoln County Commissioner to review her conduct. Judge Christina Menem was suspended for misconduct in a different case and was voted out of office in 2019 for her role in the Faria murder case. In 2019, Lincoln County appointed a new attorney, Mike Wood, who reopened the Betsy Faria murder case. He confessed that the wrongful conviction of Russ had inspired him to take the job. Pam was eventually interrogated as a suspect in the murder and was charged with first-degree murder. The new prosecutor sought the death penalty due to the heinousness of the crime. Betsy Faria was brutally murdered, stabbed 55 times, and her wrist was almost completely severed. Detective Mike Wood condemned the act as animalistic and charged Pam Hupp with the crime. Wood had strong evidence against Pam, including a $150,000 life insurance policy that named her as the beneficiary just days before Betsy's death. Pam had promised to put the money in a trust fund for Betsy's daughters, but instead kept it for herself, claiming that Betsy had wanted her to have it. In an interview, Pam claimed that she and Betsy were lovers, but Wood believed she was lying. Pam had also loaned her son $120,000 from her company in 2021, contradicting her earlier claims. Wood was convinced that Pam murdered Betsy by stabbing her with a kitchen knife while she slept on the sofa. He believed Pam tried to make it look like a domestic violence incident by walking around the room with socks on. The evidence against Pam included a text message she sent to Betsy's phone at 7:20 p.m. claiming she was home, but her call records showed otherwise. The fact that Betsy was found lying on her side suggested to Wood that she was killed by someone she trusted. Pam pleaded not guilty to the crime, but her trial was delayed multiple times due to her attorney's death and other issues. Finally, in 2023, the trial was scheduled to start in 2025. Wood was not only determined to bring Pam to justice, but also criticized the Lincoln County prosecutors for mismanaging the case and showing bias against Russ Faria, Betsy's husband. He pointed out a 2015 destruction order that could have led to the destruction of evidence, which would have made it impossible for Russ to be released from prison. This case takes us to Croydon, London. Croydon is a large town in South London. It is one of the main commercial areas in Greater London, and it has a sizable shopping area. East Croydon serves as a vital center for the nation's rail transportation network. The town is also well known for its street art and creative murals that beautify public places. By the 20th century, Croydon was a significant industrial hub known for its metalworking, car manufacturing, and Croydon Airport. It is also known for the Whitgift Centre, the largest shopping centre in Greater London. In the year February 2005, Croydon was considered a safe community as residents would often stay out late at night. The town had a thriving nightlife. People were often seen at bars and clubs late at night. However, things changed when the news of Sally and Bowman's murder hit the community in shockwaves. Sally Ann Bowman was born in Charlton, South London, on September 11, 1987, to Paul and Linda Bowman, who eventually divorced. While growing up, Sally had quite a large family. She was the youngest of 4 children, with 3 older sisters named Nicole, Michelle, and Danielle. After their parents divorced, the girls continued to maintain a healthy relationship with them. Sally was a gracious young woman who was friendly, talented, and cheerful. Being responsible was a watchword for Sally Bowman. Since she became a teenager, she started thinking and acting like an actual adult. And in no time, she seemed to have had her life planned out. As a teenager, Sally already had a job and was living on her own in a rented apartment. She did not want to depend on her family financially, but she still got to see them on a regular basis. While growing up, Sally Bowman had always loved arts and performance. She was a born performer. She wouldn't love anything more than singing, dancing, and entertaining. She frequently performed karaoke at the neighborhood bar, singing delightfully, much to the enjoyment of her loved ones. Sally Ann was a complete package. She had the looks, the voice, and the acting talent, which could have propelled her to success. As a teenager, Her love for arts and performance made her join the Croydon-based Brit School for Performing Arts, whose alumni included Amy Winehouse, Adele, Katie Melua, and Tom Holland. Sally Bowman was an aspiring model, and her decision to enroll in the Brit School for Performing Arts was a step further toward achieving her desired goals, one of which included becoming a professional model. Sally was a young woman who got her hands on different decent jobs that paid her bills and also promoted her career. After graduating high school in February 2004, she worked a part-time job as a hairstylist and a model. In the year February 2005, her previous modeling job seemed to have caught the attention of Pulse Model Management, a popular London-based model agency, which contacted her for a sign-up. Sally then began to participate in competitions. About a month later, she was already at the top of her game, achieving an impressive breakthrough. Sally Bowman, after winning a competition, was able to land herself the title the face of Swatch Watches, a popular watch brand in London. She also got the opportunity to grace the floors of many prestigious fashion shows in London. At the age of 18, Sally pretty much already had her life figured out. She had built a career for herself and was very successful at what she did. Anyone who knew Sally would know that one of her biggest dreams was to one day appear on the cover of Vogue. She had been compared to supermodel Kate Moss. However, Sally would not live long enough to see what next step her newfound career would take her. On September 24, 2005, having worked tirelessly at the busy hair salon, Sally Bowman decided to spend her Saturday evening at her mother's house. She intended to relax and catch up with her mom before her elder sister, Nicole, came to pick her up for her friend's birthday party. Since she had turned 18 2 weeks ago, she was still in the mood to party in whatever form it came. At exactly 5 p.m., Nicole arrived to pick her up, and as she left her mom's house, she waved goodbye and said a final, "I love you, Mom." That same night, Sally's ex-boyfriend, Louis Proston, and his friends were also out partying at a club in Kingston. Sally and her ex-boyfriend, Louis, had a shaky relationship. They had trouble trusting each other. Sally would often think Louis was likely hanging around with other girls, and Louis, on the other hand, was confident that anytime Sally was out, she was probably flirting with other boys. That Saturday night, they had argued on their phones through texting, calling, and getting each other worked up. Their relationship was a standard teen romance. Amidst all this, Sally still managed to have a great time at the party. Around 10 p.m. at the Lloyd's bar, Sally could be seen with her sister and other friends having fun, partying, dancing, and socializing. At about 1 a.m. the next day, Sally and her sister left the bar. Outside the bar, her sister, Nicole, got into a fight and was later arrested by the police. Sally, who had called a taxi, waited outside the bar for 15 minutes before her taxi eventually arrived to take her to a friend's house. Sally did not stay long at her friend's. She later contacted her ex-boyfriend, Louis Proston, who agreed to pick her up and drop her at her home. The two decided to meet up at Croydon Town Center. Sally then took a taxi and met up with Louis at the proposed location. They had broken up 2 weeks prior and had been trying to sort things out, but it seemed difficult. When Louis eventually arrived around 2:20, they both got into the car and were immediately on their way to Sally's house. During the drive, the duo got into an argument, each of them accusing the other of infidelity, which was a major contribution to their recent breakup. Finally, at Sally's home, they spent 2 hours bickering in the car outside her flat at Blenheim Crescent, South Croydon, until 4:15, when Sally got out of the car to walk to her door. Around the same time, a couple of neighbors were awakened by a strange noise that quickly turned into screams. They rushed to their windows to see if they could find the source of the noise, but nothing strange could be seen happening outside. They only noticed the back of an unidentified man walking down the street about 5 minutes later. At around 6:30 a.m., one of the neighbors who came out of her house noticed something odd. Behind a construction container, she saw something that she initially thought was a mannequin leg, but on getting closer, she was met with a terrifying sight. Lying on the floor behind the container was the half-naked body of a dead woman, who happened to be Sally and Bowman. The crime scene was immediately secured by the police. Although they were unable to locate the murder weapon, Forensics eventually discovered the DNA of an unidentified man on Sally's body. They also determined that she had been sexually assaulted and had sustained at least 7 stab wounds from a sharp object. 3 of the stab wounds were so savage that they passed right through her body. Also, the unidentified lunatic had left numerous bite marks on her cheek, neck, and chest. Her handbag, cardigan, underwear, and mobile phone were also stolen. The news of Sally's death completely devastated her family. That morning, when her mother heard a knock at the door, she assumed Sally was behind the door, but it turned out to be police officials who came to tell her that her daughter Sally had been murdered. A few hours later, Sally's family, who were told to go identify her at the mortuary, hoped and prayed that the news of her death was all a mistake and that Sally was actually still alive. They eventually came out of denial when they realized it was really Sally lying dead on the mortuary slab. Meanwhile, the police began their investigation into Sally's murder. As part of the first phase of the investigation, the detectives ran the DNA sample from Sally's body through the national databases for offenders, but that did not help in identifying the face of Sally's killer. Additionally, the absence of cameras at the crime scene made the investigation more challenging. Investigators were able to determine that Sally was murdered about 10 feet from her front door. The distance between where Lewis dropped her off and her apartment was also very short, which suggested that she was attacked almost immediately as she stepped out of the car. The police's initial suspect was Lewis since Sally was killed shortly after getting out of his car, and he was the last person to have seen her alive. Additionally, the couple's past fights and arguments did not go unchecked by the investigators, who thought Lewis might have something to do with his ex-girlfriend's murder. Many times, the couple's fights even went as far as calling the police to settle their differences, but no charges were ever filed. Lewis was apprehended by the police the same day after they tracked him down. During interrogation, he admitted that until the investigators themselves informed him about Sally's murder, he was not even aware that she had passed away. He confessed to the police that they had had a heated argument earlier that morning, but he denied being a part of her murder. According to Lewis's account of what happened, he drove off as soon as Sally got out of his car. The detectives, however, were hesitant to believe his story because, at the time, the available evidence did not seem to be in his favor. After a sample of his DNA was taken, he was then detained for 4 days as the police awaited the outcomes of the DNA tests. Lewis was eventually freed after it was determined that his DNA did not match the DNA sample found on Sally's body. During the DNA analysis testing, the forensics also found another intriguing piece of information. The DNA sample on Sally's body matched a criminal case from 4 years ago. In the year February 2001, a woman was making a phone call at a phone booth located in the parking lot of a convenience store. All of a sudden, she was attacked by an unknown man. The man stripped her naked and sexually molested her. Immediately after he had achieved his aim, he ran off and left his DNA on the floor of the phone booth. The victim then immediately went to the police station to report her ordeal. A DNA sample of the unknown pervert was then taken, tested, and attached to the case, though the police never succeeded in finding the offender. This incident occurred about 2.5 kilometers away from the scene where Sally was murdered. The authorities later realized they were dealing with a serial pervert who had managed to stay on the loose for a very long time. The only concerns were how many women had been harmed by this psychopath and when he would strike again. He had to be apprehended by the police before he destroyed someone else's life. It was immediately evident that the police's fears were not in vain because an hour before Sally was killed, another woman had been attacked on a nearby street. While on her way home, she was on a phone call speaking to someone when suddenly a man came up to her, apologized, and then quickly struck her. The shocked victim screamed and, out of fright, dropped her phone. What happened next wasn't what the attacker was expecting. Luckily for the shaken woman, a taxi driver appeared on the road and scared her attacker away. He immediately took the victim's phone and ran off. One spooky fact worth mentioning in this scenario is that the person the victim was speaking to on the phone was still on the line and could hear everything that happened. The attacked woman continued to scream for help even after her attacker stole her phone and vanished from her line of sight. Her continuous screams implied that the attacker was quietly hidden nearby. Maybe he was hoping the cab driver would pass by so that he could attack the victim once again. Thankfully, the cab driver noticed the woman's uneasiness and pulled over. He then made the woman sit in his cab and drove her to the hospital. While at the hospital, she dialed the police number and reported what had happened to her. She was then asked to describe the offender. She described the attacker as a white male between the ages of 25 to 30, around 180 centimeters tall, with short dark hair. Based on her description, the police created a sketch, which was later released to the media. Unfortunately, a lot of British males around the area fit this description. Detectives consequently got hundreds of calls from local residents. They all agreed that the sketch reminded them of a man they knew or had seen somewhere else. Police investigated each of these calls, but they never found anything. When they realized they could not locate the lunatic depicted in the sketch, the investigators chose to take a different route. The only lead the police had was the DNA found on the victim's body. The cops were also certain that the offender resided nearby. This was evident because he had also attacked a woman at a phone booth on one of the surrounding streets. In order to capture this crazed offender, the investigators made the decision to collect DNA from the entire neighborhood. The occupants of every apartment and home were to be questioned by police officials and requested to voluntarily provide their DNA samples. Naturally, the police had no expectation that the offender would want to release his DNA, but it was enough to obtain a sample from his family members to help them find the offender. For instance, the individual might have lived with parents who were oblivious to his crimes and would voluntarily provide the police with his DNA sample. The police, however, visited more than 6,000 addresses over the course of the following 6 months, and many locals gave them their DNA samples. But the entire endeavor was fruitless, as neither the culprit nor his relatives could be found. Croydon residents were terrified the entire time, and police raids had simply made them more uneasy. They were all aware that a psychopath was roaming the streets. Women feared taking nighttime strolls. Parents wouldn't allow their kids to leave the house. Since they had no other information, the authorities were forced to refer back to the sketch. Both the victim from the phone booth and the woman who had been assaulted by the psychopath on the day that Sally was killed were contacted. They were asked to describe the perpetrator again, and the investigators adjusted the initial sketch based on their evidence. At a press conference, the police displayed the sketch and, for the first time, provided information about the crimes the man had committed that had previously been kept secret. This was done in the hope that Croydon residents would become aware of how dangerous it is for such a maniac to roam freely on their streets and take greater precautions. Sadly, none of these worked either. The revised sketch was overly generalized and did not significantly change from the initial one. The description also fit thousands of men who resided in the area. However, what happened next surprised everyone unexpectedly. The case had a breakthrough in June 2006. In Crawley, West Sussex, a man was watching an England World Cup game against Trinidad at a bar while sipping on his drink. Having had too much to drink, he started arguing with another football fan. Their argument quickly escalated into a street brawl. Unfortunately for him, as he pushed his opponent to the ground, a police officer walked by. The police officer then captured the attacker, and he was taken to the police station. While at the police station, Mark Dixie, the 35-year-old who started the fight, experienced a severe panic attack and burst into tears. This attitude surprised the police in Crawley. Given that he had only been detained for misconduct, the person he attacked didn't even file any charges against him. The police wondered why he felt so uneasy. At the time, he looked highly suspicious to the police, but they soon had to release him on bail, not knowing that the reason for his sudden outburst of emotion would soon be apparent. Prior to his release, the police took his DNA sample and captured his fingerprints, as it was the usual procedure for any form of criminal case. After 12 days, the detectives got unexpected news from the forensics department. They said the DNA sample discovered on Sally's body had finally been matched to the DNA sample the police had taken from Mark Dixie. Despite realizing they were dealing with a dangerous lunatic, when Mark Dixie was caught on the street initially, the cop had to let him go. This is because they were unable to keep him in custody any longer due to legal restrictions. Now that he had been confirmed as the maniac they had been looking for, the police had to rearrest him. Nearly a year after Sally Bowman's murder, on June 28, 2006, Mark Dixie was ultimately arrested while taking a cigarette break at work. The police discovered pictures of Sally and Bowman and videos of Mark Dixie committing despicable acts over them during a search warrant of his home. He was also discovered to be living a few blocks away from Sally's home. Mark Dixie was accused of a long list of grave offenses in court. After researching his background, investigators discovered that he had a fairly extensive criminal history. When he was 16 years old in 1986, he committed his first crime. At the time, he lived in Stockwell and was using the name Mark McDonald. He reportedly held a knife to the throat of a woman and then robbed and inappropriately assaulted her. Because of his age, he received a prison term of only 6 months. As Mark Dixie moved from place to place, he changed his name, but his obsession with sex and violence never changed. Mark Dixie was retried for robbery and molestation every year after his first crime. In June 1988, a Jehovah's Witness, now in her 60s, visited Mark Dixie's then-girlfriend, Sandra Beckhouse. Sandra had just lost their first baby. Unfortunately, Sandra was not home, and Mark Dixie took advantage of the situation. He saw a chance for violence and sex. He then punched Sandra's friend in the face, breaking her jaw and damaging an eye, then indecently assaulted her. But she tricked him into believing he could have sex with her at her parents' house nearby, where she raised the alarm. Mark Dixie ran away but was later caught and sentenced to 6 months in prison after pleading guilty at the last minute. In the year 1990, he was also detained for attacking a police officer. Unfortunately, the legal system was always in his favor in all these cases. He was only given little time, after which he came out of detention to continue committing his crimes. Mark Dixie was said to have relocated with his then-girlfriend to Australia in 1993. While in Australia, he continued with his crimes. 5 years later, he broke into the home of a young woman, robbing her and abusing her. He was subsequently deported from the country in 1999 after being arrested and charged 3 times for assault. At the time, it was questioned why Australian authorities did not imprison Mark Dixie or at the very least put him on the list of sex offenders for his crimes. He only paid a fine before he was deported. Unfortunately, at the time, the authorities were not yet taking DNA samples from criminals. Mark Dixie's DNA was taken from the body of Sally Bowman, but there were no matches in the national databases. Before bringing the case to court, the police had a lot of work to do. They soon learned that the night Sally was killed, Mark Dixie had been celebrating his birthday with friends at the Windsor Castle Pub, a bar on Brighton Road, just a few hundred yards from Sally's house. While at the bar, he was seen arguing with his girlfriend on the phone before drowning in alcohol and illegal drugs for the rest of the evening. The whole time, he kept to himself and didn't interact much with people around him. Mark Dixie and 2 of his friends left the bar and went to a nearby residence at Avondale Road around 2:30 a.m. When they got to the apartment, he stayed on the couch and waited for his friends to fall asleep. He then locked them up in their rooms so that they wouldn't know he was out of the house. Mark Dixie later picked up a knife and left the house. After much investigation, it was later revealed that he was the one who attacked the lady who was rescued by a cab driver. Mark Dixie had left for another street that night out of concern that the lady he attacked might call the police. Sadly, the street he eventually entered in search of another prey was Sally Bowman's. He lurked in the dark, waiting in the corner until Lewis parked his car and Sally stepped out. Lewis, Sally's ex-boyfriend, had once mentioned during the investigation that on the night of Sally's murder, he had captured the image of an unknown man through his car's rear mirror when he had parked for Sally to get off, but he did not think much of it. Mark Dixie had suddenly jumped on Sally Bowman as she walked towards her front door. He then attacked her with his knife, sexually assaulted her, and ran away. He was the one the neighbors claimed to have seen walking down the street that night. He had later returned to his flat to sleep after killing Sally Bowman. The trial for Mark Dixie started on February 5, 2008 at the Old Bailey. Rather than owning up to his wrongdoings, he fabricated a preposterous story. According to him, he was simply strolling through the streets when he noticed Sally Bowman sprawled on the ground. He said he took advantage of the situation to assault her and then fled. He claimed Sally had been killed by another person. Mark Dixie allegedly said he didn't know that Sally was even dead. During the trial, he was described as a freeloader who used people, and many acquaintances came forward to tell their stories. A woman from Australia whom Dixie had assaulted in 1998 also served as a witness during the trial. According to the woman, he had assaulted her and stabbed her 7 times. Luckily, she survived. After the trial, on February 22nd, the jury unanimously decided that Mark Dixie was responsible for killing Sally and Bowman. The court condemned him to life in prison with a minimum of 34 years in prison, notwithstanding his absurd past. After his conviction, Sally's mother, Linda Bowman, said, "We now know he was arrested at least 3 times in Australia, but he was deported without any warnings being issued by the authorities. They didn't do their job properly, and that's the reason my daughter's dead." Mark Dixie was often moved from one prison to another after his sentence, and this was because a cellmate often bullied him and attempted to kill him. Amidst all this, Mark Dixie continued to deny his role in Sally's killing. It wasn't until 2015, 10 years later, that he finally admitted to being the one responsible for Sally's death. His confession did not make his sentence worse, but the authorities were able to prove that he was responsible for other crimes. In the year 2017, it was discovered that a Dutch citizen had wrongly gone to prison for 12 years for allegedly committing a despicable offense against 3 women in Spain. However, when a proper investigation was carried out years later, it became clear that Mark Dixie was actually the one who had committed the crimes and not the Dutchman. Mark Dixie also voluntarily admitted to committing another crime when he was 16 years old. In a parking lot, Dixie reportedly assaulted a woman in her car. He afterwards stole from her, tied her to the car door, and set ablaze the front seats of her vehicle. She, however, was able to escape. Later that evening, Mark Dixie found her home phone number and contacted her. He went on to taunt the woman, who eventually fled her house and started living in the countryside since she was unable to cope with the trauma. Mark Dixie also went on to admit to depraved acts in February 2002. He had sexually assaulted a woman on a set of stairs and bludgeoned her with a knife sharpener, though she miraculously survived the attack. In total, he had 17 other convictions for criminal acts, and in 2017, Mark Dixie received a second life sentence because he was found guilty of abusing 2 women in Croydon in 1987 and February 2002. The year 2017 was also characterized by a negative incident. Sally Bowman's grave experienced continuous vandalism by unknown vandals. Her family had to face a second trauma as they were forced to exhume her remains. She was cremated, and her ashes were kept at home. After all this ordeal, Sally's mother became a fervent supporter of the need for having a national DNA database. According to her, if the government obtained DNA samples from every citizen of Great Britain, crimes would be solved in 24 hours as opposed to 9 months. The woman was also positive that Sally's ex-boyfriend, Lewis, would have been sentenced to life in prison for a murder he did not commit if the killer had not left his DNA at the crime scene. The lead investigator who worked on Sally Bowman's case, Detective Superintendent Stuart Cundy, agreed with the idea of a national database, but the government opposed the National DNA Database Plan. They believed that forcing DNA samples out of citizens would be against fundamental human rights. This subject is very debatable. On one hand, a database like this would significantly speed up the investigation of crimes. Also, some criminals might be scared off from committing such atrocities altogether, knowing that they could be caught very easily. However, not all criminals leave their DNA behind at the crime scene. On the other hand, disclosing or abusing data from such a database might seriously hurt law-abiding citizens. What do you think about the Sally Bowman case? Do you think Sally Bowman's mom is right about having a national DNA database? Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. The case of Roxana Valdez. Roxana Valdez was born in 1957 in a small village in the province of Punta Arenas, Chile. Roxana married a man whose name is not publicly known, and they had a son together. However, the marriage was not successful, and they separated in February 2011. As a single mother, Roxana faced significant challenges in her small village, where job opportunities were limited. The community's main occupation was farming and selling produce, and the local schools focused on teaching agricultural skills. Roxana worked at the Don Gregorio boarding school, which trained students to become agricultural technicians. Her role was a night supervisor, responsible for ensuring the students' behavior and slept at night. She did not have a direct role in raising the children. Roxana's son attended the same boarding school, as she was unable to care for him during the day due to her work in the fields. At the boarding school where Roxana worked, Claudio Munoz Ramirez was the head of grounds maintenance. His nighttime work schedule led to him meeting Roxana. Despite their 14-year age difference, they discovered they had a lot to talk about. Roxana would often spend entire nights discussing school issues and her failed marriage with Claudio. They also shared commonalities in their personal lives. Claudio had 2 daughters he loved, but he felt disconnected from their mother and had considered divorce multiple times. However, he stayed in the marriage because of a promise he made to her late father. Over time, Claudio seemed to forget his promise and began spending more time with Roxana, away from his family. Eventually, he made a decisive move without explaining himself to his wife. He packed his belongings and left their home to be with Roxana, who happily welcomed him into her life. Their relationship moved forward quickly, but Roxana overlooked some important red flags. She welcomed a man she barely knew into her home, despite having children who needed her attention. As they had enjoyable conversations, Roxana failed to notice that Claudio had a temper and could be cruel. The first major incident occurred at the boarding school, where Claudio was in charge of cleanliness. During a scheduled cleanup day, some students refused to participate, which infuriated Claudio. He threatened to beat anyone who didn't help, despite having no teaching experience. Although it's unclear if he would have followed through on this threat, the students eventually started cleaning. Later, they collectively complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal, unhappy with Claudio, asked him to resign voluntarily. This was a significant setback, as the Don Gregorio boarding school was one of the few places in the area that offered stable and decent-paying jobs. After searching for work in fields and at fruit bases, Claudio realized it was a futile effort. He and Roxana decided to look for a better life elsewhere, but they left their son at the boarding school so he could continue his education. They didn't want to take any risks by bringing him along. To avoid relying on employers who had already let them down, Claudio and Roxana decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk. They moved to Molina, a commune a couple of hours from the Chilean capital, known for its vineyards and wine exports. Roxana and Claudio bought a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and started their small family business. Claudio took care of purchasing and transporting products, while Roxana handled sales throughout the day. They couldn't afford to hire an employee, as it would add to their expenses, and they worried that someone else might not take care of the perishable goods properly. Claudio became visibly upset and angry when he discovered Roxana was pregnant with their first child. This was a moment that required serious thought, but Roxana, caught up in their new relationship and thriving business, agreed with Claudio's suggestion to give the baby to her relatives to raise after birth. However, Roxana suffered a miscarriage afterwards. Following this, Claudio's behavior changed significantly. He frequently yelled at Roxana and occasionally turned violent. Neighbors, tired of the constant noise, often called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene in their domestic disputes. One time, when the Carabineros responded to a call, they found Roxana in tears and partially undressed, fleeing the house with Claudio chasing after her. Roxana revealed to the officers that she was suffering from ongoing domestic abuse, which had caused her miscarriage. The incident left her needing psychological support. However, as time went by, they seemed to put their issues behind them and continued living together as if nothing had happened. After the incident, Claudio should have faced charges, but Roxana chose to forgive him and give him another chance. She made him promise that it wouldn't happen again. Although Claudio promised to change, his past behavior with his ex-wife suggested that his words might not be reliable. Sadly, the past repeated itself. Claudio stopped physically abusing Roxana, but he started going out to local bars at night, drinking heavily and spending a lot of their family's money on alcohol and encounters with women. Roxana put up with her husband's behavior, hoping that he would settle down once they had a child. In a way, she was correct. After Roxana gave birth to a healthy child in February 2013, Claudio changed his ways. He stopped going out and focused on their business, which was growing and needed more attention. They expanded their business by buying another kiosk and vehicle for transporting products. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection, as they lived and worked in areas that weren't very safe. The family's assets appeared to increase substantially, but this growth was only theoretical. In reality, Claudio resumed his previous habits, wasting money on alcohol and reverting to violent behavior towards Roxana. Roxana's account detailed how the abuse in their relationship escalated. At first, Claudio drank sporadically, but the frequency soon increased. When inebriated, he would return home, accuse Roxana of fictional affairs, and subject her to physical and sexual abuse. His actions seemed intentionally hurtful, even when Roxana was pregnant. This culminated in a miscarriage in August 2012, sending Roxana into a prolonged depression. On one occasion, following his typical routine, Claudio went to a local bar and didn't come back until the next morning. Roxana, accustomed to his behavior, still felt anxious about him. It was later discovered that Claudio had taken 5 million Chilean pesos, equivalent to around $6,000, which Roxana had obtained from selling her mother's house. He spent this money on alcohol and visits to brothels. Roxana was shocked and felt betrayed when she discovered that Claudio had taken the money meant for their shared business, which was hidden in their daughter's room. When Claudio came home late that evening, Roxana confronted him about the missing money. However, Claudio was uninterested in discussing the issue and instead hit Roxana, admitting that he had squandered all the money. This incident was the final straw for Roxana. Without saying a word, she went to their bedroom, retrieved a revolver that was meant for protection against local criminals, and shot Claudio in the chest. Claudio died instantly. Roxana was surprised by her own drastic action and attempted to stop the bleeding from the gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close-range shot from the .38 caliber revolver was fatal. In her testimony, Roxana expressed deep remorse and acknowledged the immorality of her actions. She confessed that when she retrieved the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio but to kill him. Roxana remembered the numerous times Claudio abused and assaulted her, and how she failed to report him to the authorities due to fear. She was afraid of being alone, especially after they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's main concern was how it would affect their daughter if she were imprisoned and the child was sent to an institution. That night, Roxana decided to get rid of the body and report Claudio missing. She knew the police were aware of his frequent disappearances during drinking binges. As a delicate woman, disposing of the body was a daunting task. She decided to remove it piece by piece, using kitchen knives to cut the limbs and head. The process required 5 knives, as they kept becoming dull. Roxana then boiled the dismembered parts in large pots, all while playing with her young daughter, who was unaware of what her mother was doing and what had happened to her father. Roxana's calculated approach to disposing of the body while trying to maintain a sense of normalcy for her daughter shows the complexity and desperation of her situation. The day after cooking and cooling the body parts, Roxana packed them into separate plastic containers labeled by body part, hands, legs, head, and torso, and then placed each container into a garbage bag. She loaded the bags into her car and drove to St. Lucia to scatter them on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she cleaned her house thoroughly with bleach. However, upon arriving in St. Lucia, Roxana couldn't bring herself to dispose of the bags, despite finding a suitable location. Roxana was nervous during the drive, constantly feeling like she was being watched and fearing that the police would stop and search her car. This fear escalated into panic, prompting her to devise a backup plan involving her daughter, where she would pretend to rush her to the hospital if stopped by police. She even considered pinching her daughter to make her cry louder and make the situation more believable. Since Roxana couldn't discard the remains, she returned home and hid the bags in the garage. She then cleaned the interior of her car with bleach again and visited Claudio's relatives. She told the police that Claudio had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home for days, but they simply shrugged off her claims. Roxana visited her mother and brother, who were alarmed by her condition. She wasn't eating, had a glazed expression, and kept asking the same questions. The only question she answered clearly was about Claudio's absence, claiming he was delayed due to a flat tire while buying goods for their store. Overwhelmed by her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down and asked her brother for help. When he arrived, she revealed everything and showed him the containers. Her brother was shocked. Roxana wanted to unburden herself and share the traumatic experiences she had with Claudio, but she primarily needed her brother's help to dispose of the containers holding the body. However, her brother refused, fearing he would be implicated as an accomplice and face police involvement. He urged Roxana to confess to the Chilean police, the Carabineros, and threatened to do it himself if she didn't. Disappointed but with no alternative, Roxana decided to cooperate. That night, she went to the 4th police station to make a significant statement. The officers, who knew her, initially assumed she was there to report her problematic husband. However, they were stunned by what she revealed. Roxana was arrested on the spot. News of her arrest spread quickly, drawing numerous journalists to the station. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out, visibly distressed and in handcuffs. Before being escorted into a police car, she exclaimed, "I was afraid he would kill me one day." At first glance, the case seemed straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and surrendered voluntarily. Nevertheless, Prosecutor Monica Bisos was skeptical of Roxana's easy confession and wanted a more thorough investigation. Prosecutor Bisos asked to extend Roxana's arrest to allow for further forensic examination. The goal was to determine if Claudio was still alive when his body was dismembered, which would have led to a longer sentence for Roxana. The judge agreed to a 60-day detention to continue the investigation. At the same time, Roxana's lawyer, Carolina Gutierrez, argued that Roxana committed the crime under extreme emotional distress. This could have been made worse by postpartum depression and the domestic abuse she suffered. Gutierrez highlighted Roxana's cooperation with the authorities and her voluntary confession as reasons for a more lenient sentence. However, forensic results later showed that Claudio died from a gunshot wound to the chest, disproving the prosecution's theory that he was alive during dismemberment. As a result, the factors that would have increased Roxana's sentence were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, pointed out that the gun used in the murder was registered. He also noted that Roxana first reported domestic violence to the police just 20 days after they moved in together. Psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela conducted a medical examination and presented documents to the court showing that Roxana was severely mentally unstable when the crime occurred. This instability, linked to the loss of 2 children, meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions. Additionally, forensic results revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level at the time of his death on April 1735. Roxana's trial began after a year of investigations and evidence gathering. During the trial, Roxana refused to make statements due to her distress over the media portrayal. Prosecutors emphasized the severity of the crime, but couldn't prove premeditation. The defense argued that Roxana acted in self-defense against a man who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing in Chile lasted several weeks, captivating the entire nation. Prosecutor Monica sought a 15-year prison term for Roxana, the accused. After considering the defense and the jury's input, the judges sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a correctional facility with a relatively lenient regime. Claudio's family, who had hoped for a life sentence or even the death penalty for Roxana, were outraged by the court's decision. They had already been upset when the prosecutor requested a 15-year sentence, which they felt was too lenient. The family attempted to downplay any history of domestic violence and claimed that Claudio, a financially independent businessman, would not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. Additionally, they alleged that Claudio had confided in them about Roxana's threatening behavior, stating that she would often retrieve a revolver from the closet and threaten to kill him. In a press interview, Claudio's sister shifted the blame to the Chilean state, arguing that the country's judicial system is corrupt and fails to deliver justice. as evidenced by the relatively short sentence given to Roxana, which she compared to punishments for minor thefts. Giselle, Claudio's first wife, spoke out in his defense. She stated that Claudio was never violent during their many years together. In contrast, frequently started arguments due to her jealousy and possessiveness. Roxana was initially imprisoned, but after serving 2/3 of her sentence, she was transferred to a semi-open education center in Tala for good behavior. She was allowed to stay in contact with her daughter and was eventually released early. The media reignited public interest in the case, and many people were outraged by her early release. However, some individuals, despite viewing Roxana as a murderer, believed her actions were justified because they saw her as a victim. The debate surrounding this case continues to this day. This story emphasizes the severe consequences that can occur when domestic violence is not addressed promptly. This case takes us to Agawam, Massachusetts. Agawam, Massachusetts is a small town near the western Connecticut border. The city is most notable for the Six Flags amusement park. The park is the biggest mime park in New England. It has a wave pool, numerous water slides, and 8 roller coasters. Agawam additional attraction is the Robinson State Park, a day-use park with biking trails, fishing ponds, walking paths, kayaking, and cross-country skiing. Typical industries in the city of Agawam include construction, manufacturing, and retail. Residents in Agawam could not be more happy for its convenience. The majority of those who work for a living in the city commute for 25 minutes or less to their workplace. There are 3 elementary schools in Agawam, in which one of them include the Agawam High School, where there is a memorial to one of the town's most beloved teachers, Lisa Ziegert, whose untimely death changed the city of Agawam forever. Lisa Marie Ziegert was born on the March 24, 1968 in Holyoke, Massachusetts to George and Diane Ziegert. Lisa grew up in a loving, tight-knit family. She had 3 other siblings named Sharon, David, and Lynn. Lisa and her family were residents of Agawam. While growing up, Lisa had developed a passion for music, which made her learn several musical instruments. In fact, at some point in her life, she joined the school musical groups. After high school, Lisa Ziegert attended Westfield State University, where she studied education and ultimately obtained a teaching degree in the year 1990. She worked as an intern for some time, during which she worked several shifts as a counselor at a kids' camp. Lisa loved teaching. She took her profession seriously and was active at it in every way. She had also taught Sunday school at her church. After her internship was over, at the age of 24, Lisa accepted a position as a teacher's assistant at Agawam High School, where she had previously attended as a teenager. There, she worked primarily with a group of kids that had special needs. Lisa had a greater understanding of her students than any other instructor. She was also very professional and worked hard to ensure that every one of her students received the best education possible. Lisa was a very special person. With the kids, she always had a special rapport. They knew that she really liked them and that she treated them like people, Lisa's mom said. In the evenings, after the shift at school was over, Lisa also had a part-time job at the neighborhood Brittany cart and gift shop. One fateful Wednesday afternoon on September 15th, 1992 was typical for Lisa Ziegler. She had concluded her shift at the school. She left the school building around 4:30 p.m. and drove directly to the card and gift store, where she worked weekdays from 5 to 9 p.m. Her sister, Lynn, briefly dropped by around 5:30 p.m. to keep her company because Lisa would always complain to her family about how bored, lonely, and scared she feels while at the shop at night. According to Lynn, during her visit to the store, there was no sign of Lisa being in a bad mood. She said her sister was cheerful the whole time that evening, and nothing seemed off. It was easy talk. It was sister talk. It was a little after 6 p.m. when I left. And then I went home and she was fine. She was fine when I left, Lynn said. By the following morning at 8:45 a.m., Sophia Maynard arrived at the card and gift store as usual to open up the store. She was supposed to start working at 9 o'clock. She was shocked to see Lisa's car in the parking lot because she worked at the school in the mornings, so she was not supposed to be in the store when classes were on. Sophia noticed that a light was on inside the store and the door's open sign was visible. At that point, Sophia thought that Lisa might have missed the school morning shift because of the incoming Easter celebration. She and Lisa intended to stuff some balloons for sale during that holiday. When Sophia entered the store, she called Lisa's name multiple times, but she got no answer. I called her name a couple of times and I figured she'd just pop her head out. She didn't. I came behind the counter. All of her things were there, her drawings, her pocketbook, her car keys. And then I just kind of freaked out, Sophia said. Everything looked strange to Sophia. She felt something was not right. She immediately dashed out the store and ran across the street to a restaurant there and then asked them to call the police. As soon as the police got there, they started inspecting the store. The front of the building appeared to be normal, but the back had a creepy opening. Approaching the storeroom at the back, officers discovered numerous shattered bags that had blood stains on them. They also discovered a number of cards that were scattered across the floor and covered in blood as well. All these indicated a sign of struggle between Lisa Ziegert and her attacker. Additionally, they discovered some tiny dirt by the door that they believed might have been from a shoe trail. Despite all of these evidence, the investigators were unable to locate a useful lead within the store. That morning, Lisa unusually failed to show up at school. The principal called her mother to check if everything was okay with her, but Diane Ziegert had no idea where her daughter was. Her news of disappearance traveled the town of Agawam, and within hours, all of her friends, family, and acquaintances began to do all they can to bring Lisa back home. The police initial strategy to the case was to develop a robbery theory, but that theory was quickly abandoned when they discovered that the perpetrator had not accessed Lisa's wallet or cash register. The goods in the store were also not missing. The second approach the detectives took in the case was to retrace the timeline of what happened the previous evening. They discovered that Lisa's sister had left the shop around 6 o'clock. They also spoke to store owners and neighbors around the card and gift store. It was discovered that Lisa had a conversation with the owner of the carpet shop next door at around 7:20 p.m. They both talked about a critical issue with their local parking lot, which was being used by patrons of the bowling alley. The shop owner then informed her that he would not take the chance of publicly criticizing the drivers who had parked in front of their stores. He claimed that many of them were crazy and dangerous. After about 15 minutes of conversation with Lisa, he left to go home. Police went through the cash register and discovered that the most recent time money had been deposited was 8:20 p.m. Investigators also located a woman who entered the store at about 9 p.m. She said the store's door was opened, but nobody came out to attend to her, so she left. Before taking her leave, she claimed to have heard noises coming from the back room. She said it was a banging noise, but she didn't think much of it and decided to leave. The police were able to determine the general time frame of Lisa's disappearance. She finished attending to her last customer at 8:20 p.m., and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were then left with the questions of what had happened to Lisa Ziegert within those 40 minutes. On the day Lisa was discovered missing, the local police together with the FBI and the Massachusetts State Police carried out a massive search for her. The search party on foot explored the vicinity of the store while the helicopter searched farther off areas. Additionally, police dogs were brought to the store area in an effort to follow Lisa's track. Sadly, none of these produced any favorable outcomes. On April 17, 1992, the head of the local police department announced that the case had been reclassified from a missing person case to a kidnapping case. This was done because investigators were confident that Lisa had not left the store of her own free will. 2 days after she vanished, the police were already looking into a kidnapping case. On Easter Sunday, April 19th, all the nearby churches prayed for Lisa Ziegert to be found alive and unharmed. Even though it was Easter, there was no sense of celebration. Around 2 p.m. that same day, a call was made to the police. On the outskirts of the town, close to Route 75, a man was walking his dog. He spotted a woman's body while walking through the wooded area. He immediately alerted the police afterwards. When police arrived, they identified the woman to be Lisa Ziegert. They discovered numerous stab wounds on her neck and legs, which she had sustained from a sharp object. Medical professionals then came to the conclusion that Lisa had also been sexually assaulted. Investigators were able to determine that Lisa's body was dumped 5 kilometers away from the store, which indicated that the offender most likely drove her there in a vehicle. In order to protect any potential evidence, detectives promptly blocked off the area and moved in a single line. At the time, it was raining and the muddy road was covered in tire tracks. Sadly, the cops were unable to locate the murder weapon or any other concrete proof. The sad news that Lisa Ziegert had been brutally murdered by an unidentified killer immediately went around the city of Agawam. The church where she taught Sunday school on Sundays, in her honor, organized a farewell service. Around 1,000 people attended the service. People said good things about her. Lisa was loved, and the news of her premature demise made residents of the small community of Agawam, who were used to living in peace and safety, experience a mood that was almost panic. Many store owners canceled single shifts and employees escorted one another to their cars at night. Within a matter of days, the self-defense instructors had a lot of students coming in for classes. Also, roughly 300 women filed for a license to possess a gun. The entire community was terrified that an unidentified criminal would attack one of them again. Amidst all these, the FBI and the police were fervently working on the case non-stop. It soon became public knowledge that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene. The DNA sample might have belonged to the murderer. The investigators at some point brought Lisa's boyfriend in for questioning since they suspected him. He, however, had an alibi and the DNA sample from the crime scene did not match his DNA. Additionally, DNA testing was done on Lisa's friends, co-workers, and relatives. And again, no matches were found. Numerous tips were sent to the police by locals. On the night of Lisa's murder, there were several reports of a strange car. Others claimed to know the offender's identity, but detectives weeded out all of these leads since they were dead ends. The police concluded that a van or large SUV had left the tire tracks on the road close to where the body was discovered. Despite not getting any closer to apprehending the offender after questioning all drivers of similar vehicles, detectives were able to track down a witness who might have seen a similar vehicle that night. At around 9:15 p.m. that night, a worker from a store close by was on her way home. She was at a traffic light when she noticed a sizable SUV pulling off the road and driving in the direction of the spot where Lisa's body would eventually be discovered. Since it was dark outside, the woman was unable to provide more specific details about the car. She merely mentioned that she thought the car included a man and a woman. She also mentioned the peculiar fact that the woman's head was oddly jerking, as if she were dozing off or unconscious when the car pulled into the gravel road. Unfortunately, the information did not help in identifying the suspect. Since then, all leads have been exhausted. Police kept working on the case, but as each month went by, the likelihood of cracking this mysterious case diminished. Before Lisa's family and friends were given another opportunity to learn the truth, an additional year and a half had gone. National television aired an episode about the case in October 1993. The well-liked program featured unresolved case stories that received a ton of attention. This occasionally brought fresh witnesses to the police attention, giving the case new life. Lisa's case was not different. The police received 700 calls from callers with some kind of information within an hour of the broadcast. Most of these leads, as usual, went nowhere, though all of them were looked into by the police. The cops claimed to have found a few worthwhile leads, but they did not say which one. Sadly, it also had little effect. The livelihood of cracking the case significantly decreased with time. The family of Lisa went to tremendous lengths to make sure her legacy was preserved and not forgotten. Despite the early end to Lisa's teaching career, her family had a significant impact on the Agawam's educational system. 3 years after Lisa's murder, in 1995, her parents donated $11,000 specifically to the school's science department where Lisa worked. These donations were used to support genetics classes and to purchase equipments. Additionally, her parents established a fund for special needs students, which gave them around $35,000 in scholarships. 2002 made it 10 years since Lisa was killed. Still, her mother, Dee Ziegert, held out hope that the case will eventually be solved. She made considerable efforts to preserve her daughter's memories. She partook in every interview and responded to every questions from the media. Each year, she assembled a sizable crowd to light candles in Lisa's memory. In the same period, investigators were fervently working on Lisa Ziegert's case. They only possessed one key piece of evidence at the time, a DNA sample from the alleged murderer. They continued to cross-check the DNA sample against databases of known criminals in the hopes that the actual suspect would eventually show up. But months turned into years, and the killer would not be found. 24 years after Lisa was savagely murdered, on September 24, 36, investigators made the decision to take a different approach to the case. They then opted for DNA phenotyping. The basic idea behind it is that specialists can determine a person's supposed portrait and physical characteristics from the data contained in their DNA. For example, with the use of DNA, experts can determine a person's gender, their approximate age, eye color, and hair color. Although the portrait created using this data may not always be correct, but occasionally, the coincidence of the portrait matching the face of the real suspect is remarkable. Based on the DNA sample of Lisa's murderer, investigators were able to produce two portraits of the culprit, one at age 25 and the other at age 50. After the photos were released to the public, more than 170 calls were made to the police department. People who made these calls claimed to have seen a similar man. However, the majority of these leads were fruitless. On the September 18, 2017, just a year later, police made an unexpected prominent announcement. The offender had been taken into custody. He was identified as Gary Ciara, a 49-year-old man. The news of his arrest immediately spread like wildfire throughout the media. Rarely do the police catch the murderer 25 years after the crime was committed. As a result, such stories immediately garner a lot of public interest. The moment Gary Ciara was taken into custody, the detectives made public how they had located him. It was discovered that Gary was listed as a suspect in 1993, the year after Lisa was killed. Do you remember that federal television program that resulted in thousands of phone calls with leads for the police? Well, it happened that a Seattle lawyer was one of those callers. At the time, he informed the police that his client might know something about Lisa's death. His client was a woman who was divorcing her spouse at the time. They were residents of Long Meadow, a community close to Agawam. The woman claimed that her husband was displaying more attention to Lisa Ziegert's case at the time. She claimed any time Lisa Ziegert's murder case was being broadcasted on television, her husband would storm into the room and vacantly stare at the television screen, completely oblivious to everyone around him. Her husband, as you may have guessed, was Gary Ciara. At the time of Lisa's murder, he was 24 years old and was married with a 1-year-old son. Gary Ciara and his wife were always arguing and getting into fights, and soon after the birth of their son, they had already started their divorce process. In 1993, according to the police statement, investigators had already developed the notion that Gary was involved in Lisa's murder, but they couldn't find any proof to back it up. Also, his ex-wife, who provided the information, made the police doubt her testimony. And this is because she had a long history of alcohol abuse in addition to a long list of mental illnesses. Additionally, Gary was granted legal custody of their son after the divorce, but his wife secretly transferred the boy to a different state. It's also crucial to note that this wasn't the first time some wives contacted the police to report that their husbands might have been responsible for Lisa Ziegert's death. There were a lot of calls like that, and the police assumed Gary Ciara's case was one of them. Despite all these, at a point, Gary was questioned in an interview, but he claimed not to be involved in Lisa's murder and declined to provide a sample of his DNA. The cops effectively had no other choice since no one could lawfully force him to provide his DNA sample. Detectives later gathered the list of all the males who'd been questioned about the crime, but had declined to provide their DNA sample. Gary Ciara made it to the list of suspect, and he was repeatedly requested to be brought in for interrogation at the police station. In February 2008, during his third interview, Gary Ciara tried hard not to touch anything in the room, not even the table in front of him. A bottle of water was provided for him, but he wouldn't touch it. He gave off the impression that his only thought was how to prevent the police from getting a sample of his DNA. In 2017, investigators compiled a list of 11 suspects, including Gary Ciara. Each of them had declined to willingly provide a DNA sample after being interviewed at various points throughout the investigation. In reality, there were a lot more suspects on that list. But due to DNA phenotyping, detectives were able to exclude the wrong men. These men didn't fit some of the traits that experts got from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August of 2017, having been refused many times by the suspects on the list to provide their DNA, investigators had no other choice but to compile all available evidence and go to court. They asked the court for an order requiring all the 11 members on the compiled list of suspects to submit their DNA samples, to which the court granted their request. The cops visited Gary's apartment on Lathrop Street at Westfield Spring on September 13, 2017 to inform him of this order. But Gary wasn't at home. His roommate with whom they shared the apartment answered the door. The cops gave him their contact address. They also requested that he promptly pass the information to Gary Shera. The following day, an unexpected event took place. Gary Shera's then-girlfriend called the cops and told them that Gary had left 3 letters in her house. To the investigators' surprise, when they opened the letters, Gary Shera had written in details his confession, a last will and testament, and a brief letter of apology to the Ziegert family. I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible, Gary Shera wrote. He stated that although he had no intention of killing Lisa, things had apparently spun out of his hands. Gary claimed that he had numerous opportunities to turn himself into the police, but he could not because he was a coward. He claimed that he had endured years of self-hatred. When concluding the letter, he made his intention to end his life known. The cops immediately began looking for Gary Shera. And soon, his car was found in the parking lot of a hospital in Stafford Springs. Another suicide note was placed on the windshield. It was soon discovered that Gary had taken some harmful drugs to kill himself. But he immediately got into his car and drove to the closest hospital, where the drugs were flushed out of his body system. After the doctors were done tending to him, Gary Shera was arrested and taken into custody. A search warrant for both his apartment and that of his girlfriend's was simultaneously issued by a judge. The police discovered numerous items that contained his DNA there. When these items were tested for a DNA sample, it was not surprising that Gary Shera was Lisa Ziegert's killer, because the DNA found on the items in his home 100% matched the DNA sample found on Lisa Ziegert's body. Aside from this, investigators also had several other potentially important leads. Joyce McDonald Shera, Gary's wife, who had first raised concerns about him in 1993, had sadly passed away in 2014, but investigators were able to locate documents written by her attorney in which the woman provided very disturbing details. One day, Gary had told her bluntly that he wouldn't be able to get intimate with her unless he was holding a knife. The woman called her sister the day after Lisa was killed and revealed that Gary had returned home late that night. She mentioned that his body was covered in scratches and he seemed very disturbed. Additionally, Gary gave his wife a music box and claimed to have purchased it from the same gift and card store where Lisa worked. But according to Gary, it was an older woman who actually sold it to him. The issue is that there had never before been such an employee at the store. It is unclear why the police was not informed about all of these details in 1993. And it is impossible to find out now because the woman who had the information has died. Gary Shera kept declaring his innocence while in custody and refused to admit to his wrongdoings. He most likely acted out of pure fear, but with that much evidence against him, there was no way out for him to get away with his crimes. He only succeeded in delaying his sentence, and that was all. The trial wasn't scheduled to start for another 2 years, but Gary, who had been imprisoned the entire time, decided to confess to his crime. According to Massachusetts law, a defendant facing a first-degree murder charge faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lisa Ziegert's family and friends were in the courtroom. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, who had hoped for a quarter-century to discover the mystery behind her daughter's murder, spoke. She thanked everyone who had been involved in the investigation, as well as the regular caring citizens who had helped and supported her family for so long. Today, Lisa got the justice she deserved. Emotional closure will never be achieved. Every family function will always be one short. Every get-together with friends will be one short, said George Ziegert, Lisa's father. Gary Scarra was sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison as a result of his crimes. Finally, one of the longest-running criminal cases in the state of Massachusetts was eventually resolved and officially closed. The case of Patrick de la Cerda. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, situated in eastern Florida near the Atlantic coast, faced a shocking incident: the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick Diarra. The 25-year-old man was found dead at his home. His injuries suggested a deeply personal motive behind the attack. The Patrick Diarra case is emblematic of a meticulously planned crime that nearly went unsolved. Although the suspect was identified almost immediately, no direct evidence was available to confirm his guilt. Patrick Diarra was born in June 1992 in Miami, Florida, a picturesque metropolitan area. Patrick grew up under the care of his father, Max Diarra, originally from Spain, and his mother, Patricia Ronza, born in France but relocated to the United States in the 80s. They married soon after and started their family. The Diarra family was known for being close-knit and happy. Patrick grew up surrounded by love, care, and mutual respect. A kind, intelligent, and sociable young man, he did well academically and could easily become the center of any social gathering. From childhood, he had a strong bond with his parents, who spared no effort or expense to ensure he received a good education and developed into an upstanding individual. Max Diarra worked in construction and was highly regarded in his field. Although not wealthy by big city standards, the family lived comfortably. After graduating high school, Patrick chose to study construction in university, aiming to follow in his father's footsteps. While Patrick attended university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years together. Remarkably, they separated amicably without any scandals or disputes over property. His mother moved to Deltona, a quiet town on Florida's east coast, where she soon remarried. Despite their separation, all family members remained close and maintained friendly relations. Patrick stayed with his father in Miami. They worked together and were respected professionals within the construction industry despite their personal circumstances. They kept in regular contact, frequently calling and communicating. They were always ready to assist when necessary. Patrick often his mother in Deltona, sharing updates about his life, his joys, and experiences. He delighted in telling her about meeting the girl of his dreams. Thanks to his French-Spanish heritage, Patrick had an eye-catching appearance from a young age. He was quite popular with the opposite sex, but he valued the example set by his family. Consequently, Patrick did not pursue frivolous relationships. He yearned for a meaningful connection and a strong family of his own. Patrick created an account there based on a friend's recommendation and wasn't entirely convinced it would help him find his soulmate. One evening in June 2017, while browsing through profiles without much optimism, a photo caught his eye. A captivating brunette with mesmerizing eyes and an enchanting smile. Intrigued, Patrick decided to message her. The lady in the photo was Jessica Devaney, born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida. After high school, she attended a local university, where she studied banking before securing a job at a bank branch in her hometown. Jessica was immediately drawn to Patrick's profile as well. They exchanged messages on the website for several days before deciding to swap phone numbers. Over the next few weeks, they spoke every evening for hours, discussing various topics and forming a deep mutual sympathy and trust. Realizing their connection was genuine, they decided to meet in person, despite living in different parts of the state. They chose a location that was roughly halfway between them for their first date. On their first date, Patrick realized that Jessica was the girl he'd been searching for all along and whom he no longer wanted to let go. She also liked him immediately, though Jessica was slightly confused by the age difference, as she was 4 years older than Patrick. On his way home, Patrick called his mother to share that he had met the girl of his dreams whom he wished to marry and start a family with. Patricia heard the joy and excitement in her son's voice, recognized his seriousness, and felt happy for him. Their long-distance relationship lasted several months, presenting challenges because the couple could only see each other on weekends. They usually met somewhere neutral, renting a hotel room in a cozy, secluded place to enjoy each other's company. However, by Sunday night, they parted ways since they needed to return to work on Monday morning. In December 2017, Patrick moved to Delton, where his mother lived, to be closer to Jessica. He bought a house in a quiet neighborhood and began renovations to create a cozy nest for Jessica's eventual move. But Jessica couldn't leave her job immediately. Thus, they planned a housewarming party for early spring the next year. On New Year's Eve, which the couple celebrated together, Patrick prepared a surprise for Jessica. He arranged fireworks in the backyard of the house, and as she admired them, he got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring. He then asked her the most important question, whether she would become his lawful wife. Jessica felt incredibly happy and, of course, agreed. Patrick later admitted he'd spent considerable time searching for an engagement ring, but hadn't found one perfect enough in any jewelry store. To make sure he could propose before the new year, he chose the best available option, but ordered an exclusive ring from a jewelry workshop. An original piece designed by himself. 2 months had passed since the engagement. Preparations for both the wedding and the upcoming housewarming were in full swing. The couple's choice of events had received their parents' approval, and they themselves were unspeakably happy, readying for a new stage in their lives. The young couple planned an extravagant celebration, either on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean in Miami or in France, where the groom's mother originated from. On February 27, 2018, Max Diarra, Patrick's father, received a call from a courier. Max's number was listed as an additional contact. The courier reported that Patrick's order had been delivered to the specified address. However, no one opened the door or answered the phone. This was highly unusual for Patrick, prompting concern from his father. As he was occupied at work and couldn't leave to pick up the order or check on his son, Max decided to contact Jessica, his future daughter-in-law. Max called Jessica with anxiety in his voice, expressing that he couldn't reach Patrick. Jessica herself had been trying to get in touch with her fiancé since morning, but had not received any replies or calls back. Upon hearing this, Max stated that something must have happened to Patrick. Alarmed by this suggestion, Jessica dropped everything she was doing and headed toward Patrick's house as quickly as she could. Upon arriving at Patrick's house, she immediately noticed his car parked in the driveway, indicating he hadn't left home. Armed with her own key, Jessica entered the yard and called out repeatedly for her fiancé, but got no response. She cautiously opened the front door, only to be confronted by a horrifying sight. Her fiancé lay motionless near the entrance, in a pool of blood. Jessica promptly called emergency services. However, paramedics who arrived on scene were unable to assist Patrick and could only declare him dead upon arrival. By the time police officers reached Patrick's residence, a heartbroken Jessica was found sobbing uncontrollably in the backyard, the very place where Patrick had proposed 2 months earlier. One of the attending officers approached her gently and began their inquiries into this tragic event. She only glanced at him and remarked that she knew who had decimated her lover and upended her entire existence: a wealthy and influential ex-boyfriend. To comprehend this perplexing case, and to decipher who might want to kill a young man, who at first glance seemed to have neither adversaries nor ill wishes, it is necessary to rewind a bit to when he and Jessica initially crossed paths. At that time, Jessica was entangled in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a prosperous businessman managing his own investment fund. Jessica encountered Gregory during her college years. He was 20 years her senior and quickly mesmerized the young woman. The businessman courted her lavishly, offering extravagant gifts and taking her to upscale resorts. Jessica believed she had discovered true love. However, soon she started noticing peculiarities in his demeanor. Gregory sought to dominate every aspect of her life, vigilantly tracking where she went and whom she associated with. Their relationship persisted for almost 8 years, during which time Gregory never introduced Jessica to his family or friends. Their interactions were strictly on his terms, meeting or going on vacations only at his convenience. Rarely did he invite her over to his residence. Jessica craved a conventional family life and children. Each time she raised the subject, Bender dismissed the idea as untimely. When she attempted to end the relationship, Gregory proposed with a ring. Jessica accepted the proposal, but nothing changed. They still lived separately, only met when he needed. One day, Gregory was involved in an automobile accident that left him hospitalized. Upon hearing this news, Jessica hurried to see him, but first decided to stop by his house for some essential items for Gregory. There, Jessica encountered an unfamiliar woman and inquired about her identity. Instead of responding directly, the woman asked a similar question back. Jessica displayed the engagement ring on her finger and announced that she was the fiancée of the house's owner. In response, the woman laughed and exhibited her own ring, proclaiming herself as Bender's legal wife, Diora Sanchez Bender. Shattered by this revelation, Jessica resolved immediately to end all ties with the businessman who had deceived her for so many years. The boyfriend began to actively pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising that he would divorce Dormora in the near future so they could get married. Jessica believed him once more. However, time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Eventually, tired of the lack of progress, Jessica filled out a questionnaire on a dating site, where she soon met Patrick. After starting to communicate with Patrick, she firmly decided to break up with Gregory and informed him of her decision. Unfortunately, Gregory did not want to let her go. He became an obsessive stalker. Initially, Bender simply persuaded Jessica to come back and try again, promising once more to divorce his wife. When persuasion failed, he moved on to threats and harassment. Realizing these tactics were ineffective, Gregory decided to find out more about his rival, Patrick, about whom he knew nothing at the time. Gregory turned to professionals who hacked into Jessica's account to uncover who she was communicating with. After discovering Patrick's identity and obtaining his contact information, Gregory began sending threatening messages, demanding that Patrick break up with Jessica and referring to her as his fiancée. Patrick remained calm and unreactive to the threats, believing they would not escalate beyond verbal harassment. However, Jessica was frightened because she understood that her ex-boyfriend was capable of anything. He was a man with substantial financial resources and connections and owned a large collection of firearms. Jessica proposed breaking up with Patrick before anyone got hurt, but Patrick refused even to consider it. Consequently, they decided it was time to involve the police by providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple succeeded in obtaining a restraining order against Gregory, while also requiring him to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things calmed down for a while after this legal action. The lovers began thinking that the stalker had finally left them alone. Jessica persuaded Patrick that it was crucial to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she feared Gregory might violate the ban. On February 27, 2018, during the initial examination of the crime scene, criminalists immediately ruled out robbery. They noted that by the nature of the mutilation, this murder had a personal motive and that the perpetrator clearly hated his victim. The body of a 25-year-old man revealed 4 gunshot wounds, 1 in the thigh, 1 in the chest, and 2 in the head. Additionally, experts identified injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was found lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs, leading to the second floor. Investigators speculated that the killer had most likely snuck into the house and waited on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, he was met by his assailant. The intruder fired a bullet into Patrick's thigh, causing him to roll down the stairs. Following him down, the perpetrator fired another shot into his chest before finishing him off with 2 shots to the head. Although no murder weapon was recovered, it was determined to be a rare model of pistol that is not easy to obtain. The first shell casing was found on the second floor of the house. 2 more were found downstairs. However, a 4th shell casing was missing. Despite Jessica's statements about knowing who killed her fiancé, initial suspicion fell on Patrick's neighbor. They had a serious conflict some months prior. This neighbor was a U.S. Army veteran with combat experience who had developed a mental disorder due to severe injuries and concussions sustained during service. In December 2017, just months before, This veteran mistook his new neighbor for an intruder and opened fire, thankfully missing, but ended up hospitalized in a psychiatric facility due to an exacerbation of his condition. He was adept with firearms and could easily acquire rare gun models. This background made him a prime suspect in Patrick's murder, despite Jessica's accusations pointing elsewhere. Once he returned home, Patrick found himself constantly followed. A neighbor, who struggled with mental illness, was particularly suspicious of Patrick, calling him a spy and vowing to expose him. This neighbor's unhealthy imagination could indeed be a potential motive. Consequently, the authorities detained and interrogated him. The neighbor openly expressed his strong dislike for Patrick but maintained a solid alibi at the time of the murder. Several eyewitnesses confirmed this alibi. Because these recordings were gone, it was impossible to determine who entered or exited the residence on that day. Adding to the challenge, no physical evidence was found at the crime scene. No fingerprints, shoe prints, or DNA traces. It became clear that the murder was meticulously planned. Despite their suspicions surrounding Gregory, it appeared as though he might evade justice for now. The police decided on a covert approach and asked Jessica to engage her former lover in an earnest conversation. She agreed without hesitation. Jessica called Gregory and dramatically blamed him for all that had happened. She wept and repeatedly questioned why he did it. Yet Gregory seemed to anticipate the investigators' intentions from the outset. He pretended not to understand what she meant. When Jessica accused him directly of killing her fiancé, Gregory feigned shock and offered condolences. Attempting to provoke a confession or trick him into making a mistake proved fruitless. Lacking concrete reasons to detain or further question him, police could only summon Gregory for testimony when required by law. He complied with restraining orders and appeared to have moved on from his ex-girlfriend long ago. While detectives struggled to find leads, a breakthrough came when Dawara Sanchez Bender contacted them with crucial information about Patrick Dara's case. She was promptly invited for an interview at the station, where she revealed significant details occurring shortly before the crime transpired. She discovered a peculiar notebook concerning her husband's death in his office. Upon examining it, Diora found a detailed layout of an unfamiliar house and next to it, a peculiar series of procedural steps. Initially, she did not pay much attention to it. However, when Diora News report detailing the brutal murder of a young man and the story displayed the plan of his house, she immediately recalled the drawings she had seen by her unfaithful husband, with whom she was nearing divorce. She decided to inform the investigators. This information provided the police with sufficient grounds to search the house of the alleged perpetrator. They found the mysterious notebook that the businessman's wife had mentioned in his office. Although the pages containing the house's plan and additional records were missing, they were soon located in a trash can within the office. Gregory had apparently attempted, but forgotten, to dispose of them properly. He had merely torn out the pages, crumpled them, and discarded them in the trash bin. Apparently, he was confident that no search would be conducted on his house as there was no incriminating evidence against him. On these pieces of paper, aside from the house's layout, there was an elaborate outline of the crime itself. It became evident that the perpetrator had meticulously planned every aspect over a prolonged period. The document mentioned specific actions like disabling his phone, wearing gloves, and applying a special substance to shoe soles to avoid leaving footprints on floors. From these records, it was clear that Gregory had tracked his victim. He knew Patrick's return schedule and was aware of surveillance cameras present inside and around Patrick's home. Additionally, Gregory ensured that he disposed of all incriminating items, such as weapons used in the crime, and soiled clothes, shoes, and gloves. His downfall stemmed from his own records not being destroyed in time and his wife's curiosity. Furthermore, police discovered a fourth missing shell casing on Gregory's table inside a cigar box, evidently intended as some macabre trophy by Gregory. Forensics confirmed this casing matched those from the crime scene. The defense attorneys tried shifting blame towards Jessica during trial preparations. However, there was enough concrete evidence pointing towards Gregory for him to be arrested and brought forth for trial proceedings. The primary challenge then lay within considering all evidence collected deemed circumstantial, since neither murder weapon nor direct proof linked him physically at victim's residence, along with no witnessing testimonies, raised complexities. Ultimately, proceedings began against Bender. However, challenges remained in proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. This was due to the circumstantial nature of the evidence. Crucial links were unbridgeable, making it difficult to reach absolute conclusiveness essential. Until May 2021, more than 3 years after he sought the best lawyers who had ample time to prepare for the case thoroughly. Despite this, the businessman remained optimistic, appearing to believe he would escape accountability. Jessica was a pivotal witness. She detailed her long-standing relationship with Gregory, describing how she discovered he was married and tried to end their involvement. She also shared instances of harassment and threats against her and Patrick. Jessica provided crucial evidence, including saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all blame onto Jessica. The defense argued that Jessica herself provoked Gregory with her actions, registering on a dating site and starting a new relationship before ending things with Gregory. They claimed this behavior wounded his pride and ego. Furthermore, Jessica was accused of mercantilism, highlighting her fondness for receiving expensive gifts from a wealthy suitor. During one session, Dora Sanchez, the defendant's now ex-wife, was called as a witness. The previously indifferent defendant became animated and unexpectedly professed his love for her. Moved by this confession, Sanchez seemingly reconsidered her stance on testifying against Gregory. She got confused during her testimony, citing forgetfulness. Eventually, she mentioned that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted he was capable of murder. Defense attorneys tried to challenge the legality of the search of defendant's home. Despite his ex-wife's unexpected statement and the lack of direct evidence, the jury still found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. When the judge read the sentence, Bender stared at Jessica intently without blinking. His glare really made her feel sick, and she almost had a panic attack. Sitting next to her late fiancé's mother, Jessica began sobbing and choking. Despite many attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal and get the case reviewed, all appeals were rejected. The widespread attention this case received in society played no small part in this outcome, since a wealthy millionaire businessman had cold-bloodedly murdered a simple working man and tried to get away with it. The story of Patrick Darragh was widely covered in the press. As Gregory Bender remains behind bars, Jessica Devaney says she feels safe. She continues to live in Patrick's memory, wearing the ring he gave her as a gift and another piece of jewelry that he never got around to giving her. Jessica maintains a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Every relationship of a person is based on the pillar of trust, whether it's between parents and children, husband and wife, or even between boyfriend and girlfriend. But if someone breaks the trust of another person in these essential relationships and starts thinking badly about them, it feels really terrible. And this case is somewhat similar, where a boy and a girl from Pakistan were very happy in their relationship. But then, after some time, the girl breaks up because she started seeing a dog side of her boyfriend. But then, what the boy did with his girlfriend shook the entire Pakistan. Khakat Ali Makadam was not only a normal citizen of Pakistan, but also a diplomat and ambassador of Pakistan. Due to this, he had to live in different countries. However, in 2021, he was living in Islamabad, Pakistan. Apart from this, at one point, Shaukat Ali had also been Pakistan's ambassador to South Korea and Kazakhstan. Because of this, he held a very high position in Pakistan. There were a total of 5 people in his family, including Shaukat Makadam, his wife Kausar Nukadam, 2 daughters and 1 son. October 23, 1993 was the day when a beautiful girl was born in Shaukat Ali's house, whom they named Nur. Nur was a healthy and cute baby who always laughed and never bothered anyone too much. Although Shaukat's professional life was very busy and stressful, but when he came home, he spent quality time with his family. As a result, his children had a very good upbringing. From school days, Nur had a great interest in studying. She always used to read either school books or other books. Now, because Kakut McAdam was a diplomat, he used to get transferred to other countries due to his work, which is why Nur started her schooling from Ireland. Then she completed high school from South Korea. After South Korea, the family moved to Kazakhstan. But Nur thinks about completing her college in the US, where her older sister Sarah also lived. However, after the US, Nur returned to Pakistan, Islamabad. As humble and smart as Nur was in her childhood, she was equally humble and smart in her adult years. That's why everyone at home trusted Nur and easily accepted her decisions. Besides, Nur loved animals, especially stray dogs and cats. She used to feed them whenever she had time. Although Nur belonged to a wealthy family, she never had a liking for materialistic things. By hearing all these things, you must have understood that Nur was a kind-hearted, down-to-earth, intelligent, and confident girl. Along with all these things, Nur also had a great passion for art and calligraphy. She often made religious paintings too. As I mentioned, coming from a wealthy diplomat family, parties were a common occurrence at the diplomats' homes. So Shaukat McAdam often took his family to such parties because they were excellent for networking and building connections. It was at one such party in 2018 that Nur met a boy named Zahir Jaffer. Zahir and Nur are both going to be key characters in this case. So before we proceed, let's take a brief look at Zahir's background. Zahir Jaffer was born in the USA, but he spent his childhood and teenage years in Pakistan. After that, Zahir pursued his graduation in the US and also spent some time living in the UK. Zahir's father was Zakir Jaffer, who was a very successful businessman. Due to his father's business ventures, the Jaffer family was one of the wealthiest families in Pakistan. The Jaffer family had various businesses including healthcare, oil, real estate, and construction. This also provided them with opportunities to work with their country's military. One of these companies is Ahmed Jaffer and Company, where Zahir Jaffer is now the CEO while his father, Zakir Jaffer, used to oversee the company. But after some time, Zahir's mood changed and he started working as a therapist at a company called Therapy Works. In this company, Zahir used to listen to the children of the school and explain to them about mental health care. He also used to arrange lectures and presentations for the children. But the shocking thing here is that Zahir himself was an introverted and angry since childhood. He also had very few friends, and he rarely attended parties with them. But it is at one such party that he meets Nur, and he likes her. And Nur also enjoys talking to Zahir. Perhaps this happened because their personalities were different, and people say that opposite personalities are attracted to each other. However, both their families already knew each other because they used to attend such parties. But friendship between Nur and Zahir developed from this party. Then, after some time, this friendship turned into love and they both entered into a romantic relationship. However, it's not like they kept this fact hidden from their parents or friends. Rather, both their families and friends knew that Zahir and Nur were dating. Both families were happy because Nur completes Zahir and Zahir completes Nur. Actually, Nur brought out a side of Zahir that no one had seen before, whereas Zahir used to be very introverted before. But as soon as he met Nur, his personality began to change gradually. He started enjoying his life, hanging out with people. And at one party, people were surprised to see Zahir dancing with Nur, including Zahir's family, because they had never thought they would see this side of Zahir's personality. Everything was going well, but as the relationship grew older, things started to deteriorate. Initially, everything was going well in the relationship. Both were enjoying themselves and their families were also very happy. But then, after some time, a different side of Zahir came out in front of Nur. Actually, Nur later finds out that Zahir is a very aggressive and abusive man. Allegedly, Zahir had physically and mentally abused Nur several times. Not only that, Zahir had also raised his hand against his own mother before. As a result, after almost 3 years of relationship, when Nur couldn't bear Zahir anymore, she broke up with him at the beginning of 2021. In both families, there was dissatisfaction over their children ending the relationship. Because neither of them was a normal family, and in such affluent households, it's not typical for a boy and a girl to enter a relationship, break up shortly after, and then enter into a relationship with someone else later. In fact, people like them also see relationships as a business. Like most wealthy families, they marry off their sons or daughters where they can profit. But besides that, Zahir was also displeased that Nur left him, and now he took it as an affront to his male ego. However, after some time, Zahir also started thinking about moving on, and then he thought he would go back to the US and settle there because he also had US citizenship along with Pakistani citizenship. Now let's jump to July 18th, 2021. On this day, Zahir booked a taxi to go to Islamabad International Airport. Actually, according to Pakistan Standard Time, Zahir's flight to New York was at 3:50 a.m. on July 19th. He had already packed his bags and informed his family about it. But before leaving, he wanted to meet Nur just once, so he called Nur on the evening of July 18th. At that time, Nur was at her home preparing for Eid with her family. Now Zahir called Nur and requested, "I am leaving this country for New York, and I will never come back here again. But I will settle in the US, so please meet me once before I leave." Additionally, Zahir told Nur, "Come to my house. We'll meet, and then when I leave for the airport from my house, I'll drop you off at your home first." Although these two had already broken up, before that they had been in a relationship for 3 years, which led Nur to say yes to meeting Zahir. After that, at 9:05 p.m., Nur leaves her house. But she doesn't tell her family that she's going to Zahir's house. She just says she's going to her friend's house and will be back soon. Around 10 p.m., Nur arrives outside Zahir's house at the scent location in Sector F74. But strange things start happening from here. Now, as I told you, Zahir's flight was at 3:50 a.m., but between 10 and 11 p.m., Zahir calls his travel agency multiple times. Zahir called his travel agency and started asking them very strange questions like, "What would happen if I don't board this flight? Will I get my refund back? If I decide to book tickets again after 10 days, what will happen?" Sometime later, Zahir called his travel agency again and said that now I'm not canceling my ticket, but I've decided to go to the US on this flight. But let me tell you, during this time, Nur was inside his house with him. But for her, this house was a new place because she had never been here before. Afterward, the taxi that Zahir had booked to go to the airport also arrives outside Jathra's house at exactly 11 p.m. However, Zahir doesn't come out of the house for half an hour. Meanwhile, the taxi driver called Zahir 2 or 3 times, but Zahir told him to wait, saying, "I'll be there in just 5 minutes. However, at 12:07 a.m., he calls the taxi driver again and says, "My plan to go to the airport is canceled now. Anyway, if we leave for the airport now, I won't be able to catch my flight." Despite waiting for more than an hour, Zahir pays the taxi driver half the fare. Actually, Zahir had booked this taxi for 2,000 Pakistani rupees. Now after that, the taxi driver leaves from there. But at 1:40 a.m., Zahir calls the taxi driver again and asks him to come back to his house. Now the taxi driver also returns to Zahir's house because he knew he would get the full payment. But this time too, Zahir made the taxi driver wait outside the house for a few minutes. And then at 2:15 a.m., Zahir comes out with his luggage. But the strange thing this time was that Nur was also with him, and she didn't have sandals on her feet, which the driver found very strange. However, what struck him as even strange was that Zahir was talking to Nur during the car ride, but Nur wasn't responding to his words. Although the driver didn't pay much attention to this at the time, halfway through, Zahir told the driver, "Now take the car back towards home anyway. We're already very late. I don't think we'll make it to the airport on time and catch the flight." After that, the taxi driver drops them off again at Jaffer's house at 2:35 a.m. But as soon as Nur got out of the taxi, Zahir pulled her inside the house. According to the taxi driver's statement, he felt like Nur wasn't supposed to go back inside the house, according to the taxi driver Zahir, but Zahir forcefully took her inside. Then on July 19th, Nur stayed at Zahir's house the whole day, and then July 20th arrived, which was the day of Eid. Nur had come to Zahir's house to meet him on July 18th at 9:05 p.m., but now it had been more than 24 hours, and Nur's father and mother had returned home after shopping for Eid. But when they find out that their daughter has been missing from home for 24 hours at 12:57 a.m. on July 20th, Shaukat Makadam texts his daughter asking her where she is. However, Nur doesn't reply to that text message. Then at 5:48 a.m., Nur's mother messages her, and two family friends also call Nur, yet there is no response from Nur. This causes worry for Nur's parents, and they were about to inform the police about it. But at 10:43 a.m., Nur sends a voice recording to her mother. However, the contents of that recording were never made public, but it was the last time Nur's mother, Kosar McAdam, heard her daughter's voice. But after sending the voice message, another strange thing happens. Zahir immediately calls Nur's mother from his own phone and tells her that Nur is not at his house, trying to prove that he hasn't even seen Nur. Then from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. that same day, Zahir repeatedly calls his father, Zakir Jaffer. However, at around 7:10 p.m., Nur is seen on CCTV cameras. But by that time, her condition was very bad, and it seemed as though Zahir had tortured her severely. In the CCTV footage, Nur is seen jumping from the balcony of Zahir's house on the first floor and falling directly onto an iron grill. This caused her to sustain an injury to her abdomen, which is why she is seen holding her stomach in this clip. She was actually distressed by Zahir's harassment and wanted to leave the house. However, the security guard closed the gate, and meanwhile, Zahir also jumps from the balcony to catch Nur and brings her back inside. But as he was bringing her back, Nur falls down, but Zahir drags her inside. Now I should tell you that it wasn't just Zahor and Nur inside the house. There was also a security guard, a cook, and a gardener, but none of them helped Nur. In fact, from July 18th to July 20th, Nur attempted to escape from this house 6 times. But each time, one of Zahir's servants informed him, and Nur was always caught. But this time, because of Nur's attempt to escape, Zahir becomes very angry. After bringing Nur back inside, he calls his father once again around 7:30 p.m. But since then, Zahir didn't call anyone for 30 minutes because in the meantime, Zahir first attempts to shoot Nur with his handgun. But as soon as he presses the trigger, his gun jams. However, even after that, Zahir doesn't stop wanting to kill Nur. It was already in his mind. So he takes out a Swiss knife and starts stabbing every part of Nur's body. Meanwhile, Nur scratches Zahir's face and arms with her nails. But after some time, Nur's condition deteriorates so much that she faints. Nur was unconscious, but even then, Zahir kept stabbing her with the knife. Afterward, he grabs Nur by the throat and keeps squeezing until Nur's last breath is gone. Later, Nur's post-mortem report reveals that she died due to lack of oxygen. But before killing Nur, Zahir ripped her several times. But Zahir didn't stop there. After Nur's death, he pulled out his knife and started cutting Nur's throat. And finally, he severed her head from her body. After killing Nur, Zahir quickly calls his father and friends saying, "Thieves have broken into our house, and I need help." At the same time, some of Zahir's friends head towards his house. However, Zahir's father wasn't there. That's why he called the CEO of the company where Zahir worked named Therapy Works and said, "Quickly go to my house and save my son at any cost." In reality, Zahir's father, Zakir Jaffer, called the CEO of that company because they needed to erase all evidence of Nur's murder by going to Zahir. Moreover, the CEO of the company had to comply because Zahir's father was funding the company. Around 8:30 p.m., Tahir Zahour, the CEO of Therapy Works, arrives outside Zahir's house with his 6 employees. Additionally, some of Zahir's friends were also present. However, the door of Zahir's house remained closed, so Tahir took a ladder and with his employees entered through the window on the first floor. But as soon as they reached the first floor, Zahir attacked one of the employees with a knife piercing through his chin and tongue. Zahir was extremely angry at that moment, so 5 to 6 people quickly grabbed him to control him. After this, Zahir's hands were tied behind his back, and ropes were also tied around his feet. But as soon as the people went inside Zahir's room from the balcony, they were stunned. In fact, there was blood everywhere on the floor, even on the walls of the room. Then they saw Nur's body in the center of the room, but her head was 3 feet away from her body. Now, everyone inside the room was astonished to regain control over Zahir, and after seeing Nur's dead body. But in the meantime, the neighbors were also quite alert because when Zahir was being caught, He was screaming a lot, which made his neighbors call the police. After that, the police arrived there. And then on July 20th, around 10 o'clock at night, the police called Kakut Nukadarm to inform him that his daughter had been murdered. Hearing this sad news, Nukadam's family home was engulfed in mourning because their youngest and dearest daughter was no longer in this world. But Noor's family knew who had done all this, and now they wanted to punish Zahir according to Pakistan law, meaning the death penalty. After that, the police arrested Zahir, but now they were worried about how Zahir would confess his crime. But Zahir did something very strange here too. As soon as the police caught Zahir, he confessed in a short while that he was the one who had killed Noor, and he had done so because he loved Noor very much. He had even proposed marriage to Noor, but she had rejected his marriage proposal and later broke up with him. This hurt Zahir's ego, so he booked his and Noor's one-way tickets to New York for July 19th. But before this, Zahir had decided that if Noor agreed to go to New York with him, they would get married and settle in New York. But if Noor didn't agree, he would kill her. However, from July, Zahir tried to convince Noor for marriage. But when Noor refused to marry him, Zahir finally assaulted her very brutally. Although all the servants in Zahir's house knew what Zahir did with Noor, none of them tried to stop him even once, not even daring to call the police because they were afraid that if they did, Zahir would not spare them. Now, even though Zahir had confessed his crime in front of the police, when the case went to court, he was behaving strangely in court. Firstly, he entered the court looking disheveled as if he hadn't bathed for days. Besides, he shouted loudly in the courtroom, even abusing the judge. Furthermore, the police had to drag him into the court and out of the court forcefully. However, he was doing all these things to prove that he is mentally unstable. And because of this, he should be spared from the death penalty for the murder of Noor. If it were proven that Zahir is mentally unstable, then firstly, his punishment would be reduced. And secondly, he would escape the death penalty. Actually, Zahir had schizophrenia, and he wanted to take advantage of it by telling the court that he is mentally unfit. Actually, schizophrenia is a serious mental illness in which a person is mostly lost in the world of imagination and knows very little about the real world. Because of this, he often behaves strangely. But when Zahir's medical examination was done, the report clearly stated that Zahir is mentally fit, and whatever he did with Noor, he did it consciously. But this made it clear that Zahir was an abuser and an aggressive person. Besides, there were many harassment cases against Zahir in both the US and Pakistan. In this case, during the ongoing trial in court, the entire Pakistan raised its voice for justice for Noor. Rallies and marches were held every day. As a result, on February 24, 2022, Noor received justice, and Zahir was sentenced to 2 death penalties. One for physically assaulting Noor and the other for her murder. Additionally, his 2 house staff, Iftikhar and Muhammad Khan, were also sentenced to 10 years in jail. Looking at the photos, you wouldn't know much, but Zahir was a powerful, tall, and aggressive man with whom a sweet and innocent girl, Noor, spent almost 48 hours. And those 48 hours were nothing less than hell for her. So with this, the Noor Makeda murder case comes to an end right here. The story of the House of Horrors. In January 2018, one of the daughters of the Turpin couple, Jordan Turpin, escaped from her home. She jumped out of a window and, once outside, called emergency services. At the time, the young girl, named Jordan, was 17 years old. What she told the operator was hard to believe, not only for the operator but also for the police who later responded to the call. The call lasted about 20 minutes. During this time, Jordan informed the operator about the violence and abuse she and her siblings had endured. She explained that there were 15 family members living in one house, 13 siblings and their 2 parents. She described how some of her siblings were chained, tied to their beds with chains that prevented them from bathing or eating, and how they lived in filth. She detailed various kinds of physical and psychological abuse they suffered. While the operator was speaking with her, they contacted the police so they could head to the location where Jordan was waiting. When the police finally arrived where the young girl was waiting, the first thing they noticed was that she didn't look 17 years old but much younger. Her voice also didn't match the age she claimed. It sounded like that of a child. She was quite disheveled and dirty. When trying to explain why she called and why she wanted them to come, her speech was not very coherent and was quite slow. The police initially thought she might have some disorder due to her appearance and manner of speaking. However, Jordan then showed them several photos on the same cell phone she used to call the operator. These photos showed the conditions inside her house, including her siblings chained to their beds. The police, without wasting more time, headed to the address Jordan provided. Upon arrival, they were immediately struck by the strong smell of urine and human waste. The house was littered with garbage bags in every room, including the living room and kitchen. In the children's room, they discovered 12 children, ranging from 3 to 29 years old, as Jordan had already escaped. Shockingly, one of them was chained to their bed. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a severe case of child abuse, far more profound and complex than they could have imagined, with some children having lived in these horrid conditions for decades. These children were the children of David and Louise Turpin, who had grown up in the small town of Princeton, Virginia. There, Louise, originally named Louise Robinette, lived with her parents and 2 younger sisters, Elizabeth and Teresa, in a humble, low-income household. Despite their quiet and shy demeanor, especially in front of their parents, the siblings were quite close. Louise, the eldest, behaved differently outside her home, often rebellious and using foul language. Raised in a Pentecostal family deeply involved in church activities, the girls were expected to adhere to strict behavioral standards, reflecting the religious values their father, a pastor, taught. They were prohibited from activities typical for other children, such as speaking ill, disobeying, or dressing in certain ways. More was expected from them, being the pastor's daughters. David, who lived about 9 kilometers away from Louise's home, was also deeply involved in the church. The families of David and Louise were close primarily because of their shared commitment to their faith. Louise and David had known each other since childhood, and their characters were largely defined by their religious involvement. Despite the affectionate relationship between the 2 families, Louise's father disapproved of her relationship with David, considering her too young for any romantic involvement. Contrarily, Louise's mother supported the relationship, even helping her daughter secretly meet David. David, perceived as a decent young man, was polite and dressed unusually for his age, often seen in suits and ties. He was active in school clubs, abstained from alcohol, and was notably introverted. After high school, he pursued a degree in computer engineering and graduated with high marks. David and Louise's relationship, kept secret due to her father's disapproval, was marked by their strong desire to be together. Realizing they could not continue under such circumstances, they decided to elope, setting in motion a series of events that would culminate in the discovery of the House of Horrors. One day, while Louise was in a high school class, David executed a daring plan. He disguised himself to appear older, donning a fake mustache, a hat, and a suit, and entered the high school. He successfully convinced the supervisor in charge of student welfare that he was a relative of Louise and managed to take her with him. Together, they left the school and embarked on a journey to Texas, ultimately arriving in Fort Worth. Their intention was to begin a new chapter of their lives together in this new location. However, their parents were obviously worried and angry about their disappearance. Particularly concerning was the issue of public perception, as it looked bad for a pastor's daughter to run off with someone without being married first. Louise's parents reported her disappearance to the police. 3 days later, the couple was found in Texas. Louise was brought back to her home because she was a minor. Upon their return, Louise's father somewhat acquiesced. He told them that if they truly wanted to be together, they must do so in accordance with their religious beliefs. This meant they had to get married, as sleeping in the same bed or engaging in sexual relations without being married was considered a sin in their family. Being deeply in love, they agreed to follow her father's instructions. In 1985, when Louise was just 16 years old, they got married in a small ceremony. They continued to live in Virginia for a couple more years. 3 years after their wedding in 1988, they welcomed their first child, a girl. They stayed in Virginia with their daughter for another 2 years, until the early 1990s. It was then they decided it was time for a change, to grow and move on. They chose to leave Virginia for Fort Worth, Texas, the place they had initially escaped to 5 years earlier. Their decision to move was motivated by two main reasons. David wanted to relocate because he had been offered a very good, well-paying job in Texas which he did not want to turn down. And Louise, as she told her sisters, wanted to leave Virginia, primarily to distance herself from her family. She no longer wished to have direct contact with her family, at least not at that time. And this was because, according to what the sisters said, their maternal grandfather had been abusing their mother since their mother was a child, and this abuse only stopped once their mother got married. Then her mother had her 3 daughters, so the grandfather started abusing the girls also since they were very young. Since Louise was the oldest daughter, she had suffered this abuse for many more years. The moment Louise escaped to Texas with David when she was 16 years old, the abuse stopped. Her sister even says that on one occasion, when Louise was between 14 or 15 years old, her grandmother came into the house and saw that her husband was abusing her granddaughter. But the only thing she could think of to do was to gather the 3 sisters and also several members of the family who knew that this abuse was happening, and she told them not to say anything because the family had a reputation to keep. This situation started because the grandfather had a lot of money, and the 3 girls were quite poor and lived in quite humble conditions, so the grandfather gave them money. The mother took the girls to the grandfather's house, and they always cried and asked her not to take them because they knew what was going to happen when they went to see this man. However, their mother told them she needed the money to buy food, shoes, and clothing, so she felt compelled to take them. She was also aware of what was happening, as she herself had been subjected to the same abuse by her father since she was a child. Louise's younger sister, Teresa, mentioned that their grandfather would place money in their hands while abusing them, then close their hands around it. This was his way of trying to compensate for his actions, at least in his mind. After giving them money, he would tell them not to cry because he had given them money, implying they had no reason to cry according to him. Once he finished, he would take them outside to the door or to the car where their mother was waiting, and they would see him giving money to their mother. Louise harbored deep resentment towards her family because many of them knew about the abuse but said nothing due to the grandfather's wealth. After Louise escaped to Texas, her 2 sisters who remained still suffered abuse from their grandfather for many more years. Once in Texas, Louise and David bought a house in a nice neighborhood. David was doing well financially, so they never had money problems. They often visited their families in Virginia. Initially, it was just Louise, David, and their daughter. A few years later, in 1992, they had their second child, a boy. Now they had a 4-year-old daughter and a newborn son. Louise's family thought that all her childhood suffering was somehow being compensated for with the family she was now building. She had a husband she claimed to love dearly, a daughter and a son, a nice house, money, and good cars. Her life seemed ideal in the eyes of her family in Virginia. Even David's family saw them as very generous with their money, not seeming to mind giving their family whatever they needed. When they couldn't visit Virginia, they paid for their families to visit them in Texas, covering flight, food, and all expenses. They even took them to Disneyland and Universal Studios and gave them cash if needed. Between 1992, when their second child was born, and 1996, they had 4 more children, totaling 6. Over the years, visits with their families decreased. What neither David's nor Louise's family knew was that in 1992, they had to declare bankruptcy. They were spending far more than what David, the sole earner, was making. Louise stayed home to care for the children. They had significant debts with various banks and credit card debts. Despite this, they continued having children. From 1994 to 1996, Louise and David believed in the idea that they should not stop having children until God willed it. They had always wanted a large family, which they were achieving. Their eldest daughter was the only one attending primary school at that time because of her age. However, she faced significant bullying at school due to her thin appearance and often being dirty or smelly. One of her classmates recalls an incident where the girl had a chocolate wrapper tied in her hair, which led to further mockery. Consequently, her parents decided to withdraw her from school and homeschool her. All subsequent children were homeschooled as well. By 1999, they had 7 children, and Louise's in-person contact with her family had become almost non-existent. The last time they were seen was in 1998. After that, there were only sporadic phone calls, which also diminished over time. The family was deeply in debt and couldn't afford their house payments, leading the bank to repossess the house. The new owner, upon entering, found a distressing scene. Feces on the walls, urine smell throughout the house, and scratches on the doors. Initially, he thought they might have had untrained pets, but never imagined that children were responsible for the damage. He took photos of the scene, which he kept for 20 years. In 2018, when the children's mistreatment was discovered, he provided these photos to the press. The family then moved to Rio Vista, Texas, a rural area with widely spaced homes. The property they moved to was large, about 15 acres, so their neighbors were not close. In Fort Worth, the children were not allowed outside, but in Rio Vista, it initially seemed like things would change. The children were allowed to play in the yard and even interact with a neighbor's daughter, though she never entered their house. The neighbor's daughter recalls them always playing together, engaging in typical children's activities. However, when the neighbor's mother tried to get to know the children, they responded strangely. Some were silent, others seemed fearful. She noticed their hands were very clean compared to the rest of their dirt-covered bodies, as if they had been playing in the dirt all day. One child commented that they were only allowed to wash their hands up to their wrists to conserve water. The neighbor thought this was odd but didn't give it much importance, considering their overall appearance and behavior unusual. After the neighbors started asking questions, she noticed the children were no longer allowed outside as frequently. Her daughter tried to visit them multiple times, but Louise eventually told her she could no longer play with her children or enter their property. Despite the girl's attempts to understand why, the door was never opened to her again. The neighbor recalls that in the window of that house, there was always a baby in a crib, and when she returned hours later, the baby was still there, crying continuously. It seemed as though no one had attended to or moved the baby for hours. This is when the neighbors started to notice that the children were no longer seen outside during the day. Despite the presence of many children in the house, there was complete silence throughout the day. However, at night, all the lights in the house would turn on, and sounds of the children could be heard from inside. Occasionally, the children were seen playing in the yard, but only during the night hours. 11 years after moving to that house in Rio Vista, in 2010, their eldest daughter escaped. She managed to run about 5 kilometers until she reached a dirt road, where she encountered a woman driving a truck. The woman stopped to see what was wrong with the girl, who appeared very agitated. She noticed that the girl was very thin, dirty, and struggled to speak clearly. The woman asked the girl several questions to gauge her awareness of time and space, like who the president was or the current year, but the girl had no knowledge of these things. Thinking the girl might have a mental condition, the woman convinced her to give her address so she could return her to her parents' house. During the ride, the girl kept asking how she could get a job, an apartment, and a car, reinforcing the woman's belief that she had some issues. The woman took her home, left her with her parents, and never reported the incident to the police. The girl had tried to escape because the situation in the Turpin house was horrible. In February 2007, the Turpin parents had moved 10 of their children into an isolated trailer on their property. David and Louise took the 2 youngest and left the rest of the children to fend for themselves, bringing groceries on a weekly basis but not enough to feed everybody. One of their daughters, Jordan Turpin, aged 6 years at the time, stated there was a lot of starving, and she had resorted to eating ketchup or mustard or ice. The kids were often shackled, strangled, and beaten for infractions such as playing in water by washing their hands above the wrists. They were also frequently left to lie in their own waste, unable to use a toilet while chained, and were allowed only 1 shower per year. Deprived of food, they were taunted by their parents with apple and pumpkin pies they could see and smell but never eat. Brand new toys in unopened packages were scattered around the putrid home. Then, in 2010, David lost his job again, forcing them to leave the house overnight as the bank repossessed it. The neighbors didn't realize they had left until they saw a sign from the bank announcing the house was for sale. Out of curiosity, as they had never entered the house in 11 years, several neighbors went inside. they found 2 dogs eating from the trash left behind. The house was filled with garbage, including children's chairs, beds, and mattresses covered in excrement and urine. Despite seeing all this and realizing the family lived in filth, nobody reported it to the police, including the bank or the new owner. This could have been a significant alert, as children should not live in such conditions, but no one took action. The family decided to move to California after leaving Rio Vista, Texas. There is no specific information about why they chose California, as they had no family there and, as far as is known, no outstanding job offers that would have motivated the move. When they arrived in California, they lived in 2 houses that were quite close to each other. Unlike the large property in Rio Vista, it would seem difficult to keep so many children quiet in a neighborhood where houses were close together. They initially arrived in Rio Vista with 7 children, but when they moved to California, they had 12 children plus the 2 parents, making it a total of 14 people in one house. Despite this, they managed to remain unnoticed for 4 years in the first house before moving to another house in Paris, California, where they lived for another 4 years. On January 14, 2018, before 6 a.m., 2 of the sisters, aged 13 and 17, decided to escape the house to seek help for their siblings. The 13-year-old got scared and returned home, but the 17-year-old, Jordan, continued with the plan she and her siblings had been working on for over 2 years. Jordan managed to take a cell phone from the house, which did not have service but could call emergency services. She called 911, and during the approximately 20-minute call, she described the abuse they suffered, mostly at the hands of their mother, and sometimes by their father. When the police arrived, Jordan showed them the cell phone with photos of their living conditions. The police knocked on the door, and Louise allowed them to enter voluntarily, seemingly unaware of any wrongdoing. Inside, the police found the house in terrible condition, with trash, urine, and feces everywhere. The living conditions for the children were appalling. Louise followed the officers around the house, questioning why they were there and why they needed to see her children, not understanding the seriousness of the situation. In one of the rooms, the police found one child chained to the bed and observed marks on the ankles of 2 other children, indicating they had recently been unchained. It's unclear if the parents had realized that their daughter had escaped and unchained the children as a result. The police immediately arrested the parents and took them to a patrol car. After that, they began taking the children out of the house and transported them to a local hospital for evaluation, as many of them urgently needed medical care due to severe malnourishment. Once the news of what was happening spread, the street filled up with neighbors and media, and this became one of those stories that get extensively covered. Neighbors, media, and information presented by the California City prosecutor in the following days revealed the extent of the children's suffering, not only in that house but also since their time in Texas. In their first house in Fort Worth, Texas, the maltreatment of the children began gradually. For some reason, all their children were named with names starting with the letter J, although the reason was never explained. As the parents had more children, they began to isolate themselves and their children completely from their families. Their daughter, who initially attended primary school and was then homeschooled due to bullying, was one of the first to experience this isolation. Once they began homeschooling all their children, their control over them was absolute. The children were not allowed to go anywhere, had no friends other than their siblings, were only allowed to take a bath once a year, and were fed only once a day, leading to their underdeveloped appearance. Punishments included beatings, strangulation, or being tied to their beds. When tied to their beds, they could remain there for weeks or months, not even being released to use the bathroom. This explains the excrement and urine smell found in the house in Fort Worth after they left. The scratches on the doors, initially thought to be made by pets, were actually made by the children in their attempts to escape. When the family moved to their house in Rio Vista, the abuse that had begun in Fort Worth continued. The only change occurred when the neighbors started asking questions, which led the family to change their routine completely. They began living nocturnally, sleeping from the early morning hours until the evening and only being active at night. This is why the neighbors never saw them during the day and heard no noise from the house, as their classes, playtime, and other activities happened at night. After moving to California, for reasons not entirely known, They stopped using ropes to tie the children to the beds and began using chains and padlocks instead. This change was made after one of the children managed to escape from the ropes. It was also discovered that the children were not allowed to play with any toys, even though there were many in the house, all unopened in their original packaging. The parents would put different types of apple pies on the kitchen counter, letting the children see and smell them but not eat them. The pies were only for the parents. Feeding the children only once a day severely affected their physical and mental development. The eldest daughter, who was 29 years old, weighed only 82 pounds. The 12-year-old son appeared to be only 7 years old, and all the other siblings also looked younger than their actual ages. They spoke very slowly, and some had more difficulty than others in organizing their thoughts. This nocturnal lifestyle continued in California, making it harder for neighbors to notice anything unusual. After moving to their second house in California in 2014, some changes occurred. In 2014, they had their last child, their 13th, and according to the city prosecutor's report, this child was well-fed and well-kept, unlike the others. The parents took this baby to parks, constantly took photos, and sent them to relatives, explaining the absence of photos of the other 12 children by saying they were too restless. The parents maintained control over what their children said and did, using it as a way to prevent their family from finding out what was happening inside their home. The only photos available were the ones the mother posted on a family Facebook page, where the children were often dressed alike and in larger clothes to hide their thinness. Both parents were obsessed with Disneyland, and their car plates even featured Disneyland themes. They occasionally took their children to Disneyland or other outings, but these were rare and strictly controlled. The oldest son was the only child who had more contact with the outside world, as he was allowed to take a class at a local college. One of his classmates noted that he would eat incessantly whenever there was food in the classroom, as if he hadn't eaten in days. His 12 siblings rarely left the house except for some nighttime activities or special occasions like renewing their parents' vows in Las Vegas, done twice in the same chapel with an Elvis Presley impersonator. Videos of these events are available on YouTube, showing the children looking thin but smiling, which did not necessarily mean they were happy. As we watch these videos of the Turpin wedding in Las Vegas, we're given a rare glimpse into a very private aspect of their lives. Here, we see David and Louise Turpin renewing their vows in a ceremony that, on the surface, appears joyful and celebratory. The setting is classic Vegas, a small chapel, complete with an Elvis Presley impersonator officiating the ceremony. The couple seems to be embracing the moment, surrounded by their children who are dressed for the occasion. It's a surreal contrast to the grim reality of their home life that was hidden from the world. These videos capture moments of apparent happiness and normalcy, starkly juxtaposed against the backdrop of the harrowing conditions we now know the children were enduring. It's a poignant reminder of the complexities and contradictions that can exist behind closed doors. For 2 years, all the children planned and sought ways to alert someone for help. Finally, the 17-year-old daughter decided to escape and seek assistance. She knew that their way of living was somehow not within normal parameters. It wasn't right, despite being the only life she had known since birth. She understood that what was happening in her home was not normal. For many of us, stepping out of our house door is a mundane act, not even warranting a second thought, but for this 17-year-old girl, leaving her home alone for the first time, especially in the early morning darkness, and speaking with a stranger about her life was a significant and frightening step. She had no concept of what a police officer was, so when officers approached her, she did not run away but stayed and spoke with them, not knowing if she was safe or not. David and Louise pleaded not guilty to all the charges against them, which together amounted to more than 75 counts, including torture, child abuse, and neglect, among many others. They were each given a bail of $12 million, equivalent to $1 million for each of their children, except for their youngest 3-year-old daughter, who they seemingly took good care of, hence no charges were brought for her mistreatment. Their plea of innocence meant that some of their children might have had to testify in court. To spare their children this ordeal, they eventually pleaded guilty to all charges. Louise claimed to have been diagnosed with a mental disorder and requested time for treatment before trial, hoping to be freed from charges after about 2 years. However, the court denied this request, citing insufficient evidence that her mental condition led to her actions towards her children. During their trial, 2 of their children presented letters they had written, which were read to their parents. Eventually, they were sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. At the time of the trial's conclusion, they were not allowed any contact with their children, although the judge mentioned that this might change in the future, depending on the children's wishes. The children's adaptation to a normal day schedule was challenging, as they were used to sleeping during the day and being active at night. On March 19, 2018, about 2 months after they were hospitalized, all 7 adult children, aged between 18 and 29, were discharged and placed in an adapted house with separate living spaces to start adapting to independent adult life. The 6 youngest were placed in foster homes for potential adoption, and it was known until 2018 that Louise's siblings wished to adopt all of them, maintaining only telephone contact at that time. It was discovered, rather strangely, that Jordan, the daughter who called 911 and escaped through the window, had started uploading videos to YouTube in late 2017, a few months before her escape. In these videos, she sang songs she composed herself. She also opened an Instagram account, posting several photos where only her face was visible inside her house. All this was done while still living with her parents, and it was unclear how she managed to access the internet and learn to use it without her parents' knowledge. When the police arrived, she didn't know what a police officer was, and she was also unfamiliar with the concept of medication, raising questions about how she knew to use YouTube and Instagram. Neighbors and relatives were questioned as to why they didn't notice or say anything, and why the children didn't seek help during their outings to Disneyland or Las Vegas. A psychologist suggested that the children's social and emotional skills might have developed differently due to incorrect feeding and being confined all day. This might have made them perceive their situation as normal or not inherently wrong. It was challenging for neighbors to detect such abuse, especially without a reference point or the imagination that something like this could happen next door. Teresa, Louise's youngest sister, stated she would never forgive Louise and didn't want anything to do with her. Despite also being a victim of their maternal grandfather, Teresa maintained that she had never harmed her own children, who were well-fed and cared for. She couldn't understand or justify Louise's actions based on their shared traumatic childhood. When the children were removed from the house, hundreds of diaries written by them were found, one of the few outlets they had to express themselves. However, the details in these diaries were not made public, nor were the explicit photos presented during the trial, out of respect for the children and to avoid media sensationalism. The aim was to allow the children to have as normal a life as possible, without media pursuit or further invasion of privacy. Life after the sentencing proved difficult for the victims. Some of the Turpin children who ended up in foster homes faced further abuse. It was reported in October 2019 that 5 of the younger children were adopted by an abusive family who further tormented them. Allegations included hitting them in the face with sandals, pulling their hair, hitting them with a belt, and striking their heads. They were forced to eat excessively and then forced to eat their own vomit. And the foster father was accused of grabbing and fondling them and kissing them on the mouth. The foster family was arrested and charged with abusing multiple children in their care. Several of the older ones have shown signs of instability due to post-traumatic stress. An investigation for the ABC News magazine reported that some of the Turpin children are now neglected by Riverside County Social Services. Some are homeless, and none are authorized to use the hundreds of thousands of dollars donated to them. Jordan, the catalyst for their liberation and clearly the most initiative-driven, opened a TikTok account to receive donations to support her siblings. She declares herself a fighter and says that since her release, she has been navigating life like a rocket, trying to make up for lost time. Despite the seeming unending trials, the attitude of most of the children is positive and cheerful. They are still adapting to freedom and what the world has to offer anew. They are working on their education, health, and learning basic life skills. Some have even chosen to change their names, hoping it will help them start afresh. As the details of their ordeal continue to emerge, the haunting question remains unanswered. Why? What could lead 2 people who seemingly started their relationship under the tenets of faith to commit such inhumane and senseless acts? Before receiving his sentence, David Turpin said, "I never intended any harm to my children. I wish the best for them in the future. Both he and Louise repeatedly claimed they believed they were doing what was best, that they loved their children and thought their children loved them too. Star Palumbo. A lady was spotted strolling about a restricted area of the Reno-Tahoe International Airport in Reno, Nevada shortly after midnight on April 26, 2000, when airport police began hunting for her. He discovered her hiding behind a vehicle. She introduced herself as Tar Palumbo and stated that she was looking for her younger sister, who was frantically running about the tarmac. He didn't think Star was telling the truth. According to the officer, she appeared to be hallucinating but did not constitute a threat. At 1:30 a.m., he dropped Star off at the neighboring Reno Hilton Hotel and Casino. Star was observed walking inside the hotel but did not check in. Palumbo was never seen or heard from after that. Star's automobile was discovered illegally parked at the airport the next day after she went missing. Her phone and pocketbook, which had $600, were both inside. 3 copies of emails she sent to the White House were also found. She feared the federal government was attempting to assassinate her. A sketch of a tied and gag lady meeting her description was also found inside the automobile. Furthermore, 2 books on how to alter one's identity were available. The image of a star was plastered over the state of Nevada. Detective Jenkins met with Linda Fields, a casino owner who claimed to have seen Star in her Alco, Nevada casino 8 months after she vanished. Star grew enraged, according to Linda, when she noticed a man staring at her through the bar window. Star sped away with another young lady. There haven't been any further sightings. The case of Star Palumbo's disappearance is still under investigation. What happened to her? Well, who is Star? Star, 25, was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona, where she lived with her family. In 1999, however, she chose to live with her grandmother in Reno, Nevada. Her life had taken a turn once she moved to Reno. Nevertheless, she had been a happy lady with a promising future besides having a drug addiction, specifically methamphetamines. Her employment as a pawnshop clerk, according to her pals, did not pay enough to maintain her addiction. As a result, officials suspect she turned to prostitution as her phone book had multiple phone numbers of males. Every week, Star and her mother, Gail, spoke on the phone. Gail noted that her daughter appeared nervous during their previous phone chat on April 25th. Star believed she was being followed and that her phone had been tapped. She feared for her safety and wanted to return to Arizona. Even though officials could never authenticate the encounter, the lady says she met her daughter, Star, in December 2000, 8 months after she vanished. Linda Fields was the owner of the Silver Dollar Casino in Elko, Nevada, which is roughly 4 hours south of Reno. She said, "One day at the pub, a woman named Star approached me. She stated that a pimp was pursuing her. She grew agitated when a man glanced through a window and left with another young woman. What happened to Star is the subject of a few hypotheses. She might have had a drug-induced psychosis or an undetected mental ailment. It's conceivable that she's forgotten who she is and where she came from. However, the possibility of foul play has not been ruled out. Star probably crossed paths with the wrong person because of her drug and prostitution history. According to speculations, Star died of an overdose and her corpse was thrown in the desert. It has also been alleged that sex trafficking was taking place in the area. Her mother, on the other hand, feels she is still alive. Star's acquaintances informed the police that she was attempting to conceal her avoid paying drug debts to people she owed money. Once upon a time, Star Palumbo was full of hope and promise. However, officials think she became involved in a deadly and addictive narcotics world that jeopardized her life. In summary, Detective Jenkins feels it was Star and her life that took a sad turn. Star worked as a pawnshop cashier, but her drug habit, according to her acquaintances, cost her more than she earned. According to Detective Jenkins, Star began looking for other methods to generate money. Star, in her mother's view, wanted to change her life. She mentioned returning to Tucson and beginning afresh. On the other hand, Gail Palumbo has not heard from her daughter since that phone conversation. The search for Star's mother began immediately. It's unclear if Starr was able to change her identity or went into hiding. It's also unclear whether the people she owes money to are suspects. In reality, have you ever come across such instances around you? Although, of course, not every case remains a cold case. But if a case remains to be a cold case, it might have mysterious happenings. What do you all think about these cold cases? Are they both still alive? Will some special agents or detectives open these mysteries and solve them? Do these cases need to be solved, or will they continue to be unsolved? Sometimes gods have got their answers. Years are passing, but let us wait and watch. The mystery of a missing Las Vegas girl appears to be unanswered 23 years later. Carla Rodriguez is her name. Carla Rodriguez, who was 7 years old, enjoyed riding her bike, playing and skipping school on the day she went missing. She did just that on October 20th, 1999. Carla vanished in 1999, and police in Las Vegas were not alerted for more than 12 hours. The 7-year-old child was frequently seen wandering the streets of our central Las Vegas neighborhood alone, and her family felt she was secure. Carla was last seen on October 20th, 1999, and no one has seen her since, according to the Metropolitan Police Department. After Rodriguez was last seen alone playing in the area with her bike, the brown-haired child with a gap-toothed smile vanished from her neighborhood in the shadows of what was then known as Stratosphere near St. Louis Avenue and Maryland Parkway. The case is still unresolved after 20 years. Dan Long and Terry Miller, cold case homicide detectives, took over the investigation 2 years ago and are now approaching it with new eyes. Any information, no matter how tiny, is appreciated, Long said on a fine day as he sat at Metro headquarters with other law enforcement authorities who have collaborated to find Carla. Carla was meant to attend an English language lesson at Park Elementary School on October 20th, 1999. As per Metro, few ladies were 16 years old, 14 years old, and 20 years old when they vanished between 2002 and February 2004. Metro detectives get between 13,000 new missing person cases every year. Some of the incidents involve serious misunderstandings between family and friends. Others feature grown-ups who sought to vanish and start afresh somewhere new for various reasons. Runaways or youngsters kidnapped by a parent during a custody struggle are examples of juvenile instances. Carla's mother was previously assumed to be walking her part of the way to school. But Long detectives said one fine day that he's not sure if Carla's mother walked her. Carla didn't show up for a class that day, and her movements for the following 12 hours remain unclear. According to Detective Holly, Carla's father realized she wasn't home from school that afternoon, but he assumed she was out with neighborhood friends. The family resided in a residential area south of downtown on the 700 block of East St. Louis Avenue. The FBI has looked for Carla in Mexico several times, since then looking into the possibility that her extended relatives abducted her. Carla's case is one of around 200 cold cases that detectives in the missing persons detail are still looking into, hoping to find a lead that may help them solve the case. Most of the issues are organized in a 12-drawer file cabinet, some dating back to the 1970s. The statement emphasizes an irrefutable reality in missing person investigations. A break in the case can occur at any time and in any shape. In 2019, 3 women in Cleveland confirmed this when they fled their captor after a decade of captivity. People worldwide were interested in the story as they cheered for the discovery of Amanda Berry, Gina Dawes, and Michelle Knight and sought to figure out how they stayed unnoticed for so long in the Cleveland mansion. Lowry said it could have been difficult for Carlos Torre to reach a national audience because of the circumstances of her abduction and the suspicion thrown at her parents during a phone conversation in early October. However, he said that getting media attention for the loss of a Hispanic youngster is much more difficult. Have you ever seen a face similar to Carlos? If yes, all you need to do is phone the Las Vegas FBI office or Metro murder investigators if you have any tips on Carlos' abduction. Crime Stoppers may be reached for anonymous tips. According to FBI Supervisory Special Agent Elena Laterola, a $5,000 reward is available for anybody with information that leads to the case's closure. Are you curious about peeping into another cold case from Nevada? Chris Kremers and Liz and Fromm were best friends, fellow students, and roommates from Amersfoort in the Netherlands. Liz and Fromm was a positive, intelligent, and passionate young woman. She was a keen volleyball player and loved the outdoor life. Chris Kremers was 21 and was described as a creative, reliable, and responsible girl. As well as living together, they worked together at the same restaurant. Being a year ahead of Chris, Liz had graduated with a degree in applied sciences from Deventer. And Chris had just finished her studies in cultural and social education, specializing in art education at the University of Utrecht. The girls had spent 6 months planning and saving up for a 6-week-long trip to Panama. This would be both a vacation and a chance to expand their skills and education. They planned on spending time hiking and enjoying the views, alongside volunteering with the local children, learning Spanish, and teaching the arts. This was an incredible opportunity for the young women, and they couldn't wait to get there. Chris and Liz boarded a plane from Amsterdam to Costa Rica, and from there, they boarded a bus to Panama. On the March 15, 2014, the girls arrived in Panama. They toured for almost 2 weeks before settling in with a local family on March 29th. Just before midday on April 1st, they took one of the host dogs named Arzel and set off for a hike near the forest that surrounded the Baru volcano. Before they left, they met for brunch with some of the other Dutch tourists and were spotted by several people around the town. They then headed to a route called the Pianister Trail, not far from where they were staying. The hiking trail was popular with tourists and locals alike. With its breathtaking views and landscape, it's easy to see why. They were on social media frequently and spoke about their hiking plans for the day on Facebook. Later that evening, the dog returned home without Chris and Liz, and there had been no contact with the girls all day. This was extremely concerning, as they had both been in regular contact with friends and family via phone and social media since the start of their trip. The host was scared that something sinister had happened and contacted the National System of Civil Protection, or the NSPC. However, for unknown reasons, this was not followed up on straight away. The first search for the girls was actually conducted by local volunteers that knew the area well. The following morning, both girls missed an appointment that they had made with a local tour guide, and another day were passed with no sighting or word from either of them. Finally, on the April 3rd, an official area search of the hike began. Volunteers were on the ground on foot and also searching. The trails spanned a vast area, and with a peak height of over 1,800 feet, a thorough search would take a substantial amount of time. 3 days later, the parents of Chris and Liz arrived in Panama to help find their daughters. Police, sniffer dogs, and the girls' parents embarked on a 10-day-long search to find them, and $30,000 was offered as a reward. The girls' parents didn't believe they would have veered off the set path, and it just didn't make any sense to them. Although police and locals were searching the area, and the search moved quickly, nothing would turn up, and more questions than answers arose. For 10 weeks, the case was effectively cold, until one of the locals found the first key piece of evidence on June 14th. A backpack, later identified as Liz Ann's, was found along a riverbank in Alto Romero. This was around a 14-hour walk away from the trail that the girls had embarked on. The bag was in perfect condition. It wasn't wet or damp and appeared to not have been damaged by the elements. The woman who found the bag said although she couldn't be sure how long it had been there, she was positive it couldn't have been there long, as she hadn't spotted it in the days before. In the bag was $83 cash, 2 pairs of sunglasses, Liz Ann's passport, Chris's medical insurance card, an empty water bottle, a camera, and both girls' bras. Also inside were Chris and Liz Ann's mobile phones. Everything inside was in perfect condition, neatly packed and undamaged by the weather. The rucksack wasn't high-end or especially waterproof, and questions surrounding how the bag and the contents had stayed in such good shape in a humid and wet rainforest for the last 2 months started to be asked. There were also many sets of fingerprints found on the bag, but these were never fully analyzed, and it remains a mystery as to whose they were. Fortunately, when the phones from the backpack were switched on, they still worked perfectly. The authorities were able to start painting a picture of the hours leading up to their disappearances. Only a few hours after they set off on their hike, a call to 112 was made from Chris's iPhone 4. Dialing 112 from any country in the European Union would connect you to emergency services. 10 minutes later, Liz Ann's Samsung was used to make another 112 call. It was clear that something had gone terribly wrong only a few hours into the hype. On April 2nd, Liz Ann and Chris made 4 more attempts to call both 112 and 911. And on April 3rd, another call to 911 was made from the iPhone. Due to the reception, only one of these calls briefly connected, and that was only for a second before it was cut off. It was clear that after 5 a.m. on April 5th, the Samsung battery eventually ran out, but Chris' iPhone continued to hold power until noon on April 11th. Between the 7th and the April 11th, there were 77 attempts made to try and call the emergency services. All of these calls tragically failed. After April 6th, the passcode to the iPhone was inputted incorrectly multiple times, and it was determined that the correct PIN was never entered again. The passcode for the iPhone was entered incorrectly so many times that this possibly indicated Liz and may have been attempting to access Chris's phone after her own battery had died. Or, after 8 days in the wilderness, dehydration and hunger could have been the reason that Chris couldn't focus to enter her PIN correctly. But after over a week with what could have only been a few snacks and limited water, it was remarkable that one or both of the girls were still able to use the phone at all. On the April 11th, the iPhone was turned on and then off for a final time at 11:56 a.m. The camera in the rucksack added more pieces to the mystery. At the beginning of their hike, they had taken a massive amount of photos of themselves overlooking the Continental Divide and happily following the trail. Nothing appeared out of place. The girls seemed happy and carefree, and it was bright and warm outside. The final photo taken in the afternoon shows Chris heading down the trail. On April 8th, a total of 90 photos have been taken using the camera flash. These were all taken between the hours of 1 and 4 a.m. The majority were pitch black. The photos showed random areas of woodland, water, and sky. The police had several theories. Firstly, that the flash of the camera was being used to illuminate the area to guide them through. Secondly, they were using the flash to scare away wild animals that may have been encroaching. Thirdly, either both or one of the women could have possibly been attempting to take photographs of distinctive parts of the forest to help lead someone to them if the phone was found. One of the images showed what appeared to be either plastic bags or wrappers stuck on some sticks on a large rock. Another photo showed what appeared to be a mirror on the ground. Alternatively, these photos could have been for themselves to get their bearings back during the daylight and help retrace their steps. The final theory is that the flash was being used to draw attention or direct anyone that may have been in the area or looking for them. There was a large search party out on the April 8th, and flares were being shot up into the sky to try and locate the girls. The flash of the camera was possibly being used as a distress signal to lead the party to where they were. The amount of photos that had been taken looking up at the sky would further add weight to this theory. Disturbingly, one of the photographs showed the back of Chris's head with what appeared to be blood on it. This raised another theory that maybe Chris had fallen and injured herself early into the hike. And after failing to get a reception to alert the authorities, Liz Ann had left with Chris's phone to get help on foot. However, Chris may have succumbed to her injuries, and Liz Ann fell victim to the elements, dehydration, or both. Out of all the images taken over the day in the early hours of the morning on April 8th, only one photo was deleted and was unable to be recovered. Image 509. In the order the photos were taken, the deleted one in question would have been around the time the flash started being used. It will never be known what this image was and why it was deleted, but it is possible that this photo could have been one of the keys to solving the case. These photos, combined with the attempts to reach help, pointed to a series of terrifying and distressing days for Chris and Liz Ann. Following the discovery of the backpack, Chris's shorts were found on a rock a few kilometers from where the bag had been located. There were inconsistencies surrounding how the shorts were found. Some reported that they were neatly folded up, and others said that they had just been flung over the rock. 2 months later, a tragic finding was made. A human pelvis and a hiking boot with a foot inside was discovered. At least 33 human bones were found shortly after. They were scattered in different locations along the riverbank, almost a 12-hour walk away from where they were last known to have been. Suspected human remains and hiking boots found during the search for 2 young Dutch women have been confirmed to have belonged to the girls. 2 different types of shoes and bones were found last Thursday, as search teams stepped up efforts to find the girls who disappeared while hiking in Panama. DNA tests concluded that these were the bones of Chris Kramers and Liz Froon. Chris's bones were bleached, presumably due to the conditions surrounding them. However, some people questioned whether or not the bleaching was down to the natural elements or was man-made. Among these bones, the police found the remains of 3 other unidentified people. The final and remaining searches were often hindered due to bad weather, and this also meant that using cadaver dogs drew a blank. Poor weather and lots of rain makes it incredibly difficult for dogs to locate and follow scents. People speculate to this day that the girls were met with foul play, killed along the hike, and their remains were scattered over a massive area, killed by locals, kidnapped by a gang, and even murdered by cannibals are still among the theories on the internet today. But the police say they doubted any of these theories, and foul play was ruled out. Although the full picture of what happened over those 11 long days will never be known, the police believe they have come to a few conclusions. Investigators and locals found that it would have been virtually impossible to lose sight of the trail and wander off course, due to how rigidly yet simply it was laid out. It was also a very popular tourist trail, so if something had happened along the way, it is fairly likely they would have been found and received help at some point. So, if the girls did choose to totally go off the trail, they would have had a reason for it, or deliberately taken a different turn as opposed to unknowingly making a mistake. One part of the trail, however, was seen as a potentially hazardous spot, and if you leant over too far, there was a chance for someone to slip and fall over 40 meters into the riverbank below. If you followed that same river along, this was actually where a lot of the girls' bones were discovered. A local knew the trail well and identified this area as somewhere that would have been almost impossible to get back out of, should someone have fallen into it. Speculations that they had fallen into the river caliber were squashed by the Cream's family lawyer, Enrique Orocha. With no damage to the bones and the low levels of water in the river at the time they disappeared, he claimed that this just didn't stack up. A Panamanian forensic anthropologist said of the girls' remains, "There are no discernible scratches of any kind on the bones. There are no marks on the bones at all." The investigating officials would come under fire for how the case was conducted. People wanted to know why it hadn't been investigated sooner, and why certain things hadn't been analyzed for DNA or fingerprints. It will never be known what happened during those 11 harrowing and traumatizing days, but it is obvious that the girls fought tirelessly to save themselves and get help. Chris Kramers and Liz Froon had clearly battled incredibly hard, and had seemingly strategized as best they knew how. Their family and friends still search for answers, and have never given up hope that they might one day find out what happened to Chris and Liz and on the Penister Trail in Panama. Hannah Claire Foster was born on August 31st, 1985. She lived in Southampton, England with her parents, Hilary and Trevor, and her younger sister, Sarah. Hannah was a hardworking and high-achieving 17-year-old. She was completing her A-levels and was preparing to study medicine at university. Her ambition was always to be a doctor, and her teachers described her as a gifted and straight a student that could have excelled in anything she put her mind to. Happy, smiling, and sociable, Hannah was popular amongst her peers and had a bright and promising future ahead of her. Friday, March 2003. Hannah had made evening plans with her friend Helen to go out for some drinks in Southampton. After they finished their night at a bar called The Hobbit, they left together and were spotted on CCTV just before 11:15 walking down the high street. Hannah walked Helen to the bus stop, waited until she got onto the bus, said her goodbyes, and carried on walking. Hannah's house was only half a mile away, so she continued on. At around 5 a.m. and with Hannah still not home, her parents sent her a message. She always let her parents know if she had planned on staying out later than expected, or if she was staying at a friend's house. And with nothing to confirm either of these were the case, her parents were deeply concerned. By mid-morning and with still no response, her father made the call to the police. With this being so out of character, the police acted quickly, and their first point of call was to look into Hannah's phone. Fortunately, her phone was still on and emitting a signal. Every time her phone got a text or call from her parents, It pinged off several different locations, and the police began to piece together where she might be. Panic set in when the team realized on the evening of the March 14th, a 999 call was made from her phone. When the phone call was connected to the police, it was passed on to an automated system known as the silent solutions when the operator couldn't hear any sound on the end of the phone. The system was then disconnected, and there was still no response from Hannah. What also alarmed the police was that her phone was evidently moving rapidly, and this could only mean one thing. It was in a vehicle. This was further corroborated when they played and enhanced the call that was made to 999 that had lasted less than a minute. They could tell from the tape that she appeared to be in a vehicle a lot larger than a standard-sized car, and whoever was in the vehicle with her was an older male with a South Asian accent. Whoever this man was, he was ordering Hannah to keep her head down. It was obvious they were now dealing with an abduction, and every moment was crucial. Signal towers put the phone between Southampton and Portsmouth in the early morning of Saturday, March, but the phone was now stationary and somewhere in Portsmouth. Using cell phone towers and checking every corresponding location, just 24 hours later, people's worst fears were realized. Hannah's body was discovered in some bushes on Ellington Lane on the outskirts of Southampton. She had been raped and strangled. The semen found on her clothes was put into the National DNA database, but did not come back as a match with anyone. Following the signal tower pings, only a day after this awful discovery, another finding was made. In a recycling plant in Portsmouth, Hannah's bag and phone were retrieved. The hunt was now on to find the mysterious man in the vehicle. Using CCTV alongside the cell phone tower data, the police determined that Hannah's abductor would be linked to one of only 7 vans. The case was moving rapidly, and thanks to a huge tip, just a few days later, the police would find the man they were looking for. 41-year-old Manindra Pelsinkali was an Indian immigrant who was also living in Southampton. He was married with 2 children and worked for Hazelwood Foods as a sandwich delivery driver. Crime Watch launched an appeal using reconstructions, asking for help with any information about the vans, times, or locations in question. A supervisor of Hazelwood Foods contacted the police with his suspicions surrounding Coley. He said that his delivery route was consistent with the area in question, and when he came back to work the following day, he had a scratch on his face and left early due to what he said was a bad back. The police wasted no time in following this up, and when they ran his details, they found his name was linked to one of the vans they were looking for on the CCTV footage. Cell phone tower blocks put Hannah's phone near the M27 and M275 in Hampshire, and the CCTV footage showed Cody's van traveling down these stretches of motorway. It also showed him at the recycling center around the same time Hannah's phone stopped moving. When they located and seized his van at his place of work and inspected it, they found blood and semen in the back, both of which matched what was found on Hannah's clothes. Melinda Pelsinkali had gone from being a person of interest to the only suspect. On March 18th, the police's case took a massive blow. They arrived at Cody's address to arrest him, but found the house completely empty of everyone and everything. Cody had left the UK and traveled from Heathrow to Delhi. Coley's wife told the police he had flown out to see his dying mother and did not know when he planned on returning. Little did the police know, this was set in motion a 5-year-long battle to bring Hannah's killer to justice. For just over a year, the case stood at a standstill. Indian police services weren't able to make Hannah's case a priority, and the coverage in the media was sparse and short-lived. The police wondered if Coley's immediate family might be hiding him somewhere and supporting him financially. That theory quickly faded when Coley's own father told the media that if his son had committed these crimes, he needed to face the consequences. He assured the media he would never protect him. In February, Hannah's parents, Hillary and Trevor, took matters into their own hands and made the 4,000-mile trip to Chandigarh, India, to put Hannah's case on the map and locate Manindra Singh Cole. Their heartfelt appeals would reach the ears, eyes, and hearts of over 1 billion people. During the 10 days they were there, they started a telephone hotline for anyone with information about Coley and made an abundance of press conferences. Hannah's case was now firmly in the public eye, and a reward of 5 million rupees was offered to anyone that could help find Coley. And by this time, everyone was looking for him. A taxi driver saw Coley's face in the paper and reported to police that he had been in his cab. He told him that he was on holiday from the UK, that he worked as a delivery driver, and his name was Mike. He had formed an entirely new identity and had even married another woman despite it being bigamous. In a televised interview on July 28, 2004, Coley confessed. He said he had been drinking heavily the night he abducted Hannah, and when he saw her walking down the street, he grabbed her as she went past his van. After he carried out a horrific attack on her, he said he had no choice but to kill her as she wouldn't promise to not report him. As quickly as he'd made it, he would retract this statement and claim he was forced to say it. He was held in custody in New Delhi, and the next 3 years were long and arduous. Hannah's grieving family waited on news of Coley's extradition to the UK so that justice could finally be served. In New Delhi, the case underwent 100 court proceedings and was appealed 35 times. 3 years later, in February, the call was finally made to extradite him to the UK. And as soon as Cody touched down at Heathrow Airport on the July 28th, he was arrested and charged with kidnap, false imprisonment, rape, murder, and perverting the course of justice. But the trial would not prove simple. Despite the evidence against him, including his own admission, Coley pleaded not guilty, forcing Hannah's family to relive the horrors of the case. The trial began in October 2008 at Winchester Crown Court. He would later change the statement and claim he was forced to rape and kill Hannah because a gang of criminals made him do it. These protests of innocence would prove futile, and he was found guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 24 years. Despite Cody's relentless attempt to cover up his crimes, creating a new identity and life in another country, and his attempts to pervert the course of justice, the truth eventually caught up with him. Thanks to the tireless work of the police in both the UK and India, and the incredible battle that the Foster family fought for Hannah, justice was finally served. Paige Doherty was born on April 17, 2000 and lived in Clydebank, Scotland. She had a great relationship with her family and lived with her mom Pamela, stepfather Andy, and her 3 siblings. She was especially close to her mother, and Pamela said Paige was her best friend. Although only 4'8", she was a feisty teenager. She was a talented dancer, and her teachers described her as having a great, sharp sense of humor. She hoped one day to have her own beauty salon. Friday, March 2016. Paige left home for a sleepover at her friend's house. The following morning, she headed to her part-time job at a hair salon around 12 miles away in Kirkintilloch. This job was an exciting step for her. She loved anything hair, makeup, and fashion, and was always enjoying changing and playing with her looks. She always caught the same bus from East Barn Street, and as she started early, she would normally make a stop on the way to grab some breakfast. At around midday, her boyfriend Dylan became concerned as he hadn't heard from Paige all morning. Paige was always near or on her phone and social media, and she never ignored messages for a long period of time. Dylan knew this was out of character, but wondering if her phone had maybe run out of battery. He phoned the salon just to check and see if she'd made it to work. But although her boss was expecting her in, no one at the salon had seen or heard from her. Paige was very respectful and mature. She loved her job and never missed a day of work. When Dylan phoned Paige's mom Pamela, she said that she too hadn't heard from her, and alarm bells were starting to ring for everyone. The police were notified and arrived at Paige's house to gain some more understanding about the last day she had been seen. They understood that for Paige to not be on her social media or mobile phone, and to not contact her mom, boyfriend, or place of work was very troubling. The police began to search the areas surrounding her home and her friend's house. But as the hours ticked by, there was still no sign of Paige. It was becoming obvious that this wasn't simply a girl that had forgotten to charge her phone and lost track of time. This was now a serious missing persons case. Her family were beside themselves with worry and wanting to get the word out as quickly as possible. They set up a Facebook page called Help Find Paige. Pamela posted pictures of her clothes and her last known locations and bus routes. Using these routes, the police started looking at the houses and businesses along her bus route to work. A shopkeeper named Ashley Ahmed said he had seen Paige walking past his store and waved at him as she went past. This was around 8:15 a.m. The police now knew she had definitely left her friend's house with the intention of going to work that day. As she told the police, although she had popped in on the Saturday before to pick up a breakfast stroll, this Saturday, she was clearly headed to the deli next door. Delicious Deli was owned by a man called John Lethem. Later on, as she said, he spoke to Lethem and asked how Paige had seemed that day, and nothing seemed amiss. Ashley's shop had been there for around 20 years, and he'd known Paige all her life. He was desperate to help more, so he offered his CCTV footage to the police, which would hopefully, at the very least, show the direction she had left the deli in. Ashley had only the CCTV of the strip of shops, but the police knew this showed the whole area clearly, so they would have a lot to go off. The CCTV would take some time to process, but at this point, it was the only lead the police had. On Monday afternoon, at around 12:45 p.m., just 2 days after she had last been seen, the news everyone was dreading came in. Paige's body had been found at the side of Great Western Road in some woodland. Her mother would talk of her gut instinct and how she knew on the Saturday night that something bad had happened and was preparing herself for the worst. Paige's official cause of death was listed as sharp force injuries to the neck, and she had around 61 stab wounds with over 100 injuries to her body inflicted with at least 3 weapons. It was a truly brutal attack. No one had any idea who would ever want to hurt Paige in this way. Her mother was targeted by online trolls, sending her pictures of her daughter alongside gruesome and horrendous comments. Although twisted, none of these people were considered suspects, and the police decided to head back out onto the strip of shops where Paige had last been seen. They were still waiting for the CCTV footage to come through, but wanted more information from the shopkeepers. Despite what Ashley Ahmed had said about his conversation with 31-year-old John Lethem, Lethem said he couldn't keep track of all his customers and told the police he didn't recognize Paige. Although this was possible, it was a small community, and Paige was a regular, so the police knew it was highly unlikely that he didn't know who she was. They probed deeper, and Lethem eventually said he did remember seeing her. He said she came in to buy a breakfast roll, they chatted for a while, and then she left to go and catch her bus. Due to where her body had been found, the police were almost certain that she had never made it onto the bus. When the CCTV footage finally came in, the police could clearly see her entering the deli, just as Ashley had said at around 8:21 a.m. They watched and waited for her to leave, but she never re-emerged from the deli. The police had only a couple of hours of tape, and it was possible she had stayed in the deli for a longer period of time. But John Lethem said she had came and went, and with her job expecting her shortly after, it made no sense as to why she would be there for so long. The police asked Lethem to come in for questioning, as they needed to know why he had lied about how long she had stayed in Delicious Deli for. They also asked him for any CCTV of inside the shop and requested further footage from Ashley's shop front too. Lethem turned over what he said was all the footage, but it was immediately evident that it wasn't all of it, by any means. Large portions of the video were missing, and it didn't even show Paige entering the deli at all. It was starting to become apparent that something frightening had happened to Paige inside that building. Lethem is seen opening up at around 7:17 a.m. and bringing in some takeout coffee cups. Ashley's CCTV footage shows Paige entering at 8:21 a.m. But just 10 minutes later, the shutters went back down on the deli. At 9:27, he left the deli and returned within a few minutes with his car parked outside. The shop then opens for service at 9:36. At 9:58, he is seen running from around the back of his shop to another store next door. Then just a minute later, he runs out again and round the back. For minutes later, he heads to his car and moves some things around in the boot. The boot remains open as he heads back inside. He was then shown returning carrying a large bin bag. Just before noon, he exits the building a final time, gets in his car and drives off. Lethem returns at around 6:04 and he is now wearing different clothes. The owner of the neighboring shop said that when John was seen there at 9:58 a.m., he was buying cleaning products and bin bags. A local hairdresser that had caught John just before 9:30 when he was heading to his car said he had told her he had had a nosebleed and was needing to collect his car. On the March 21st, 2 days after Paige had last been seen, He was also caught on CCTV in a wooded area close to Great Western Road, less than a mile from the deli, and close to where Page's body had been found. The evidence was overwhelming. And on the March 23, 2016, 4 days after Page Doherty had gone missing, Delicious Deli was officially a crime scene, and Let Hem was in custody. Let Hem answered no comments, but said they wouldn't find any of her blood anywhere in the deli. Forensic investigators, however, would prove him wrong. An examination of the building found Page's DNA on the walls and between the floorboards. The police believed that when he had left the deli at around noon, he drove just 500 yards to his house where he concealed Page in his garden shed. He took his wife and child out for a meal the day after and went about his day as normal. A day later, he moved Page's body to the side of the road. On the March 24th, the town's iconic Titan crane was lit up pink throughout the night to honor Page Doherty. This awful crime had shattered the community, and the whole town was mourning the loss of such a beloved young girl. The case had moved rapidly. John Let Hem was charged with murder and appeared at Hamilton Sheriff Court on March 26th, and again on April 1st. But both times he made no plea. On the April 26, 2016, Page Doherty was laid to rest, and the pain the community felt was evident, as well as the anger that something like this could even happen. She would have turned 16 just a few days later. 2 fundraising campaigns helped Page's family meet the funeral costs and made more than £14,000 a day after they were set up. 7 months after Page had last been seen, on the October 12th, John Leatham pleaded guilty in the High Court at Glasgow to the murder of Page Doherty. Leatham claimed that on the morning of March 19th, Page had inquired about a job at the deli, but upon finding out she was only 15, he said it might not work out. He then claimed that Page had said if he didn't give her the job, she would tell everyone he had touched her inappropriately. He felt the only way to get out of the situation was to stab her. Page's family were horrified and said Page would never have done something like that. Judge Ray said, "You claim she threatened to reveal you had touched her inappropriately if you didn't give her that job. No evidence has been placed before me to support this. Even if true, your reaction was in no way mitigating of this appalling, wicked crime. There is no evidence or motive to explain the ferocity of this attack." Not long after he began his sentence, he managed to successfully appeal it in February 2017, and his sentence was reduced to 23 years. On the 2nd anniversary of her death, Western Bartonshire Council paid tribute to Page and every other victim of violence by lighting up the Titan crane in red. Page's mother Pamela joined forces with Kevin Woodburn. Kevin's son Sean was murdered in February 2017, and he knew the pain that Pamela had gone through all too well. They requested that unless an extension is agreed to, a 14-day limit must be put on postmortems to save the families of victims more pain and stop them from laying their loved ones to rest. The bill was then given to the Justice Committee. It then started to go through a 3-stage parliamentary process, and if it's approved at each stage, it will become law. As of May 2020, it is at its first stage. The charity Page's Promise was set up to help support grieving families with retreats and offer self-defense classes to children. Page Doherty was a talented, passionate, and clever young girl. She showed tremendous promise and had big dreams. Although her life was cut dreadfully short, her bright, bubbly personality is still remembered fondly throughout the community she lived in. Most criminals keep their misdeeds hidden, but the Zodiac Killer, as he called himself, was different from such criminals. He terrorized San Francisco with his murder spree from 1968 to 1969, teasing the cops with coded messages to the local newspaper. Although he claimed to have killed 37 people, he was directly linked to at least 5 murders. "I like killing people because it's so much fun. It's more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill someone gives me the most thrilling experience," claimed the Zodiac Killer in one of his letters. San Francisco's Zodiac Killer is one of the most infamous and most elusive serial killers of all time. He actually gave himself the title Zodiac in the cryptic letters he sent to the press during his murder spree. The letter often began with, "This is the Zodiac speaking," and contained various cryptograms and taunts alluding to his planned murders. But who is the Zodiac Killer really? How did he murder his victims? And why is he so hard to catch? Can you even imagine what level of insanity this killer must be operating from? If you can't, let us in this video take you through the story of the Zodiac Killer. The story of the Zodiac Killer appears to have begun on the night of Friday, December 20th, 1968. Betty Lou Jensen, just 16 years old, headed out for her first date. She was with David Arthur Faraday, a 17-year-old who was a top student and a varsity wrestler. They ended up parked just off Lake Herman Road, also known as the Lover's Lane in Vallejo, California. Sometime between 11:10 and 11:15 p.m., they were attacked. The killer put his gun to the boy's head and pulled the trigger, killing him while he was still in the car. Betty exited the vehicle, but the killer shot her in the back 5 times as she tried to run away. Jensen died of 5 gunshot wounds to her back at the scene, while Faraday died of a bullet wound to the head while he was being taken to the hospital. Minutes after midnight, as July 4th, 1969 turned into July 5th, the crimes continued with an attack on a man and woman at another Lover's Lane in Vallejo Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. This time, the man survived and offered a description of his attacker. There were also strange details surrounding the episode that may provide further clues as to the identity of the killer. The victims were Darlene Ferrin, age 22, and Michael Mageau, age 19. Darlene was married to Dean Ferrin, her second husband, and had a baby girl. So, her presence at a Lover's Lane with Mago required some explanation. Investigators learned that shortly before midnight, Darlene told her babysitters that she needed to buy fireworks for a party she was having that night. She asked the babysitters if they could stay until 12:15 a.m. So, whatever she was up to, she didn't expect it to take long. Indeed, fireworks were readily available, sold at booths all over town. She picked up Michael Mageau, who noticed that they were being followed when Darlene pulled away from his house. Darlene drove faster and a chase ensued. The chase ended when Darlene hit a log at the golf course, causing her car to stall. Whoever was pursuing them parked behind and to the left of Darlene's car, but then quickly drove off again. Any sense of relief was temporary as the car returned 5 minutes later, parked the way it had before, and left the lights on. The driver shined a bright light in the faces of Darlene and Michael. The man got out of the car and approached them. The light went out. Michael thought it was a policeman. The two of them went for their wallets to get their IDs out. The man came to the passenger's side, shined his flashlight in Michael's face again, and then began shooting. He began hitting and shooting Michael, but did far more damage to Darlene, who was hit 9 times. When the shooter returned to his car, Michael got a good look at him, but he also saw the man returning. The man fired another 2 shots at each of the victims. The golf course caretaker heard the gunshots around midnight, but the police didn't take his report seriously, thinking he heard only 4th of July firecrackers. 3 teenagers found a victim soon thereafter. When one of the teens called the police to report the shooting, the police realized they had made a serious mistake in not responding to the previous call as quickly as possible. They arrived too late to catch the killer, but they were in time to save Michael's life. There doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason behind the killings, which made them all scarier. It seemed that the killer may have held a grudge against couples or lovers' points in particular. Investigators learned that Darlene went on dates with quite a few men, including policemen from the sheriff's office, despite being married. Thus, jealousy issues may have produced a long list of suspects. But a phone call made things more complex. The call was received by the Vallejo Police Department switchboard at 12:40 a.m., just 2 minutes after Darlene was declared dead. The call consisted of a man saying, "I want to report a double murder. If you go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway to the public park, you will find kids in a brown car. They were shot with a 9mm Luger. I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye." In September 1969, the Zodiac changed up his modus operandi. He once again targeted a young college-age couple, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shefford, who were simply enjoying a picnic at Lake Berryessa. However, instead of simply shooting them, he made Cecilia tie up Brian before tying her up. Then he drew a knife and stabbed them both repeatedly. Miraculously, Brian managed to survive despite 8 stab wounds to the back. The final confirmed Zodiac victim was a taxi driver named Paul Stein who was shot in the head by a passenger. 3 days after Paul Stein's murder, the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter from the Zodiac claiming responsibility for the crime. At the end of the letter, the killer suggested he was going to shoot out a tire of a school bus and pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. 2 of the Zodiac's victims managed to survive, giving the police plenty of evidence to go on. Plus, the Zodiac didn't exactly hide from the spotlight. He sent at least 18 letters to both newspapers and private citizens during his murder spree. Despite the amount of available evidence, the police had no luck in discovering the killer's identity during the initial investigation. On July 31, 1969, the next communication from the killer came in the form of the letter sent to 3 area newspapers: the San Francisco Chronicle, the San Francisco Examiner, and the Vallejo Times-Herald. In the letters, in order to prove them genuine, the killer revealed information that only he and the police knew. The letter stated the details of the murders, which were unknown to the public. Details such as the brand name of the ammo used, number of shots fired, the position in which his victims were found dead, ornaments his victims wore, and what body parts he shot them. In the letters, the killer asked the editorials to print his ciphers on the front page of the respective papers. He also warned that if his ciphers were not printed by Friday, August 1, 1969, he would go on a killing rampage. He said he will cruise around all weekend killing lone people in the night and then move on to kill again until he ends up killing a dozen people over the weekend. In lieu of a signature, the killer drew a symbol. Investigators, both professional and amateur, have found a great many interpretations of what the symbol represents. What does it make you guys think of? The other newspapers received similar letters. Each of the 3 letters was accompanied by a distinct cipher. On August 7, 1969, the killer sent the next preceding letters, which were 3 pages long. It was the first time in which he referred to himself as the Zodiac. The letters began with the infamous introduction. "This is the Zodiac speaking. By the way, are the police having a good time with the coat? If not, tell them to cheer up. When they do crack it, they will have me," said the Zodiac, beginning the contents of his letter. Little did he know that the police had already cracked the code, but were still unable to get hold of the Zodiac Killer. In the letter, he gave further details about his killing of the couple on July 4, 1969. He said that he did not open the car door. The window was rolled down already. He missed his first shot at the man sitting in the car. The man ended up on the back seat, then the floor in the back, thrashing out very violently with his legs. That's how he shot him in the knee. He claimed that later, he drove away slowly so as not to draw attention to his car. He also let his disappointment out and claimed that he was not happy to see that he did not get front-page coverage the last time he had sent letters. The Zodiac Killer had expected that he would continue this game of chase and run with the police cleverly, and that his ciphers would not ever be deciphered. Maybe the Zodiac had this notion that he was too smart and intelligent for the law enforcement, or in fact this whole human race. The ciphertexts were made available to the NSA, CIA, and FBI, but it was a pair of amateurs who saw ciphers in a newspaper article and cracked them. Donald Hardin, a high school history and economics teacher, began working on the ciphers and was later joined by his wife, Betty Hardin, who had no previous experience with cryptology. If you think you are smarter than the Zodiac Killer, you might want to pause the video here and try to decipher the code. But be warned that this is difficult, but if you are clever enough, you might be able to beat the husband and wife decipherment of 20 hours. The Hardins' work was complicated, but with the presence of some minor errors, they were able to decipher one of his other letters, which shocked the law enforcement and made them rethink their experience in dealing with insanity. "I like killing people because it's so much fun. It's more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It's even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. The best part of it is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise and all the people I have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name because you will try to slow down or atop my collecting of slaves for my afterlife," said the Zodiac Killer's letter. The Zodiac Killer continued to kill and leave police with frustrating evidence: coded messages, anonymous phone calls, the cross circle scribbled on victims' automobiles, sending over blood-stained clothing and testimonies from survivors. but it appeared to be one of the toughest tasks to catch him. There are more Zodiac communications that were deemed to be genuine, but there were no more ciphers received after January 29, 1974. It's worth noting that a long gap between letters suggested that the killer may have been in custody for lesser charges. Nothing was received from the killer between his letters of March 22, 1971 and January 29, 1974. The killer claimed in one of his letters that he had gone ahead and killed a total of 37 people, but the authorities believed it was pure fiction. None of the letters provided any evidence of Zodiac killing anyone after Stein. Some of the victims he claimed were really killed, but he failed to provide any evidence that he had anything to do with the murders. He had no knowledge of these killings that couldn't be found in newspaper accounts. In March 2004, the police marked the case as inactive, then reopened it again in 2008, but to no avail. Inspired by the success of the DNA investigation in the decades-old Golden State Killer case, the police renewed their investigation efforts at the end of 2018. They said that DNA technology has finally evolved enough to give the police and the victims' families new hope. Further, they added that there's a chance something could be extracted from the DNA samples which were not considered viable before. For example, the flaps of envelopes or stamps that might have been licked by the Zodiac Killer. Despite hope aroused by the DNA advancements, the Zodiac Killer has managed to evade the authorities to this day. Decades have passed since his murder spree, and the case still has thousands of potential aspects. All police departments have limited resources, both in terms of manpower and money that can be allocated to forensic research. Plus, the somewhat careless way in which genetic materials were handled before the evolution of DNA technology does not help the investigators move forward. However, the Zodiac enthusiasts remain convinced that the killer is not only alive but that he can still be brought to justice. Are they right? Only time will tell. The Zodiac Killer may be one of the scariest murderers in San Francisco's history, but he's far from the only one. Crime writer Robert Ray Smith argued that the Zodiac Killer remained active through the 1980s and murdered dozens more people, though his view remained controversial. During the 1990s, several investigators claimed to have identified the Zodiac Killer. The suspect most often cited was Arthur Lee Allen, a Vallejo, California school teacher who had been institutionalized in 1975 for child molestation. Proved. What do you guys think? The art and science that is cryptanalysis are constantly improving, and computers are becoming ever more powerful. Do you guys expect the unsolved Zodiac ciphers to reveal the killer's identity? Or perhaps their eventual solutions will provide one extra clue that helps unravel the case? Do you guys think that this case, which shook law enforcement and highly influenced pop culture, will ever come to its resolution? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. On the March 21, 1998, the Bradley family from Virginia embarked on what was to be the holiday of a lifetime. Parents Ron and Iva, 21-year-old son Brad, and daughter Amy, who was just shy of her 20th birthday. They were a tight-knit family, but Amy and her brother Brad were especially close and more like best friends. Amy Lynn Bradley was a talented and sporty young woman. She was a former swimming instructor and athlete and had her pick of many scholarships after she graduated high school. She was a sports science major and was about to undertake a master's degree in sports psychology. The holiday was a nice opportunity for her and her family to spend some quality time together before Amy started her studies again. Ron Bradley had been given the tickets by his work, and although the family were excited for the all-expense-paid holiday, Amy seemed less sure on going. Although she was a confident swimmer, she wasn't a fan of the ocean. She finally came round to the idea, though, and the family would be traveling on a luxury cruise liner called Rhapsody of the Seas. The ship was taking around 2,500 passengers from Puerto Rico to Aruba. A couple of days into the trip, on March 23rd, the family dined out. The dress code was black tie, and Amy was receiving a lot of attention from fellow passengers and crew members, including the ship's band. Amy and her brother Brad had some official photographs taken that would be available for the families to buy later on. They were seen wearing formal attire along the stairwell of the ship. While the photographs were being taken, Iva said that a waiter had approached the table asking if he could talk to Amy, as some of the staff wanted to take her to a bar on the mainland before they set off again. Her mother described this as strange, and when Amy and Brad rejoined the table, she told Amy what he had said. Amy agreed with her mother and said she would definitely stay on the ship. After they finished their food, they headed upstairs to the nightclub. Some of the cruise ship staff that the family had seen at dinner were also in there, including the ship's band. At around 1 a.m., Ron and Ivar headed to bed, but Amy and Brad stayed with the people in the band. Amy's mother kissed her, told her she loved her, and that she would see her in the morning. As 4 a.m. rolled around, a tired Brad headed back to the cabin to join his parents, and 15 minutes later, Amy did too. They spoke on the balcony for a while, and Brad headed to bed, leaving Amy there. When her father woke up just after 5 a.m., he said he saw Amy was still on the balcony, and he went back to sleep, satisfied that both of his children were now safe in the cabin. But 30 minutes later, when Ron awoke again, he said that Amy was no longer on the balcony nor in her bed. All of her belongings were in the cabin, and it appeared the only thing missing were her cigarettes and lighter. Even her shoes were still there. What could have possibly happened in just 30 minutes? Ron assumed she must have headed to the main deck, but after searching for over an hour, it appeared she had vanished. Almost 2 hours after she had last been seen, the captain of the ship authorized a call out over the tannoy for Amy Bradley to head to the service desk. Her parents feared that as the ship was docked, people might begin to try and leave, and this would further complicate the situation. Panic further began to mount in her family's minds when the captain said that regardless of any situation, passengers had to disembark the ship as scheduled. With the majority of people now leaving the ship, the captain and his crew began to search for the missing Amy. Her mother, Iva, was convinced that her going missing was tied in with the attention she had been receiving the previous evening. As her brother was out looking for her, the bass player of the ship's band, Alistair Douglas, allegedly approached Brad, saying he was sorry to hear about her being missing. As there had been no announcements to confirm she was missing, and with only the captain and security team being aware of this, her brother was confused and concerned that he knew about it. This is a claim that Alistair Douglas would later refute. After almost 12 hours of searching, the crew concluded that Amy was not on the ship. And when her parents begged for an official announcement to be made that she was missing, the captain refused on the grounds it would disturb the other guests. The crew asked the family if she had maybe fallen into the water or committed suicide, but both of these theories were squashed by the Bradley family. Because Amy didn't like the ocean, she would have never gotten too close to the rails, so this seemed impossible to have done on her own accord. She was happy and excited for her future, and suicide just didn't seem viable. The ship had just 4 hours before it would set sail again, and the captain said they either had to disembark or stay on, despite the crew saying that Amy was not on the ship. It was a heartbreaking choice to have to make, but the family eventually chose to disembark in Carousel, and they watched the boat sail away to St. Thomas without them. Essentially stranded in a foreign land, the family contacted the FBI and begged for help. The FBI told them to fly to St. Thomas and get back on the ship at any cost, and on their say-so, the FBI contacted the cruise liner, and upon probing for more information, they determined that a full and thorough search had not actually been carried out. Valuable time had now been lost, and what had started as a dream holiday had descended into a living nightmare for the Bradley family. It was now the March 26th, and with the FBI on board the ship, it was finally being investigated as a missing persons case. The case would take a sinister turn when the photographer that had taken photos of Amy and Brad realized that these photos had disappeared from the public gallery only a few hours after they had been put up. Only Amy and Brad's photographs were missing. 2 panicked witnesses came forward and said they'd seen Amy coming out of a lift at around 5:45 a.m., heading back into the nightclub with Alistair Douglas. He was now the last known person to be seen with her. Off the back of this information, he was given a polygraph test, which he passed. The cruise ship had a videographer who would record the holiday as part of promotional material for the company. This same videographer would unknowingly film Amy on the same morning she disappeared, dancing in the nightclub with the bass player. And when he realized he had filmed her, he turned over all his footage to the security team on board with the intent of it going to the FBI. But for unknown reasons, this was not done, and it would be well over a year before the footage would come to light. As soon as the cruise ended, the Bradley family headed back to Carousel to continue their hunt for Amy. A local cab driver told the family that Amy had in fact approached his cab that morning as people started to disembark the ship. She ran over and asked him where the nearest phone was. His description of Amy convinced the family it was definitely her that he had seen. He told them to look in 3 specific locations on the island, but the searches turned up nothing. They had been on the island for 4 days and were driving when Brad heard a familiar voice. He was convinced it was Amy calling out his name. When they caught up with the van, he thought he heard the sound come from. There was only a driver inside. Brad would say he didn't know if they had followed the wrong van or simply heard what he'd wanted to hear. The exhausted family eventually had to leave and return home to Virginia. In August 1998, a Canadian tourist called David Carmichael, visiting Carousel, claimed he had come face to face with Amy Bradley. He would later say that one of the men fit the description of Alistair Douglas. The cab driver and Carmichael's accounts further cemented her family's initial fears that she had been kidnapped, forced off the ship, and was now being held captive on the island. Theories surrounding the sex slave industry and potential human trafficking would further arise. In the fall of 1999, the Bradley family finally saw a glimmer of hope. They were contacted by a private investigator called Frank Jones, who was a former U.S. Army Special Forces officer. He was keen to help the family and believed he had the means and the backing of his old Army Ranger colleagues to help save her. Jones had heard from an insider, a cook called Margarita, that Amy was being held captive in a housing complex surrounded by barbed wire and guards. She said she often saw Amy shopping and working out, but was never alone and was always with a man with long blonde hair. She was able to give accurate details of Amy's many tattoos, and the Bradleys agreed that this lead could not be ignored. Between Ron, Iva, friends, other family members, and even Ron's former company, a total of $210,000 was paid to Frank Jones over several years to help with what could be an immense and difficult rescue mission. He sent the family several pictures of a woman on a beach with a man with long blonde hair. She had Amy's build and the same tattoo on her ankle. Ron and Iva finally had some hope that their beloved daughter was alive. This hope would come crashing down when the truth finally came out. Frank Jones was actually a cold-hearted and manipulative con man. He had never served in the army and had been spending their money on what was essentially a long holiday. The photos were posed for by models with a man wearing a blonde wig and a fake tattoo on the woman's ankle. Margarita was also a liar who had taken around $8,000 from the family. This only came to light when another private investigator and trusted friend of the Bradleys, Tim Buchholz, began to keep a closer eye on Jones. He observed him for a long time and contacted the Bradleys to tell them the truth about the man they had trusted to help them. The family were devastated. In February 2002, Jones was charged with defrauding both the Bradleys and the nation's missing children's organization. He pleaded guilty to mail fraud and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was also told to repay every penny. Ron Bradley would later say, "If it was your child, what would you do? So I guess we took a chance and I guess we lost." Another lead was reported to the FBI, again from the island of Carousel. Back in 1999, an American naval officer was visiting a brothel. He claimed that a woman walked straight up to him, grabbed his arm, and said her name was Amy Bradley. She needed help and she was being held captive. The naval officer never reported this to anyone for fear of the repercussions that would come with admitting he had been in a brothel while on duty. When the FBI eventually got hold of this information, it turned out the brothel had since burned down, and there was no evidence or further witnesses to be found there. Another massive lead came in February 2005, when a photo was anonymously emailed to the family. It showed a woman called Jazz on an escort site based in the Caribbean. A forensic detective compared these photos to the photos of Amy from 7 years ago and determined it was absolutely her. He said he would even bet his career on it. This image was circulated using an appearance on The Doctor. Phil Show in November 2005. Again in February 2005, a lady named Judy Mora claimed she had seen Amy in the public bathroom of a department store in Barbados. She was closely guarded by 3 men who were threatening her to make sure she followed through on some sort of deal. As soon as the men left, Judy tried to help the woman. She said her name was Amy, and began to say she was from Virginia when she was pulled away by the men, despite multiple claims of sightings, pictures, and new composite sketches of what Amy could look like now. She is still missing, and no charges have ever been filed in her disappearance. 12 years after Amy disappeared in 1998, she was declared dead in absentia on March 24, 2010. Her family continue to pray daily that they will find out the truth as to what happened to their daughter, and the FBI welcome any further details regarding the case. If you have any information relating to the disappearance or whereabouts of Amelin Bradley, please contact the FBI. Alternatively, you can leave an anonymous tip online. This is the story of an 18-year-old Anita Knudsen, a student at Monastia University who was killed nearly 15 years ago. She was found stabbed to her apartment on June 4, 2007. Years later, after the case went cold, it was found out that her roommate was involved in the murder. Anita Knudsen was living away from home, but she was close to their tightly knit family. She was known to be a person who would make anyone who talked to her comfortable and liked the most important person in the world. On June 4, 2007, after not hearing from Anita, Gordon Knudsen, her father, grew worried about his oldest daughter. He went to her apartment. Anita's car was parked outside, and the apartment was locked. The apartment manager let him in the apartment where he discovered something which he would never have wished in his entire life to see. Knudsen's father had called the police. In the yard outside her apartment, Anita's father showed police a sliced window screen that led to her bedroom window. When police arrived at the scene, they found Knudsen stabbed to death in her bedroom covered with a large housecoat. Nothing appeared to have been taken from the apartment except for the removed window screen from the teen's bedroom and the murder weapon. A bloody had been left behind in the sink. A few years later, Anita's death was followed by another tragedy in the Knudsen family. This time it was their brother, Daniel. What haunts me most about the death of my sister is that whoever killed also took the life of my brother that very day. Anna Knudsen, Anita's sister, said. She said that after Anita was killed, their brother was never the same. He died by suicide in 2013. The case captured national attention, and billboards featuring Knudsen had been posted around the area for years in an effort to assist in finding her killer. But the killer would not be found until 15 years from the death of Anita Knudsen. For more than a decade after Anita's murder, there was no person of interest announced. There was little evidence and a murder victim with no justice. But 4 years later, a break was made. The police tried to actively investigate Anita's case for the past few years, and finally, with the help of a show called Cold Justice, they were able to move forward and regain focus on the case. Due to resources, logistics, planning, and experts, the show was able to provide and police were able to obtain an arrest warrant. The Monat Police Department said that Nicole Rice, 34 years old, was in custody in relation to Anita's murder. Rice was at work on Minot Air Force Base as a civilian when she was arrested. At a press conference, police said they weren't able to share details of the break that led to Rice's arrest, but would release more information at a later date. Rice, who was Knudsen's roommate at the time of her death, is charged with murder, which is a class of felony and is being held at the Ward County Jail. There was never enough to arrest her, but I would say she was always a person of interest in the case, said Police Chief John Klug. Rice made her initial appearance by video at the Ward County Courthouse. The judge set Rice's bond at $120,000 or a $250,000 surety bond. On April 21, 2022, Rice will be back in court for her preliminary hearing and arraignment. The authorities claim that the turning point in this case was really just trying to pull all the information together and put it in an order that made sense. As they said, a lot of information was information that they had. It just took a little bit of refocusing and a lot of paying attention to the fine details. My heart goes out to the family. I wish we could have solved this sooner, but at the same time, I'm glad to say that we have the person responsible for the murder of Anita Knudsen in custody, said Chief John Klug while finally closing the case. In 2018, the Austin Police Department said that officers were called out to the 1600 block of Mearns Meadow Boulevard for reports of shots fired just before 10:30 p.m. on August 24th. When the police arrived, They found 23-year-old Jonathan Rogers on the sidewalk with obvious trauma. He was immediately transported to Del Seton University Medical Center, where he died from a gunshot wound to his chest. Following an investigation by the Austin Police Department, an arrest warrant was issued on December 8, 2021. A U.S. Marshal-led task force arrested 25-year-old DeAndre Eric Connor on a capital murder charge and linked to the case. After being contacted by the APD for assistance in Connor's arrest, members of the task force developed information that he was still in the Austin area. Connor was observed at an apartment complex off Runberg Lane, where he was surrounded and arrested without incident. Connor was taken to the Travis County Jail, where he'll await judicial proceedings. Unfortunately, this was all the information that I could find on the internet about the case of Jonathan Rogers. Cases like Jonathan's are far too common in the United States. Stories like his also receive far less media attention on average, making the process of finding sufficient information about him tedious and difficult. It is unfortunate that not only is justice being served slowly, but that Jonathan's story is also steadily being forgotten. This is the story of a 1995 cold case murder of a 14-year-old Atlanta girl, which was solved after more than 25 years thanks to DNA and genealogy technology. She dreamt of being a doctor and was days away from middle school graduation. Nicole Smith was excited to shop for a pretty white dress to wear to the ceremony, but it turned out that she had a dark and sad ending to her fortunes. On June 7, 1995, Nicole Smith was walking to school with her sister, but forgot something and walked through the woods to return home. In the woods, she was confronted by a man who brutally assaulted her twice in the face. 2 security guards at a nearby apartment complex heard the shots and ran into the woods, where they found Nicole and her book bag, which contained her identification and address. Smith, Nicole's mother, said that she had heard the gunshots followed by the sound of a police helicopter. There was a knock on her door, and when she opened it, 2 Atlanta police officers told Smith that Nicole had been killed. Smith identified her daughter at a funeral home. "I saw that she had cried and had tears dried up on her face," Smith said. Immediately after her body was found, a massive investigation was launched. The case was a priority for Atlanta police, but eventually, the investigation went cold as the authorities could not name a suspect for a very long time, and the investigative techniques got exhausted. Despite interviewing hundreds of people and taking blood samples from at least 50 people, the police could not find a solid lead to take the case forward and name a prime suspect. This was therefore closed with no hope of finding the suspect. On Detective Vince Velasquez's sheer motivation, the case was reopened by him in February 2002, even after encountering no leads for almost 2 years. In February 2004, the case took a turn when another young girl had been assaulted in East Point, Georgia, and managed to survive to report to the investigative authorities. Immediately after, 13-year-old Betty Brown reached out to the authorities. They took no time in collecting DNA samples from her crime scene and sending it to the genealogy department for identification. As it turned out, the samples from Smith and Brown's crime scenes matched, giving the authorities a sliver of hope that the suspect had not eloped and was still around. After having the information that the suspect of both crimes was the same man, the police left no stone unturned in finding out his description. Brown showed her whole support to the Smith family by agreeing to be part of the investigation and helping the authorities draw the sketch of the suspect. This case has not died, Velasquez stated in a conference after taking retirement in 2017 and handing over the case to Scott D. Meester, who is a homicide detective on the cold case squad with the Atlanta Police Department. However, years passed on, and there was no sign or identification ancestry databases. According to Meester, investigators were able to put an end to their long-lost hope after they were alerted, just before the day of Christmas, that the DNA on the 2 crime scenes indeed matched that of a man named Arnold. Shockingly, the detectives found out that Arnold had been dead for a few months due to liver and kidney failure in a hospice facility. Today for me is a bittersweet moment, Nicole's mother, Aquinelia Smith, said on the day of the press conferences. "So many unanswered questions I had for him," she said while breaking down. Brown was also present there, and he tested how long it took for the investigation to complete. Jod Arius, a charismatic young woman in her 20s. She was a gorgeous blonde with a smart personality and witty mind. She was born on July 9, 1980 in Salinas, California. She was the most loved child among her 4 brothers and sisters. Her parents adored her in every possible manner. She loved photography and had taken up this hobby to start a career in it. She left her high school and began her career as a full-time photographer. But certainly life had other plans for her. Despite her intense passion for photography, she kept on failing and could not make a living out of it. In order to survive, she had to leave photography. Later, she took up a job as a waitress in a nearby restaurant, but her love for photography never ceased. Jod was 21 years old when she began working as a waitress in a renowned restaurant in California. It was then when she met her very first boyfriend. Darryl Brewer was a 40-year-old man when he started dating Jod. Things seemed to be pretty casual at first, but as time passed, both of them came into a serious relationship. The relationship was quite odd as Darryl was older than Jod. Her friends often told her she deserved better, but still she went on pursuing the relationship anyway. Things were going pretty smooth, and almost a year had passed when Jod started working at prepaid legal services along with her job as a waitress. Both Jod and Darryl had moved into a home together in February 2005. So Jod needed to work 2 jobs in order to keep up with the expenses. This was the time when a young man named Travis Alexander caught Jod's eye. Darryl and Jod had major age differences, because of which Jod was having second thoughts about continuing her relationship with Darryl. She was more prone to cheating and deceiving her boyfriend than anyone else. Her vulnerability spoke volumes, and she found herself attracted to the young man Travis Alexander. Travis Alexander was born on July 28, 1977 in Riverside, California. He was one of the 8 children of his parents, but after his father's untimely death, he was sent to live with his grandparents. Travis was a very religious man and was an avid member of the Mormon Church. He was a motivational speaker alongside a legal insurance salesman at the time he met Jod. A conference was held in February in Las Vegas, which was attended by both Jod and Travis. It was not long until Jod caught the eye of the young speaker. They both had immense interest in one another, which resulted in Jod's relationship with Darryl crumbling into ashes. Following this attraction between Jod and Travis, Darryl suffered major consequences as fights began to happen between him and Jod. He knew for sure that their age difference was a problem, but did not think that it would lead them to a breakup. Few months later, Darryl and Jod called it quits and Darryl moved out of their shared home. Later, that home, since it wasn't owned by anybody, it went to the foster funds of the community. By February 2006, Travis and Jod had already started dating. Due to Travis's faith, he baptized Jod into his Mormon faith, and they both continued to be in a relationship. 5 months later, the couple mysteriously broke up. Travis' friends reported that they were never fond of Jod, as she was very possessive when it came to her boyfriend. She wanted to mark her territory as she was more into Travis than he was into her. Her extreme possessiveness led the couple to a breakup. According to several of Travis' friends, Arius would follow him to the bathroom and wait outside the door, eavesdrop on his conversations, and forward his private emails with other people to herself. And that was just the beginning. Alexander's friend, Kyle Lovinger Hughes, told ABC News, "She started seeing things that were just disturbing. I said, Travis, I'm afraid we're going to find you chopped up in her freezer." From very early on, she was completely obsessed with him. Her husband, Chris Hughes, said, on one occasion, Hughes was present when Alexander caught her eavesdropping on him from behind a closed door. There was a rage in her eyes. "Sky and I are very frightened at this point. She might burn down our house, with all of us in it," you said. The shocking thing was that Travis and Jod kept on having physical relationships even after their breakup. Travis wanted to marry a virgin Mormon girl, whereas he had broken this vow with Jod. According to him, Jod was not suitable for marriage anymore, but he did not want to give up on the amazing sexual relations they both had. Meanwhile, Jod was obsessed with Travis. She had assumed that he was the love of her life. She would stalk him at night. She even moved into the same city as Travis after their breakup. Travis only wanted physical relations while Jod wanted him all. The secret relationship continued until in February 2007, Travis started dating someone new. This irritated Jodi, and she started sending threatening emails to his new girlfriend. She wanted Travis to be his own. She even burst the tires of Travis' cars twice so he would stop going to see that woman he was dating. Many friends advised Travis to stay away from her, but he never listened. The pair continued to exchange flirty texts and emails and kept on with their physical intimacy for the time being. The February was proceeding when Jodi and Travis had a huge argument. Jodi had tried to break into Travis' Facebook account, which led him to be furious. They both exchanged many hurtful texts and Travis asked her to stay away from him. This was his final call towards Jodi that everything they had was going to end this time, but Jodi had other plans for him. It was the month of June when the company Travis worked at arranged a trip to Cancun, Mexico. He was allowed to bring one friend on the trip. Instead of choosing Jodi, he chose a woman named Mimi who he was trying to date at that time. This caught Jodi by surprise, and she was ready to take an action that would end horribly. Meanwhile, Travis and his new friend Mimi were excited about this trip without even knowing what awaited them. On May 28th, Arius' grandparents' home was burglarized. One of the items that was stolen was a .25 caliber automatic Colt pistol, which was never recovered. Arius tried to get a hold of Alexander on June 2nd, but he did not answer. The two eventually spoke for about 18 minutes on one phone call and on a second one that lasted for 41 minutes. She set out in the early hours of the morning to drive south to rent a car for a trip to Utah. On June 2nd, 2007, the very same day, Jodi rented a car and drove to Travis' apartment out of the blue. For some reason, she had taken her camera with her. That day, instead of letting her go, Travis invited her into his apartment. She went in and the pair had sex many times. They both took many explicit photos of one another through Jodi's camera. They both enjoyed a good shower and caressed one another many times. Rekindling her love for photography, she took many photos of Travis. But nobody knew that this would be the last photo of Travis alive. They both shared a good time with one another until Jodi decided to end Travis's life out of pure jealousy and hatred for taking another woman to his trip. She stabbed him 27 times and shot him straight into his head until Travis could not breathe anymore. There was blood everywhere in the shower as she had stabbed him while he was taking a shower. After committing such a hideous crime, Jodi went on to discard her camera, but unfortunately, she left it in the laundry. The camera had all the evidence and would later be used in the court against Jodi. She also went to her apartment and dyed her hair from blonde to brunette in hopes that nobody would recognize her. Many days had passed and Travis' friends and co-workers got worried after Travis did not show up for his trip. His soon-to-be girlfriend, Mimi, went to check up on him, and to her shock, she found Travis dead in his bathroom. His friends immediately dialed 911 and pointed out Arius as a suspect, citing that Alexander had mentioned she would stalk him, hack his Facebook, and had previously slashed his tires. A friend of ours is dead in his bedroom. We hadn't heard from him for a while. A woman identified as Marie Halley said, "We think he's dead. There's lots of blood. His roommate went in and there's blood in his bedroom, behind the door and all over. Then they went in the bathroom and it's all in the shower." When Mesa Police Detective Esteban Flores arrived on the scene, he told 2020 that blood was everywhere. Photographic evidence showed blood spattered on the sink, walls, and floors. Police also found a bloody palm print outside of Alexander's bedroom. They also found DNA linking areas to the crime scene. She was accused of violently attacking Alexander in a jealous rage after he wanted to end their affair and plan a trip to Mexico with another woman. It was a clear case of homicide. The police started questioning everyone, and the main suspect was Jodi. Everybody told the police how she used to constantly stalk Travis out of extreme obsession with him. Meanwhile, Jodi voluntarily went to the police station to give her DNA samples and told the police that she had not seen Travis since April. The police knew it was all a white lie, as they had found the camera that had all the evidence of when Jodi met Travis. On June 21st, 2008, Travis' funeral was held, and 6 days later, Jodi was arrested. Her lies were uncovered as the DNA samples matched a hair strand and blood that was found beside Travis' dead body. Long hours of interrogation were conducted with Jodi, but she never confessed to murdering her ex-boyfriend. She was resistant, but the jury had all the evidence they needed to prove her guilty. She gave many interviews and told the story of how Travis was her best friend and how she loved and respected him. She also denied having seen Alexander on the day that he died, then claimed 2 men had killed him in a home invasion before changing her story again to self-defense. This was just a way of swaying away the attention of the media from the actual topic. Jodi pleaded not guilty after being extracted from California to Arizona. This meant that she was going on a trial. Her story was weak as she kept changing it. One time, she said that she had not seen Travis since April, and the next moment, she said that she had called him 2 days before his murder. In another account, she tried to portray Travis as an abusive boyfriend and said that she killed him in her defense. All of this did not work. Finally, on May 7, 2013, Jodi was found guilty of first-degree homicide and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Prosecutors had sought the death penalty but didn't secure enough juror votes to achieve it. At the time, Arius expressed her preference for execution. "Death is the ultimate freedom," she said during a television interview after the verdict. "I'd rather just have my freedom as soon as I can get it." This brought justice to the family of Travis, but the void that had been left in their lives was never going to be fulfilled, as Travis was never going to come back again. Such stories make you scared of falling in love, as they seem quite horrible when it comes to their manifestations. But this is the world we live in. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.